The protagonist was brainwashed by the emperor and lived as a puppet in his hands. After realizing he was betrayed, An planned his revenge but failed miserably because the emperor was too powerful. Thinking he was done for, An was shocked to open his eyes and find himself back in the past. At the start of his journey, begin with the words of a man. Respect the breath. Honor the emperor's breath. A white marble palace emerges before us. Below, stone statues with hands clasped face each other. It is the blessing of the 6 realms, a grace bestowed from the heavens. Breathe deeply. And among the devoted flock, a statue clasping hands in the sunlight emerges. Honor the emperor's breath. A warrior's words caught in hesitation. Suddenly, with a splash, his stretcher broke apart. A warrior was sliced clean in half. So it was a battle between fully equipped warriors. Sharp spears thrust forward with deadly intent. That is the creed of warriors in battle. They surge forward with a terrifying momentum. The emperor himself forged an army with a singular mission. That is the Special Forces Legion. They exist for one sole purpose: to protect the great Emperor Leon Kavalan. That is why the Special Forces Legion was formed. On the battlefield stained with plasma blood, fire blazing, and the countless fallen soldiers' spirits lingering, standing at the center is a tall figure. Utterly ridiculous. I will take your life. Emperor, commander of the Special Legion, a soldier, covered in blood, struggles to crawl forward. The others still alive crawled over, babbling at the mouth. Please. Eliminate. Worship. Emperor. And returns to the sanctuary. This matter. It is still the same guys. They keep jumping back to the same line. Then they gradually vanished into the air. An's eyes were filled with hatred. So even as mere corpses, you still cannot find freedom. You still wish to be the emperor's puppets. A terrifying figure whispered. All hail the emperor. The mad soldiers launch a direct assault on An. He was forced to strike down hard with his sword, as the scene shifted to a castle surrounded by raging flames. But surprisingly, the mansion remained completely unscathed. The flags hung high, still untouched. Unscathed. Suddenly, a girl with wide, dark eyes appeared. A voice spoke up, asking, "You flinched at the noise outside. Don't worry. Nothing's wrong, Emperor Leon Kavalan." His face was terrifying. He said, "I just can't understand." Unexpectedly, the most loyal one are actually the rebel, commander of the Special Forces Corps. You lead the wounded forward. Emperor. Leon spoke calmly. How long have you been a commander now? I still remember the days when you were just a rookie at the Special Forces training camp, known as the Abyss of Solitude. One begins as a slave soldier and slowly rises to become the supreme commander, with nothing but your bare hands. You have gained everything. Could there still be something that leaves you unsatisfied? An's face darkened with anger and dissatisfaction. He broke a sharp stake that was piercing his leg. Lin remains utterly calm as he watches An's move. Without hesitation, he plunged the sharp blade into his hand. An's voice was cold as he handed over a venomous creature. A blue bug clings to the sharp branch, then gets pulled out. You peer into the depths of another's mind, then say that I have it all. Nonsense. I have already lost everything that matters. The girl on Leon's hand looked at him. Then suddenly he squeezed her tightly. I do not even have a single memory. An has gone mad. Where is my family? Who? The essence of my life. Leon smiles coldly, tearing the little girl apart. An object moving as fast as light pierces through An. He was too stunned to react, his eyes wide with shock. The object that pierced An turned out to be a long sword. An could not believe his eyes. Since when? The wound from the sword began to spurt syrup like a fountain. Leon stood up, a cold smile spreading across his face. I do not know how you managed to uncover the poison plot. What a pity. The maker of my favorite toy. Well, An's breath began to falter. His gaze slowly fades away. It is truly hopeless. Before closing his eyes, an image of a girl flashed through An's mind. Suddenly, a voice called out, leaving him wide-eyed with shock. Wake up. You are unbelievable. What? Clearly, my heart has been pierced through. Am I still alive? Stay calm. This place looks so familiar, but I just can't remember. The water looks up to jagged rocks jutting out. An places his hand on the ground to feel it. Auntie. This giant stone pillar here. He looked down in utter astonishment. This is the ancient stone sword. A giant sword is plunged into the ground. The sword stone is the emblem of the Special Forces training run. Countless soldiers have fallen before the ancient stone sword. Yan's eyes betrayed his confusion. So my body is being followed again. And this is the outfit I wore when I was a rookie. Don't say it. Suddenly, a shadowy figure materialized right behind An. Be silent. The mysterious man threw a punch, but An swiftly countered it. He shouts. The cost of distraction is high. He clenched his jaw, feeling the pain. Acting arrogant when you have nothing to show. You checking me out? Rowan, the 12th rookie of the Roman Special Forces Legion. An suddenly spoke up. All right, I remember now. 12th rookie of the Special Forces. The name must be Roman. Roman, you are cold, but it seems you still have some sense left. Brother Holai asks. Are we rushing through the middle of a? Roman replies with disdain. Training is just a formality. I am actually planning to knock you out. A low-level rookie. Even if he is lame, no one would care. He pondered deeply. This matter made no sense at all, but the ancient stone sword, this tiny body, and the conversation just now between me and Roman. An's cold laugh echoed. Looks like I have truly returned. I do not care why I can turn back time. What matters now is that I can start over soon. My present self will no longer make the same mistakes as before. This time, I am certain I will sever that emperor's head. After a moment of silence, he spoke up. Roman, I have something important to tell you. You are already 40 and still do not have a girlfriend. Maybe it is time to give up and focus on farming instead. You heard him storming in anger. Cut the nonsense and easily dodged the punch. Surprised your fist was so slow, I almost feel sorry for you. Roman was instantly filled with rage. That bastard. In the chaotic darkness of the seventh awakening, he unleashed a flurry of punches. But Anne effortlessly dodged them all. Not bad. He closed in on Roman. But let me give you a piece of advice. Anne raises his hand against Roman. When you are this close to your opponent, you strike like this. An extremely fast and powerful punch is thrown, and you take a hit that sends you flying. Roman is painfully shocked. How could you possibly use an intermediate level skill? Anne sings. Then after striking, he charges straight ahead. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a flying object. A brick face falls to the ground. Her brick face. Did I ever have something like that? Anne picked it up immediately. Let us end it here. You are lucky. Roman. He watches the construction site closely, sensing something hidden inside. Anne's eyes widened in surprise. He could open them now. Below is a family photo of yours. An old picture. The photo shows a couple with me when I was little. Though it was the first time seeing them, I knew without a doubt they were my family. Memories, love, and family words I have forgotten for 30 years are slowly coming back to me. The thing I could never have, even after destroying the entire imperial city. The thing I could not find, even after slaughtering the entire Night Order. Now it is all in his own hands. Anne lifted his chin and closed his eyes tightly. I almost made the same mistake again. Pathetic things like avenging that deer are not worth wasting my life on. I will escape from this place, and he will seek again the family life that fate as an official has taken away. A special force that obeys only the king's direct orders. The fall of Vanna City and the assassination attempt on the Northern Grand Duke. This squad has completed countless missions throughout the Empire's history. Alongside the leader of this mighty army, Special Forces Commander Yan is the Emperor's right hand, and the strongest knight. Yanjiang devours fiercely. That strong, solemn body of his, a former Special Forces commander. Yan carries a crate. So why am I in a state like this? With about 1,000 trainees in the Special Forces, a scene of two swords clashing fiercely. It was a battle between two members of the training team. In a world where people grow stronger by crushing each other to survive, 3 to 4 die every single day. These barricades will then be filled by kidnapping others, or through volunteers willing to join. The training ground is inside the Dragon Mountain Cave in the Northwest Mountains. A place that feels like a labyrinthine dungeon. Each warrior here is marked by a number, representing their skill, and they can rank up through tests and battles. In this pyramid system, where your rewards depend on your rank, it is used to control rookie warriors through fierce competition, forcing them to trample over each other to climb up. In a system like this, surviving as a trainee warrior ranked below 900 is incredibly tough. And thought to himself, low-ranking warriors could be easily replaced the moment they died. Usually, they are only assigned to menial tasks or to assist others during training. I am really lucky to only have to run small errands. Because suddenly someone bumped into his shoulder. Judging by the 2 wooden crates falling from Yan's back, he cursed in frustration. Are you blind or what? There are warriors standing atop this pyramid. Lorena looked at him and replied, sorry, I did not see you. The elite apprentices, the talented nobles of the Empire, for their loyalty to the Empire, family honor, or rivalry with other clans. These are the reasons nobles join the Special Forces, and while here, the training center offers them a life of comfort. They do not need to implant insects into their bodies, because they are already prisoners of a privilege called nobility. Elite warriors will maintain their ranks and receive the privileges and benefits that come with them. Among those warriors, the girl who just apologized is Lorena from UF. The second guy with the slightly arrogant face is Cruel White. The last of the 3 is Casa Evergreen. These 3 have always been the leaders. Cruel and cold. Lorena, why do you have to apologize to a scoundrel like him? Calm down. You are getting confused. He wore a terrifying expression. We are not on the same level, even though we train together. Are you clear now? How could a mere nobody like you dare to speak to us? Rank 974 is truly the lowest among all the face ranks. Can you hear me clearly? Class 974. Or is it because your rank is too low to understand our words? And thought to himself, he really wanted to split his head in 2 right now. But still, Anne Lin spoke up. I should have been more careful about who I was talking to. I sincerely apologize. The dart from Cruel's mouth strikes Anne's face, but he endures it silently. He sneered coldly. Sorry. That is something only humans do. Insects like you should beg and kneel down and plead for forgiveness. As the scene of Cruel Yan splitting heads appears. But that is just what you are thinking in your head. He still keeps rambling on. Is this your first time meeting a noble? Seems like they are too shocked to say a word. After all, it is only natural to be awestruck when meeting someone as great as me. It really is a hassle. He got cold feet, turned back, and left next time. Be careful. Lorena spoke up. Sorry. I have already rearranged the boxes for you. Yan wiped the drool from his face, thinking to himself, good. Just keep being satisfied with the rank you have held all along. The longer you stay at that rank, the more I stand to gain. A fortress built from layers of solid concrete and keeps carrying the wooden crates. Then suddenly notices someone ahead. A powerful aura surges, someone's lying in wait there. From Yan's perspective, was that Roman? Such a strange feeling. Just keep moving forward, pretending to be clueless as you go. He pretended to sigh warily, exhausted beyond words. When the person waiting spoke up, I have been waiting for you, and glanced over in shock. This person is Lorena, leaning against the wall, saying, Apprentice Warrior number 974. The image of a towering, muscular man with a gentle smile appears in Jian's mind, the top criminal mastermind that the royal knight failed to capture. The cunning thief, Duong, seems to know everything about this man. Murder at 11, forming a theft ring by 20. He has attacked 23 toms and 17 guilds. The man's powerful hands, arms strong enough to block even Ori Chankum, have become a symbol of fear. A tiny hand gently clasps the blood-stained arm of the man. Lorena strides confidently, her hand gripping the man's arm. I am Lorena Boof. I have captured the crazy blue-clad assassin. She spoke as she dragged the madman's arm along. Blood from the man's arm forms a streak across the white tiles. Those words alone were enough to earn her a place in the Royal Knights. The Nuena broadcasting station is covered with her heroic deeds. The Boof clan, one of the top 4 noble families, rules the northern snowy mountains. And the family's engineer says this is Lorena. The flag, the sword, and the crown lie silent in the snow, as whispers of Lorena, the one destined to become the continent's strongest swordsman, echo through the land. Facing the giant monster, Lorena could easily defeat a young sword master, feet pressed firmly into the white earth. As Jan's memories and dark red blood splattered around Lorena, her gaze, cold, perfectly reflects her true nature, the strongest masterpiece from the Buf house. Back to reality. Jan replied, Who? You must have the wrong person. Lorena crossed her arms coldly and said, Then I will ask in a different way. Jan thought to herself, I agree with them. She is the kind of person I should never get involved with. Lorena glanced over at Jan, asking again, Cadet number 97, what is your purpose? Jan is still lost in her thoughts, wondering what if she becomes the enemy. Lorena, with a serious face, continued to ask, Why have you been hiding your true strength? Jan is pondering a way to solve this. Lorena is a threat, so I need to deal with her first. Jan avoids the question, saying, Lorena, I do not understand what you are saying at all. Lorena began to argue. I accidentally caught you training beside the great sword statue. I thought it was just a fight between 2 low-ranking cadets. She silently watched every move Jan made, but I thought I must have been mistaken. Lorena watches Jan's ultimate punch, wondering, because she sees a powerful strike that far surpasses the other's skill. With skills like that, why are you still just a low-level trainee soldier? Jan felt a pang of guilt, realizing he had not paid attention, but quickly regained his composure and asked her back, What do you mean by a punch that leaves a mark? Lorena did not waste any more words, just softly said, Got it. Then she walked on, saying, I must have been mistaken. Jan felt puzzled. Was she really just going to leave like that? Lorena politely extends her hand in apology, saying sorry. Right after that, Lorena's hand moved straight to Jan's back. He barely noticed the problem. The punch landed perfectly. Was she testing me? Lorena channels her power into her agile hands, her attacks full of emotion, no other choice left. Her fist swiftly landed square on Jan's cheek, sending him tumbling backward. Jan clutches her face, crying out in agony, It hurts. What did I do for you to attack me like this? Lorena looked at the weak man before her, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She feels a bit guilty. Wait, you should stop him. Jan shouted angrily. I told you. You have the wrong person. Lorena stammered an apology, saying, It was supposed to happen differently. Jan has a different plan brewing in his mind right now. I will pretend to be a poor commoner unjustly beaten by a noble, awakening her conscience. He gently cupped his face, glancing at her with that personality. She would not suspect a thing. Lorena suddenly spoke up. You are moving your stuff. Right. I will give you a hand. Where do you want to move? The guest hall responds with a clatter. It isn't? You do not have to do that. It seems Lorena heard something too. Here, give it to me. I will help you. She walked behind Jan, continuing to speak. And it was fine to talk normally since we were all cadets after all. Jan is a bit shy. She is being a little too much for me. Lorena shyly said. It is embarrassing if a senior trainee treats a junior like a slave, so I feel a bit uneasy. Jan gently reassures her. I understand. Lorena slowly opened her heart, saying, As a lord, I want to protect the slave's property in my domain. This took Jan by surprise. She speaks more than I expected. The crates were quickly moved to the warehouse. Jan spoke up in thanks, saying it was all done thanks to Lorena. Lorena was surprised, then quickly said goodbye. Well then. Jan thanks you once again. Lorena turned away, muttering under her breath, hoping I was wrong. Jan wonders, what is she about to say? Lorena turns back to Jan. You saw my attack, Did not you? She recalls Jan's eye movement just now. His eyes kept pace with the motion of my hand. Lorena left a message and quickly left, hoping I was mistaken about it too. She did not forget to say goodbye to Jan. See you again. Number 974 I mean. Apprentice Jan. Jan feels a bit challenged by Lorena's sharpness. How can he escape her now? And Tret thought of a cruel plan should he just eliminate her now. Right after. Jan could not help but think of the consequences ahead. Killing her now would be easy. But if I do that, I will turn the whole family against me. Jan quickly banished that dark thought. It would be foolish to turn the whole house against her just because she annoyed me. First, I need to find a way to escape. She must be around here somewhere. Antin steps into a room with a pink hole piercing down below. Jan recalls the terrifying scenes from his time as a special forces commander. There were deserters, but most could never escape the training center. Bloodied feet dangled, haunting his mind. Jan recalls the night a deserter escaped, but one who had succeeded was caught in the nearby forest. I remember the chains pinned to the heads of deserters. I asked him kindly, and he answered just as kindly. Exactly as I wanted. The head was pierced with nails. The shoes spoke. Sector 3. Block 5. Abandoned restrooms. He gently touches the wall. Behind it, Jan smiles softly. He has found it. A few bricks quickly shattered and fell to the floor. After breaking through the wall of the fifth bunker, a deep, dark lake suddenly appeared before his eyes. A glimmer of light flashes in the darkness. A path has appeared. Jan sees the way out and feels a surge of hope. He has found it. He watches and reflects. The hole is small. But what if I keep turning? The more Jan thought, the happier she became. Breaking into a bright smile, maybe she could get out of here. He forcefully removed each brick with unwavering determination. I am breaking free from this twisted special ops team to reclaim my freedom. The corridor lights flicker on as the officers and soldiers call the roll. Number 970. Confirmed. The attendance check seems to be going smoothly. Number 971 is dead. Number 972. Confirmed. Number 973 is here too. Good. Number 974. No reply from Jan. The customs officer asked, why did not number 974 respond? A thought struck him, and the magistrate quickly made his way to Jan's room. Don't say him. Right at that moment, Jan spoke. Yep. He casually clasped his hands behind his head and replied, number 974. The teacher is furious. Next time. Answer quickly. He quickly gave the order. All right, that is enough for roll call. Blow out the candles. Jan lies in the room, silent and deep in thought. I realized something after completing the mission in the previous chapter. The more cautious the action, the greater the chance of success. He gazes intently ahead. I will have only one chance. The image of the first plate emerges, reflecting Jan's deep turmoil. Even if I manage to escape, the pursuit team will still be on my tail. That story is full of deception. A black fruit with its mouth full of black threads. That is the image Jan imagined if he were caught. He would be dragged out as an example for the British soldiers. Hands pressed on the bed, lost in thought. I need a card that can become a wild variable. The pitch-black room suddenly bursts into light. I do not know if my body can handle it now, but I have no other choice. Jan quickly sits upright to cultivate the breath of the black dragon, a mana circulation technique known only to the Special Forces commander. He was channeling his energy while calculating at the same time. Now, all I have left is knowledge of that technique. My body just can't keep up. I must lighten the burden on my body and create an energy core to circulate the mana flow as I desire. Jan keeps shifting gears to solve the problem, but I no longer have enough time to create an energy core. With just the breath of the dragon, there is only one way left. He takes a deep breath, then exhales softly. The image of a fierce frost dragon emerges, wielding the breath of the holy dragon. The veins on Jan's arm began to glow. His arm quickly blossomed with bulging muscles, surpassing Jan's expectations. I never expected the mana flow to be this fast. Far beyond what I anticipated. I can feel a powerful energy flowing through me. Mana is surging all throughout my body. Jan's muscles kept swelling, as if a dragon had possessed his body. The majestic image of the Emperor and the fierce bronze guardian emerges within Jan's cloak. The breath of the sacred dragon, a supreme and secret mana flow control technique, created by the first emperor who founded this empire after conquering countless nations with a single sword. I remember the legends of that emperor. A power so great he personally sought it for years, lost in his thoughts. Jan failed to notice the unrest around him. It is as powerful as its very name. Wait a moment, he was a bit confused, watching those powerful energies wildly trying to break free. Mana is rapidly leaking from the core of his energy. This cannot be allowed to continue. Jan's back swelled, veins bulging as if about to burst out. He tries to hold back that energy, doing whatever it takes. The light quickly fades away, surrendering the room back to the night. Jan returned, tired as ever, saying, "Damn it, I have failed." Running his hands through his hair in frustration. I probably can't create an energy core with such an advanced secret technique when I fully possess the holy dragon's breath. This body is still too weak. Jan recalls the secret technique passed down to him by the emperor. One day, The Emperor taught me that secret technique. I could not tell if he was acting strange or testing my loyalty. Do you still remember the contents written in that secret manual? But the scroll he gave me only contained instructions on how to absorb mana, not how to compress and control its flow. Jan's eyes show determination. I know where the secret blueprint scroll is hidden. But first, I must focus on escaping before anything else happens. Night swiftly fades away as daylight returns. The crowd murmurs, I have heard those gathered today will be set free. The words quickly spread. What? Really?
Yep.
I have heard the same. Jan just laughed awkwardly, knowing those were mere illusions, things that would never happen. The guy next to him is a bit hopeful. Will we get to go back? Jan recalls the moment from memory. Today is the day that person appears, and I must stay as far from his sight as possible. Roman glanced around, searching for Jan. Where are you? But Jan kept his head down, as if he did not hear. So persistent. A man steps onto the stage, and everyone below immediately wonders, are we really going home today? He sighed softly, and Damien immediately stopped, making the people below jump in shocked silence. You pests. The crowd quickly made Jan Island clutch his head, and thought this was the echo of a voice-wielding aura. How could he use them on the trainees? Echo aura is a technique that channels mana into the voice. Some cannot bear the pain. Trembling, they say. My heart. Damien stood on the podium, continuing. You worthless scum. You have neither talent nor status. Jan glanced down cautiously, surprised to run into that crazy guy once again. Damien looked down at the crowd below and asked, what is the purpose of your lives? The soldier who just cried out in pain was quickly threatened and silenced by the treacherous officer. He dragged him along with a sharp command. Stay alert. Move quickly. The preacher never forgets to remind the crowd he is watching you. Jan senses the situation is serious and reminds himself, I have to be careful. You see Damien radiating tyranny. The low-ranking cadets are mere toys in the Inquisitor's hands. If he had recognized me before I escaped, I might have lost my life. Damien began to speak with a mocking tone. Delighted to meet you, my dear trainee soldiers. Each one of you is a worthless parasite in this society, he arrogantly said. Honestly, if it were up to me, I would have already killed you all. Damien gave a gentle, reassuring smile and said, but do not worry. Right after, he rose high. The great king, greater than the sky, we'll give you one last chance. The sharp claws emerge as Damien announces the chance to join the mercenary squad. The tree transforms into a majestic mirror, revealing the mercenary squad introduced as the Emperor's elite protectors, the Empire's dragon, the chosen one honored as the king's dragon warrior. But reality tells a different story. Gia quickly realizes the dark side of this job. They brainwash recruits by implanting a parasite in their heads. The true purpose is to create puppets for the king to control. The image of the king's tyranny appears alongside his powerful final words. Even death requires the king's command. Damien Jiang spread his arms wide, excitedly saying, behold the boundless generosity of his majesty. Let us show our gratitude for his magnanimous grace. The crowd below immediately applauded, prompting his sarcasm. Your applause is even louder than that of the senior cadets. Jiang claps along with the crowd so Damien won't notice anything suspicious. The more she hides, the better for her. A sudden voice shattered Damien's joy. I have a question for you. Jiang turns back, puzzled. Who the hell is this guy? Roman removes his hat and asks. You are a good dragon warrior. Jiang was a bit surprised to see that. Roman continues to express his viewpoint. If chosen to join such a mighty army. Jiang listened intently, wondering what this fool intended to say. Roman's face quickly twisted into anger as he clenched his teeth at Jiang. Maybe I will get the chance to punch that fake face of yours. All those pathetic faces. A flash of light swiftly streaked downward, piercing straight through Roman's chest before he could react. Jiang quickly turned back, instantly recognizing the technique. The thread-weaving divine skill. Blood splattered as Roman fell, and the crowd anxiously asked, are you okay? Right after that, he mocked Roman, thinking he is so strong, talking nonsense with such confidence. Are humans just insects too? The crowd around immediately stirs. Roman, wake up. Is he dead? Helpless, Jiang can only watch from afar. Maybe if I stop the bleeding now, he would survive, but helping him now is too dangerous. Suddenly, Roman forced himself to sit up, trembling as he spoke. What did you just say? The crowd around him was stunned. How could the leader of the cult still stand? Someone quickly tried to stop him. Roman, do not. Roman stood up, challenging Mivan. Are we pests? With that stern look, he said. What kind of people are you? Searching for pests like us. Roman tells of their harsh life. To survive in the darkest alleys, we had to do all kinds of dirty work and endure every kind of humiliation. You remember the helplessness of being captured by soldiers, because only by doing so could we survive. Poor children, lost and alone, clinging to each other with Roman's tormenting question. King, dragon warrior, do those things really matter? Ian fell silent, reflecting on Roman's words. His eyes filled with a stern, hateful resolve as he said, you all go protect your so-called great king yourselves. Damien is up there, Hunting down that stubborn bug, he unleashed a torrent that left Roman stunned. Like filthy rats. They say even if you cut off their heads, rats can still survive, Damien let. Wondering if the person was the same, Roman senses impending doom as Damien's finger converges into a single glowing point. Very quickly, Roman's face twisted in utter horror. Suddenly, a crystal mole appeared. Surprising everyone, the crystal mole, a wild mole species, is found deep beneath the earth in a high-heat mountain range, cute on the outside but deadly. The shrew is infamous for the sharp spines on its body, just a light touch is enough. Roman saw the mole and instinctively dodged, warning everyone at once. Sniff sniff. Everyone stepped back. Jan seems to know the power of this little critter. It will glow, and then explode. The mole hit by Damien's move instantly explodes. Damien upstairs is a bit puzzled, shrewd and sly. Where did that come from? Roman's face was burnt black. Stunned and barely standing, you immediately collapsed to the ground, shocking everyone around you. Roman fainted again. Drag him somewhere else quickly. Jan silently watches from afar. His gaze tinged with regret. Such a waste of the crystal flask. Jan recalls the moment he accidentally caught it. Found it in the bathroom, and kept it just in case. He quickly pulled the kid away as Damien moved against Roman, never expecting to actually have to use it. Jan looks up at Damien with curiosity. But the problem is, he does not know the official's whereabouts. I am a little scared too. If we are caught, it is the end of the line for us. Damien's voice cuts through the noise, silencing the chaos. He spoke loudly, then turned away. He is a stubborn brat. But I like that. Damien immediately ended the meeting and dismissed everyone. Jan breathes a quiet sigh of relief below, safe at last. Watched his friend being taken away. Speechless, what an idiot. Seeing Roman utterly drained, Jan fell silent, understanding the reason for his despair. The staircase descends deep into the shadowy basement below. Damien smiled mysteriously, touched and pleased. Images of Roman and Jan flash in Damien's mind, sparking a sense of fascination. I have found some interesting toys. Cut to Area 3. The abandoned restroom. Inside the restroom, there is a large hole punched through the wall. Jan tries to escape from within herself. It is, I will be fine. This is the third day I have done this. He is struggling to breathe. Why did not he bring the mask? Cadit number 974. This is the third day he has been preparing to defect. Dig a tunnel. Shore it up with wooden planks. Then do it all over again. Everything has been going smoothly for the past 3 days, thanks to my man-enhanced eyes. I can see clearly in the dark. Jan dug with determination, thinking that even in the pitch-black tunnel, it was no problem. For 3 days, no one has come here, because this place is an abandoned building, not marked on any map. The progress is even faster than I expected. He suddenly stops. Puzzled, did he just touch something painful? What could it be? Jan thrusts with a powerful strike once again. He blinked in astonishment as he discovered something above a person's, strictly checking those passing by. Number 920. Hurry up. Next is number 974. Number 974 passed by. Then suddenly he stopped it. A drilling number 974. Stop right there. You give off a very suspicious scent. What are you hiding? Take off your hat. Jan immediately obeyed and stepped outside. Truly, he took off his helmet, revealing his dirty face, and said, I accidentally broke one of the manure buckets I was carrying. The inspector immediately shouted. The smell was unbearable. Get lost. Jan replied and walked away. Yep. Your shirt is being wrung out by the dance. Jan breathes out, thinking, great. The smell must be gone. Luckily, no one suspects a thing. I never expected so many things to be buried in the sewage pipes. That stuff must be as strong as dragon dung. I do not know what these people are eating. His face immediately hardened, but not in fear. Anyway, the plan is going smoothly. I have secured stakes, ropes, and other tools. My body has grown stronger. I thought such intense, reckless training in such a short time would kill me, but it really works. No worries. The only thing left to do. Suddenly, a nearby voice breaks the silence, whispering, "Wait. Did you hear what happened?" It seems Gio was silenced for daring to laugh in front of the magistrate. His companion quickly replied, Stop making me think about it again. I am so scared. I do not dare to breathe deeply. The man continued, standing up for a moment. I heard the chief inspector is about to leave. The cockroach quickly caught the news. He was about to leave the camp, and upon hearing the crucial information, he smiled quietly. The chief inspector won't be here soon. This information is crucial. I can't afford to miss this golden opportunity. As Gian turned his back and walked away, a stranger sneaked a glance at him. Area 3. The abandoned restroom. The cockroaches keep coming back here. Then, it is time to go back. He suddenly notices something. Wait. Footprints. The cockroach's eyes brim with caution. Someone was approaching. He stared inside, wondering who it could be. Lorena, the chief inspector. They have discovered our plan. Someone just stepped out as a spy. Utterly shocking. Is that you? Roman asks. Why do you look so disappointed? He immediately said, If you plan to follow, I do not have time to deal with you. Roman is too big. Why do you treat me like some clingy follower? I am here on serious business. Suspicious cockroach asks. Are you okay walking around injured like this? You speak arrogantly. Who do you think I am? That wound machine is nothing to worry about. Raise your voice and warn him. Roman. Your blood is spurting out like a fountain. Roman hurriedly retorted. It is just a pimple. It burst. The cockroach heard that and ignored it. Just passing by thankfully. It was only a pimple. I have got things to do. Roman chuckled coldly. You are so busy. Well, what can you do? Gotta dig that dog hole. He was startled when he heard that. Roman pressed his lips threateningly. What if the magistrate finds out? Juan's eyes gleamed with sharp intent. Do you want to find out what happens? Juan. As the light of a slash cuts through the air in the blink of an eye, Juan closed in on Summon, the chaotic shadow of Form 16, in the dark arena. A slash so swift Roman could not react in time. You study with clenched teeth. Angry cockroach. What the hell is that? Who are you? A trace of blood still lingers on his slender pain bar. Juan's face was ice cold after the strike. He thought to himself. It would be easier to just kill him and drag him away. But, suddenly, Roman's voice rang out. Wait. Why are not you saying anything? So it was all just Gin's imagination. Roman is still alive and asking him. Are you scared to death? I know you are scared because if this gets out, you will be executed. Maybe you did not expect me to be the one who found out. But even if you have nothing to say, try begging me or something. Maybe I will keep your secret after all. Why does the cockroach suddenly make a sound? You are going to do it anyway. Hearing that, Roman threatened. You think I would not dare to say it? I am about to expose you right here, he still said coldly. Yeah. You won't say anything because you hate the special forces even more than I do. You stared in astonishment. The cockroach continued. Even if it meant death, it could not suppress its anger. Driven by a fierce determination to return home. Are you planning to snitch to the officials about this escape route? That won't happen. You want to escape this place more than anyone else. Jan's eyes sharpened. No mistake. Roman, you answered completely surprised. Your judgment truly extraordinary. Last time we fought, I vaguely sensed that if you truly wanted to, you have already killed me. And I won't show up here anymore. Then I could easily spot you among the other cadets. You had a very distinctive scent. What kind of scent is that? You are a stalker. Roman quickly retorted. Not, he asked curiously. And Roman immediately replied. By the way, how did you know I was digging a tunnel? It is simple. Just look at the footprints to know. John still did not understand and asked again. My footprints. You explained that this training center was built from granite. Yet I saw strange footprints in the lime powder. Their width and stride exactly like yours. The cockroach is quite surprised. With just those clues. You already know who the owner of the hidden foot is, and even my plan, Roman answered. I have checked the schedule. You come here quite often, he exclaimed. You are sharper than I thought. Your stance does not quite match that. You pondered. Is that a compliment? Roman seriously asked. Tell me your escape plan. Where does this tunnel lead? And what is the chance of success? The suspicious cockroach asked. Do you want to run away with me? Roman is still hesitant to answer. I can't respond right now. I need time to think. You sound so cold. Then just stay here. With your talent, you will definitely climb higher than me in 10 years. But what will happen to the people you want to protect if we can't even guarantee our own survival? Will those people still be by your side in 10 years? Roman, no time to think. You have to decide now if you come with me. By the day after tomorrow, we won't be here anymore. Roman wonders. After escaping here. Do you have any plans yet? Gian confidently said. Of course. Do you want to hear it? We are ranked 9th, 6th, and 2nd apart. If we run, the officials will hunt me down first. Roman spoke up. Just as you said. One day soon we will both leave this place. For I am going to surgery. The cockroach was quite surprised. In such a short time, he had planned so far ahead. Truly. You can't judge a book by its cover. You think to yourself, I know that is not a compliment. You keep talking. But do not complain, my risks are high too. What is your final choice? Roman falls into deep, thoughtful silence. After a moment, he makes his choice. There is no other way. Just his stubborn habit cut to the cliffs beneath the night sky. In the quiet night, with a faint smile savoring the melody, he suddenly spoke. The night air is so pure. Is not the reason I gathered everyone so late at night is because I have an important announcement. A late night meeting like this could cause unrest. This is case, Senior Cadet No. 32, but luckily, we have good news. This is low-ranking recruit number 525. Marvin. And low-ranking recruit number 974, he thinks. If I am not mistaken. Today's announcement is about the test. Just as Jan Damien announced. The day of the first test has finally been set. The test is simple. All of you move to the designated spot. And you will pass if you survive for 1 week. The first test location will be the Dao Son range. He said. Then glanced down at the trainees. Jan stood below, thinking to himself, just as planned. In the path, there was an adventurer named Nufra who knew of a herb that could heal his mother, hidden deep in the Dao Son mountains. So he set out there, a devoted son reassures. Don't worry. I will definitely find the herbs. He was bitten on the head by a monster but still mumbling. Mother and child will find the herbs. Do not worry. His mother waited for him until her dying breath, never seeing him return. Fortunately, Nufer's mother never knew what had happened to her child before she passed. The mountain range is teeming with monsters and known as a forbidden zone in the Empire. At first, only goblins appear, but the deeper you go, the more high-level dangerous monsters emerge, from rare half-human giants to legendary colossal beasts. These monsters all roam the Dao Son mountains. Beyond that, there are monsters this continent has yet to discover, shrouded in mystery. And the deepest mountain dweller, a cold-eyed beast lurking in the shadows. Damien claps, smirking. Are you guys enjoying the show? I wonder how many vermin like you can survive a week. Just thinking about you dying there makes me so happy. Suddenly, someone approached. Apologizing. Sir, I have a report. He turned. Suspicious? What is it? The subordinate immediately reports. We have contact from. And we still have to go back. Damien grows extremely irritated. I know. Down below the corridor. A smile is forced. Damien left immediately after. Having finished the announcement dismissed, he took off his hat. Rubbing his head thoughtfully, he looked angry. But I did not think it would end so abruptly. It is almost impossible for anyone. For a low-ranking soldier to survive in the deadly mountain pass without any preparation is unthinkable. Elite cadets may be protected by the clergy. As nobles, they stand a chance. Suddenly, an irritating voice snapped. Don't block the way. Move aside. Lorena is coming. Young lady Lorena is approaching. Low-ranking soldiers whisper. How dare you block the young lady's way? That strange imp with the hat thinks. She is so famous. Others might even mistake her for a council member. Damn. I totally forgot about her. Please. Just turn away now and walk on by. Lorena, her face cold, walked by and shot him a sideways glance. Lorena. Come closer. I will wait for you. He thinks to himself. She has noticed me. Things look more complicated than I thought. But no need to dwell on it now. Now I will get out of here soon. Jian turns to Roman and asks. Roman. Have you prepared what I told you? You nodded. Yeah. I'm all set. He nodded. Is that? Then come see the great stone sword as soon as you have time. Roman wonders. Why do I have to go see that? Jian quickly explained. Because from tomorrow, you won't be able to see it anymore. He was stunned to hear that, thinking to himself. I have uncovered the message the chief inspector received. That message must be a request from the palace, demanding a report on the inspection status to the emperor before the examination begins. Though he hated facing the court, he could not disobey the emperor's command. With this, the biggest obstacle to my escape has vanished. Jian signals. Tonight we escape. A blaze ignites in the darkness. The call of the guard echoes. Number 920. Yep. Thoni Hasai. Number 921 died today. Number 95 next. Yep. Thuong Hai. Good. Number 974. But after a while, no one responded. He is furious. Do not mess this up again. Answer me now. Number 974. From the vast darkness. Yen's voice rose. Number 974. Here. A hand presses close to the head of the person taking attendance. And he does not even realize it. He swiftly dealt with his tears. Let us begin. Roman. And the two involved in escaping the special training center. Yen speaks. It is shift change time. Mask your voice so no one notices. The two quickly followed suit. Got it. Understood. Let us resolve this fast. Listen closely. I am carrying two others just like I said, and joined the game. Singing with confidence. Of course. Roman hesitated. You are not planning to use them as bait. Are you? He denied it, saying, I would not have brought two people if that were my intention. Roman added. Don't worry. They are not a burden. They heard it clearly. We are already ready to die. And nodded. All right. Get it? Stay quiet. Things will get complicated if we accidentally wake the others. Arriving there, he suddenly stopped and spoke. Look, this door is why I wanted two more people. I can't open alone. That is why I need you two puzzling souls to get from the dormitory to the outhouse. We need to open this door, but to open the door, you must step on both floor panels simultaneously, and the vertical latch outside must be lifted. First, two people will stand on the open floor. Then two others will walk past. They will form a vertical line and hold the door open. So the person in front can pass through. That is why I can't escape alone. Roman spoke up after hearing your explanation. Got it. Are you ready? I will give the signal. And we will step up together. He nodded. All right. They stepped forward together. As they stepped onto the door, It moved and slowly opened. We did it. The doors open. Yen steps inside and says, Roman, we will leave this place to you. Todd. Follow me. Roman questions. Wait. How long do we have to wait? Roman did not turn back but answered. Until I gave the signal. After a moment of silence, Roman was a bit doubtful. It has been a while. Why has not he signaled yet? Suddenly, the door reacted. It slammed shut on its own. You slammed your fist against the door in fury. You bastard. You planned to leave us from the start. Damn. I should have realized the moment you chose to walk away. Suddenly, Yen's voice rang out. Do you want to die? Roman still doubted. Is it? He grumbled. I told you to wait. Did not. You still can't even do that. With blood still fresh on his face. Continued. Who said I would leave you behind? Seeing that, Roman panicked. What is going on? What happened in there? Where's Todd? The three of them stepped inside together. Yen spoke. He is. Stop pretending to care after just cursing me. I paused, surprised by the unexpected turn. He looked puzzled. Unexpected indeed, he replied. I thought the sleeping pills would kick in after eating, but it seems they did not work. Roman was stunned by the sight before him, a wolf's head on the ground. A wolf, Yen spoke, struggling to keep control. So I had to take more time. Roman crossed his arms and replied. Big deal. You handled it yourself. Hurry up. Do not waste any more time. Let us get out of here. Then, the escape unfolded as planned. Using the tunnel Yen had dug in the abandoned restroom, they managed to slip outside the training center. On the quiet hilltop in the dark night, a faint rustling sound stirs the ground. And suddenly, a hand emerges from beneath the earth. That hand belongs to Yen's group. As soon as he escaped, he cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Looks like we have succeeded. Roman's stuck because of his bulky body. Pull me up quickly. Yen stands before the hill, deep in thought. No sign of others nearby. But once they realize we have escaped, the hunt will begin. Roman stepped forward, disbelief in his voice. I can't believe we escaped so quickly. I feel like I have wasted so much time, he replied calmly, and gazed thoughtfully at the night sky. It has been a long time. A very long time since we last breathed the fresh air. Roman asks. Is escaping really over? He warns firmly. Don't let your guard down. This is just the beginning. Yen's eyes narrowed in thought. Yes. This was only the beginning. He gazes intently at a round metal box, opening it to reveal a photo of him with his family, sparking the journey to reclaim everything. The river swells under the moonlight. A heart full of resolve. This is where it all begins. The stag calls out. We do not have much time, so I will say this once. Listen carefully. The Achin forest is made up of many red sandalwood trees. Located near the northern mountain front of the empire, we have reached the heart of the Achin forest. We must keep running for 2 days straight if we want to get out of here, Roman suddenly suggests. Hey buddy. Wait a minute. Would not it be better if we hide in the forest? The redwood trees are really tall. If we hide carefully among them. He cut her off. More hiding spots mean more traps. Right now, the hounds are chasing us. If we keep running, it is only a matter of time before they find us. There are about 20 others. The game ends for us if we encounter them. To increase our chances of escape, there is only one way left. We need to split the pursuing forces. If we run in different directions, they have no choice but to scatter. We only need to take down 5 from each pursuing group. Doing so will increase our chances of escape. Roman said. It is ridiculous. I could become bait, because they only chase high-ranking soldiers. Don't complain. You should have trained just enough. Why bother the teacher now? If the 4 of us go together, they will definitely catch us all. We have to act so that at least one of us can escape. Ian glanced at everyone. We will split and run in 4 different directions. No questions. Roman speaks up. Slowly now. There is one thing I do not understand. This board clearly has our numbers engraved on those figures. Why is it only my child whose name is called out like that? The drummer signals. All right. No more questions. Let us keep moving. Roman grew bigger instantly. Wait. You have not answered me yet. Jian suddenly speaks up. Thank you. If it were not for you, we would not have escaped that terrible place. Removing his hood, he was blind in one eye. If we meet again in the future, we will still greet each other as usual. Won't we? Jian did not answer, but thought silently. I thought he was just an ordinary soldier. But he must have his own reasons for running away from there. The Roman fairy speaks up. It sounds ridiculous. I do not even want to see your faces in the field anymore. Jian turns to Roman. You look like a commander, but now you are truly ruthless. You are hesitating. It is not like that, Roman sniffed and said. I mean, when we meet again, it will be the moment the whole gang gets caught. I just want us to leave safely. He glanced at him, thinking, Why does he suddenly sound so intense? Has this guy gone back in time or something? 4 stood facing different directions. Jian spoke. Roman agreed. Let us never meet again. And so, they quickly parted ways. On Jan's side, he is running with all his might. Surely now they are fleeing for their lives. And time has begun to turn against them. Jian inhales a breath of yellow air, through his mouth the breath of the holy dragon. The source of power flowing down to his feet. The technique of teleportation. Feng Bian and Jian Feng darted like a streak of light, piercing through the treetops at lightning speed. Reaching a large tree, Jian swiftly dashed up to the top, then paused. From this height, he began to survey the surroundings. This damn body is so troublesome. It is really hard to maintain the breath of the holy dragon. Even though the technique itself is very effective, let us celebrate that we can still train our flawed bodies, even without mana flowing within, or these physical enhancement techniques. He gave a bitter smile. What did I expect from kids anyway? I am pathetic. Yet I am the commander of Special Forces Unit 5, renowned as the best man in tracking, assassination, and espionage. Let us witness how skilled the Special Forces were in the past, returning to the place where voices endlessly echoed. Any contact from the pursuit team. One is hiding. Still nothing. He got angry. What a bunch of fools. Why are they taking so long? We need to catch them all as fast as possible, before the Chief Inquisitor arrives and returns. The one beside replied. Before he comes back, suddenly, a voice came from behind the man, saying, I thought that was impossible, because it had already arrived and returned. Suddenly grew fearful. The Chief Inspector's eyes, once cold and stern, now softened as a faint smile appeared on his lips. He laughed, patted the guy on the shoulder. Don't be so tense. Stuff like this happens all the time. Just relax. He spoke up eagerly. It is my fault. I spoke recklessly. Here, he said plainly. Well, people often curse their emperor when he is not around, do not they? The barracks manager. Right. He clapped the guy on the shoulder and walked away, probably worn out from chasing after those deserters. The manager stammers. Not exactly, sir. Please do not worry. No matter what happens, the pursuit team will catch us. He turned to ask. And how will they do it? The man wondered. Excuse me. This is a terrifying place. This is a serious problem. He slammed hard into the manager, shattering his leg. The man collapsed in agony, screaming in pain. He tried to run, but my leg was broken. This is a cold wasteland. And no one even knew they had planned their escape. No one even knows if they dug a tunnel to escape or stole some essentials for their getaway plan. The manager begs, Sir, please give me one more chance. He stomped hard on the man's head. Another chance. I do not have that kind of thing for you. His face was twisted in agony. Yet he begged desperately. Please, spare me today. These eyes, bloodshot and cold. Do you think I do not know who is behind you? Ignoring the manager's desperate pleas, he delivered a powerful kick. This is the area where orders are given, orders for the pursuit team to return immediately, and one subordinate promptly obeys. He announced, From now on I will command directly. A subordinate asked, Will you handle it yourself? Sir. He smiled coldly. Yep. 'Cause I found someone very interesting. I truly look forward to it. Cut to deep within the Achin forest, where Special Forces Unit 3 relentlessly pursues the rogue recruits, their footsteps pounding without pause. Suddenly, the leader stopped, signaling to those around him. Wait, stop. The two behind whispered. What is wrong? Captain, we have lost his trail. The captain laughed, removing his mask. The trace is still here, but if everything unfolds so smoothly, is not that a bit strange? What do you guys think? Team leader of Pursuit Squad No. 3. Ken Lee. The two members spoke up, saying the target had only reached number 974. So it is normal for things to unfold smoothly. Captain, you are at it again. Always doubting everything. These two are members of Hit Squad number 3. G and Andrew. We tracked the footprints from the cliff, and found traces here as well. Fugitives only care about how to escape quickly. She is always doubting everything. That is why she got left behind. It is a psychological disorder. Ken Lee sulking. Those bastards. She silently thought. Maybe she is just overthinking. But this uneasy feeling still lingers. Once the bone appears, the bone fog begins. We have to catch him before he hides inside the bones. As Andrew moved, he spoke up. His code was 947, so it was easy. But Hit Squad number 12 would have a harder time. Jay added, Still, number 12 is just a trainee, so they won't take much time. He laughed and said, You are really confident, are not you? When you were a trainee soldier, what was your number? Suddenly, someone slid down from the tree behind Andrew, and in an instant, he was pulled upward. On the tree, the struggle rages fiercely. Only 2 members remain. I still have not realized it, and I respond. He called out. Andrew, suddenly emerging from behind the tree, full of menace. Not a sound. G has been taken down. his body lying motionless on the ground. Only one member remains. Ken Lee sighed and turned back. Honestly, you guys are too noisy. Are you here for a picnic? The fugitives will run away when they hear that voice. She felt uneasy and called out, Andrew. But they vanished without a sound. Just like that. In the blink of an eye. This is exactly the feeling of unease I had earlier. It is impossible. Not even number 12 can defeat the Spear Master. There is no way number 974 could. After a hand was almost pressing against Ken Lee, a slash. Sharp and swift, Ken Lee draws his sword sideways. Launching a surprise attack, the tree behind her was suddenly struck down. Arrogant bastard. You think that attack would work 3 times. A small wire looped around Ken Lee's head. She was tightly pulled upward. And Ken Lee was shocked to realize it was steel wire. The barbed wire cut into my neck. Bleeding, damn it. My neck, she recalls thinking silently. The footprints and torn clothes are not clues, they are bait to trap me. Ken Lee. Stunned. Impossible, number 974 could never defeat me. No way an entire team could be taken down by him. His eyes cold and ruthless. Ken Lee struggles to survive. Andrei. Damn it. After a while she stops moving, completely destroying her team. The forest fell into a profound silence after the brief battle. Touched the knife with admiration. Not bad at all. I can still use it. It is perfect as a secret weapon. I thought it would be really hard. But it is not that difficult. With physical training, I can fight without any obstacles. I have to get out of this forest before the fog rolls in. I made the hit squad bleed. Shooting all around this area. The sand dogs will catch the scent and come here. Once the scent is caught, escape becomes easier. The skin holds leaves in its mouth. This is priceless. The slim tree bears poisonous fruit and its leaves emit a full stench. I will crush the leaves and rub them all over my body. The smell is awful. Even the sand dog hates this stench. So it will be able to mask its own scent. They will find no trace of us. I have to escape quickly. The longer I wait, the harder it gets. They surround me and set traps. I won't be able to escape anymore. He suddenly noticed something, a plume of black smoke rising in the forest. Smoke. The pursuit team would not do that. Juke and Top must be in that direction. Those 5 must be out on a picnic. Jiang sat silently. Just like that. Now is not the time to worry about others. Anyway, I brought them along just to use them as bait. The more they draw attention, the more it works to my advantage. Remember the scene of 4 people locking sharp gazes with each other. He immediately dashed down and started moving. Damn those 5 guys. Maybe it is even better if they are still alive now. Jiang's legs began to gather strength. We just need to erase that trace before the hunting squad finds them. He is full of anxiety. His neck covered in goosebumps. I can feel it. The eyes of death have sensed it countless times on the battlefield. Something is right behind me, and it is staring right at me. Jiang froze. Casting a quick glance. There is something behind me. I can feel it. I feel like a snake is coiling around me. It intends to kill me. A massive pressure, like a serpent, looms behind him. A voice suddenly broke the silence. Startling, Jian. Mei was the one who fell into the trap. The first time I met you. This is what I was thinking. People are truly fascinating. Like the gentle flutter of a tiny butterfly's wings. I wonder if you will show me something interesting. Something that could stir up a great storm. Damien appears behind him. I knew it all along. He smiled faintly. I was right all along. I do not know what drew him to this place. Damien's eyes widened in disbelief. Nice to meet you. Cadet number 974. Seeing him cheat, he became extremely cautious. Dark clouds gather, swallowing the entire sky. Suddenly, a lightning bolt strikes fiercely. Damien speaks up. Oh no. It looks like a big storm is coming. He became uneasy, unable to believe it. Impossible. What is the chief priest doing here? Before I regress, he must return later than I expected. There are even rumors that the device was imprisoned for causing deception in the royal palace. What is he doing here? Don't say it. The future has already been changed. Is it because of my actions? Which action defines help? I can't think of anything that could affect him. Are the small ripples caused by my actions after regression destroying this future? Damien smiled coldly and spoke. What is he planning to throw this time? A chain mouse. A thunder mouse in distress. Hearing that, Jian thought to himself. He knew he had him right then. Not seeing a reply, he kept talking, thinking no one noticed. I was also surprised that someone could throw it in such a short time. That quick thinking was truly impressive. At first, I was confused, but I soon realized I thought that place was just full of filthy vermin. Among a group of trainee soldiers, time stood out vividly in Damien's eyes. He continued. Yet there was an intriguing beast lurking within. Damien quietly smiled with delight. Then thought, damn it. I should not have interfered back then. I do not know how many changes I have caused in the future, but this is the worst possible outcome. But nothing is certain yet. As he is known as one of the 3 great swordsmen of the 6 realms, that can only happen in the future. Given his current strength, Damien chuckled softly. He is truly fascinating. He laughed heartily. The best person I have met in a long time. You are thinking about killing me, are not you? It has been a long time since someone wanted to do that. Tell me your intentions. Usually, others would think of running away. But honestly, I do not know what to say in this situation. He covered his face, unable to stop laughing. Sorry, I did it unconsciously. Damien's voice turned serious. All right. I will give you a special chance, he coldly challenged. Try to kill me, and if you succeed, I will grant you the freedom you desire. Jian could not hide the astonishment on his face. Damien thought to himself. Interesting. When I mentioned that, his expression completely changed. I have never seen anyone like him before. A low-ranking trainee soldier, capable of killing a monster and wiping out an entire hunting squad chasing him. His decision-making ability, courage, stamina, skills, and observational prowess are on a whole different level from ordinary trash. It is as if he was born to be part of the special forces. If he keeps evolving at this rate, what kind of monster will he become? The trapdoor creaked open softly. Damien's excitement surged. This is the beginning. Show me your skills. Suddenly, Jun fell to his knees, overwhelmed with sorrow. Please, Lord, help me. He was utterly shocked by her actions. Damien's face was blank, utterly unprepared for this turn of events. Tears streaming, she asked, are you truly the chief instructor? So I do not know who you are. I truly have no intention of running away. They dragged me along, saying if I did not follow, they would kill me, but they abandoned me and left alone. I thought it was all over until I met you. Damien was skeptical. So you mean he was forced? He nodded. Yep. That is right. Through tears, they recount how number 12 had planned everything. He even insults you whenever he gets the chance. That chief priest is a damn bastard. I will definitely kill him. He is. Get it? But deep down Damien thinks. Do not tell me he believes he will be fooled. Jian's round eyes brimmed with sorrow. He wept aloud, genuine and full of pity. Damien furrowed his brow, wondering what the person was really up to. He quickly snatched the object flying towards him. Is this the one? As a cunning assassin, you used poison after deceiving me to make me indifferent. Damien shook his head with a bitter smile, truly disappointed. Suddenly, another kone flew straight at his eye, but Damien swiftly tilted his head to dodge. A small cut on his face surprised him. The second was thrown at the same angle, so it was hidden behind the first. A psychological trick that made me avoid the first one. Look ahead. The rig has vanished quickly. He has run off. So this was his plan all along. He suddenly grasped the knife appearing behind him. No. This is truly my plan. Damien turned around in shock, wondering what had happened. Chaos of the 15th dark form dissipates as a powerful slash is unleashed. The slash struck Damien, scattering fragments everywhere. He stepped back quite a distance. Pondering, was his attack repelled. A small cut on his hand caused him to bleed, gazing at the dark aura before him. Stunned, impossible. A shard of black mist envelops him. He is extremely alert. Here we go. Around the vortex. Sharp spikes shoot out, attacking Jian. Sharp spikes pierced his shadow and shattered it into pieces. While Jian struggled with all his strength to evade, he silently calculates it is still chasing me. At this rate, I won't be able to split it in two anymore. Then, Jian gently strokes the knife with his other hand. His knife was instantly enveloped in light. Shadow strike. A slash that carries light within the darkness. Your slash forms a star shape, breaking all of Damien's sharp blade's secret technique degree. As soon as the spear shattered, my dagger broke. Damien suddenly spoke. Didn't I say that if someone defeats me, I would let them go? His resolve is fading. I take back what I said. I can't let such an intriguing toy slip away. You are truly impressive. I could play with you forever and never get bored. Dude, looks like I have got a mad dog going crazy over me. Suddenly, Jun's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the pattern revealed on Damien's shoulder. That pattern. 22 hours before the escape in Dam's room. That is all for attendance today. Lights out. Special forces at the low-level recruit quarters. The cave-in. In the room, Jun whispered to himself. I am ready to escape. After today, I will escape this place. I want to leave quickly and return to my family. I know nothing about them, and the only clue is the old necklace. But I will surely find them and live a happy life with them. The stage suddenly felt cramped as he noticed something that surprised him. The necklace. Damn it. It is my only clue. Wait. There is something inside. The shattered glass reveals a strange drawing. A star-shaped pattern. That is our family emblem. The pattern engraved on the necklace, hidden behind the glass. But why? Why is it hidden away? If our family has a crest, it means we are neither commoners nor slaves. Thinking of that, Jian chuckled to himself. Good. I have another clue now. I thought that if someone recognized this symbol, I could find my family. But why is our family symbol on his body? Mizzen smiled, took off his shirt, and stepped closer to you. Stay calm. Do not tell me you are dead. Jun thought. I found the symbol in an unexpected place. Could he be my kin? He spoke up, saying he did nothing wrong. It was just a game after all. He denies it. It can't possibly be him. Jian's eyes were completely bewildered, filled with a cold smile. There is no way out. It is just like this. Suddenly, Jun delivers a powerful kick to him. Silently wondering, are they here? He is skilled enough to block hits with one hand. Impressive. Where did he learn these techniques? Dark forces silently approach the traitor's feet. We must show the audience. What do you see? Shadow sword strikes. Sword tamed. A surge of shadow energy thrusts upward. Diasli flips backward to evade, but his body was still pierced in several places. He only fought for fun otherwise. The deadly aura from that sword would have been far more intense. When he is off guard, I can make my escape, but I must land softly, then we can investigate that symbol. I need to uncover the connection between him and the family. If true, a rebellion will soon erupt across the continent. Countless nobles will be slain. This rebellion is so grave it threatens the royal family's safety. Yet it is crushed beneath the king's sword. That day, after the king executed all the lustful rebels and their families, everything was burned to ash. They say the fire burned for 20 days straight, which is why this case is also called the 20 Days of Twilight. The culprit behind it all is the rebellious son of the former emperor. There are many rumors about why he betrayed us, but no one knows the truth, for all the clues have been erased. Those who remember him call him the Continental Swordsman, the chief instructor at the Special Forces Training Center. Damien is blinded amidst the relentless, blazing fire. Back to the present. He calmly approached Jian, standing there as if he could see the complex thoughts within you, seemingly distracted by other worries. Jian still lingers in my thoughts, especially if my family is directly tied to him and the Armenian uprising, but everyone involved in this case is dead. No matter what, we must stop it. I will continue the escape plan and stay in the special forces to gain trust, making sure he can't live without me. I need to do something to trick him. Damien still wore a faint smile. After a moment, he spoke up. I am impressed by your skills, but I did not expect you to personally follow me like this. He nodded quickly. You are not wrong. Seeing you work so hard, the commander must be very pleased. Damien stepped close. Grasping Jian's face, he would be amazed and praise you endlessly. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful force on his hand, pulling his entire body with all his might. Truly remarkable. A clever trick, Damien said as he threw Jian's whole body against the nearby tree, sending him flying deep into the forest. Jian was trapped by a large tree, but his body was already broken. Damien grabbed Jian by the collar and pulled him up, saying, I was still wondering whether to treat you well, but it seems your mouth is very stubborn. Those who do not value their own lives, the weak and feeble reply. Even a bossy mouth sometimes utters words of wisdom. He listened with some interest. I do not know if it is true deep cunning, like exploiting the commander's weakness to deal with him. Damien's eyes widened in shock, his voice rising. How do you know about that? He clenched his jaw, forcing a smile. Simon's Unit 52. Where you can find the Special Forces commander's weakness. Damien, terrified, his weakness revealed. Hours later, at the Special Forces Training Center, sunlight streams through the corridor. Damien is adjusting his outfit. Means, Fanan said. This outfit is a bit tight. I never thought I would have to sacrifice my favorite costume. Damien sighed deeply, resigning himself to it. He walks alongside his subordinate. A subordinate spoke up. Who do you care for? The matter of dealing with those 3 men I mentioned earlier. Damien replied indifferently. Which 3 guys? Yeah. Just throw them into the line. I do not want to waste my mind on those pests. He nodded sharply. Yep. Damien spoke up. There is something I need to tell you. Suddenly, someone appeared and cut him off. Always acting busy, he said coldly. You are here at last, looking like a time billionaire. Damien frowned upon hearing this. Or is it a curse? Tell me, Chief Inquisitor Damien. Damien lowered his head and spoke. Why did not you inform me in advance about the arrival? Commander Rodrigo Meyer. This man is Special Forces Commander. Rodrigo Meyer. First class. Rodrigo speaks up, asking, how's the training center doing these days? He replied immediately. Still running smoothly. He said suspiciously. That is different from what I have heard. Damien wonders. Could it be that the rookie standards are even higher than those of the actual team members? Hearing that, Rodrigo said, this is the first time I have encountered something so absurd. I came to see for myself because the quality of the soldiers from the training center is terrifying. He smiled softly and replied, how could they be at fault? It is the person in charge who should be blamed for not handling it. A source of oppression emerges. He seems pleased. Thank you. I will be vigilant. Damien caused a scene, but it was nothing. Den's subordinate stood watching the two, deep in thought. As mana swirled in the air, the nearby lamp holders shake violently, too tense. The weak ones would surely faint. Rodrigo suddenly spoke. Hearing that he did not intend to attend the royal morning gathering, Damien replied, I have more important matters to attend to. No time for those tedious formalities. He is suspicious. Something important. Citizens of the kingdom. Is there anything more important than obeying the king? The reason he acted this way, with a mysterious glance, was because within him flowed a fierce bloodline. Damien's eyes gleamed with a sharp, cunning light. Rodrigo continued. Aren't you the one who missed the meeting because your soldiers were asleep? You can't even manage a few recruits. But do not worry. I will handle this. Damien interrupted, saying, it seems you are mistaken. There are no deserters, he said. then walked away. He's agitated. What did you say? Impossible. I heard it. Damien interrupted. Are you sure you did not mishear because of your hearing loss? The trainee soldiers line up outside the barracks to prepare for the test, but I see too many bugs. Do you see them, Rodrigo? Confused. What do you mean by that? He is close. I will crush the insects swarming the training center. But they are too many and troublesome. He heard that. Just glanced sideways without saying a word. Damien tilted his head and said, Still. I think I have found their lair. I will soon destroy them. Now I go to find some peace again. And so, he slowly walked away. On the way, he spoke up. And just seeing his surprised face already eased my discomfort. That old man should have sent his men to escort him instead. Damien stopped in his tracks and spoke. And again. What you told me, is it truly true? If not, the subordinate should smile and remove the mask in response. Don't worry. You will understand once you see it. Hearing that, he immediately turned around to look. The dark subordinate who has been following Damien all this time is none other than Jiang. Everything I say is the truth. The abandoned road on Route 592 in the territory of Count Simon's. I once lived on that street. Houses with identical architecture stand side by side. A voice spoke up. This territory is sparsely populated. Open the door. I have something to show you. I just caught a big mouse. Very cute. This road is no place for children to live. Suspicious kid version of the cockroach. No one is home. Just open the door. It can't be real. But here. Someone from the household immediately responded loudly. The fool has fallen. What is so interesting about mice? The window opens to reveal a young girl speaking. Hamsters can do it. That girl wore a faint smile on her lips. That is the daughter of the Special Forces commander. Damien still asked with doubt. The one who once played with the Special Forces commander's daughter. The cockroach did not resist. That is right. There are not many kids there. So everyone knows each other. The magistrate's office. He lifted the drum and struck it. The little girl I used to know from the place I grew up. Unexpectedly. She is the daughter of the Special Forces commander. Really? The cockroach will definitely answer. That is right. Damien spoke immediately. What a coincidence. He pondered silently. The school officials definitely won't believe it. No one would ever believe this clumsy lie. I will make him believe. The special training commander and the school instructor stand in opposition to uncover the Special Forces commander's weakness. They scarred the Count's territory, searching relentlessly, but it is hard to find each other's weakness. He reacted when I mentioned the Special Forces commander's address. I must use this advantage to earn their trust. Damien speaks up, filled with doubt. How strange. Even if someone knows the girl's location, it can't become a weakness for the Special Forces commander. He replied in a serious tone. I heard those words directly. He is hard to understand. Live broadcast. The special commander's daughter spoke up. I have to leave this place. Deceptive villain. Wow. The girl sadly explains. There are some bad people messaging my father. They will corner me to threaten him. So my father told me I must leave this place. A few days later, she vanished with the men in black. Now I know they are members of the Special Forces, and the man she calls father is actually the Special Forces commander. Damien rested his chin, listening intently as he smiled faintly. Damien laughed heartily, saying, It is fascinating how everything happened by chance. I never expected you to have been friends with his daughter. The one recruited into the Special Forces knows that he and I are adversaries. He even revealed his daughter's whereabouts to expose his weakness. Could there really be such an incredible coincidence? Damien casually rubbed his hands and replied, Isn't the goddess of luck supposed to help the chief priest? He laughed joyfully. Exactly right. Suddenly, an object flew past Damien's head and slammed hard into the door. Damien is cold and distant. Everything is just a random coincidence. A small scar was left on his face. Actually, you are the Special Forces commander's secret agent. Are not you? Just say it. Expression unchanged. Wipes the blood off his face. You take that for granted. There is no way it is just a coincidence. One piece. And another piece. They gather side by side, united to survive. Memories from childhood days. The family ties of the Special Forces commander. The power structure within the Special Forces unit. How can we reconcile the conflicting orders between the chief religious officer and the Special Forces commander to gain advantage? We must piece together memories and information like a puzzle to survive. But the chief officer said, If I were a Special Forces intelligence agent, I would not risk my life to escape, and I will use this information to fight back if my escape fails. He looked at me with eyes that seemed to see right through a mix of lies and truth, leaving me both hopeful and disappointed. In the chief magistrate's heart, doubt and faith hang in perfect balance. If we want to tip the scales in our favor, Jiang quietly spoke, and I already knew the girl's location. This information stunned Damien. We must show him the benefits of trusting me. Only then will he lean towards my side. He bared his teeth, veins bulging on his face. Damien regained his composure and stood up. He turned his back to Jiang, looking outside, and spoke truly. Jiang's heart is filled with doubt, wondering if the scales will finally tip in his favor. Damien glanced at him and asked, You mean the goddess of luck is on my side? Jiang quietly rejoiced. That is right. He rubs his hands, flattering as always. As the lucky mascot of the chief priest, he silences the noisy chatter. Today, I will turn a blind eye to this. Go home and keep your mouth shut. Jiang nodded in agreement. Understood, sir. He thought quietly, as if he had overcome a great challenge, though I did not fully believe my own words back then. Now it is all right, I will slowly approach and achieve what I desire. Before leaving, Jiang spoke up. Please, take some rest, Damien replied. Wary, I know already. Sitting back in his chair, he pondered deeply. That kid was trainee number 974. The other officials' gazes are strange. There is a problem with the inspection system. Wait, Damien holds a stack of Jiang's files. And seeing his information, he can't help but smirk. Look, whatever's on that info sheet, I'm at a loss. Cut to 1 week later at Kanna Mountain Range. The first training exercise of the Special Forces unit begins. 1 week after the conversation with Damien. In the demon realm of Dao Son. A dense and gloomy jungle. A forbidden land within the Empire. Where any kind of monster could be found. Clearly, this is an extremely dangerous place. The swamp goblin snarled fiercely. Baring its teeth, someone screams and cuts off its head. The goblin took one slash and fell right there on the spot. The 3-member team remained extremely cautious around its body. A like-minded voice speaks up. Good. I knew we would do well. Someone else spoke up. It is easier to get caught than I thought. He spoke up cautiously. Stay calm. There are still other monsters out there, someone calmly said. Don't worry. It looks like we have dealt with all the monsters around here. They say we will pass if we survive here for a week. At this rate, we will make it through easily. You should glance widely, I said calmly. And the 2 teammates immediately became fearful and apologized. He continued. You guys are so excited you forgot the other condition to pass. You have to kill monsters and collect magic stones. Even if we survive, our score depends on the number of spirit stones collected the more we gather. The higher our score, we can aim higher, not just taller. Maybe even surpass the 4 great clans, so speak loudly. Stay calm, and move forward. We can succeed as long as we stay vigilant. No sooner had he spoken than a giant hand erased his head on the spot. Rookie 320. Disqualified, immediately. The 2 remaining members froze in terror at the horrifying scene. After a moment, they finally reacted and stepped back. Where did that giant monster come from? The cross-eyed monster suddenly spoke. Trembling. Clutching its body as it muttered under its breath. Trembling. Trembling. Golden Mind. A mutated type of Ogre. Sensing the presence of mana within before approaching its prey, Golden Brain forcefully throws Nendi's body with just a swipe of their arms. The other 2 members had already fallen. Numbers 345 and 347 have been tampered with. The scene just now was replayed by a crystal ball. Here, the countryside laughs out loud. Truly chaotic. All 30 members of the Vanguard are dead. Everyone. Be careful going in there. Cleaning up a deadly mess is a real hassle. Hurry up. Every 5 minutes we will send an intern to the teleport gate. The subordinates all answered in unison. Understood. Standing below was a corridor. He thought to himself. Finally dragged into the demon realm. The chief inspector looked so pleased. Fully confident the team sent to scout that area will succeed with the remaining traces. Unfortunately, nothing is certain. If I want to get close to him, I need to achieve an unimaginable score. To achieve it, I must first do something with this body. Because the dragon breath technique has its limits. Going to the demon realm was not my idea. But this could be my chance. Is there a hidden treasure no one knows about? If I could reach it, I would grow even faster. This place suddenly got tense. What did you say? Is that right? Jiang was stunned. What is going on? It is rare to see the chief censor like this. He shouted loudly. Everyone. Bow down. A resolute figure steps forward, the ruler of the Kavalan Empire. The rightful heir to the throne. According to my memory, about 500 people will die in the first test. This is an event of no significance. With a loud shout, Prince Leon Kavalan arrived, and a special event unfolded. Jian Tran's eyes widened in surprise. What is he doing here? The emperor has appeared. I just can't bring myself to forget him. Leon spoke. Very pleased to meet you all. The face of the man who toyed with my life, the last face I saw before I died. He arrogantly introduces himself. I am Leon Kavalan, Prince of the Empire. Prince Leon Kavalan. Everyone present kneels, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, we greet you. Your Highness. Jian's eyes were filled with deadly intent. I thought I had no regrets left. But seeing that face, the anger was burning my heart again. Li, in a serious tone, says, I speak here as the Prince of the Empire. Everyone remain calm. His voice grew louder. Those who want to escape this hell, raise your hands. And I, under my name, will guarantee your safety. Anyone cornered in this place, I promise you freedom. I do not quite understand. What is he saying? Is that really the prince I know? Recalling the past and present, the 4th Special Forces have infiltrated enemy territory. Lin remains indifferent. So, the imperial capital Avalon, he asked. What is the outcome? The last person has responded. Success confirmed. The demon ore has been completely destroyed. He heard that and immediately praised. Good. Well done. You continue the report. We will send reinforcements and secure a safe retreat. He wondered about reinforcements. Jian explained that since we only sent a small team to infiltrate, their escape is impossible. They will struggle to return if we do nothing, Lian said coldly. In that case, just leave them there. They can sacrifice themselves to kill more enemies. You hesitate. But, Your Majesty, we cannot simply abandon those who fought for the Empire, he coldly told him. The world is like a chessboard. Slaves, commoners, and knights, and nobles all exist for the sake of the Emperor. For the sake of a single king, hundreds, thousands of people will sacrifice themselves. That is the ideal world. They have a chance to die for us. What greater honor is there? Back to the present. Jian's contempt for Lian is no secret. He is still as despicable as ever. I remember it clearly. On the high platform, he stands tall. I know noble children have entered here to gain power. I want you to leave, unless you wish to oppose me when I ascend the throne. Everyone is utterly confused. Is he serious? It can't be. But the prince said it himself. I swear. He is really someone special. What is going on here? Damien approached and said, Your Highness. The interns might be startled if you suddenly make a speech like that. Lian turns back and asks, Chief Instructor, what is the reason for this inhumane training? He replied, The special forces exist to protect the royal family and the empire. Lian is cold and ruthless. For the royal family. Do not speak of those smiles. Damien replied, The monarchy exists for the people, to guide them through moments of life and death. That is why the crown endures. Lian narrowed his eyes. Is the crown worth that? Then I won't allow it. This cruel act must be stopped, Damien said. But this is something the king has approved. Everything here follows the law. Li, hearing that, was filled with utter contempt. So legal. Is there anyone here willing to take this test? If anyone agrees, I will step back. The people below turned to talk among themselves. No way anyone would just stand there like that. He is confident. Watch. No one stands up. Damien thought to himself. This ideal is truly troublesome. Suddenly, someone stood up and apologized to me. Your Highness, that person is none other than Jan. I am intern number 974, and I want to take this test. Lian thought to himself. Number 974. That number sounds so familiar. Thinking it over, he said, From what I have heard, low-level interns are not treated well who would not want to get out of here. He replied calmly, As you said, I was indeed not treated well, but some things here are fair. No matter the rank, I can't let the test end here. Jan speaks boldly, giving us the chance to climb higher. That is fair for us. I took this test because I have something to achieve. Li, seeing his determination, softly spoke. Chief Instructor, Damien replied.
Yep.
Your Highness, he said. You have received an intern you do not deserve. I can't back down. So let us continue the test, but I will keep watching the progress closely. Damien stepped forward, shouting, Those who have witnessed the prince's mercy should repay it with their lives. The crowd echoed in unison.
Yep.
Mercy. The trainees are starting the test. We will begin now. Listen carefully as I explain how the teleportation gate works. You will enter the Blade Mountain range through the gate. Once inside, your destination is set. Though occasionally, your body may disintegrate due to teleportation errors, but you need not worry about that. Number 974. Step forward. Jan immediately enters the teleport gate, activating gate 543. He pondered, was it because of his influence that Lian never came to the training center in his past life? So different from the Lian he once knew. If not, then why had the countdown already reached 0? The teleport gate activates, and he vanishes. What is happening to him? A beam of light shoots straight down onto the Blade Mountain range. In the beam of light, Jan's body gradually appeared. He touched his limbs and breathed a sigh of relief thankfully. His arms and legs were intact. Jan starts moving. Damn. I am stuck in this desolate place. Gotta find a weapon first. And Trot stop. Alert. That smell. Blade Mountain range. Wind Valley. Jan stands atop a hill, sensing a scent long forgotten. The valley's signature mix of demonic aura and smoke. The breath of a monster caught his attention, making him turn his head. A monster suddenly ambushes Jan from behind, shifting wings to another spot on the ground, reflecting the shadow of a giant bird. The cockatoo growls, swiftly approaching a group of people. They are panicking. Run fast. At this rate, everyone will die. The cockatoo screeched in anger, when suddenly a sharp slash split its body in two. Soul of the 15th shadow form. The one who suddenly attacked the bird was Lorena. Trainee Lorena, hardened by the her gaze icy and unyielding. Someone saw Lorena and quickly spoke up. Thank you. If it were not for you, we would have lost our lives. She asked the sword to enter the shell. It looks like many people are injured. Is your team made up of low-ranking soldiers? He looks like his wounded teammate answering back.
Yeah.
My team is mostly around rank 700. We are trying to get out of this valley. Too many are wounded. Miss Lorena, can we follow you? Let us get out of here. Lorena immediately complied. I do not mind at all. He was delighted to hear that. Thank you. Madam, she pauses. Lost in thought. Jan can't see him anywhere. He is definitely still alive, an unyielding attitude. Even in the presence of the crown prince. Why do you have to go this far just to continue the trial? Cruel stepped closer and said, it seems our beloved princess has done something foolish again. You want to go along with these weaklings? Isn't it just adding more burden? These rank 700 guys can't even shield me. Lorena, second-class trainee of Cruel White, and angrily demands an explanation. Are you planning to be their parents or what? Does this hidden heart of hers truly serve any purpose? Lorena said coldly. Watch your words carefully. Rank does not define who a person truly is. Cruel smirks coldly. It seems the #1 spot will have to change after this test. You are so cold, always fixated on lining up like this. You will lose something important. Casa stepped forward. Speaking up. You two are so carefree. Still arguing. I am Casa Evering, a third-class cadet. Cruel. You only care about immediate gains. Hem was furious when he heard her say that. What? Casa continued. Even if it is an individual test. We do not have to compete against each other, because Cruel is right behind her. Is she really with these pests? Casa smiled and replied. The more crowded, the easier to handle the crisis. I promise to help them pass the test, and nobles must know how to lead the common folk. And here's laughter of scorn. Asian nobles. Descendants of traitors. Called nobles too. You want to lead the people. Let us see how the Evering family leads. Be careful. If Evering goes blind in the end, it would be such a waste. Casa's gaze was filled with a fierce intensity. She laughed out loud, thanked him for his concern, and said I was probably too focused on rebuilding. And in moments like that, I really envied him because he has 2 older brothers managing the White Soup family business. He can live however he wants. Cruel Xkimimu attacks her. But a hand stops him. That person is none other than Lorena, who has been standing beside us all along. His hand was about to brush against Casa. You bastard. Lorena glanced at him with a smirk. Stay calm. Cruel gritted his teeth. Unable to contain his anger, he regained his composure, brushed her off, and withdrew his hand. Cruel turned away, leaving behind a single sentence. You fools. The scene reveals jagged, Wildstone Peak stretching endlessly. He walked on, mumbling nonsense under his breath. Just leave me to deal with these useless bastards. Cruel stops, lost in thought. As always, he sat curled up in the bar, trembling with fear. Don't demand anything. And do not think about anything at all. Keep living like you are already dead. Damn it. I never thought that day would come. Cruel suddenly discovers a bloodstain. It leads behind that rock over there. The scent of fresh blood still lingers. It is the stash of those monsters. He hid to the side, watching silently. If it is crowded, it is quite troublesome. Press and hold to check the leg first. Cruel is quite surprising. Who are you? A pile of goblin corpses. Has he taken care of all of them? Cruel's eyes widen in shock. What the hell is he doing? The cunning eyes gleam red as they seize the flesh. Eating him. Is he eating that monster's flesh? He slowly brings the piece of meat to his mouth. 2 artifacts were found in the Sword Mountain range. I must have them to carry out my plan. First thing I could take was the cold. Indifferent glance cast over my shoulder. A monster suddenly ambushed him with a light punch. He pierced right through, effortlessly pulling out the heart of flesh. The 21st awakened dark soul. Long Diam. He remains completely calm. The fortress is on fire. A flame erupts, burning the monster in agony. In the distance, one of its kind let out a call. Meet. There is a whole pack targeting the chamber. He is joyful. I have got a date tomorrow. Your eyes harden. The thing I have been searching for. A pack of red goblins remains unaware of the danger closing in on them. Jian begins to leap higher, coloring himself with vibrant hues once again. Above, I gather a surge of power in the palm of my hand. The red goblins scream in agony. Jian clenched his teeth and launched a fierce attack. Magic crystals often drop from monster hunts. They are usually used only as accessories for magical items. But one day, something happened that caused the value of the magic crystals to skyrocket. Professor Ajak has presented a thesis at the academy. This silver-haired man is Ajak, a magical scholar who can absorb monsters' stats and mana using magical crystals. The resilience of Oros, the regeneration of the dwarf demon, and the strength of the ogre, of course. The scholarly world opposed his thesis. The 2 scholars sneered. It is absurd. Humans and monsters do not use mana the same way at all. Principal Neuron leaned forward and asked, Professor Ajak, can you prove your point? If it is impossible, then I have no choice but to order 10 portions for you. Neuron's body, after Ajak's experiment, became as strong and pure as in youth. It truly succeeded. And he was right. As soon as the theory was proven, mana users across the continent were electrified with excitement. Monsters are now more commonly found in pharmacies than in dungeons. The question is the process of absorbing mana stones complicated? Ajak explains that the process of purging toxins from the magic crystal is incredibly complex. We need the essence of the moon beetle and volcanic stone, but the process of absorption itself is very simple. Just eat it, continuously biting and shattering the magic crystals as you go. I never thought I would have to do this again. The taste is just as disgusting. Consume magic crystals and monster hearts in a 2-to-1 ratio to neutralize the mana crystals, energy, and the poison from the hearts. He suddenly clutches his mouth. Coughing poison unleashed when he is ready to risk his life. The poison of the magic crystal is destroying it from within. Only the breath of the holy dragon can slowly purify it. The smudge on his lips spoke finally. Things are settling down. This is taking longer than I thought. We need to slow down. Cruel suddenly attacks him without warning. He curled a cold, triumphant smile as his strike shattered the ground, where Jian had just stood. Cruel sneered coldly. This bizarre scene is surprising. But his rank is only below 900. I will kill him and steal the magic crystal core. He startled. Realizing disappeared. Where did it go? Jian leans against the nearby wall, brushing off his hands in this ruthless world. Thugs like him are even more dangerous than monsters. He's surprised. Dodged her. What a lucky break, Cruel said coldly. I have heard of a savage tribe that eats monsters, but seeing it up close is even more disgusting. Although I want to beat a barbarian like you to death now, I will spare your life if you show some sincerity. In hardship, sincerity shines through. He smiled coldly, reaching out his hand. If you surrender all your magic crystals, I shall show a trace of noble mercy. I do not know what you are talking about. Magic crystals. I ate them all. They are gone. Cruel shouts loudly. Lying. As a noble, I am inclined to show mercy. But just as I thought, savages are truly foolish. There are no others here. I can easily kill a scum like you. If you want to keep your life, hand over the crystal now. His voice immediately deepened. You are right, he said with an excited laugh. There is no one else here. Cruel almost shouted. That is right. You have finally realized your situation, have not you? Hurry up. Words left unsaid suddenly appeared before his eyes. He delivered a powerful strike to Cruel's abdomen, the noble's crest fluttering in the air. White's domain. Cruel's unwavering resolve, I must become the master of this land. By the age of 12, he had begun to grasp the state of the world, and that tangled situation made him feel like the natural choice to inherit this family. Yet luck did not smile upon him, as 2 spice crates blocked his path. They fear him. They never wanted him to inherit the family legacy. Since then, they threw him into the Special Forces Training Center, under the pretense of training him. I can't believe they actually dared to throw him into the junkyard. I will never forgive you. Cruel White is the true heir of the White family. I exist on a whole different level from the likes of you. Once we escape from here, we will eliminate all the messy things like you. Back to the present. You are right. There is no one here. June unleashed a powerful strike to his stomach. Cruel could not react in time and spat out blood in pain. Snake Valley, named for the only winding path down the cliff that twists like a serpent. Cruel. In pain. How dare you? No creature dares approach this place. So no one knows how deep the valley truly is. Cruel drags himself along, cursing the turtle. You bastard. How dare you do this to me? I am not just a monster bag dragged across the ground. He gritted his teeth, saying, the one who would do this is me, the rightful heir of the White family. He yanks his collar hard. Speak less. Move faster. Cruel struggles. Wait. The harder you pull, the less I want to hear your nonsense about family. The young hair of the Count is missing. Yet you keep hesitating. There is still a long way to go, so hurry up. He grumbled. Now it is your turn to pull. How dare you make me do this? Cruel's gang moves like cattle. Answer for your own actions. Besides, considering they tried to kill me, this punishment is still too light. He is still grumbling, asking what the hell. Why drag so many goblins along for this? I just see him babbling nonstop. Shut up already. No need to nag. He can actually wield magic. Cruel grins menacingly. Do you know it is illegal to enslave a noble as a laborer? Or are you too ignorant to realize what you truly are? We did not let him finish. Jian threw a stone right at Cruel's face. He clutches his face in pain. He hit my nose. You kept teasing me. I thought nobles would not feel pain. Cruel's tears shimmered as he pondered. Who exactly was he? I thought I lost because he attacked suddenly, catching me off guard. Cruel still screams. You cunning bastard. I will kill you. Hearing that, Jun immediately slapped him hard. But Cruel still shouted, how dare you? He added a few more slaps. I have never felt so humiliated before. The rig pulls him up. Even if he is wrong, if he apologizes, he will suffer less. Understand. Cruel fell silent. Grim-faced. There is no way I will lose. It is only because his attack caught me, before I could gather enough mana. Once I restore enough mana, I will kill him with my own hands. Jin glared at him with sharp eyes. As if he did not understand human language, his eyes reddened, as if daring him to hit him awake. Cruel wanted to retort but was too afraid. So he changed the subject. If we take the time to understand each other, we could become friends. The scaffold issues a warning. I have already stepped into your heart. Hold the tinder if you do not want to crawl instead of walk. Li glanced at him, silently pondering. Cruel was a strange man, surrounded by a faint, Rare aura of bloodthirsty menace. Yet I only know of one thing that exudes such an aura. Like how dark magic wields shadow power in the world of sorcery, the devil's martial art truly exists. Harnessing the power of darkness to rapidly boost one's cultivation. But it destroys the user's inner strength and body with continued use, and the demon cultivator will be completely swallowed by darkness, falling into madness and losing control. Cruel's nickname in his past life was Bloodstar. Infamous for the cruel acts he committed to claim his family's inheritance. It is because the demon martial arts twisted his mind. Though it seems he has not mastered it yet. Cruel spoke up. Wait, at least untie my restraints first. Jin replied faintly. You want me to run away? He retorted. On this narrow path, how could I possibly run? I am not an animal. And being treated like this feels so strange. Two men drag each other with a rope, do not they care what others think? Damn Chiyu. That is right. Jan immediately took off the necklace for Cruel. All right, here you go. He touched his neck and said. Better now. I thought you would just grab my neck and drag me around. He quickly walked on, urging. We have arrived. Cruel does not understand. Asks. Where are we? Where is this place? Jean stood watching. Speaking. The second one. I mean, where the real treasure hides more precisely. A monster. Not a treasure. Cruel speaks up. Never expecting I would have to drag this bag full of goblin corpses here just to throw it down. He put the bag down. And that is it. Right, he spoke softly. Cruel. Because you have worked hard, I will give you a piece of advice. He wondered. A piece of advice. Jean smiles. Dashes straight to the gate without looking back, acting immediately as a dark force stirs below. At the center, a pair of glowing red eyes pierce through. As terrifying sounds rise from below, the goblin corpses Jean threw down lay motionless. Suddenly, the blood of the goblin assassins was being drawn out, pulled toward the center where a magical circle was being drawn in goblin blood. The magic circle is starting to react. Who is there? A shadow with cold, piercing eyes. Who has dared to awaken me? Up on Cruel. Honi asked. Wait. What exactly do you want to do? Or rather, it is more accurate to say that we did something. Jean spoke softly. The dark shadow rises above. Offer it to me. A flicker of light in the darkness. The souls of your kind. The light unfolds, revealing a strange eye. On Lorena and Casa's side. Lorena felt it too. Lorena nodded. I knew. But an unimaginable evil force was spreading from that direction, the direction of Snake Canyon. What on earth is happening? Casa said seriously. Lorena. I have never met anyone this strong before, so I do not know. How strong is this guy? Really, Lorena is in serious condition. Casa. We need to change the plan. She stepped forward and said. Let us hurry to the observation gate. She is wondering. Well. Lorena shouted. Attention everyone. Let us quickly return to the gate and leave behind any unnecessary items. Discard all the demon stones. A mysterious figure. But during the trial, she paid no mind and said. We must depart immediately. Everyone echoed in unison. Obeying orders. Casa questioned with doubt. But Lorena, why must we rush like this? Lorena said. You have no idea how powerful that force was just now, beyond measure. That power rivals the master's own. Casa suddenly speaks. Master. Could it be? He has always been the Empire's top male, with unmatched pure strength. The Guardian of the North. That one is as strong as the Duke of the Two-Star Coast. Even the priests cannot stop him. Another disaster strikes. Cut to the Inquisitor's Hediot. A person points in surprise. What is that? Is something flying this way? The person beside firmly said. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up to clean this up. A mouth with sharp teeth mutters. Still lacking. Still not enough. Moreover, the moment they spoke, they were attacked. Todd Hong asked urgently. Roman. What is going on? You swing your sword wildly. How am I supposed to know? Draw your sword quickly. A flame swept through, engulfing them both in fire. A mysterious voice rises again. Surrender your souls to me. A person is running with all their might, followed closely by others in a frantic chase. Approaching a rock, someone calls out. Keep going. Leaving this place will lead to the gate. That sound. Everyone stop. Lorena is on high alert. Who is there? A shadowy figure blocks my path, and in my mind echoes a voice. Surrender your soul to them. He fearfully reached out his hand, offering it, when suddenly his body twisted, surrendering his soul. Casa's eyes widened in shock at the scene before him as the upper half of his body exploded. Lorena is ready to draw her sword. Could it be an ambush? Casa points. Look over there. Blood is soaring into the sky, painting some kind of shape. That is the magic array. A mysterious voice said. We have found it. Those around clutch their heads, covering their mouths in pain. Lorena prepares to attack big. All be careful. She clenched her teeth, eyes sharp with caution. A sinister hand reaches out from the magic circle. So it was you who shattered my slumber, allowing me to awaken. Of course. I will return the favor. A sinister mist emerges. Ancient glitch. With your deaths. The eye on her forehead flares to life. Witches have always shared one sorrow. Magic is infinite. But human life is finite. Greedy witches sought immortality to pursue magic, sacrificing their lives to darkness and gaining endless time. A person is lifting their own foot up in offering. They were reborn as living assassins, hating all living creatures like monsters. Or maybe the calendar. The frost-covered head begins to move. The weak are all haunted by its eerie whispers. My head. My head. Lorena. That is not just any ordinary calendar. I can feel a power that is ancient and profound. He is a monster that has consumed countless lives. Why is there a monster like this here? A bridge spanning 2 mountains. A voice calls out loudly. Captain, why did you suddenly run away? The 3 running are Roman, Jake, and Todd. Roman shouted, ordering the runner to stop. You two. Shut your mouths and watch. That is. All the priests are dead. Is there a monster? Roman's face was extremely serious. The moments before the shift, you come closer to Jan and say, you can't escape this either, but you look like you are hurt. Is that? You are too loud and overwhelming. Roman asks, do you want to come with me when we go inside? Going alone is very dangerous. Jan immediately refused. It is. I want to take action myself. We escaped together. So I will tell you something, Roman asked immediately. What is going on? Jan warned seriously. If you sense something big is about to happen, use the teleport gate to escape immediately. Don't worry about the competition or anything else. Back to the present. He ponders, could this be part of your plan? What exactly are you planning to do? A wary foot is slowly stepping forward. Pitiful humans. You have awakened me from my dream. Chaos surrounds us. Use the portal to escape this place. Ma heads to teleport gate no. 3. The closest gate to this place. Lorena stepped forward to stop Lich from speaking, shouting, everyone, run now. Casa shouts loudly. Lorena and the girl too. Let us go quickly. She draws her sword and says, I will stay here. I will hold him off as long as I can. Lorena warned Casa. During this time, make sure evacuate all the recruits. Casa replied anxiously, alone she can't win. Not even I can. Before the words could finish, she remembered. Casa, you must survive and come back. Casa suddenly fell silent, turning away as she said, I understand. I promise you. Casa walks away, gritting his teeth. Lorena, I can't die here. Lich exudes a dark disdain. Foolish mortal. Do you truly intend to face me alone? You are but a mere human. She thought to herself. This battle is not entirely hopeless. Right now, I have 2 advantages. First is the Mitran sword, the most effective weapon against assassins. And more. Suddenly, Lich recited strange words, uttering 3 nonsensical cards, and the skulls behind her began to react. They spin into a circle. The magic bullets drying out. A small magic circle appears on her mouth. Countless skulls fly into attack. Lorena refused to wait for death. She charged forward, casting the dark resurrection spell, weaving and dodging Lich's attacks. Other skulls are still rushing in, but Lorena's hand on the martial sword stirs slightly. He hurled them fiercely at the skulls, the 2 colliding in a violent explosion. The Lich stood still, watching without moving. Suddenly, Lorena appeared from behind her, gaining the second advantage. A slash straight at Lich caught her off guard. A witch cannot cast attack and defense spells at the same time. Taking advantage of this, I will be the one with the upper hand in the battle. Suddenly, Lich began chanting his spells aloud. Clasp your hands together. Walk along the protective wall. A magical shield. How can someone use 2 spells at the same time? Is that skull the thing that cast the spell? It is truly absurd. So does that mean the more skulls one has, the more spells they can cast in rhythm? A skull chanting a spell suddenly appears behind her. Lorena did not notice and took a blow to the back. The sword in her hand slipped away as something tightened around Lorena's neck. Her own weapon turned against her. I have never heard of this before. Lich often says, he truly craves the souls of men. The pure nobility of the human soul captivates me. I will destroy that noble soul. 3 skulls shaped like magical orbs. At the center, another skull emerges, turning people into undead to serve me. The 3rd eye of the skull flashes, cutting to the ancient Lich's head out. Moving deeper inside, a figure comes into view. That person is slowly making their way into the castle. He was cloaked head to toe, wearing a mask with 2 horns. There are no soldiers defending this place. Suddenly, something caught his attention, making him stop. A magical circle appears beneath my feet. The teleportation ladder. A great flame rises, fueled by the magic fire match, the raging inferno of the demon sky. The flames burn fiercer and fiercer. At the center, the mysterious figure remains completely unharmed. I thought it would be easy to infiltrate here. Once Lich was no longer around. He smiled and removed his mask, and the mysterious figure was none other than Jian, who greeted us at the entrance with a bold and powerful display of magical traps. Good thing I kept it just in case. The fire lizard scales are fireproof, granting it great resistance to flames. In high-temperature environments, it won't sprout. On the 12th floor hiding place, there are 49 types of magical traps in this Lich shrine, but also safe spots to rest. On the 36th floor heading out, about 30 types of traps move constantly, shifting positions over time. He walks straight ahead, as if he owns the place. First, I used the goblin assassin to lure the Lich out of hiding, and while he stepped outside, I slipped in here. This is a simple yet effective plan. Of course, This was only possible because you knew this place from a past life. When you were the commander of a mercenary legion, after returning from the assassination mission, he received a report. Case file of 5821-567. Time of encounter. Lich, Special Forces Training Phase 1. Mountain Pass Explosion. High-level monsters. 1,000 trainees, total 100 injured. 900 dead. The damage is catastrophic, threatening the very existence of the Special Ops unit. A report adds that a man believed to have been sleeping for a long time has awakened after drinking the blood of a training soldier who fell in the Hand Temple. After investigating the altar's location, many treasures were discovered. The hidden sanctuary, said to date back to ancient times, has long gone undiscovered, filled with countless magical traps. A single grimoire is enough to become a great sorcerer, a rare treasure. Just one gem can last a lifetime. But the most important thing is not there. That is the demonic orb, containing the life force and magic of the lich. The cursed talisman still lingers here, though it was broken in a past life. Additional reports say 2 people believe someone sabotaged it during the battle with the lich, but it is unclear who. The half-baked occult magic book the Emperor gave me is limited. It can only absorb magical energy, but can't fully convert it into my own power. But if I can obtain the magical artifact containing all of Lich's magic, I can use it to compensate for the flaws in my spellbook. And that perfect combination might transform me into a powerful demon dragon. The cold smile on his lips if he could seize all these chances. Who knows? He might have surpassed his past life's limits. It is a complete architecture, like a church in the west. He stops before a door. He has arrived. This is the altar of ancient lich, located in the lowest level of the hideout. Let us, according to the report, it is right here. He threw a hidden blade as he arrived. Let us see, swiftly sliding the blade toward the door, but the moment I touched it, it vanished. Another magic circle appeared on the door, a mop head attacking the room. He steps back, pondering there seems to be another way in. Before I touched the door, a ghostly creature unleashed a cursed energy at me. Death spirit magic. This just got complicated. The mop head on the machinery door failed to recognize the spell cast on the face. Recognizing defeat means being attacked. Before the sentence ends, it has already vanished. But each has its own way. Groping and searching for something on the wall. The place mentioned in the report. This is it. The site of the mysterious activation. Pressed a seal onto a mechanism. Found it. And the door beside the chamber lifted open. A secret passage was created for slaves to enter the inner sanctum. The previous supplementary report revealed a large number of slaves in the Hedia, including a dedicated entrance for them. It is a maze full of traps, so it might take some time to solve. He smiled faintly. As the mercenary special forces commander, nothing was beyond his ability to overcome. The team began ascending the stairs, and with plenty of time to spare, those soldiers outside would buy us the time we need. Cut back to Lorena, now in a desperate rush. Your actions like a mere illusion. Lorena stood fearless, speaking out as the old man's stench rose thick and full, laughing heartily. I eagerly await to see your soul. I will cut off your head and turn you into a pet or a slave. The assassin lives to serve me, she said as her tentacles moved closer to her mouth. I will feast on you when the time comes. Do you still carry that same noble air as you do now? But let us stop talking about the keyboard here. Tentacles of the lich swiftly strike, piercing straight through Lorena's head. Lich was quite surprised. You dodged it. Lorena bites down on her tentacles, mocking. Your kind is so bland, you arrogant fool. The lich, furious, conjures a dark orb. I will make you regret it turned to dust. Let us see if you can still evade the shadow abyss sorcery. She suddenly sensed something pause, leaving Lorena puzzled. She wondered silently. Why did he stop attacking? Lich is suspicious. Could it be that the barrier around the altar is breaking? Has someone already infiltrated there? So furious. It turns out you are the sect leader. Pulling Lorena close. I realized this was the plan of the one who caught my attention to let others infiltrate the altar. She is puzzled, yet quietly worried. The lich strikes her with dark power, sending her crashing into the nearby wall. Clutching her mouth, her soul foolishly trapped. Urgently, open the teleport gate quickly. The 2 skulls obey, spinning around to form a spell. Lich stepped inside and said, Gate coordinates 127. Sector 5. Her body vanished instantly, heading toward the altar. Lorena painfully struggles to push herself up. Suspicious suddenly, he vanishes without a trace. Cut to the altar, a place dominated by white tones. In the center of the magic circle, the lich's wrath echoes. Who dares to defile my sacred altar? Silently thinking, they managed to infiltrate this far after overcoming the traps I have prepared for 1,000 years. Even knowing the location of the next base, who exactly is he? Mage's Guild or Imperial Army? Seeing these medicine bottles scattered on the ground pains me deeply. My divine elixir, gone. Who has consumed it all? For thousands of years, I have crafted these elixirs that restore magic and strength. Divine potions of rebirth. Lich Xuan's hand swells with blue veins. The elixir I have prepared for thousands of years to revive him into a human. How dare you let my efforts go to waste? From the distant riverbank, a voice rises. Elixir. The taste is not bad at all. Startled, Lich turned toward the clearing and said, "So it was you who destroyed my barrier." He raised the elixir calmly and said, "Stay calm. Let us drink some together. Good things must be shared. If you absorb too much magic power, you will end up like you are drunk." Jiang flushed with drink. Unafraid of being called stingy, what is on his mind now? The Sorcerer's Guild or the Imperial Army? Lich grew angry. "Just a drunken fool. You kept talking. The barrier was broken, surely that surprised you too." "Right." Seeing you hurriedly turn back. "It seems I interrupted your moment of joy. Too big." "Shut up. I will deal with the person first, and then kill everything out there. You think I do not know you sneaky cowards have been trying to sneak in." Jiang exhales and says, "Perhaps you do not know. I only use the secret passage." Lich does not believe it. "Ridiculous, then why did you break the main gate's barrier?" He stood up and walked away. Answering. Remembering Lorena's smiling face, the place where Jiang stood suddenly vanished. His hair turned into an attack suddenly. "I changed my mind." Jiang's strike hit the door, causing it to collapse. He smiled coldly. Besides spirit herbs, there were many ancient texts and books on magic, collected and treasured for thousands of years. Hearing Jiang say that, Lich burst out laughing loudly. "Who knows how I could have gotten them? Turned undead for thousands of years to seek revenge. I have prepared for millennia." Ancient Lich Moomin. "Our plan was ruined by someone. The more you talk, the more your third eye glows. To avenge the one who betrayed me and stole everything, I embraced the shame of becoming undead. My great plan for you has turned to dust." Jiang Nakshan. I have no reply. "Is that... I was wrong." Lich looks at him like that. Speechless. Anger gathers power in my hands. "You bastard. So arrogant. I will burn your heart." Engulfed in infernal magic. Raging fire. Jiang stood still, showing no intention to dodge. His eyes turned icy cold, stopping as Lich's fiery hand reached out. But just as she was about to touch Jiang, she stopped. Stunned. "What is this mana power?" I pulled open my shirt and said, "You are quick-eyed." Lich is furious. "That damn man has absorbed it." A ring of light appears on the reverse side of the river. "Come closer, and you will see it is a small magic circle." My life. Lich glared fiercely at Jiang. "The Turtle Master. Damn it. The magical heart. You even created the magical heart with my very life. How can one master the use of a magical heart?" At the center of the altar, there were no longer two people, because he was sprinting at full speed. In the blink of an eye, Jiang had disappeared. The place I just ran through was destroyed by magic, a wide-range fire spell. A heavy rain of flames. "Flying close, as you said. An ordinary person without special skills like you is quite impressive. Dodging this hail of fire is no small feat." Jiang musters all his strength and runs to respond. "So if it were you, you would not just stand there and take the hit. Besides, your life source is inside my body. If you die too." "Right, do not worry. I won't take your life. I will be reborn in your body. I am..." "What did you say?" A cold laugh explains. "Because you shattered my 1,000-year vow. I will take your body in return, a fair trade indeed. Because your body has absorbed my life force and elixir, I will now use that body." Jiang's face hardened. "Don't even dream it. Sorry. I am not that easy to deal with, tinkering with the clockwork. It is utterly nonsensical. Give up now, and I will use your body with care." Having spoken, he clasped his hands and chanted the mantra. Navigational calculations. A storm of green debris. Countless magic circles encircle him. Jiang is surprised, enduring multiple magic circles at once. I have no choice but to use this technique. The breath of the divine child. The Lich's magic circles begin their assault. At the same moment, activating the magical heart, multiple elements strike Jiang simultaneously. The ground where he just stood shattered completely. As the attack passed, chunks of rock collapsed. Lich is a bit confused. "It has been a long time since I lost control of my power. Could it be that my strike has not killed the master yet?" Jiang suddenly appears behind Long. "Thanks for caring." Lich suddenly launches an attack. "Damn you." Jiang instantly uses a magical leap, moving like a flash of light. Shadow Dragon strike. Overwhelming the dragon. What is that? Too fast. At the entrance he had destroyed earlier, Jiang quickly wiped off and dashed through the door. Fleeing, he silently wondered, how could a worthless, ordinary person reach such a speed? I never imagined it would be like this. With the magical energy flowing continuously through the heart, just like breath. Is this the true power that holds the breath of the dragon god? Magic stone, heart, and monster's elixir. I have consumed anything to grow stronger, even the life force of monsters. If we keep going like this, we will soon regain the power I had in my past life. No, maybe even stronger. Running to a secret place. Suddenly stopped dead end. The door vanished. There must have been a door here. But what happened? The flight schedule laughs triumphantly. You are trapped now. I have activated the traps and sealed all the doors. What now? There is nowhere left to run. What do you plan to do? Divine strategist. Now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to kill him. It is impossible. I have used all my weapons and tools. There is no way to face it now. When the Lich catches up to the villain, he clasps his hands to chant a spell, saying, "Shall I cut off your arms and legs?" No problem at all. Magic demands sacrifice. Only by shedding one's own blood can the soul be bound. Her attack was incredibly powerful. I had no other way to face him. Suddenly, the wall behind you crumbled, and the lich's core vanished. Loon appeared and spoke. Are you alright? There must be a way to deal with a ruthless man like him. He shielded you, saying, you have worked hard. Let me handle this. I heard there was an accident during training. So I rushed over, but I never imagined a monster like this would show up. Over 100 soldiers in training have gone missing or died. 100 of our men were killed before they could even prove themselves. I truly cannot forgive you. When Lich saw Leon, he fell silent. Saying nothing, Jian quickly clasped his hands, bowing to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, then glanced at him and asked, and you, why are you here? Jian immediately replied. His subordinate went alone with him and got trapped here. Leon nodded. The blood itself had revealed this place to me. Thanks to you for now. Leave the rest to me. He silently pressed his lips. The Crown Prince arrived just in time. Well done, Roman. Right before the first exam, Jian warned Roman to give this coordinate to the guide at the gate, if possible. Ensure the Crown Prince can hear this too. Coordinates are 2247. At this moment, Lich could not believe what he heard. Such a body and energy. It was impossible. What connection does this person have to Bahamut? Loon is puzzled. Bahamut. Why do people hastily mention the name of the founder of this nation? Hearing it turns everything dark. It is truly a stroke of luck to meet someone here who carries the blood of Bahamut. This place is filled with the utterly absurd and unexpected. Yet I am genuinely glad. It is incredible to create the breath of the divine child. Today is a special day. Just like that day. The one who did their part well. Now die immediately. The breath of the divine child belongs to me alone. Bahamut. Lich clenched his teeth and said, for I see the enemy's blood right before my eyes. Lich laughs loudly. Betho Up is the founder of the nation. A descendant of Han. Sure enough. The words are the same. Today will be as special as that day. For before me lies the blood of my enemy. Back in time. A lone figure stands before a shelf filled with books. On the ground, magical circles lie side by side. A pair of hands is weaving magic. The sorcerer Moomin himself. Deep down, I have wondered if the stable flow of the Danshan and the explosive power of the mana steel ring were combined. How devastating would that power be? To answer that question, we began our research using the body of our close friend, Bethaup. Successful research reveals a new mana cell emerging within Bethaup's body. That was the moment the mana heart was born. His body became incredibly strong after the experiment. Lich's voice echoes. Hurry up and get dressed. I have observed a significant shift in the data. Can anyone else feel the change? Betho immediately replied. I can feel it clearly. I will use this to create a new martial art. We have created a new martial art using the mana heart, naming it with the hopes of Betho Up, the breath of the golden dragon. Soaring through the sky, the ancient mage speaks. The power of the mana heart is not yet spent. With further study, who knows what might unfold? Suddenly, Betho Up spoke strange words. I am sorry. Mon. She is confusing. What is this? Lich grits his teeth, feeling the pain surge through him as a hand passes through her. Betho Up. What is she doing? He ordered. Long. Your role is over. Lich cried out in pain. Why would you do this to me? Betho calmly replied. Mon. I do not accept your praise. My friend, the mana heart, the breath of the feather god, cannot be created without someone. I kill because you know too much. Thou cast a command to leave. All of this is mine alone. After being betrayed by friends, I lost track of time. Desperately clinging to my soul with the last flicker of my fading magic. I keep trying to hold on and use magic on this decaying body. The blood, lost of, has turned into dry mist. A flash of light gleams on his forehead. Revenge is coming. I will take back everything he stole. To the one who betrayed my trust. Accept your punishment. I have prepared for 1,000 years. The Lich desperately flees outside, then looks up in surprise. Leon stands atop a mighty stone pillar, charging forward. Lich bellows. You arrogant fool. The stone pillar shattered into countless fragments. With ancient spells, parallel magic, and the Hisa system, I will see you become dust. Dragon breath technique. One swift slash shatters the entire magic circle of the Lich. He closes, ready to strike. Golden dragon descends. How? A grimace. A stumble. Even dead, he still blocks my path. Leon still shouts, forbidding any mention of the founder. Two streams of power, one light and one dark, rise together. Every magical circle the Lich creates is cut in half by him. A magic circle I just created was instantly destroyed by Leon's divine dragon. Cold and broken time. You seek my formation, then ask my slaves to bury that name forever. 3 skulls appear behind line. He spun his sword and said, you think this trick can stop me? Loon's sword slammed hard into the ground. So be it. Focus all your power. Hong Long unleashes the third awakening of the half-demon dragon, a dragon rising from the earth, shattering all the Lich skulls. Her magic circle crumbled away just like that. Lich roared. Kill him. 4th level dark magic empowered by ancient stones. So Leon unleashed his ultimate move. The 7th Dragon Awakening of the Yellow Dragon Sword style. Get lost. You are just a mere illusion. Lich's hand reached out, inscribing the ultimate annihilation spell. Leon clenched the hidden sword tightly. The ancient secret blade. 2 strikes collide, unleashing a pillar of energy shooting straight up from afar. Jian watches the battle and exclaims, "It is terrifying. Who is the one that can stand against the lich? The sword energy flows like a dragon. Could it be the influence of the divine dragon's breath? A perfect chance to test the crown prince's strength. Who knows? We might end up facing the crown prince someday." He smiled faintly. "Though not just yet. Right now, finding family is the top priority. We should leave this place." Suddenly, a woman appears. Where is she going? Rodrigo grabbed his shoulder and said, "The fun is just beginning." Jian glanced sideways, thinking silently, Rodrigo is so forgetful. I had not remembered him at all. He clutched your shoulder tightly. Strangely mysterious. From Lich's appearance to the soldier's desertion. Number 974. Are at the center of it all. Rodrigo plays the villain and says, "The fun is just beginning now." How strange. From Lich's appearance to the training soldier's defection. Number 974. Are at the center of it all. He called out. Special Forces Commander Rodrigo frowned and glanced at him. Rodrigo is gathering the team. We must call on the exact day the Special Forces Commander orders. Obedient and compliant.
Yep.
Special Forces Command Day. Even though you corrected yourself, he still scolded you harshly. How's your training going that you called your superior with an empty call like that? That is not a ritual. It is basic etiquette. Lately, what have the young people learned? I did not argue. Just thought. He is the type who often scolds. Rodrigo recalls the previous meeting with Damian, the Grand Inquisitor who concealed the escape. Upon receiving the report about the incident, he was filled with intense anger. Rodrigo skimmed the report, saying 4 top trainees have already fled. Soldiers from the 10th Battalion, training at the 900th Regiment. The 3 leaders were captured near a forest close by. Pursuit Team 3 is chasing the last one. They found all dead, with no trace of the deserter trainer. He insists that the trained soldier is number 974. Cautiously watch him. He remains silent without protest. Rodrigo continues, saying even the Grand Inquisitor himself got involved later, as low-level training soldiers survived the relentless hunt by the strike team and the Grand Inquisitor. This time, even the ancient lich could do nothing against him. Is all of this just luck? I do not think that is the case with you. Jiang smiled faintly. That is not luck. It must be insanely lucky. It seems that in my past life, I accumulated a great deal of virtue. He laughed loudly, making the man feel like a kid being chased by an old uncle. Rodrigo hesitated, forced to flee when facing the lich, blamed by others and in the Legion, saved by the prince when the lich tried to use him as a sacrifice. Is it all just luck? You want me to believe that? He still replies, well, that is really lucky. The day you punish me for my luck has come. Hearing that, he was stunned. What? Rodrigo thinks. How reckless to face me with such an attitude. Wearing badge number 974. And yet you have the nerve to defy your superiors. Could he be the illegitimate child hidden by a powerful tycoon? No way. Jiang changed the subject, asking if the commander really had no intention of helping the crown prince. Looking at the battle ahead, he replied, help? Ridiculous. If we charge in, it will only hinder your highness. You commended too. So what? True. It was a day with no chance to get involved in that battle. Jiang silently thought. Lich, his source of life, was gone. Yet he remained unbroken. Could it be that I never fully absorbed that life force? What if we ignite the magic heart and drain all its life force? On the battlefield, Leon clenched his fist and shouted, this ends here. Surrender now. What is wrong? Lich, why are you avoiding me like that? Where is your strength? She shouted, covering her mouth, quickly dodging a strike from him. Lich senses his magic power waning, as if his mana is being drawn away somewhere. Could it be that he did it? I give her a thumbs up. Lich gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. That brat dared to insult and sabotage us all this time. I won't hesitate any longer, even if I have to tear this body apart, she said as her rough hands ripped open her chest. Lee, astonished, thought, if she is indifferent to life, then I need nothing anymore. Not any of you. Go face the king of hell. For within the lich's body lies a large, dim eye surrounded by countless runes. He was stunned. In just a few sheets of paper, she expanded her domain. Deploy the territory. Realize the initiator's domain world. Beyond the emperor, only 4 clan heads may wield it. Jan and Rodrigo stand outside, watching with growing worry. Lich has grown too strong. Surrender your life. Blood of Bethlehem. Leon opened his eyes wide, guessing he sought infinite unity. At this moment, he could no longer stand still. Silently saying, it can't be. Jan raised his hand to his chest, unleashing magical power. Heart of magic. Activate. Absorb it. Your life force will be gone. Lich, The formation created by Anthai lit up and rapidly spun in the air as it fiercely attacks. Is startled. Lich Thunjai declares, "This is my power." Seeing it distracted, Lian quickly senses an opening. "I will end it with this move," he said, then swung his sword straight at Lich, breaking the blade. The moment he touched his formation, the sword shattered into pieces, unleashing a powerful force that forced him to drop to one knee, unable to defend. The Lich smiles wickedly. "But it is useless. I am activating the deployment of my great formation's domain. That attack won't bring me down." Lune ignores his words, channeling his spirit energy into the sword. The blade glows as he shouts and charges forward. The sword's core and fierce energy shatter the matrix surrounding a Lich gasps in pain, while Leon coldly closes his eyes, blood splattering everywhere. He barely managed to say, "I still," before realizing his body was cut in half. He said, "It is the Serpent King denies it. Darkness clouds my vision. All my efforts wasted, thousands of years of preparation. 1,000 years of hatred toppled because of you. Must I vanish like this?" Reaches out his hand forward. Lich asked why the calf was released, but no one answered. He coldly watched it slowly disappear before his eyes until his final breath. Lich struggled. For her, without fearing for his own life. Why do people betray me? The illusion shatters completely, leaving only thousands of shards of Lich in the air. Leon lets out a sigh of relief. It is over. That guy was truly terrifying. That is the territory declaration. If he declares it perfectly, we are all done for. I am still too weak to defeat him if he uses his full power. He approached with a respectful drumbeat, saying, "Your Majesty, your health has been compromised. Your Royal Highness, after you personally handle this matter." He impatiently replied, "Stop talking nonsense." Noticing Jan standing behind him, he asked, "Trainer, anyone still here injured?" He replied calmly, "Thank you, Your Highness, for saving me." Leon orders the commander to lead him to the medics. Rodrigo swiftly obeyed. Then the journey across the Kano range came to an end. Jan thought silently, "I have succeeded beyond expectation. Strengthening the magic heart with Lich Q's life force. Testing the Crown Prince's true power." He smiled faintly. "Thanking the blind master, it is all thanks to you." In the vast expanse, something gently falls. The Lich's helmet hits the ground. A faint light flickers within. Inside the lavish room with towering chandeliers. On the table, 2 glasses of wine. Jan said, "It has been a while since I drank this. It is the kind I used to enjoy in my past life. Rarely do we get a day to rest and relax." He leans back on the sofa, feet up on the table, reading a book. In Jan's mind, the events in the mountain range had safely come to an end. Is a training place like this mansion where nobles reside. It is nothing like the prison I once lived in. No comparisons. No pain. Just a cell. A table. Iron bars. And silence. A place like this mansion has beds, sofas, bathrooms, and even food. I realize now, I must excel in this exam to earn favor beyond others. The evaluation was given a few days ago. In the mansion's grand hall, a voice echoed, "It has been a hard journey for all." The first round was interrupted by an unexpected incident. Thanks to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, the exam proceeded swiftly and ended safely. Those who survived performed admirably. A man in a red shirt stands on the stairs, reading an announcement. Praising the soldiers lined up neatly in the hall below, he continued, "I will announce the rankings. Top positions from 1 to 10. And 11 to 100 as general." Meanwhile, Hankaxa stood on the second-floor corridor, looking down and asking Cruel, "Is the Grand Inquisitor not coming?" The people on the stairs continue to spread out. Future housing will depend on achievements, especially for those with outstanding records. The secret martial art of the royal family is about to be unveiled, and everyone is stirred by the news. The martial hardship of the Imperial clan. The martial hardship of the Imperial clan is where the secret manual is kept. Treasures and weapons of the entire nation, hundreds of thousands of divine swords, and secret manuals stacked high on every shelf. Ranks 1 to 10 will go to the 3rd floor, rank 100 to the 2nd, and demoted players will only access the 1st floor. Let us begin the announcement. Roman clenched his fists in defiance. Am I only rank 5? He thought. Upon hearing the warden's announcement, rank 5. Roman only fights demons in the mountain range. Rank 4. Cruel White only fights Cho. He said they just brag. But the real treasure vault is on floors 4 to 5. She replied softly, "I can easily take them away." As the warden announced, rank 3. Casa Evergreen leads the trainees into battle against Oros. 2nd rank. Lorena BF only fights Oros Hong Kim. Hearing that, she wondered, wasn't it 1st place? "I fought with all my might." Casa turned back to her and asked, "Who took 1st place?" Lorena thought silently. Rank means nothing at all. Rank 1 is just a fackhead. Useless against real monsters. I must become stronger. Cruel crossed his arms, leaning against an ancient tree, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth as he watched her. Lorena glanced at him. "Cruel," he retaliates, "pretending I am the cunning one. But in the end, He could not even hold the top spot. I heard that when Lich appeared, she took down that monster all by herself. Impressive. Truly noble. Kaso advises. Just let it go. After returning from the mountain pass, he only got worse. Cruel had no intention of stopping, while she remained silent. As if that was enough. There is a strange rumor Lorena never actually fought Lich. I heard you beg that corpse for mercy. Seeing her admit it so openly. They were right with our current strength. We can't defeat it. Cruel was left speechless with anger. Lorena turned away, leaving him with a parting shot. Thanks for caring about my rumors. You should focus on your own achievements. He snarled in anger. What did you say? Lorena, your heart is kind, but you do not intend to take the formula's place just because it is lost. Do you? Lorena warns him. Cruel. Without holding back. Continued. The aftermath of the cover-up was originally your position. After your brother left, that position was vacant. Are not you aiming for that spot with your mindset? This is not just seizing the moment, it is creating your own opportunity. And if that is true, Lorena, you are truly remarkable. She keeps dodging. I want to ask you something too. Do you want to leave your life here or somewhere else? Lorena's sharp gaze pierced him, demanding a truthful answer. He excitedly reached out from the man's shirt and said, It is Lorena. That gaze, she is no different from me. So why act so noble? As he spoke, Cruel condensed a pink glow in his hand. He charged straight at her, then stepped forward. I will tear off that mask. But won't let Cruel carry out his plan. A hand reaches out and pinches his ear. Jen asks helplessly, Can't you sit still? Cruel glares at his hand in anger. Who dares? But the pain in his hand grows stronger. He begs, Wait, it hurts too much. Stop. My hand. Cruel falls to his knees in agony. The warden finally announced the important position. Number 1 goes to 974 Jan. Startled, he relaxed his grip and glanced sideways at the person pinching his hand as he spoke. A top rank. Not just Cruel. Whispers are rising around him. Number 974. That low-rank name. A top rank. Top rank is number 974. I have never heard that name before. Lorena asks. Are you first place? He knelt on the ground for a long time, angrily cursing. You terrible bastard. Will you not let go already? He glanced at him and asked. If not, then what? Finally, Cruel relented and replied. It is nothing. I am in so much pain. Jan looks at her and greets. Long time no see. Lorena. She replies. Drop the miss. He quickly agrees. All right then. Lorena wonders. How do you know Cruel? Jan replies. I met him during the exam. Lorena. Luckily you were not seriously hurt. She gently replied. Thank you. As the warden announced. The presentation ends here. Lorena showed no expression on her face, but inside, her mind was racing with countless thoughts. I know you are no ordinary person. Someone who makes Cruel fear and obey is no simple matter. I can even feel a great power radiating from him now, helping to unravel what has happened. Though I have many questions, I must say this now. Cruel's lip movements all this time have been saying, it is your fault. He saw him increase the force in his hand and said, This guy. Cruel argued back. It is not. That girl lied. His painful scream echoed through the hallway, returning to the room assigned to him. Jan thought. I am here because this is the reward for being number 1 in the exam. But staying here feels lonelier than I expected. One of the books we took from the Royal Martial Archives. After a moment, he looked up silently. Then Jans, stop spying and leave. No one answered. Everything is silent. After a while, unable to hide it any longer, the person outside pushed the door open and said, How did you know I was outside? I erased all the traces perfectly. He stepped in with a smile. You still remember? Right. We still have unfinished business between us. Damien praised. You can detect me. You are quite capable. You still remember? Right. There is a debt between us that needs to be settled. He sat down in the middle of the sofa, took a sip of wine, and Jan asked, Does it suit your taste? You arrived so suddenly. I was not prepared. Damien replied. Not bad. As he reached out his hand and spoke through the glass. Even though you hid the brilliance of the Grand Inquisitor, it still could not disappear. He exposes the liar. How did you manage to change the Crown Prince's attitude? I remember he was extremely worried whenever you were mentioned. In Damien's mind, the Crown Prince's words echoed. Take care of Alchemist 974 for me. You ask, did that make you very curious? He replied. Curious. What if I told you I wronged the prince? That guilt meant he had intended to kill him. The room fell into a terrifying silence. Damien squinted and said, I just heard the report. Number 52. The House of Count Simons. There is no one there. Maybe no one has ever lived under that name. You guessed it, the Special Forces commander was probably involved. But Han, fearing discovery, Noticed and erased the traces. If you do not believe me, I can prove it, he interrupted Jan. I am not blaming you. Even if you lied. It is. Damien stomped his foot and said. What I meant to say is that you have become useless to me. Before he could finish, the man suddenly slashed haunted by the sword. He swiftly dodged to the side. Before the shattered table in the middle of the room, only Jan's voice echoed in the silence. Damien stared in shock at the swirling dust before him. The English words on his side grow weaker. Unable to take my life. Damien thinks sadly. He can evade it. Jan appears, holding a book, saying, because I have discovered an important piece of the puzzle. Curious, he asked. What is that crucial piece? That power. Jan opens a book. On its cover, a line reads, Research notes on the absolute blockage. I have seen this book in the Hound Theater. I can access up to the 3rd floor of the Hound Theater, but I chose the Special Forces large format archive on the 1st floor, where the research books and secret manuals of the Special Forces commanders are kept, mostly research books on monsters and training methods. The books were taken out evenly. That can't be. He pondered, staring at the bookshelf. Finally, Jan took out a book and wondered, is this the right one? I have discovered a study on vascular occlusion written by Special Forces Commander Rodrigo. Vessel blockage causes blood and energy to stagnate, weakening the body until it cannot survive past 20 years old. Here, take the book and wonder. But what then? Jan retorted. Is not it strange that the research commander on Anhedonia found no cases within the Special Forces? And the intriguing part is that Special Forces Commander Rodrigo is personally researching this. Moreover, Special Forces Commander Rodrigo can't possibly have hemophilia. But what if his daughter does? Because of frail health, I must stay deep inside the house, fully enduring the pain. She joined the Special Forces to find a cure for her daughter's illness, diving deep into the study of the disease. I thought the existence of the girl was a weakness, and he was hiding it, but he was not. Commander changed the place to treat his daughter, probably because he could not find a good doctor. From the start, we approached this the wrong way, he concludes. Your point is that a daughter is not a weakness of Han, you confidently say, sir. You can't control the commander this way. Instead, the Grand Inquisitor could seize the lifeline of the commander. Chung Tiat Mak is an incurable disease. Survival depends on a large supply of medicinal herbs. He could not come up with that much money, so he took the bribe. The place where Han could have received a large bribe is the Special Forces. If we find evidence that Han took money from them, a wolf's head falls to the ground, suddenly transforming into Rodrigo's head. In that hypothesis, you conclude, the fake soy can be hunted easily. Damien is suspicious. But everything you say is just a hypothesis. Jan did not object and continued. That is right. For now it is just a hypothesis. But if that hypothesis is true, we can end him. Moreover, our side won't be in danger. There is a reason to monitor the Special Forces' use of illegal funds. He continued, saying that reason is not so bad either. Damien threw the book back to him, and Jan caught it with ease. He said, there is someone from our side in the Special Forces investigation team. Maybe everything will be resolved easily. You should find out more about the absolute pulse evidence. I think it is good. Everything is unfolding smoothly, and all the information revealed today is the truth. The commander is dipping into the Special Forces fund to cure his daughter's infertility. When I woke up in my past life, his reaction was intense upon being discovered. So I remember it clearly. Damien asked, so to find this, you chose the 1st floor, not the 3rd, abandoning your weapon on the 3rd floor. Jan rubbed his hands, holding back, and said, if the Grand Inquisitor intervenes, there is no weapon he can't get. Understood. Before leaving, Damien praised. Well done. I will reward you. And you won't need to attend the basic class in the future, he asked in surprise. You mean? As he glanced at Jan and left the sentence hanging. Number 974. I will accept you as my disciple. He thought. A smile slowly appeared on his face. In Jan's mind echoes Damien's words. Number 974. You will become my disciple. My apprentice, he said. To be honest, I am very pleased with you. Unlike the others with the toys I had before, he smiled, thinking this was the perfect chance to approach the Grand Inquisitor. But outwardly, he still pretended to respond to Damien. Someone like me becoming the Grand Inquisitor's disciple. I feel so much pressure. He was stunned. What? I see you as a very skilled person, not someone who succeeded in assassinating me. Jan replied. But in the end, I was caught. Someone like me would tarnish your reputation. Damien, losing patience, grimaced and said, are you my new toy, or my disciple? Knowing that, just get ready. After he leaves, Jan quietly reaches. Good. He was worried. At last, we have the chance to approach the Grand Preceptor, and the opportunity to unravel the secrets of the clan, and that pattern draws near. At the 3rd arena, the private training ground for high-ranking members, off limits to noble trainees. The steady count echoes 187, 192, 195, 199 as Jan claps his hands on the floor, pushing up in a relentless push-up. But to up the challenge, he does a one-arm banana plant push-up, his arm muscles bulging with power. The gym hung its own flag. After the workout, Jan thought, I need to rest. Being here alone feels so cold. I can feel my body changing to adapt to the mana hut, but the rate of change is slow. I must train my inner strength further. Looking around the well-equipped gym, he thought, we are able to use this place thanks to the Grand Instructor's care. Those who know I received the Archbishop's favor all react differently. Gruel still scolds. You bastard. And yet you agreed to become the Archbishop's dog. Kaza cheerfully praised. You are amazing. Let us be friends. While Lorena said nothing, just stared at him intently, and from then on, the surveillance intensified. The Grand Preceptor was moved because we only reached the first floor. But this book is just a decoy. The real book I seek is elsewhere. This is at the rise of an empire. Though it seems like an ordinary history book, it was written by the very founder of the empire. Though I have full mana, I cannot wield the dragon god's breath perfectly. The breath of the dragon was forged by Momen and Lord Bahamut. To wield it perfectly, one must possess the strength of them both. Right now, we need Bahamut's knowledge. Momen is truly pitiful. He lost his ultimate skill and his life, ending up as a mere pawn of revenge. Gian flipped open the book he had just found, saying, let us see if there are any clues here about the breath of the dragon god. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as he realized this book contained nothing at all. What the hell is this? The entire book is just blank pages. Could the story of the nation's founder be nothing but a rumor? Jin never gave up. Flipping through every page with determination, he tried to rethink it. The founder, wanting to monopolize the breath of the dragon god. Ended Momen. Surely, he left no trace behind. Could it be that suddenly a hand appears out of nowhere, reaching toward Giant's head, as if sensing something? He turned around to look back. Seeing nothing only deepened his suspicion. Gian wonders. Sensitive to the moon, he feels as if someone is there. Reopening the thought in his mind, he continued flipping through the book, and then noticed something. This is, in the old book, nothing at all. Could it be that chaotic black marks suddenly appeared in the air? He swiftly moves into attack, slashing through the air. After a moment, Gian stopped, eyes fixed on that thing, thinking, I chopped it into pieces. There must be allies. This thing is not like the Grand Inquisitor's cursed sword. A voice echoed. Quite deep. That thing continued speaking. No one could ever unravel the secret of that book. A voice echoed from behind the pillar. Seeing a shadow flicker, he guessed it was a stranger who stepped out from behind the pillar and spoke. Long time no see. Gian whispered a name. Mormon, how is it that you, the one they despised, are still alive? I have learned a lesson. If you underestimate these bugs, they will keep bothering us, she said, flying closer to him, and it continues. Especially you. Tense, staring intently at Mormon. Before me, a flash raising my hand high, I strike down. Ending you, he cursed. Damn it. Shouted now. The hat flew off, revealing part of his face. Seeing that outline, he was amazed. The shape of Mormon. Without giving Gian time to think, Mun, eyes blazing red, lunged forward to attack him and seize control of that body. Mormon rushed to Gian, shouting, I will take your life. Jan's gaze blazed fiercely as he strode forward. My Mormon robe and hair whipped wildly in the wind, she screamed, seizing that body. Stunned. Whispered. This form, he thought to himself. He must not be fooled by appearances. No matter how he looks, he is still the same man. At this moment, Mormon flies through Giant's body, excitedly saying, Mormon laughed heartily, then flew right through Jan's body. He wondered in amazement. What is this thing? Curious mind. Loving spirit. Soul, he silently thought. During the transformation of the life vessel into the magical heart, Mormon left behind a lingering soul. Though it is just a spirit, it poses no danger. Mormon kept flying over Jan's body. Whispering, he shouted in anger, furious beyond words. Later, Jan spoke. Hey Mormon, if you are dead, then just go. Why linger here like this? Especially in that form. She laughed out loud upon hearing that. A large wound at her feet. Yet Onamun still said, I like it very much. She continued, I have always been in a deadly form, but now I will return to my shape as a sorcerer. But under the influence of Mana 8, the Mormon master regained his human form. She arrogantly declared that those who think I will disappear easily are mistaken. I have returned and will kill everyone without mercy, both humans and Bedouin bloodlines. Mormon put on a fierce face and continued speaking, until the traitors before him begged for death. Gian spoke. Mormon, he watched Mormon slowly fade away, asking if he was still following the path. She quickly replied, I have no other choice. Because this form consumes less mana, Jin also added. Does anyone think they can take revenge in this form? It feels like a failed surgery, Mormon replied. If one looks at the human body, it is all like this. Everything is because of man, she begins to explain. Now we are drawing magical power from the person's magical heart and sustaining the soul. Your magical power is too weak to create a true soul, Mormon angrily scolded. Someone who drinks all that medicine but is still so weak. I would rather give it to a dog, Jin snapped back. His words sharp and harsh. He strokes his chin, thinking silently. Now he can't threaten me directly. Even now, I can feel a faint flow of mana through Emblem. These open pathways mean Mun can affect me. The enemy is a high-level sorcerer. If he uses mana to affect me, I won't be able to counter it. Meanwhile, Mormon raised his hammer, ready to strike Giant's head. Seeing him scheming, she quickly hid the hammer. The official held the book in his hand and said, There is no other way. He left saying, It was a pleasure to meet you. If only for a moment, before I disappear. Enjoy this world to your heart's content, Mormon retorted sharply. Stop babbling. Someone who can't control mana like you has no right to erase this soul, Jian replied. Surely you are no different from a human. If I cut off your food source. Mu Mun was utterly shocked upon hearing this. He said with satisfaction, the one parasitizing my magic heart. What if I stop supplying mana to it? Jian insists. So how can one sustain this soul? He glanced at her and said, Disappear. Mormon, your era is over. Mun clenched his teeth and said, How have I lived until now? He muttered. I can't just disappear. Maman shouted. Wait, if I disappear, you will surely regret it. She threatened him. Not someone eager to uncover the secrets of Beta Mutt's power. Jian was a bit surprised to hear that. He slashed his hand with a knife. John's blood dripping onto the book. He looked at Mormon standing before him. Blood rising with the breath of the divine dragon. Then what? She responded, channeling Manhwa. As the blood on the page gradually transformed, Mormon explained. The blood would turn into words. Jian asked in amazement. Reading the words on the page. Light and darkness. Are they one or two? Jian naively asked. What does it mean? Mormon, not understanding the concern, replied. I myself do not know what that Beta Mutt wrote, Jian says. Even if it is nonsense. It is written by the founder of the kingdom. He stared in amazement, eyes wide. Jian panicked, saying, These letters are rising up. He looked at the scene before him and continued speaking, merging words to create a new line. The letters slowly merged together. Jian says in surprise, These words are flying into my body. The words wrapped around his body. He said. The magical heart was absorbing them. Wait. Jian muttered. The magical heart is forging a new power. He suddenly startled when Mormon called out. Hey kid. Your book just fell to the ground. Mormon asked. Why are you looking so lost on that road? Hesitantly. I replied. I suffer from royal delusions. You are rambling. Those ancient words combined create a new magical force for me. I am not delusional. Secretly thinking. Beta Mutt has hidden such a great secret that I will be in danger if I uncover it. No other choice but to use him. Later, he called out. Mormon. Follow me. We will find a way. She heard the question. Searching for the person's true intention with a stern voice. He said. Find a new body for him. He cannot live parasitically with me forever. Jen urged. Let us go find it together. And upon hearing this, Mummin immediately became excited. She asked excitedly, Are you serious? This child unexpectedly suits me. Why did you suddenly do that? He replied immediately. Don't be deluded. You think there is anything free in this world. The cunning fox won't escape the trap. Even Amun responds with ease. Naturally, she put on a devilish grin and said to herself. You fool. Do you think I will help you? Mormon thought silently. Now that my mana is depleted, I take this form. Once I have enough mana, I will deal with you. She looked at Jian and gave a strange smile. When she saw him looking, Momon quickly changed the subject. Jian immediately said. Indeed. The mood is really unpleasant. When told to make someone disappear. She retorted. Now we no longer share the same perfect body. He replied firmly. This body is mine. Not yours. In an abandoned mansion deep within the forest. The evening sky shifts to a pink-orange hue as a dry leaf falls. Quick as lightning, he snatched the leaf, clenching his fist and swinging a powerful punch. A powerful beam of light bursts forth. Giant's rippling muscles visible after the strike. He strikes again, creating two intersecting energy streams. Jian swiftly dashes forward. He unleashed a kick. An energy erupted with it. The radiant energy spreads. A blinding white explosion engulfing everything. Jian steadfastly holds his battle stance. He lunged forward once again. Jian shifted into a ready stance. Teenage unleashed a powerful strike. Jian raised his hand to block. He stared straight ahead, his hands slowly clenching tight. Damien stood before him, utterly calm and composed. Jian's face tensed, his focus sharpening solely on the strike. The scoundrel strode straight to Damien. who remained perfectly still. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy appeared at Damien's feet. Jian was utterly stunned, eyes wide open. As Damien raised his hand, dark energy is gradually being forged by his hands. They connect together to form a sword. The sharp sword gradually revealed itself as Damien raised it high. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. Damien saw John charging and immediately drew his sword. He immediately raised his hand to block the strike. Dark energy sweeping past Jian. The stone pillars behind him were shattered. Yet the dark energy kept spreading relentlessly. Jian was thrown backward as the dark energy erupted, severing dozens of tree trunks. Damien smiled brightly, praising, "Well done. Although I held back a bit, I truly intended to destroy that person." Unexpectedly, they survived. Jian quickly replied, "Master, you were hanging on the tree and said, I told you not to force it, and to eliminate faults during training. At least teach me how to counter that attack. Or are you just going to teach theory?" Damien replied, focusing solely on strengthening and protecting his arm against the attack, then swiftly spinning with centrifugal force to counterattack. Jian immediately thought, "Right. But I am the only one who got kicked out." He thought to himself, "He is who uses a high damage, dangerous awakening skill during training." Jian thought to himself, the knowledge from that secret manual helped a lot. Without it, I would probably be nothing more than a torso, like those trees. At that moment, Momon's voice echoed, saying he knew how to control the dragon song power quite well. Hearing this, asked curiously, singing passionately, Momon appears in the form of a mature man. Who is that? He possesses a strength completely different from that of a fool like you. He thought to himself, and I idiot. Don't waste my magic power to manifest again. Jian spoke. He was the chief instructor at the Special Forces Training Center. Momon hesitated. The chief inquisitor. His powerful aura feels strangely familiar. He replied immediately, and it made sense. For he was the illegitimate son of the current emperor, a direct descendant of the founding emperor. Hearing this, Momon said coldly, "What? He is the direct descendant of that damn Hamuet. I won't let him off." She stands behind Damien, utterly ruined. If there is blame his ancestors. At this moment, he thought to himself, why does my shoulder keep feeling itchy like this? Damien said, stretching a bit with the students is not so bad. Jian quickly replied, is that what you call muscle relaxation? He said the sword technique you just saw is one of the first moves of the Shadow Blade's punishing slash. No recruit knows the second sword technique. Do you know why? Damien explains. Since they all died after witnessing the first move, in a terribly boring way. Those guys were truly useless. He gave a twisted smile and said, Cadit 974. My disciple. I really do not know how many more sword techniques you can endure. He thought to himself, enduring those dangerous moves. Jian forced a faint smile. You said, I do not know how many more techniques there are, but I hope there are plenty for me to learn. If I learn one sword technique every day, I will have to endure 365 more sword moves. Won't I? Damien replied without hesitation. It is good that you take pride in your skills. But even if you learn a technique every day, it would still take decades to master them all. Jian replied immediately. You do not need to worry about how many sword techniques you have to show me. The commander declared. From now on, you only need to worry about what happens after you show me those sword techniques. Cut to the next morning. Jian throws a punch. Staggering his opponent, Damien swung his arm, striking him hard in the face as the game turned into a storm. Jian plants his feet firmly, swings his arms back, and throws a fierce punch. A dark energy enveloped his hand. Jian pushed forward with all his strength, guided daily by the chief instructor, and time kept passing like that. 2 years later, the tree stumps that were once leveled began to grow back day by day. The cloth must be dropped from above, fluttering gracefully in the air. On the board, a series of names must be written. The stern official in a bright red robe stands on the high balcony, hands clasped behind his back, announcing the order of today's inspection. Top 50 people. The order this time has not changed much from before. Those who get demoted will undergo special training, so brace yourselves. After the list was announced, whispers and murmurs filled the air this time. The traitor had truly brought down Lorena. Lorena stood still, giving a sharp glance, thinking to herself, this is unacceptable. After that day, Dan disappeared and did not show up for training, yet he always claimed the top spot. She wondered what secret training Ruokuok Dan was up to. When suddenly, Lorena's eyes met Dan's gaze. She silently clenched her fist, and from that moment, Lorena resolved within herself, whispering, fame. One day, it will be mine. A swift, decisive sword strike severs a monster's head. Lorena unleashes a flurry of sharp strikes, swiftly dispatching the monsters. She thinks of her sole goal, to compete against you. But in the next test, Lorena's name still holds the second spot, right below Dan's. She threw herself into training with even more fierce determination. Lorena's sword strikes grow more skilled, determination blazing in her eyes. She believes this time, we will definitely succeed. Still, in the next exam, Dan once again topped the leaderboard. A white cat's head with black eyes suddenly appeared before Lorena. He looked at her intently, softly calling the cat. Its body shifts slightly. The cat's head sways, rising a bit higher. The faint meow continues, burning with a cry and a face as cute as a kitten. This is actually in a class monster called Long Mao. Its head is that of a cat, with a body like a mighty dragon. Long Mao always bends his large body down to Lorena's face. Its legs resemble human arms, complete with hands bearing 5 fingers. No matter how you look at it, it feels utterly bizarre. Long Mao suddenly twisted his body and lunged at her. Only the gleaming sword flashes like streaks of light, weaving together like a spider's web. The giant form of Long Mao halted as Lorena commanded, swiftly sheathed her sword. In the blink of an eye, the once fierce rank monster was sliced into 1,000 fragments by her sword. Lorena showed no change in expression, only softly calling out, "Just wait, giant. When we meet again, we will settle the score." Time slips away quietly. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. On the towering wall, the bright red flag stands out, bearing the emblem of the Royal Special Forces, hung with precision. Inside the castle, the Special Forces are now facing their final test in Arena 3. 3 trainees in white coats watch the match intently. On the court, 2 shadows, 1 white, 1 red are locked in a fierce embrace. Blades clash relentlessly, sparks flying with every strike. The clash of metal rings out endlessly. The final exam is a practical competition against the teaching assistant. The results of this test are crucial. They determine your official entry into the Special Forces. But as the match raged on, one of the coaches suddenly spoke from the stands. "Stop it." The other person, arms crossed, stood coldly beside him and dropped a curt remark. Lorena stood silently to the side, saying nothing. 2 years later, she has become a senior trainee, ranked 2nd overall. Lorena watched the situation carefully, thinking to herself, those words are merely a formality. Nothing more, nothing less. It is the same for anyone undergoing advanced training. She watched the red-hooded inquisitors, their white fangs gleaming beneath their masks, standing in line beside her. Think about it. Because they are much stronger than the teaching assistants. For over a year now, no assistant has been a match for me. If you do not take this test, you can't join. In other words, all training soldiers are required to attend. In Lorena's mind, Jan's silhouette appeared. She could not help but silently call his name. You have no choice but to show up in this test. Let us settle this with skill. Show yourself. Quickly. While Lorena was still lost in her thoughts, a sharp shout suddenly rang out. She stopped, casting a quick glance toward the source of the sound, unsure of what was happening. On the battlefield, the instructor has stopped fighting and is telling the trainee opposite him, "The test ends here." He finished reviewing the trainee, returned to his position, yet the trainee, before the official, showed no sign of stopping and unleashed a beam of light straight at him. The instructor hastily raised his sword to block, but could not help letting out a painful cry. Just hearing the trainee burst into a long laugh, his fingers curled, sharp claws radiating a fierce, threatening energy. He said, "I said, this is real combat." Bao stopped when told. Cruel stood with legs apart, ready to defend, his wide coat fluttering. Now a top-tier trainee, ranked average 3rd class. Cruel stared fiercely at the market, a mad smile spreading, each word sharp. "In real combat, you fight until one side loses a piece." His eyes flashed with a cold, hateful gleam as he asked sharply, "You must have enjoyed yourself all these years, relying on that official's robe." Cruel's voice rose sharply, filled with anger, shouting, "How dare you insult the noble elite?" As he swung his magic claw toward the Inquisitor, he panicked and shouted to stop, but his body was already scratched several times, his shout turning into a cry. Lorena glanced down, thinking silently, is he trying to be funny? Such a disgusting act, and he is pitiful too. Those 2 alchemists are whispering. The taller one says, "Crazy." In the end he still made a fool of himself. The smaller one smiled and replied, his tone harsh but agreeing. After 2 years, Roman had become a top alchemist, ranking 4th on average. At this moment, he was watching Cruel fight the street thugs while muttering his critiques. After the grand instructor vanished, Cruel acted as if the world belonged to him. Roman respectfully reports to the superior of average rank 5, as Casa descends the stairs, saying, "That official is truly unfortunate. Caught up in trouble caused by that Cruel fellow. Roman, go help that person quickly." Roman follows her, both approaching Lorena's spot, his eyes never leaving the arena, saying, "What a pity. How many alchemists have been killed by lower-level alchemy apprentices? All of them brought it upon themselves." Casa turned to Lorena, whispering with a teasing tone. Roman seems scared. You immediately shout, "What? Scared?" Lorena says nothing, just thinks to herself, these 2 really suit each other. Hearing Casa speak again, at first his personality seemed a bit repulsive, but it seems he is not crazy to that extent. Not long ago, he took down a high-ranking official. It seems he began his reign of terror 2 years ago. Roman asked, confused, "Why everyone abandoned that mad dog?" Casa replied calmly, "It is a mad dog of noble lineage." Roman, You should avoid him too. Roman refused to accept it, arguing loudly. What? I avoid it because I am disgusted. I just do not want to touch it. Casa shrugged stubbornly. Still avoiding. Lorena thought quietly. These two really click after all. The course is almost over. She stared intently at Cruel on the field, her expression calm. Silently judging, no one dared to mess with the White family. At this moment, the Inquisitor's sword was shattered into two. He fell to the ground, the other half of the sword flying off the beam. Cruel did not stop, swinging his arm again with a taunting tone. I am only using my hand. And you still can't block it. Master. Master. Please calm down. Lorena, no. Lorena gently closed her eyes, then suddenly shouted, freezing the air as an icy chill spread instantly. Cruel's eyes widened in surprise. Sharp ice pillars suddenly burst from the white ground before him and the officer, catching Cruel off guard and sending him flying backward. The teacher sat cross-legged on the milky ground, touching his body in disbelief, exclaiming, This is Cruel. Equally astonished, softly gasped. Ice pillar, staring intently at the sharp ice pillar, muttering, if that is the case. At this moment, Lorena held the card in her hand, stepped down to the arena, approached Cruel, and calmly said, Actually, I did not want to cause a scene, but his actions made me uneasy. He did not look at Lorena, just coldly called her name. Lorena. Lorena spoke slowly, to avoid alerting the White family. She silently channeled energy into the sword, a secret technique of her clan passed down through the blade. Lorena stared directly at Cruel and said, I will teach you a lesson until you fall silent. He burst out laughing as if he would just heard the funniest thing ever. Cruel stopped laughing and said, I have always wanted to teach you before you finish the course. Looks like the opportunity has come. Lorena watches him warily, sensing the aura of death. Cruel lifted his head to look at her, his golden eyes flashing with deadly intent. He cracked a crooked smile and told Lorena, I will turn this into your final test in life. As the red door bearing the Special Forces emblem gleamed under the sunlight, Lorena stood opposite Cruel in the arena, her hair fluttering softly in the wind. She said coldly, You should choose someone easier to bully. Fighting the strong leaves its mark. The injured priest has just been rescued by someone else from the courtyard. He turned his back to her, hiding a sly smile. Cruel smiled slyly and said, Our princess always acts so cunning, does not she? Lorena pressed her lips lightly, watching him as her brows furrowed deeper, thinking. The aura of death grows stronger. Cruel stared at her, his golden eyes flashing with danger, and said, I will make that smug face of yours regret it. Lorena, I will turn this test into the final test of your life. Without a word, he lunged at Lorena, tugging her shirt gently as it fluttered. They passed each other so fast, only shadows flickered by. In Lorena's hand, the sword is raised high, while Cruel's magic pan reaches forward. His sharp dagger and Lorena's sword traced sharp curves through the air. She turned around, staring intently at him, enunciating each word. If you need a sword, just say so. Cruel almost replied broadly, saying we do not need to deal with someone like that. Both rushed at each other again, unleashing all their techniques. Roman watches the match from the stands, quietly saying, It seems the outcome is already decided. Casa gasped in surprise. You were about to, but I still see us evenly matched. Stay calm and analyze for her. Though not obvious, Lorena holds the upper hand. And after the 30th move, Cruel will struggle to catch up. Casa watched intently, speaking softly, if that is the case, all the better. But Cruel exudes a strange murderous aura, like the obsession of the Special Forces. That is not White's technique. If he used that move, she paused briefly, then continued, unlike Lorena, Cruel truly is. Roman stared at Casa in astonishment and exclaimed, Casa. The person. You reach out to gently stroke her head, softly saying, What would a fifth-rate apprentice know? Casa blushes and whispers angrily, What did you say? After a moment, she shouted loudly, saying she is only a third-rate person. Roman laughed and asked, Is not knowing the top 3 like heaven? Casa snapped, I care about things beyond those rankings. He frowned seriously and said, I know what you are planning. Hearing that, her face briefly darkened, and her eyes looked at Roman with caution. Roman continued, Was not he the one who formed an 80-member group of commoners from the Empire and nobles from the borderlands? They call it an organization, but it feels more like an idle fan club. Maybe everyone's just too busy. Even those nobles. Even when exposed, Casa stands firm and retorts, Aren't you busy too? Roman. Stand tall. Then I heard her continue, gathering slaves and trainees from everywhere to form that military organization. There are 56 members in total, divided into 8 people per 7 groups. I think now we can carry out the mission. Like escaping. For example, you leaned in close to Casa, your voice cold. You care too much about other people's business. Casa. She gave a fierce smile and shot back. Isn't that the line you are supposed to say to someone else? At that moment, a loud scream echoed, and the two locked eyes as Tret froze in place. On the battlefield, Gruel kneels on the ground. A sharp sword tip from Lorena pressed straight against my throat. She looked at him calmly and said, "Indeed, I have what?" How fortunate. Gruel stared fiercely at Lorena, shouting angrily, "Lorena!" She stood tall, the sword not moving an inch, and asked, "Is it over?" Lorena looked down from above, calmly continuing, "If you rely solely on strength, you will surely be met with equal force. Humility, however, spares you from shame." She raised her tone slightly, asking Gruel. "Got it." He gritted his teeth, eyes fixed on the blade pressed against his neck, biting his tongue in silence. Suddenly, a dark shadow with hidden white teeth appeared in Gruel's mind. Sneering, who would want to endure this again? The shadow stood beside him, from above, looking down at him. Pitiful Gruel, always losing. Always robbed. Always losing and robbed. And always will be. She smiled and continued, saying if someone kills that person, they won't be robbed. Remember this. Everything belongs to you, that house, your next position, and your father's love. After scheduling everything, she still complains, poor Gruel. The shadow's voice was like a swamp, echoing in Gruel's mind, slowly ensnaring him, its words relentless. If you kill that man, you won't lose the whole house, your father's legacy, or his love. They will all be yours. Gruel's eyes were bloodshot, veins bursting as he muttered under his breath, "Yep. If we fight and kill them, that is everything." His pupil contracted to a tiny white dot, the white spot now turning a vivid blood red. Gruel, word by word, says, "It will be mine." He paused briefly, chuckling awkwardly as he asked Lorena, "Princess, are you ready?" She did not understand and asked back, "What do you mean?" Gruel smiled confidently and said, "That is exactly it." He suddenly shouted, "Kill me." And without hesitation, Gruel lunged fiercely at Lorena's sword. Blood spurting instantly, she gasped, "Gruel." He smiled and said, "Instead of being defeated, I choose sacrifice." Lorena hurriedly drew her sword, stepping back in horror, shouting, "Are you crazy? What are you doing? Do you want to end your own life?" Wow. But before Lorena's eyes, Gruel suddenly turned into a shadow with sharp white teeth, lunging at her while saying, "Indeed, you are not ready yet." Retracting his words, Gruel, who had been kneeling, sprang up and fiercely swung his frying pan at Lorena. One afternoon, caught off guard, she could not defend herself and was struck, sent flying far away. Lorena lies on the ground, blood from her wound flowing endlessly. Gruel's sharp claws strike again as he shouts, "Go to hell, Lorena." At this moment, a series of black fragments appeared in the chaotic space. A shadow, swift as lightning, darted between Gruel and Lorena. He was both shocked and furious, eyes wide as he shouted, "Who dares stand in my way?" The shadows swiftly coalesced into the shape of a wolf, its yellow eyes blazing like fire as it slowly advanced toward Gruel. He panicked, blurted out, "The wolf is here," then angrily shouted, "This wolf dares to block my way." A commanding voice rang out, "Hark Lang, come back here." The wolf immediately stopped, taking no further steps. In the stands, Roman and Casa stared wide-eyed down below, both exclaiming in unison, "That voice!" Gruel's eyes widened in shock. He gasped, "Could it be? Hark Lang is returning." Hark Lang turned on his heel to follow the young man in black, who had just appeared on the arena, pausing slightly at his voice, but his gaze remained threatening. Gruel sees Jan holding Lorena in his arms, with Hark Lang obediently following behind, and exclaims in shock, "Stranger." Jan slightly turned back to look at him, revealing half of her stern, resolute face with her violet eyes. Gruel clenched his teeth, barely whispering their names, Jan, Roman, and Casa standing there in slow contemplation. Gruel's face was serious as the stream rushed down. Lorena sighed sadly a few times. Jan stepped forward to catch her, making Lorena shyly exclaim. Jan's voice echoed. Gruel approaches. "Today is truly lucky, not only meeting Lorena but also you." Jan sat Lorena down and said, "Lorena, you need to rest." Gruel smiled wryly, close to that golden dog, carrying many burdens. For 2 years, he came to the shelter to study. Jan calmly replied, "Gruel, you have not changed at all in these 2 years." Suddenly, a voice appeared out of nowhere, saying, "Interesting." She continued, "He was burned by the demon's power. This was within your expectations." Ben answers, "As expected." His eyes flicker thoughtfully. "You have noticed it too, have not you?" "It has not stopped yet. It seems we can still teach him, but if we wait too long, he will become a demon." Suddenly, Gruel stepped forward and shouted, "Stop right there. How dare you ignore me?" Jan replied in a sharp tone, "Because I am worried about that person's future. Then you will regret it." Troublemaker. A voice rang out, making Gruel stop. A mysterious figure appears, returning after 2 years. Unexpectedly defiant. Gruel gasped in awe. This power. Damien spoke up. This is the final announcement. So no more arguing. Ma, take your position. When he appeared, everyone panicked and shouted. Chief. Damien's expression changed as he urged. Move quickly. It is a shame to die on the last day. Cut to outside the church. Damien stood before hundreds. These past days have been tough. Starting with 1,000. Now only 200 remain, not a bad outcome. The final assessment is 50% strength and skill. Mana levels at 50%. We will compile and assess. You are no longer interns. From now on, you will be known by a new title, as an Imperial Knight. The crowd below begins to murmur, debating the honor of the Imperial Knights. Imperial Knights are not horse riders but mana wielders. Ranked to showcase their true strength. Level 10. Mana Awakening Apprentices. Level 9. Those who possess 2 magic core rings. Level 8. Those who wield the bright sword. Level 7. Those who can radiate their power onto objects. Level 6 warriors wield sword energy within their blades or bodies. Level 5 warriors gather sword energy to detect swordsmen. Level 4 warriors can summon their sword spirit. The wary voice continued, slowly wrapping up. I now announce the rankings. Starting from number 1 in the evaluation. The number 1 contender from the Empire's swordsman transitions to the corridor outside. This is the residence of the Special Forces senior trainees. Lich spoke as he walked. It has been 2 years since we have been anywhere decent. She began to wonder. What about the knights' titles and ranks? Surprised. You do not know the way of the knights. It seems it did not exist 1,000 years ago. He began to explain, saying simply that the ranks of knights were divided like the circles of magic. Most trainees are ranked between 7 and 8. Though it seems low, most can hunt monsters alone. The rank that the 4 lovers too received is level 6. In the training center, there will surely be someone who can defeat all 4 of them. At that age, reaching level 6 means you can spot the true romantics among the romantics. Lich sighed after hearing it. Oh my. Lorena's here. She exclaimed, long time no see. Your hair's grown. To which he quickly replied with a brief greeting, and do not forget to poke the rice. Lorena. I think you have gotten shorter. Lorena lowers her gaze, diving straight into the heart of the matter. Just now. Fighting Cruel. Before I could finish, Jian reassured me. Don't worry. Are you okay? I know how it hurts. But Lorena asked a question that froze Jian. Why do you do useless things? Do you think I will lose? Jian exclaimed in surprise. What? Lorena gritted her teeth and continued. Don't think that reaching level 5 means you will beat me. It is just a rank. Level 5 Imperial Knights wield sword energy, and have attained sword spirit, the dream of all other knights. Though not common, level 5 knights do exist within the Empire. Crown Prince Lian was the only one to reach level 5 at 17. And before leaving, Lorena added, that hairstyle does not suit you. You are so sly and wicked, always scheming behind the scenes. After walking a while, Lorena's expression changed. She grew pensive. I knew my actions were profound, but she was recalling her past. Lorena. Look, I have reached level 5 too. But because of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I am not the youngest. What a pity. She wrestles with her own thoughts. I refuse to admit that he has outdone my brother. How naive. Over here, Lich keeps marveling. Level 5 is truly amazing. Suddenly she spoke up. Hey kid. Why do you hide your power? If you showed it, you would not be level 5. You would be. Jian replied immediately. That is enough for now. He smiled slyly. Just let them watch until the moths swarmed around. Cut to the main area, where the red carpet is beautifully laid out. Damien spoke first, laughing. Haha. Others would lose all spirit because of Jian. But unexpectedly, it was beyond my prediction, especially the Black Wolf. I have never taught that before. How intriguing could he be using the shadow sword? The man behind suddenly spoke up. Master. Forgive me, but I am worried you might be favoring one trainee too much. If you continue, the training discipline will. Damien fell silent for a few seconds, then called out, Grand Inquisitor. And the other responded with a respectful, Yep. Grand Inquisitor. Damien frowned, a look of displeasure on his face. I guess you are not afraid anymore. Since when did you have the standing to voice your personal opinions to me? Retsu urgently replied. Please forgive me. Damien instructed me to enter, so handle it. Retsu then responded coldly. Orders stand until you are far away. Retsu scoffed. As expected, the Grand Inquisitor's judgment can no longer be trusted. But the traitor behind the scenes speaks up indeed. Those affirmations only chilled the plan further. Should we start dealing with him now? Before the door that enveloped the silent room, Jan lies on the bed, drunk, as a mysterious figure smiles wickedly at him. That is Moma, sitting on Jan, Laughing, this body is hers now, Momon kept saying. For 2 years I obediently joined forces with you to seek opportunity. You thought I had given up. But with a dangerous look and a terrifying smile, I subdued you. No sooner had she finished speaking than she placed her hands over Jan's face. Mumbling to subdue him, Momon said with satisfaction, "No need to rush. We will slowly take control of the body." Before she could finish speaking, she startled as Jan opened his eyes. "Momon." Jan looks at her and says, "Come down." Momon gazes at Jan with a hint of regret. She immediately changed her attitude, smiling brightly at Jan. "Relax. I was just testing if your magic power is strong enough." Jan seems a bit annoyed as he replies, "Ridiculous. If you do this again, I will turn you to dust." "Got it," Momon shouted back, "accusing you of breaking your promise to find a body for me." As Jan grabs Momon's collar, a voice calls out from outside, "Are you in there?" He slowly turned around and stepped toward the door, muttering in frustration who would come looking at this hour. The door creaked open. Jack stepped in and said the chief inquisitor was looking for someone. He looked at Jan and continued to urge, "Come with me." In the dark night, Jan was in the special task force. The free market alley was eerily silent. Jack and Jan walked through the dark night, Jan wondering why the chief inspector called them. Who calls someone at this hour? The inspection was already over. Was not it? He keeps wondering why he never got a reply from Jack. Why was he called to this place? And did Jack really call him that day? At that moment, Jack silently drew a sharp sword from his sleeve, aimed it at Jan from behind, and spoke loudly. "You are quite clever." He was confused when there was nothing behind him. Had he disappeared? Jan now stood behind Jack, glaring at him and said, "I am not just smart." Jack was caught off guard, unable to react as Jan unleashed the deadly seventh sense strike, sending him soaring into the air. Jack lands with a pained expression, eyes filled with fear as he realizes Jan has struck him. Jan replied to Jack calmly, the deadly aura radiating from him, could I not see it? Had he never been trained? Jack looked at Jan with anger, calling him arrogant, and focused on the sword in Jack's hand, silently thinking that the aura emanating from it, the blood sword energy, originated from the purgatory sword art. "Brother Hoini said, you are a high-ranking instructor, right? Does the chief instructor know about this?" Jan keeps accusing. "Is this really what a high-ranking official would do? Will you take responsibility for the consequences?" Jack seems surprised. "You are only a 5th grader, yet so arrogant." "It is. I have met those who pass the test and treat everyone like nothing." He raised his sword high, aiming at Jan to see how long he could endure. Jan watches the centipede with a determined look, exhales softly, "Just that? And you dare to deceive me?" After a while, Jan was stunned, sitting on the ground, causing Hong Mangai to be arrested. Munmun appears beside Jan and asks, "What are you doing?" Jan turns away, annoyed by the noise. He wonders, what is the official's explanation for this matter? "Please tell me the reason, so I may know in return." "Do you wish to hear the words I have to say?" Jan insists. "At least tell me the reason before you die." While Jack just stares at him, silent. Finally, Jack has responded to Jan, who still remembers the event from 2 years ago. Jan is now recalling the event that happened 2 years ago. As told by Jack, he slowly recounted how he had lured the training soldiers to desert the special forces to capture you. "We have corrupted many officials. In the end, they all died by his hand," said with a heavy heart. "My younger brother is in there too." Hearing this, Jan was surprised, then listened as he continued, "Perhaps unaware that my brother was once the leader of the pursuit squad." At this point, Jack shouted loudly, his voice filled with deep resentment, "I will never forget the brother who sacrificed himself at the hands of those monsters." The painful images of his younger brother flashed before Jack's eyes, the agonized body, that face. He gritted his teeth, consumed by utter hatred. "I have been waiting for this day. I will kill to honor the spirit of my younger brother." Jack grips his sword tightly and says, "Go to hell." "Stay calm and call out something. Hurry over here." Jack raises his sword high, shouting, "I beg your forgiveness, my brother." At that moment, Jan shouted out, "Songbird." Suddenly, the shadow sword singer launched a swift attack on Jack, catching him off guard. Jan's wild dog bit through Jack's sword hand. Jan reached out to catch something, then gently said, "I am truly sorry for your brother." Jan's face was stern. "But we fought and killed each other, and I emerged victorious. Why is there a grudge here when it was you who forced me to do this?" Jan said in disappointment, "I truly did not expect you to use such a personal reason to act." Jack, in pain and anger, was left speechless by the words spoken. Jan's sharp eyes scanned Jack's group. "Are not you all rebels?" Turning to the rebellion in Armenia. Though it failed, it shook the entire continent and empire. Several rebel leaders gathered insurgents, suddenly forming a revolutionary armed force. The Red Revolutionaries earned their name from the blood-stained blades they wield. They used their own blood to forge a crimson sword aura. The Red Revolutionary team's battles are always soaked in blood. The Red Revolution is a skill believed to have been created by the leader of the Red Revolution squad. Knights of the same rank, but using the Red Revolution, will have a stronger attack power, but it also has the drawback of consuming a lot of blood. To overcome this weakness, they resorted to blood-sucking. Cut to present. Jiang, surrounded by Geek and his henchmen, remains calm and speaks. The rebel army has begun to move. I planned to wait until morning to find you. But you came to me first, saving me the trouble. Jiang glanced at them and asked, who gave you orders? The Grand Instructor. Could there be someone else, pulling the strings behind the scenes? The ox does not answer me. Jiang stared intently at Jeek, listening closely as he spoke of regret and knowledge, clenching his teeth to the limit. But those who knew the revolutionary team could die peacefully on the Red Road. He signals his men to prepare for attack. Ready for battle. Subordinates obediently follow orders. Jiang watches them intently. As if understanding something from the swords they hold, they attack from front and back. Full of resolve, go to the ancestors. Squad 974. Jiang carefully analyzes. This is a revolutionary sword technique performed by 3 senior knights. Then I will give it my all. He stretched out his arm and ordered. Charge forward. Street Singer. The flowing melody slowly melded into Jiang's arm, transforming instantly into a gleaming sword. The observer was amazed, unable to believe his own eyes. Is this the fate of the Grand Preceptor to reach such a realm at this age? Immediately after, Jiang wielded the Lakip to battle the rebels. He delivered a fatal blow to the rebels, leaving them no chance to evade, and all struck down. In the silent night, a devastating blow from Jiang shakes everything. From afar, Jeek saw it and was amazed what on earth was happening. He swung a single sword with deadly precision. All of Jeek's subordinates have fallen, their bodies broken, leaving him both terrified and bewildered. What is this? Are we really going to be wiped out like this? Jiang slowly approaches Jeek, making him fearful the monster. At this moment, Jiang stood before Jeek. He trembled with fear, asking who he really was. Was he a man or a serpent of the Imperial spies? Jeek continued with a haughty look. How could he know our identities? Could he be the Grand Inquisitor? Jiang crossed his legs defiantly. And he was the one asking, causing Jeek unbearable pain. Jiang reaches into his jacket pocket searching for something. Do not worry. If I am, you will be spared. He pulls something from his pocket and asks. Look closely. Have you ever seen this pattern before? The ox's eyes widen in shock. How did this pattern end up on the pendant? Jiang grabbed his collar. Lifting him up sharply, he found it. He asked sternly and repeatedly. What is this pattern? Which clan does it belong to? Could it be linked to some sect, or the Grand Inquisitor? Who else bears this pattern? Jeek did not answer Jiang's questions but asked instead. How did you know about this pattern? Jiang replied. Surprised. Your face. The beast kept repeating this pattern phrase. And slowly, his face grew terrifyingly large, and then his face exploded. He was gone immediately after. Jiang silently watches Jeek lying on the ground, wondering if it is suicide, when Manman interrupts to deny An's words, saying it is not that he was silenced by magic, but that he himself was unaware. Jiang looked back, confused, and fell silent. Manman explained. It is magic when someone speaks a word or performs an action. The blood in a person's danchin will boil and explode. I do not know who he is, but the information seems extremely well guarded. Keep talking, and I will let them know the suggestion I plan to use on you is the same kind. Are you proud of yourself? Jiang pondered deeply. Though the rain still falls, we have uncovered a clue. The Grand Inquisitor and the rebels are tied to this symbol, connected to my parents. And I sense a growing unease. You told me to be happy, but I must find the Grand Inquisitor. Everyone wonders now. Lu. In this silent space, Tone heard the voice of Man coming to the Grand Inquisitor, claiming he had killed all of his men. Could it be that the Grand Inquisitor did not send him? Jiang confidently assures Momeng. I am certain they must be from the Grand Inquisitor. He falls into thought again. But I am not the one who killed him. Jiang looks back and says to Damien. You sent them for me to kill, did not you? Master. Damien sighed, denying it. No master would ever tell their disciple to kill. He continued. That guy Jich has been too talkative lately. I need to teach him a lesson. Damien turned away but glanced back cautiously. No need for reports. Just go home. The official mission starts tomorrow. Jiang watches Damien's retreating back, urging him to rest. Damien kept walking and said. With the way things are now, a lot is bound to happen in the future. Early the next morning, a train chugged through the pine forest, heading north across the offshore territory. Inside the train, there seemed to be very few passengers. With their luggage stacked tightly by the door, a ticket inspector is going from guest to guest, saying, Please show your ticket. He reached out to Jiang, gently asking for forgiveness, and requested, Please issue the train ticket for the gentleman. He reached inside his jacket pocket, saying, Please wait a moment. He handed over the ticket, and the ticket inspector confirmed. I have verified your ticket, sir. Please enjoy your journey. In the quiet space of the train, Jiang silently thought. The test was over, and they were taking me on a trip. Right after that, he immediately dismissed the thought. There was no way that could happen. This train is heading north on a mission. Survival trainees who pass the test will become official members of Special Force 5 and be deployed on their first mission immediately. We were sent to 4 battlefronts surrounding the kingdom at the center: east, west, south, and north, essentially the entire continent. They will tell everyone to choose the area they want to go to, and they will receive their mission upon arrival in the east, bordering the lands of the living dead and night demons. Kasao and over 80 members are heading there, to the west, where strange sights and monsters often appear. Roman and 50 members were sent there to fight in the southern storm zone, where the pirate gang Han and fierce storms strike. 60 elite warriors have been dispatched to confront them at sea, in the frozen northern lands bordering the Madman tribe's colony. Jan and 3 others from the training center were dispatched. Few dare head north. For the cold there can freeze even a dragon. Jan thinks about going north alone, since no one else volunteers to come here. Just as I turned around. What is this combination all about? Inside the train, 4 engineers sit facing each other. Rank 6 Gruel. Rank 6 Lorena. Rank the 5th of January. And finally, Rank 8 Cheryl. Looking at these schemers, I think only a bunch of troublemakers have gathered here. Gruel looks at Lorena and asks, "Hey princess, did you follow me here? You want to get back at me by stalking and bothering me?" Lorena gazes out the window, her eyes filled with silent sorrow, not responding to Gruel's words. He is pissed off, yelling, "You little bastard. Are you ignoring me?" Cheryl snaps, "Shut that rude mouth." Probably what Sister Lorena is thinking. Gruel stirs up trouble again, saying, "Who do you think you are? Her servant or what?" Cheryl gently replied to the maid, "I'm sure. I worked alongside Sister Lorena during the Dao Son operation." The girl recounted that after she saved me that day, I decided to follow her everywhere. No one had ever taken such a risk for me before. Cheryl keeps talking. "But right now she is probably thinking you should shut that noisy, stinky mouth of yours." Gruel snapped. "Is that what you are thinking?" Then shouted, "You want to die?" "Ah." Jan sighed deeply. Realizing peace was out of reach, Gruel stared at Jan, deep in thought. "The truth is, I do not care about Lorena. The only reason I came north was because of you." He kept staring at Jan, insisting it was because I would kill someone. Gruel recalls, "I hated you from the very first glance. You always stood in my way and were my disgrace." He thought again, staring at Jan with a terrifying gaze. "If we were outside the training center, I would kill anyone the moment I got the chance." Gruel reached into his pocket for the sword but froze when Jan spoke up. "Do you want to get hit a few times? Answer me quickly." Jan turned to Gruel with an angry glare. "You want to get hit a few times?" Gruel. He broke out in a cold sweat, stammering. Then Jan replied firmly, "That is right." And he immediately threw a punch at Gruel's face. On this side, Lorena remained silent and contemplative, never having imagined she would return to her homeland so soon. She recalls the words someone said. "Stop, Lorena. I do not want to hear it. If you mention that name again, I will exile you from this colony." Lorena, heavy with sorrow, reflects on the homeland she left behind, untouched even once. "Since leaving my hometown, I have not heard a word from my younger brother. I can't keep turning back like this." Jan sat noticing Lorena's strange silence, guessing she was unhappy about returning to her hometown. He keeps worrying. She will soon hear the unexpected news. Lorena, even she will be shocked by what is coming. Voices echo through the train car. "We will reach Avalon soon." Someone replies, "I know it now." The other person continued speaking. "Miss Hongjang, who plans to behave like this forever?" Hearing this, Jan looked puzzled. "Someone wonders why we are near Avalon, but not stopping for a moment. What is wrong with that? Why can't we stop there for a moment?" He continued, saying the prince would be very disappointed. The other finally responded, "He will not go. Prince's curriculum is complete. So why do you keep making me meet him, when I have nothing left to teach him?" Watching the conversation between those two, he pondered. He might seem like a strange old man with a bad temper at first glance, but he was advisor Honja Hugo. He is the scholar of the royal family and the teacher of the prince, the brain of the entire kingdom. Jiang thought it was so I could meet him, even though he was just a civilian from the north, with no magic or martial arts to protect himself. But he was deeply respected for his profound knowledge. Even the emperor recognized this and appointed him as a minister, a man who was once just a commoner. "In my past life, he was so outstanding that he became famous across the entire continent. A wise man truly worthy of his title." Then he knelt, pleading, "Your Majesty, do you not see that a land will suffer forever if its landlords remain blind to the people's pain? Please open your eyes wide. The reason the rebel flood calls themselves a revolutionary army is because you abandoned the people. You do not see that, do you?" Hugo, where is the wisdom and clarity of a true ruler? You should not be a leader if you only chase power and neglect your people. At that time, Advisor Hong tried to persuade His Majesty for 3 days and nights. Eyes bloodshot. Soon after, His Majesty rewarded his loyalty with death, but that was a tale of the past, not the present. At this moment, the train attendant stood right beside Hugo and said, "Sir, We apologize for the inconvenience you have experienced. We have already moved the troublemakers elsewhere. He continued to tell us that a private room had been prepared for you. Would you like to come inside? The old man replied and thanked the train attendant. Jan watches quietly as the servants escort Hugo to his private room. As the servers passed by, they kept their hands right behind their backs, seemingly signaling something. Jan saw that thought was sign language he was sending to other members of his group. The ship is about to pass through a tunnel. When it does, I will assassinate the royal advisor. Jan laughed, saying he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The soldiers patrolling the train. Jan sits steadfast in his seat, loyal to the empire, not the emperor, and willing to sacrifice his life for the empire and its people. The revolutionary forces see the royal advisor as a thorn in their side, so they try to corner him. The fingers of the soldiers move deftly, from clasping the thumb and index finger to tightly gripping 3 fingers, a secret sign language known only to the revolutionaries. In the luxurious room, the golden speaker announces, "Our train will temporarily stop in the tunnel due to a carriage malfunction. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated and stay in your positions." They plan to attack in the tunnel. Jan is already waiting, ready to rescue the royal advisor and build alliances here. The loudspeaker blared, capturing everyone's attention. Inside the train car sat Lorena, Cheryl, and Cruel, who whispered, "From now on, we will communicate telepathically. Be silent and listen," he shouted. Jan quickly explains. Control of the train fell to the enemy the moment it entered the tunnel. The attack on the passengers aboard the train is scheduled to happen in an hour. Seeing those tall crew members, he quickly concluded they might have already disguised themselves as the crew, or enemies could be mingling among the passengers. So from now on, cruel and cold. They have not even received their orders yet. And why should I obey you? Mid-sentence, he realized he messed up, his face turning sour. Cruel feigned indifference. Any other questions? Lorena ban. Wait. It is hard to believe the current situation. Who could have gotten this information? He looks out the window. I have received secret orders from the Grand Inquisitor, which is why I chose the north. She listened and grasped the situation. So that is how it is. Besides that, do you have any other information? What is the enemy's identity? Jiang is uncertain. I do not know the exact number, but I know who they are. You mention a name, and it turns out to be a terrorist group involved in kidnapping the key figure this time. The first snowflakes fall from the sky, thickening as the icy train speeds forward. 3 crew members exchange words. Have all the passengers fallen into a deep sleep? Yep. I burned the sleep incense. Now, we will move one by one to the cargo hold to hide. One man wields a saber. But among the passengers, there is also a special ops team. Why must service staff be armed? At that moment, Loreno appeared in the air, ready to unleash an attack. He was caught off guard, unable to react. Who is this person? Though a woman, she strikes without mercy, cleaving her opponent's blade in 2 with a single slash. The others are shaken. The one just attacked panics. That wound freezes. He concluded that the sword carried a powerful aura. Then, Lorena's beautiful face appeared, her eyes firm amidst their astonishment. Lorena, what is going on? Don't face them. In the end, she admitted it, judging by their reactions. The lies were true. Those guys are sharp-tongued. I knew there were new recruits in the special ops team on the ship, but I did not expect the little lion cub of Uncle Up to be here too. A grinning bastard if that lion cub falls into the hands of steel hawks like us. We are truly the lucky ones. The other guy chimed in, sure to get promoted. The other laughed out loud, saying maybe we should just quietly pocket 10 grand instead. Lorena's face darkened. Damn you terrorists. The purple flag waves with her words. Do you even realize what you have done to the Bo Up family? The reason my brother disappeared to find you all. I left my homeland and joined the special forces. Lorena's aura turned fierce. I do not even know how to thank you all. They wield swords radiating a red aura. Ridiculous. Really, they turned the tables. But do you know what your family has done? They are angry. While you live in luxury, my family has to eat rotten garbage to survive. Tell me, whose fault is that? She explained. The BOP clan follows me like this to protect the Empire and the North, especially if someone is an enemy of BOP. That is because, as her righteous anger flared up. You are demons threatening the Empire in the North. The glass at the station shattered. A soldier stepped out to check what happened in the front car. We have suddenly lost contact. The man ahead is serious. A shadow blocking them. I am looking for someone to vent my anger on. And that someone is you. The train keeps running through the cold. Black marks shooting from within. This sword was taken from the Imperial Palace. The blade stained. And it feels pretty worn out too. And let out a breath. It has been a long time since I have seen a red rose. Truly refreshing. Cruel's plot is revealed through his glazed eyes. Wait for Jan is I sense the energy in the front car is chaotic. The train is starting to freeze over. A sealing circle appears. A demon emerges. Do not keep summoning me for trivial matters like this, she added. The person must work worthy of the effort I put in. Jan does not say much, So let us go. Time to rescue advisor home. I will explain briefly. Lorena will block the enemy at the front car, and Cruel will hold the rear car. I will infiltrate from above to rescue advisor Hong, the sect leader remarked. Indeed, a cunning bastard. Momon cautiously probes the path to the rescue, while Lorena stays silent. But that little demon girl is quite capable. Are you sure you won't kill Han? After all, he is still a threat. She walked while questioning. Is it really necessary to rescue the old advisor Hong from there? Am I part of your plan or not? Then came Jan's brief reply. Of course, soon we will be entangled with the terrorists even more. And at that point, there is no better card than Advisor Hong to deploy. We become Advisor Hong's benefactor. The plan will unfold more smoothly, he urged. The world is full of schemers. Truly, inside the ship, a mocking laugh echoed. I still can't fully trust you. On the other side, a silhouette of a woman emerges faintly through the mist. She questioned. Wait. I will ask again. As a blurry scene appeared. A man. The third disciple of the sword sect Erictus. Commander of the 7th Legion of the Revolutionary Forces. Hela crosses her legs. Questioning. Is he truly the Emperor's master? In the sealed room, the voice echoed once more. Was he truly the Emperor's master? Hela warns Hugo about the ordeal he might have to endure. If they are that smart, they probably speak the stream language or even ancient tongues. The old man was blinded by her gaze, muttering something vague and incomplete. To some extent, Hela sat with her leg crossed on the chair, a mocking look in her eyes. So people can be fixed like dogs. Besides, is not that also the language of dogs? She urged. Hurry up and fix it. Why can't you do it, Hugo? This is frustrating. Then he also followed the request to fix the dog's voice, then translated again. This means the young lady is truly beautiful. Hela's veins bulged until tears streamed down her face. The corridor is empty. She hesitates. This is the right room. Inside, Hugo is still entertaining Hyla like a dog. Now, I will speak the language of cats. A series of meows echoing through the air. She glanced at him, wondering if this guy could really be of any help. Jiang hesitated. Well, that is just how he is. That is the terrifying thing about Advisor Hong. He is willing to throw away his own pride if it benefits the Empire. An extreme pragmatist. Hela sat back, satisfied, laughing out loud. What a fake family. All the scholars in the Empire are useless. So I have already dealt with them all. Hugo did not resist at all. Yep. Thank you for your praise. She grasped the sword's hilt, but the task remained the same. Hela utters a cryptic phrase. Pleasure to meet you, Sir Imposter. Hugo responded in kind. Young lady. Hela's arm moves. Now. Then the muscles began to grow stronger. It tore the bandage right off the prosthetic arm. She stood up and unleashed a strike. His time to corner the cowardly rats. A sudden noise inside caught his attention. A series of shocks ripple through space like an earthquake. Fragments of meteorites shattered, crashing straight onto the roof of the red train cars. In the dim light, shadows slowly fall, accompanied by a long, eerie laugh. I like that. Hela's voice sounds incredibly seductive. It is probably because the ship is old that there are so many rats. She had just spoken. The cry nearby draws her full attention. A blade rises fiercely into the air. Hela was caught off guard by a sudden attack. I never realized when I was standing right in front of her. Both assumed the crouching stance. You tell the old man. It is. The advisor panics. I am here to rescue you. Hugo praises. Did someone leave it here while I was distracting them? Well done. Hugo's gentle touch. No polite answers. Yep. Sir. The sword still rests in Hela's hand. Why would we let someone scream like a pig? Challenge stage. She screams like a pig, and she is proud of it. Hela roars. What? He fires back instantly. I thought you were just imitating a pig. Realizing he has been played, she is furious. This bastard. Momo speaks to Jian. I have no choice but to grasp the extent of Han's magical power. At most, just around level 5, but she enveloped the sword with a unique poisonous aura. The rig is acknowledged. As expected, she pretends to be focused on training the next generation. Han is definitely one of his disciples. A shadowy figure wields a sword, delivering a fatal strike. Let us settle this quickly and cleanly. A voice from behind the stall. Stay right there. The man appears. Block the weapon aimed at Hugo's neck. Drop your sword. If not, we will take Advisor Hong's life. The old man is restless. Hidden. The art of concealment. He looks at Momo with furious intent to kill. You said there were only 2 Momos. She says nothing. She only understands dark magic. Helpless villain. You mean someone confused Tutor Hong with the enemy? Momo strikes back. What can you do? When Tutor Hong left, there was no magic, so he went unnoticed. The group collapsed to the floor in pain. Drive it straight into the wooden floor. Hela slowly approaches as he raises his hand to surrender. You were so fired up just a moment ago. Jian steps back. Do you want to hear a pig squeal? She won't give you a chance. Her muscles gradually began to bulge. Once again, it swells to its maximum. Now I want to hear your skull shatter more than a pig's squeal. That one truly strikes with brutal force. She whispered that the battle was still ongoing. Fully equipped soldiers tense up along the riverbank. The sword is gripped firmly in hand. The morning lights behind seem to set the stage for it. Lorena gave a fierce smile. Fragments shimmer and fall like scattered stardust. The train's glass windows shattered into pieces. After some time, the seats in the ship have grown cold and empty. Some were even frozen into massive blocks of ice. At last, winter has arrived. The wings on her back shimmer alongside the gleaming sword. Suddenly, Lorena clutched her mouth, spewing out dark, Syrupy blood. This is a red liquid. I have overused the gas supply. My body can't take it anymore. Using soul snow for a long time is truly challenging. Someone called out from behind, making her turn around. We have been deceived on a massive scale. Barroso slowly approaches, though it is the secret technique of the BOP. It is too brutal and simple, unlike what we have been told about it. She does not know who this is. A stream of black air is erasing the surrounding atmosphere. He resolutely spoke a sorrowful word. If he is from the next car, where cruel is, then it is cruel. A question that made her eyes widen in surprise. She does not know who he is. A question that made her eyes widen in surprise. Is she really the daughter of Uncle Up? Lorena steps forward to the physics lab. You bastard. How dare this person speak with such insolence? At the rear of the ship, as the snowflakes fall heavier now, road is completely covered in snow, with a bitter curse. Why must fate be so cruel? Cheater. You bastard. A dream perches on the ridge of the wooden wall. His body is now utterly filthy. How can anyone possibly stop a monster like that? He is on a whole different level. She grasped the blade, thinking, stronger than the Grand Inquisitor himself. She refuses to abandon her offensive stance. I can only ask in surprise. The person, a user, blocks my sword with their finger. Barroso strikes back with sharp wit. If anyone feels offended, I apologize. He is commenting, what a pity. If only we had never met here. His eyes gleamed in the darkness. Outside the ship's door, the snow keeps falling thick and fast. Finally, Barroso utters a sentence tinged with regret. Hila slowly closes in on Jian. He raised both hands, ready to surrender. Wanna hear a pig squeal? She grinned wickedly. It is too late now. Compared to that, I feel trapped. A ruthless pain from Hyla. The more I want to hear the sound of shattered bones. Clumsy hands blend, sparking a smile. Luggage is still placed right by the train car door. Cheryl hides behind the luggage compartments. Tell yourself, even I can fight. But he told me to just hide for now. Level 8 means I have become a knight of the kingdom. I have officially passed the test. Wait a moment. I wonder if Sister Lorena's alright. The sample streaks extend outward from the door. The little girl from the village. I have to stay there to protect her. On Lorena's side, the black spots are slowly spreading. She lay motionless on the ground. The train keeps running through the blizzard. The sound of footsteps grows closer and closer. A dream. A hand shielded, wrapped in bandages. He is feeling it. What a pity. If she bows her head, she might just keep her life. Lorena responds coldly. Enough. You arrogant brava. I dream with my arms crossed. I know you are not stupid enough to fail to see the difference in power between us. With things the way they are now, what can you really do? Lorena's beautiful face is wounded, yet she refuses to surrender. In the end, she spoke up. I am not like the other BLP tribe members. Our constitution is not yet complete. She has no intention of surrendering. She gazed at the sword thrust into the ground, as it slowly transformed into a ribbon of ice. Lorena insists. At least we can still sacrifice ourselves to match their expectations. I may not be able to defeat you, but I am willing to risk my life to face you. He closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them wide. In the end, concluded that when warriors clash, death is just part of the game. Looks like I have upset you. Grasp his hand tightly. My nickname is Black Tiger. My name is Amo. Black Tiger. Ame strikes first with a hungry fist. Using the mountain-crushing tiger technique, he insists. I will show you true power. The blizzard still rages across the sky. Barroso stands aside, eyes wide open. He can't be? Sat despondent on the floor, muttering to himself, I cannot afford to lose. We have the advantage in numbers, and the enemy is out of weapons. I am even holding a hostage right now. So how could this possibly happen? Along with his words, Hila's body had long since collapsed. He shouted, Hela. Wow. Barroso's counterpart pulled him back to reality. What else could it be? Using the Dark Wolf sword technique is only because you are too weak. Is not. Hugo stands behind, trying to grasp the situation. It is really over. Jiang uses the Black Wolf sword technique because you all are just too weak. Is not that right? Jiang uses the Black Wolf sword technique because you all are simply too weak. Is not that right? Hugo stands behind, trying to grasp the situation. It is really over. Jiang admits. We must persevere. You may rest now. Let us go to the next room so they can leave the game. He keeps facing obstacles from the other side. You bastard. How could you possibly dodge all our attacks? Jiang once cooked with the master of those people, hunting the Erectus sword in a past life. I have already seen through their techniques. This time, not only Erectus himself but also Han's disciples are involved, even if it is Hila. The attack is relentless, even if the sky falls. I will never accept defeat. Jiang noticed Barroso's unusual behavior. You do not want to live anymore. Do you? He does not understand anything. He laid out a circular box containing a pendant. If you answer me kindly, take a good look at this necklace. Has anyone ever seen this badge before? He panics. That badge. In the end, you have to blurt out a name. The origin badge. You turn it the other way. Origin badge. He is a bit tense. Wait a moment. I have not said anything yet. I think it is a forbidden charm. Even the disciples of the Furious Sword are being silenced. That information must be incredibly important. Streaks of dirt spread all across the floor. Jiang thinks it is hard to get them to say more than one sentence. He ponders deeply. But now I have discovered the new keyword. The origin badge. And the royal advisor has recovered. I just need to get off the ship. Suddenly, the train carriage caught fire. Small explosions start to erupt one after another. He's confused. An explosion. What was that explosion just now? Jiang watches Hila coughing relentlessly. She opened her eyes wide. I smile wickedly. The engine room has exploded. This train can't be stopped. Flames began to roar louder along the ship's hull. This time, the ship's arc reactor is overheating. The ship is flying through the waves. I lost her. Completely satisfied at last. The last blast was really something. The train gleams outside like a burst of fireworks. Hila feels a deep sense of regret. It is a pity I won't get to witness it. Her eyes turned lifeless in just a single second. Let us close this chapter as if it never happened. How could this happen? The alarm is sounding. It was an explosion. Ma, get out of here. She tries to persuade, with the amount of magic stones in the veins. This explosion is absolutely massive. Launch platform. Don't panic anymore. Though unexpected, that monster can handle this situation. The fire is slowly spreading through the ship's compartment. He puts on the cloak, standing amidst the falling snow. That is the Royal Knight, the 7th engineer. His eyes held a deep, endless sorrow. The hull continues to burn relentlessly. There is no sign that the fire is being put out. Inside the train car, the fire spreads faster and faster, even amidst the raging blizzard. In that situation, the Overseer's shadow could only stand by, watch, and sigh. He locked his gaze completely. This is truly awkward. The royal artist is the finest talent in the empire, usually guarding the emperor and the capital. They are geniuses of level 3 and above. The power of each knight can be as fierce as a storm. He draws his sword. There is no other way. The train is slowly approaching. He closes his eyes, then suddenly it bursts open, glowing bright. I beg your forgiveness. He rises up. Using the final rite is the Emperor's sword. The sword swings forward, ready to welcome the approaching train. Many magical circles appeared in the middle of the railway tracks. He shone a blinding light onto the ship's hull. Jiang was amazed by this performance. He grits his teeth. Wait a moment. How is that even possible? Magic slowly engulfs the train conductor. The shadow behind Kai has not yet withdrawn. He suddenly let out a sharp command. Those revolutionary soldiers. The train slowly crumbles. Just as Kai said, so brutal, capable of committing such a cruel act. Advisor Hong confronts him with tough questions. What is he saying? This was not the work of a newcomer. That laugh. That is true. He is asking about you. I am glad to see you safe and sound. I cherish you, my advisor. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? The old man answers. I am still doing very well. It was as if a miracle spared me from that attack. Seeing the desolate scene, the wheels still hang on the wire. He sighed. You do not seem surprised at all. He is sweating. You have got it all wrong. Lorena approaches from behind. Because I believe in Miss Buff, the young lady can protect the advisor safely. The young lady has disrupted the plan's communication line to keep the convoy safe from our attack. The result only grazed one side, so I trust that all advisors are safe. Advisor Hong steps forward with his assessment. Truly worthy of the coaching staff's talent. She denies it. Not Lord. I am not the one clogging the line. Hand rests on Lorena's shoulder from behind. As a member of the Special Forces, having a grasp of the situation to some extent is fundamental. Praise him. It turns out that besides Miss Buff, there are others with talent, and laughed and spoke. Actually, my strength is on par with the top tier. Cheryl is not pleased. The person. Gruel turns to look. How do we do it? Lorena makes a demand. Sir Kai, one of the attackers targeting the advisor was involved. Sing. Armor's tiger. Even the Lord takes notice. I am facing the hand, but I lack the strength. After the ship capsized and sensed the arrival of Lord Kai and vanished, said his goodbyes. See you again later. The daughter of If's shore. That is the assessment. Hato joins the revolutionary army, but the fact that she can fight against Han is already commendable. Lorena refuses. I only. Advisor Hong turned his head back to look. Say no more. On the other side, right at the chain link of the wire, Jian asks, what is wrong? You are hurt. Are not you? Momo answers. Because someone jumped down there. My body. Oh my. You go first. Don't rely on me. Momo is. This body does not belong to a single soul. Take care of it a little. I cut them off. Stop talking nonsense. Momo. He clenched the white piece tightly between his teeth. Troubles coming. Events that never happened in past lives are unfolding one after another. The attack. The train explodes. These things did not happen in the previous life. But why is it happening now? There were never reinforcements coming from the north. The situation changed when Jian headed north. That is why the Black Tiger appeared in the north. Your actions set off a domino effect. No one can predict where this impact will lead. Jian whispered to himself. Be careful where you poke. A shadowy figure appeared, catching his attention. So this is the place. Advisor Hong Jian clearly states the reason. I am looking for someone. Let us have a talk. Jian follows the old man. You should have stayed in the capital. I feel remorseful for the harm I have caused others. He looked down at his bandaged hand. That hand, injured because of the railway line. Right, in the end, it was all because of me. Jian does not deny it. That is right. I have endured great suffering because of you. The royal advisor expresses his thoughts. A person truly straightforward. The old man closes his eyes. I will reveal the identity of the person. He handed you a thick book. Take it. Jian looks at Ko. This is it. The royal advisor responds. This is my song. It is what represents our honor. It is definitely worth using. Jian smiles quietly. You strike at the heart of the old man's pain. You told me to accept it, and forget about you correcting his pronunciation. The royal advisor admits with a shy smile. That is right. He is being blunt again. The old man bids you farewell. All right. I am leaving now. Fate brings us together again. Jian breathes a sigh of relief. Finally, we have successfully infiltrated. Everyone's curious. You hit him. You answer. He gazes into the distance ahead. Snow continues to fall in thick, heavy flakes. Jian decides the journey, and now we move on to the next destination. That is the land of cold and ice. The scene shifts. Inside some kind of repair shop, a sword is being tested by prying it against the table. The man pokes his head, chuckling with his mouth full. Do you want this sword? He rubbed his hands together slowly. The price is for Jian. For 500 dong. You can get it repaired. He sighs deeply. 500 dong. Way too expensive. He's persuasive. Why not? I wonder what this wooden body was used for to be damaged so badly. Jian does not speak deeply. I only went a little too far. The black sword forged from ironwood, gifted to me by the Grand Instructor. Compared to a normal sword, this shadow sword is simply beyond my limits. But when it comes to facing the Black Wolf, Even the ironwood can't compare. You do not seem to be able to shake his resolve. The guy is asking around, do you need anything else? The room is neat and tidy. No need. Guy smiled brightly. All right, we look forward to serving you again. He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, don't get too enthusiastic. I'm scared. Sturdy houses stand side by side, built with care. This is Violin, a small town near the bay. Due to bad weather and no trains running, Duchut decided to use the Violin gate to reach Buff. He glanced at his watch to accumulate mana for the magic array. Then, the gate won't be accessible until tomorrow. People passing by recount what they saw on the road. Violin is a small town, so it takes a long time to gather mana. Anyway, Jun needs some time to prepare himself. He walks down the road, blending into the bustling crowd. This is the first time I have come to a place with so many ordinary people since my regression, because after waking up, I have been wandering in a frantic rush. The overwhelming emotions. How strange. Is there something strange about the teacher? I do not understand the password. What nonsense is this person spouting? Mana Sirius. The name is either Royal Cherry or Gnizy. Can anyone sense his Imperial Dragon aura nearby? Your focus remains on the crowd, faintly wondering, what is Hong Long? She scolds harshly. You fool. A person unaware of their own power. A star map illustrated through Mon's tail. Mana consists of 6 powers. Mana Ha, Mana Chains, Mana Than, Mana Loss, Mana Kim, Mana Earth. Hong Long is the ultimate power. Even if it is not a Mana Scythe, it can still be forged. Isn't that right? After all, it is just an attribute. She is powerless. Name. Those 5 fools are terrifying. If it were that simple, there would be no shortage of those who could build a nation. Only the mana of the dragon's breath and its divine aura carry the essence of the lineage. Every subject is a fierce battle. Those who dare to underestimate mana will pay. What the hell is going on inside that mind? Reflect on it yourself. That is true. The line of senses and the crown prince. These two share Bahamut's bloodline, so Jian can understand. But what does Royal Gnai have to do with this? He is determined to get to the bottom of this. A voice calls out from behind along the road. Is that room 974? Pay attention. This number is 2 girls. 1 big, 1 small. Come into view. Lorena, Cheryl. The little girl greets with excitement. It was pure chance, even as she remains silent. Jian answers, I went to the smithy to repair my weapon. You must prepare before going on the mission. The little girl in the background. They're also preparing to carry out the mission. The spy watches for a moment. They look more like they are out shopping than getting ready. Cheryl holds her handbag, chuckling. Lorena quickly clears up the misunderstanding. I only buy what I truly need. They are all food. After all, I am curious. Eat it all up in one day. I did not mean to. Come along and go shopping too. Wearing that shirt at the beach is not really appropriate. Jian tries to refuse. I like doing things my own way. The little girl smiled, but there is a growing feeling of losing one's humanity. Let us go together. I am powerless. People change so fast. Cheryl faces the dawn. Chang is being targeted personally. The clothes are exactly the personal belongings of that person. He tries to hold back. I know already. Stay calm. Behind them, a shadowy figure watches silently. I have a suggestion. If it is heavier, it becomes a bit inconvenient. Anti-slip gloves and thick anti-slip socks. They all have one. All feelings fade away. He is always shrouded in darkness. It is all about winning and losing. Look back at the one who left. Cheryl steps inside. You have made all your choices, have not you? Can you take a look at Lorena's clothes? Jian is surprised. The little girl pulls the leather curtain. Begin the rehearsal. She now wears a white dress paired with a black jacket. This is the new urban style. Lorena feels a bit shy. This outfit feels a bit too tight. I think it is also the most fundamental of the fundamentals. Black and white. Lorena quickly changes into a different outfit. This time, it is an outfit made for the beach. It is the most modern style, equipped with light, advanced gear. She shyly scolds her little sister. How can you wear a swimsuit in this freezing land? When you talk about the outfit, she takes a moment to coordinate with her sister. Just as the mat was halfway unfolded, a voice of protest arose. Stop the color. She changes back into her original outfit. I feel it now. These things just do not fit. Cheryl tries to persuade. It is not like that. They are all so adorable. The girl seeks an ally. Must be space. To Lorena's shame, you give your review. They all fit perfectly. He silently contemplates. I think the clothes you are wearing are the best. The outfit you are wearing suits you. But I think it is that costume that best showcases Lorena's swordsmanship. She feels confused. What are you saying? Why did not Lorena say anything more? She spun around. I turned forward. Cheryl reached back for sister Lorena. Cheryl. Frustrated. Number 974. What are you saying? I am helpless. Done. Then the girl abandoned the room. Lorena waited for her. Momo comments. I am not quite sure, but it seems the person is deeply deluded. Still unaware, even now deluded. You say. Did I say something wrong? The little girl followed, pleading. Are you bruised? It is my fault. Lorena went ahead. It was not me. Thank you for choosing my clothes. Cheryl tries to cheer her up, telling her not to mind that blockhead's words. He knows nothing. She denies. She does not care about the nonsense others say. Lorena turns away, her face flushed. But it is just nonsense. Outside the cave. Lorena, you are all grown up now. Let us meet tomorrow at noon in front of the gate. Don't be late. See you tomorrow. Lorena blushes shyly, whispering. Meeting tomorrow. Talking like that could be misunderstood. And so loud. No reply in sight. Jan froze and asked Momon. Why did not she answer and just leave? Didn't she hear us? Momon sighed. If it were me, I would pretend to be deaf around strangers too, Jan asked her again, having finished buying clothes. Now it is time to meet him. At this moment, in the Moonlight Tavern on Philip Ung Trading Street, a young woman is collecting money from customers. The tavern seems crowded, likely because the drinks here are both cheap and good, attracting locals and mercenaries alike. Now, on a nearly empty bottle of liquor. Damn it. Cruel slammed the table, wondering how to beat Jan, who does not reveal a single weakness even in his sleep. Jan recalls. I could still feel it in the battle. Jan did not even use his full strength. Why was he hiding his power? He took a sip of the remaining wine, wondering. Wow. The other guests' voices grew louder and louder. Haha. Next time I promise I will pay. What? Stop bragging. If you are the buyer, I will pay back 10 times over. What? You say I am bragging. Tired of living. Then come at me. This made Cruel extremely uneasy. The bottle untouched yet already set aside. Hey. You all. He shouted. It is too noisy. His words made everyone else in the cafe pause. The chatter momentarily silenced. He continued. Can't you see Cruel White of the White family drinking? You street thugs have no sense of respect. Be silent until I rest. If you keep making noise, I will show you the difference between nobles and commoners. Harsh words stirred unrest. Yet to avoid conflict, they chose silence. Suddenly, a voice shattered the silence. I want to see that difference. Cruel heard and felt uneasy. Suddenly, Jiang stepped forward, sat down right beside him, and said, Show everyone how a noble drinks. His appearance startled him. What? Jiang. When did you get here? Cruel explained. They do not know basic tactics yet make a fuss. Jiang immediately retorted. Are not you the same? Cruel's eyes flicked to Jiang. What? Jiang said slowly. You were compared the same way. Pushed away because of that so-called distance. All the way here. We're not you. He took a sip of wine. If you can break free from that distance, you will become stronger. Cruel asked again. Stronger. What exactly are you implying? Suddenly, a giant hand rested on his shoulder. Interrupting their conversation was he, the skinny outsider. It turns out that hand belonged to Billy, captain of the Thunder Mercenaries, who seemed to want to become stronger after hearing the story. Let me show you the secret. But it seems Cruel does not want to listen. Remind him. Take your hand away. But Billy did not care. He kept saying. Lifting weights 8 hours a day. Split into 3 sessions. And you will get stronger. Now, if you join my mercenary band, you will get an extra dose of protein. Cruel clenched his teeth at Jiang, snapping as his words were ignored. What protein nonsense. Then, a flash of light burst forth. A punch was thrown, aimed straight at Billy's grip, leaving him alone and furious. The full force punch sent Billy flying backward, his massive body crashing hard onto the floor. Seeing that, Cruel immediately showed disdain, thinking he was all muscle. Turns out it was just a deflated ball. The passengers around were stunned that a single punch could take down the captain. Suddenly, a few other muscular men stood up, their faces darkening as they looked at him and said, Who dares lay a hand on the captain? Cruel showed no fear at all, even spoke calmly. Muscles bulging. The stench of sweat strong enough to reach all the way here. Then his eyes turned cold. Fine. Come at me, all of you. Then suddenly those guys smiled brightly, flexing their bodies to show off their sculpted muscles. This skinny guy is really talented, born with muscles. A muscle prodigy. Try hitting me. Cruel fell silent, surprised by the act. Suddenly, those around chimed in. Haha. Did not expect you to knock out the captain with one punch. Truly noble. And a bright face indeed. His face twisted into a fierce glare amidst the roaring cheers. I do not know how it came to this. Then he smiled brightly and I liked it. The atmosphere is alive once more. Drink up. Bring all the wine here, no leaving until you are drunk tonight. Glasses filled to the brim were set on the table. Barrels of wine slowly emptied. And Cruel had become the center of attention. Are you good at wrestling? Of course. I'm a noble. Long live the nobles. Drink up. He was now more at ease with those he once called commoners. Together they drank, arms around each other like old friends. Clinking glasses. Bring the blood and wine here. Cruel's glass is empty. You common folk, today I will treat you all, to show you what true class really means. 123. Drink up. Drink up till late at night. Only a few people left on the street with faint flickering lights. Leave me alone. Wake up, Cruel. Jan is helping him in his drunken state. Do not throw up, or I will kill you. Cruel stays stubborn, saying he is not drunk. Where's my buddy Billy? Jan asks. The protector has no status. Yet they already swear brotherhood, he said. Our Billy is a very kind boy, but he has a hard time. Suddenly, he smirked. A bunch of fools praise them a bit, and they get cocky. It is strange to be welcomed so warmly on our very first meeting today. Suddenly, a drop of water falls. Jan Do not you find it strange? Tears streamed down Cruel's cheek. Perhaps it is happiness. Or maybe it is hatred. It is the first time I have ever felt this way. Why do I receive no praise from those who share my blood? Why though? Jan's eyes flicker slightly. But perhaps she feels it is best to say nothing right now. Cruel's tears stopped falling, leaving only rage. Just say I am skilled. Just trust me. That is all it takes. Suddenly, Momo appeared and asked Jan, "What did you put in the wine earlier?" He turned suspicious and asked, "Put what?" Momo repeats, "Someone put something in Cruel's drink." And Jan replies, "Were they seen?" You answered, "It is just a powder to cleanse demonic energy. But looking at Cruel today, it must have worked." Momo was shocked. What? That expensive thing? Is she crazy? Or does she have feelings for him? Why would she care about him? You said it reminds me of the past. I recall seeing them lose their will and commit crimes. Their bodies corroded by sin. Back to reality, he said to Momo. Anyway, let us head back quickly. He is really about to throw up. She replied coolly. That is none of my business, making Jan angry. Momo. At Duke BF's castle. The surroundings shrouded in icy cold. White leaves drifting through the trees. At the castle's peak, a machine stands at the room's center, emitting a blinding beam of light, watched over by figures clad in blue. Those are the BF tribe's heavy cavalry, clad in blue armor, wearing iron helmets, wielding spears. Suddenly, from within the beam of light, a foot stepped out, followed by a group of 4. Lorena, Cruel, and Chero. We have arrived at the BF clan's castle. Chero was stunned upon seeing such a place for the first time. So this is the mighty army of the BF tribe. Cruel is shivering from the cold here. Have you always lived in such a freezing place? Jan is silently calculating now. The mission we must complete is... Then the image of Kiba's body appeared in his mind, along with the BF army, advancing to conquer the savages. Thinking of the outside world, he silently reflects on the harsh climate of their home, constantly clashing with savage tribes to defend and expand our territory. The need for more manpower is inevitable. He turned back, but the biggest problem was this. He looked at the armored warriors. These northern fighters were fiercely proud. Would they accept aid from outsiders like him? Suddenly, Lorena spoke up, cutting through the thoughts. Wait, I have something to say to everyone, she said. From now on, many surprises will come that you can't foresee. Always stay on guard. Suddenly, another voice spoke. You guys are the special forces who were supposed to come here. Right. Then that person raised their hand in a reverse gesture, signaling a welcome. Hello. I am the head butler of this mansion, and I would like to say something to everyone. Hen Miringer, the head butler, is a middle-aged man. Please, everyone, return now, he explained. We never demanded any support forces, nor will we accept anyone sent here. Do you understand? In Jiang's mind, Hen Miringer, the former captain of the Bow of Cavalry, after his term ended, requested to stay at Lode as the family steward. His power at least rank 3 or higher. No matter where he is, he could become a skilled cavalry captain. But surprisingly, he chose to be a steward in such a remote, desolate place. At this moment, Lorena stepped forward, saying, It has been a long time. They came here with me under the commander's orders. I feel like you are speaking quite disrespectfully to them. And saw her, hesitated, and said, Young lady, many years have passed since you left to pursue your passion, then suddenly broke down in tears. That is terrible. Miss, I can't believe you would speak to me so coldly. Even though it has been a long time since we last met. You left to join the special forces without saying a word. Do you have any idea how worried I was? You have grown now, ready to bear the weight of responsibility. This action stunned everyone. What is this? Truly, an unexpected event I never thought would happen. Hen is still restless. Oh my. There is a scratch on your cheek. How could those undercover foxes in the special unit let you get hurt? Lorena shyly said. That is why I do not want to come back here. He immediately dismissed that thought. Please do not say that everyone is eagerly awaiting your return. You are the reason we all keep going. Then suddenly, the warriors pulled out flags bearing her image, lacking any love, making her utterly ashamed. Hey, will you stop it right now? But she still comforted Mar, admitting, All right, I admit I was a bit distant. She gently asked him, You have been pretending for so many years. Your hair has turned completely gray. Are you doing well? These actions seemed to awaken his emotions once again, bringing him to tears. Sir, are you concerned about me, miss? Lorena hurriedly stopped her, urging her to calm down. He quickly told her, The weather is quite cold. Let us go inside to talk. The chef said he would personally go down to cook for you. Then he turned to the others. The group, I mean those accompanying the young lady, come in here as well. As he entered, and reminded Lorena. Miss, the clan chief will return soon from his trip to the field. When the chieftain returns, you should sit down and share a meal with him. Hearing this, her face darkened. She replied,
Yep.
I am listening. Miss, you said you do not want to hear a single word about that fake man. So do not mention father in front of me. Lorena adds, we will complete the mission before he returns and leaves for good. Han hesitated. But do not you want to clear up the old misunderstandings? He asked. But she said nothing and walked away in silence. In the dining room, Cruel shouted, Are you kidding me? He wondered. Do we really have to wait until Lorena comes back here? Can't believe I can only devour this delicious feast before me. Is this what a noble's banquet is supposed to be? And keeps talking, showing no sign of stopping. Do they see us as nothing but lowly outsiders? And where has Sister Lorena been all this time? I can't take it anymore. Cherubin interrupted. Stay silent, or they will see you as even lower than an outsider. Cruel could not accept it, saying no one but you ever called him that, when suddenly a maid standing nearby added, Please mind your behavior. You are behaving worse than an ordinary foreigner. And that really annoys Han. By the way, do you know I am the son of Count White? But her answer surprised Han. So what? I am a servant of the Uff clan. The reply was beyond Cruel's data, leaving him speechless. Just a servant. Yet you dare speak to the Count's son like that. Little Cheryl warned him to calm down, and now that she mentioned it, where did Jan go? Han wondered. I am going somewhere too, the girl replied. He said he had something to do. But what was it? Really, he said there is something very important that can only be found here. Right now, as Jan searches the abandoned castle armory, seeing the litters and swords neatly arranged, he recalled how the Emperor, in his dual role, seemed ready to overturn the entire empire just to find a single sword. In his mind appeared the image of a red dragon, the ancestral dragon, the only one a ruthless killer who forged 2 swords capable of slaying dragons. Then bloodstains appeared all over the ground. Hamoud had killed him and seized one of the 2 swords. The Emperor would stop at nothing to find that sword, what the previous Emperor failed to achieve. He now offers a grand reward to anyone who can find it. At the same time, special forces scoured the entire continent, yet failed to find even the slightest trace. When he found it, he said that at this moment, a strange sword emitted a special aura, resting quietly in the corner, the sword that even the previous Emperor could not find, despite countless efforts and resources. Finally, lying within the abandoned armory of a distant northern castle, the sword sheds its outer layer, revealing the mystical purple blade, the legendary Aston dragon sword, Astalong. The sword closely linked to the Naglin blade that stabbed me in the back in my past life. Jiang smiled softly. Surely, with this sword in hand, I will never lose to that damn Emperor again. Jiang thought. Who would have guessed that sword is one of the 2 dragon swords left behind by the Dragon Slayer? It is the Astalong dragon sword, but the Emperor's sword. Surely, it will not lose to the Emperor's sword, he said as he reached out to touch the blade. Suddenly, the sharp clang of the sword echoed, and Jiang was slightly surprised. What was that? The sword speaks, radiating a strange energy. A blinding light piercing through space. This sword is too mighty for the unworthy. A beam of light appeared, illuminating the entire room, but quickly faded away. Jiang gently raised his hand. Astalong, denying myself. I cursed this damn thing. I am sure I heard a voice when I held Astalong, saying I was unworthy. Momon stepped forward and exclaimed. Very interesting, while Jiang asked in confusion. Momon, do you know what is happening? She begins to wield the blade. It seems not a sword with its own will, but a weapon that chooses its master. Jiang asked in surprise. It chooses its owner by itself. At this moment, Momon delved deeper, explaining that sometimes a weapon can attain its own divinity. If this sword is the same, it might choose its own master. In short, Jiang, you are just from Tan Bine, not on the same level as him, so he rejected you. Jiang's eyes widened in shock. What did she just say? Jiang said. Go play somewhere else. Momon then advanced toward the sword, thinking, do you think I am not on your level? Today, death is certain. He spread his hand open, still not awake, and quickly transformed into a black wolf. Then Jiang reached out and grasped the sword once more. But everything happened just the same beam of light, the same words, the unworthy one. Jiang grits his teeth. Astalong, in the end you remain stubborn. I should have been worthy. I am good enough, so stop talking and accept that we are skilled enough to lead the way. Cut to the cliffside mansion. The imperial flag fluttering. Gathering of the armored knights. A voice rings out, commanding attention. This sword I once wielded it. Did not the person below, hearing this, immediately guesses the situation and advises caution. Your Highness, Please reconsider. A steady voice echoes. Knights. Listen up. Today's mission is to enslave the manji just like always. But today, you must not make a single mistake. For Princess Lorena will join us. The man behind panics. Your Highness, this is truly dangerous. Yet Lorena remains determined. The knights cheer. There goes Princess Lorena and Luyan Thean. At least wait for the Lord to arrive. Lorena replied irritably. I have already said I do not want to hear it. Are you treating me like a fool who can't complete my mission? If so, I will never look at you again. We just need to collect 10 manji flags. Right. That should be easier than fighting ancient history. Han is helpless. She should not take things so lightly. The manji believe their ancestors' souls dwell within their ethnic flag's colors, willing to die for it if they must. Seeing Lorena still stubborn, Han showed it plainly. She never listens to me. He entrusted Chero and Gruel with the mission. Chero. Yep. Leave it to us. As for Gruel, a bit of attitude hemph. We are not the bodyguards of some shady clan or anything. Running with him. Chero smiled faintly. Thank you for the clothes. Without them, we would have been doomed. Lorena suddenly praised. You prepared these. Still as thoughtful as always. No need to worry about sneezing. The little princess is praising someone, if I may ask. Princess Lorena. Are you wearing a military uniform? Lorena replied. Because this mission is her first as a special member. She glanced around and asked. But what about him? Just as I mentioned that familiar voice, it rang out sorry. Jan spoke. Everything took longer than I thought. Cruel poked the rice. Did not even come to eat. And now just watching. Haha. You look like a corpse. I thought you just came back from grilling meat somewhere. Not knowing what happened. But a second later red blood flowed from your nose. Momen teases. So you are the good guy. Serves you right for being so cheeky. Jan is angry. Be quiet. Momen asks. Why do not you just give up the Than Keem? No girl likes a stubborn man. You know that. Jan frowned. But we still have plenty of time. Astalon. Wielding the Emperor's sword would be incredible. But if the Azure Blade does not accept me, I can't use it. I have to find another way. Lorena steps forward. I will say this first before you misunderstand. Hearing a voice, immediately turned and called out to Lorena. Since this is my first mission as a special member, I am wearing this special uniform. And it is really durable. Good for fighting too. Yeah. It does not insulate well. But if I wear a jacket over it, it will be fine. So please do not get the wrong idea. Confused and puzzled. I do not know what you are talking about. But I have to admit, you wear it beautifully. Lorena said. Blushing, Miss Stammer was speechless. Quickly turning to command the knights. Here we go again. Sing the knight's anthem. Prepare to march. They answer in unison. Yep. Princess. Lorena commands. Raise the gates. We march at dawn. Before we go, one last announcement. Everyone, give it your all. Because today Princess Lorena will be joining us. Miss Well sneered. Just a bunch of country bumpkins. Only hunting manzi and hyping each other up like crazy. Jan silently assesses. Just as he expected, the nobles in the capital have no idea how truly terrifying the manzi are. The F-Shore has steadfastly protected them all this time. But now the tribes unite, under powerful chieftains, to forge a vast kingdom, threaten the very survival of the Kabalong Empire, and soon, he will reveal himself the king of Manzi, known by all as the strongest man alive. Bailega, a kingdom forged by the alliance of warriors, a union of fierce men. They grew so vast it threatened the Kabalan Empire, a towering figure, like a fearsome beast standing amidst a sea of fire. Is hailed as the king of the warrior kingdom. Among the 5 enemies threatening the empire, the one known as the strongest on the continent is named Bailega. His arms bulge with muscle and veins, embodying a fierce warrior born with extraordinary physique and unknown techniques. Like those with terrifying hidden powers, Bailega's eyes radiate an aura that instills fear. Coupled with the ability to detect the opponent's magic in the eyes of the Empire's knights, he himself was already a threat. A shadowy figure appears, looking like an assassin, saying, in the path, I tried everything. Blood stains the ground below. And many protectors were sent off by that person to sell termites and kill that Bailega, but many times, it did not go as planned. The papers scattered across the desk reveal his relentless search for Bailega's trail. Yet his efforts yield no clear records of where, or what he was doing at that time. The handsome face of the man who just told the story of Bailega and his journey turned out to be YN. His expression complex and thoughtful. I do not know where Bailega is right now, but I hope I do not run into him by bad luck. The flag bearing the Kavalan Empire's emblem flutters proudly in the wind. A legion of imperial soldiers marches in long ranks toward a destination, somewhere in the northern region of the offshore. Ahead, a soldier bearing the imperial flag leads, followed by a line of 4 men without armor, dressed in warm clothes unlike the soldiers. The armed soldiers marched behind in silence. No word spoken. Roman broke the silence. His face twisted in irritation as he complained, Damn it. How much longer do we have to walk? He stormed off, grumbling under his breath. Walking on this endless snowy road feels so futile. Nina, Roman kept asking, curious for answers. And after the night, he had to walk again. A different voice answered Roman. Stop complaining. This weather makes it hard to ride horses. Jan glanced around cautiously, then turned to speak. The vast white surroundings are striking, yet they make it hard to sense direction or distance. Lorena heard his words and asked, what do the outsiders think about this place? Cold is not out of 360 days. It snowed for 200 days already. Snow still falls heavily. But she keeps speaking plainly to Anne. The only thing he can see on the shore is snow. Too harsh for humans to live here. Lorena wore a complex, wary expression but spoke her thoughts aloud. There are still people living here, brave and stronger than anyone else. I have deep respect for those people. She still sees this harsh place differently and asks Yen, don't you find this place beautiful? Yen still answered the question without hesitation. I think that is the pride of a princess. Meanwhile, Trihune looked at her with a fond gaze towards Lorena and smiled in praise. Sure. Both this place and Miss Lorena are beautiful. The marching soldiers followed, cheering and growing fond of her. That day was the light, the celebration of our lives. Lorena's day is the best. Teasing instantly crushed the earlier feelings. Then he looked at them helplessly and said, again, and turns back. Drawn by the noise, there are still those who praise and speak kindly of Lorena. Right now, we are with Lord Lorena. The upside-down scenery is truly beautiful. I will dedicate my life to Uncle Bop and Lord Lorena, the girl teased. But hearing it too much gave her a headache. So she snapped irritably. Be silent. Pretend. The flag-bearer at the front spotted something and stopped to speak. Everyone, stop. The flag-bearer immediately turned to her and asked, Sir Lorena, do you see that? They stood atop a rugged mountain, witnessing a strange red glow rising from the earth into the sky. Lorena hesitates, then asks, is that red light? The flag-bearer quickly explained to her that the red light was not far from them. That is the reconnaissance signal indicating they have found the clankers. If we go there, we will see the termites. Roman laughed softly upon hearing the song, tucking a smile at the corner of his lips as he spoke. Finally, something to entertain us. But the flag-bearer turned back to him and spoke. You are really confident. He quickly put on his eye protection, revealing a stunning orange gaze. That is Captain Savo. He looked Roman straight in the eye and warned him, but you would better get ready. Soon, you will witness scenes of violence. Roman still looked strong, responding to him as if mocking the strength of those brutes. Violence. Stop joking around. Do you even know what we have been fighting against? Sharing the Catrix Cup link, the Fractured reveals their fierce and terrifying images. He keeps talking about a terrifying demon and an ancient link. And those giants are no joke either. Captain Savo, upon hearing the two speak, stared straight ahead where the workers were, then fell silent and spoke thoughtfully. Sing softly. Fading away. I understand. The snow kept falling steadily, growing thicker. Yet the captain still spoke. Let us keep moving. The special forces have battled countless monsters and faced death-defying trials. They still move forward, step by step. They are confident they can endure any violent images or monsters. Wherever they went, their footprints were hidden yet clearly visible on the thick white snow. But what they saw was snow white drenched in the blood of the slain and the wounded. As if a brutal battle had raged in this harsh place, the soldiers began to fiercely hunt down the intruders. A completely different scene of violence. A small tribe that can't even be called a base. Many ruo trees pierced straight through them all at once. The once pristine, beautiful landscape has turned into a blood-soaked arena. Soldiers never cease to rest and fight like warriors. A one-sided massacre has unfolded. Lorena, Roman, and the little girl stand frozen, facing the carnage of blood and bodies before them. A few survivors desperately beg for help, pleading for their lives. Never before seen, she stood frozen, unable to bear the brutality, her face darkening as she whispered, what on earth is going on here? I wonder. Is not a knight bound to follow the knight's oath? The image of a knight wielding a sword like a noble warrior, untainted by darkness or cruelty, to become honorable, protect the weak, and wield the sword only for my lord. Yet that image slowly darkened. The scene, blood red and the knight's devilish grin, made the girl follow his gaze and whisper, but they look like demons. Actually, I just realized they are monsters. Roman immediately realized the girl's consciousness was being tampered with as he witnessed this scene. He immediately covers her darkening eyes with his hand and warns, damn it. Do not look. He wore a complicated expression and softly said, that is not something you should be looking at. Jan saw inside Roman and shielded her teasingly. He thought to himself, he is patient, still holding back even after seeing blood. Not bad. Now he must control his energy flow. Jan's cold gaze still watches their every move. Surely everyone is taken by surprise. The tribal conflicts have always been like this. This is not a battle in the traditional sense. A detailed map unfolds, revealing tribal lands divided by boundaries, as armies with territories vie for control. This is a fight that only ends when one side is completely wiped out. Any part of the map stained with fresh blood means defeat, no matter if it is adults or children. As the princess of Uff Shore, Lady Lorena likely knows this. But hearing about it and seeing it firsthand are two very different things. She clenched her hand in defiance and moved forward. This is the burden that Lorena must bear. Can she bear the weight of it all? Suddenly, a piercing scream of pain from elsewhere startled Jan, who was lost in thought, making him turn around. A baby's desperate cry pierces the air, lying in the arms of its lifeless mother, as the bloody cat repeatedly calls out Mom twice. Seeing Roman blindfolded and witnessing this sorrow, he said, I endure. We must help them. Roman wants to save the child but hesitates and says, damn it. If we intervene, the child still cries out for his mother, right in front of the tall soldier who killed her. He glanced toward the beast and said, a lucky child. He raised the axe high, ready to end this small life, saying it no longer had to live with the burden of being a mere human. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, wait. Just as the soldier's axe came crashing down on the child, the little girl teasingly raised her hand as if to stop him and shouted out loud. The axe swung down on the child swiftly. All three Romans' faces froze, teasing and hesitating for a moment. The soldier's axe did not strike the child, but clashed against the familiar sword hilt. That is Lorena using her hand to block the strike with the sword, shielding the child. This move caught the soldier off guard, leaving him speechless. Lady Lorena. She stopped, catching him completely off guard. Lorena humbly faces the soldier and says, enough. We have killed all those who could wield weapons. We just need to take their flag and then stop. Her eyes steady, she looked straight ahead and said, we will not kill children. That is my decision. I have been watching all this time, thinking to myself, that is her decision. But the knights heard her words. The image of two knights talking and laughing mockingly. He said you must not kill the old man. Lorena said that. Haha. Gradually, the knight's pure image darkened, and one asked, Sir Lorena, you are joking. Right. The taste for bloodshed begins to show. Lorena's determination is unshakable. A young girl grips a sword, with a feathered weapon lying at her feet. Since childhood in this land of BOP, she knew how to wield a sword, and she knew what it felt like to fight against savages. She is ready to bear that burden as well. But the image of the dead woman, still holding the baby, crying out desperately for its mother lingers. Even if she kills, she still has a heart that protects the fragile lives. The savage woman wears too lightly to endure the northern cold. The baby is wrapped in luxurious fur. The image of that mother struck Lorena, the scene of her taking blows from the knight to protect the child. The knight still craves brutal slaughter and asks, Princess Lorena. Her eyes fixed firmly on the knight as she said, spare the child, I will take responsibility. The stubborn knight asked again, what are you doing, Sir? Princess Lorena. The baby keeps crying and won't stop. The knights gathered in greater numbers, and one tried to persuade her. Just letting a savage live can cause great harm to our land and people. Even you have no right to do this. Lorena shields the child in her arms, while Roman's face reveals a complex mix of emotions. She replied to the knight, that way of thinking is too extreme. Though this child belongs to a savage tribe, he has not committed any crime. She angrily asked them, you are just knights. How dare you defy your master? The knight spoke stubbornly. You are merely guests here, so please do not interfere in this matter. You intend to interfere in the internal affairs of the BOF engineers in the BOF territory. Teasing him, Song immediately flew into a rage and scolded. Knight my foot. The little girl, who had endured so long, finally spoke out. I never expected a knight's mission would be to kill a child. Aren't you ashamed? Roman, standing beside her, sympathized and said, if I let this child die, I will be haunted by nightmares, and my reputation will be ruined. She stubbornly confronted them, lifting the eye shield to reveal a scar by his eye and lips. Showing disappointment, he was Nightvas. He stared at them and said, Princess Lorena, please stop joking. I never expected you to defend those barbarians. After speaking, the knight furrowed his brows and asked, do you know what this means? In the corner, Jan's gaze remained fixed, silent and deep in thought. Just as expected, this conflict is raging everywhere. We will never outsmart the knights guarding the territory. Because their actions are not driven by emotion or gain, they have spilled too much blood and deeply despise the barbarian tribes. No one can easily earn their forgiveness. He suddenly jolted as if sensing something, then glanced away and said, always this energy. A deafening roar shattered the air, forcing the negotiation between Lorena and Engineer Vast to come to a halt. The sound alerted the knight, who whispered that a towering humanoid figure, obscured by sunlight, seemed to leap down upon them from above. The knight recognized him and cursed. Damn it. It is the clan chief. The clan chief had appeared. Everyone, prepare to fight. He lunged forward like a missile, swinging his fist at them. He landed with a punch right among the soldiers, the ground cracking beneath him as a powerful surge of energy burst forth, like a sea of fire from the chieftain's blow. This energy radiates across a vast range, felt by everyone present. Lorena was also stunned by this power, exclaiming, such terrifying energy, even from the village. You could see his power surging fiercely. Gradually, it slowed down, but the ground was scarred by a huge hole caused by the clan chief. An unlucky knight dropped to one knee, leaning on his staff, and muttered, "Damn it. I never expected their chieftain to attack here. What are the scouts doing?" Suddenly, a massive hand grabbed the knight's helmet, forcing him to yield. The one-armed chieftain coldly eyed the knight and asked, "Are you the one who killed them?" One of the 20 savage chieftains, the chieftain Baiwa, furious, bared his teeth as if ready to tear apart the knight and demanded, "Are you the one who killed my family and my people?" He said coldly. "Now it is your turn to die." The ruthless chieftain slowly crushed the knight's helmet with his bare hands. His eyes widened, locked straight ahead, and he sealed the deal right now, slowly and painfully. The koboa crushed the knight's head, blood pouring from his helmet. Suddenly, Lorena swung her sword and leapt at the chieftain, shouting as blood froze in midair. A blinding light shines down, and Lorena slowly becomes stunned by the scene before her. Her sword shattered upon striking the koboa's helmet. She gasped. "Impossible. He used his helmet to block my blade." Suddenly, like a switch flipping, it lit up with an image. The wooden fence seemed to have been snapped by some unseen force. When the boredom of the glowing koboa sets in, he attacks Lorena relentlessly and swiftly, forcing her to dodge repeatedly and gasp, "He's too fast." She dodges the massive hand but is a beat too slow, giving Kobawa's hand a chance to catch her. Then a barrage of spears suddenly flies in. 3 knights stood firm against the Kaibawa, fiercely protecting Princess Lorena. A familiar voice among them urged, "Princess Lorena, please escape quickly." She recognized him and loudly called out his name, Vass. But the technician Vass heard it and immediately apologized to her. Spears thrust into the chieftain's chest shattered against his skin. The knight still hesitated over his last words to her. "It seems we can only accompany him this far." Lorena froze as she heard him say, "I am very sorry for raising my voice at you earlier." With his final words, he looked at Lorena and wished her, "I hope you will always be strong." She rounded her eyes, calling half his name. When the knight was swiftly slain by the chieftain Kabur, with one hand, he slashed through half the knights, his hands terrifying and stained with the blood of many, the mighty warriors who sacrificed themselves only to protect the princess. He approached Lorena, raised his hand to the sky, then loomed over her, shouting. Suddenly, a familiar voice, sharp and cold-eyed, like a predator, rises again, striking Lorena's arm to finish her off. Blood splattered everywhere. Catching Kabur off guard, he stared in disbelief, questioning, "A wound on my body?" He stepped forward slowly, disdain in his voice. "It is just a small scratch. You are making a fuss." A sharp, mysterious black dagger that soon made Kabur look up to see who it belonged to. "I will tear you apart," Jiang's voice growled, as Dao stepped beside him, approaching the man with a cool, mysterious tattoo, the image of a chieftain adorned with intricate markings. Where savage leaders bear mysterious tattoos on their bodies, these tattoos allow them to harness pure magic. Replacing the energy core, Jiang begins swinging the peach wood stick high, the tattoos on their body gleaming. He gently swung the sword down on Kabur, unleashing a powerful force that made him stagger back, and channeling magic directly from his skin and muscles. After Jiang brandished the shovel, he watched the man's reaction, but then, unexpectedly, he effortlessly blocked Jiang's strike with both arms, his body powerfully enhanced. Owned by relentless training, Chieftain Kabur's eyes locked onto Jiang like prey, their attacks wielding unimaginable destruction. Jiang tensed up, staring at the man, and exclaimed, "Your body is stiffer than I expected." He lunged forward and shouted, "I will kill you." Suddenly, white shadows flashed by, saying, "We are joining in too." Lorena and Roman leap forward, swords drawn, slashing at his arms, but something goes wrong. Their 2 swords locked together, making Lorena snap. "Damn it. The swords are stuck." Roman was helpless as he reminded her, "So I told her to just stay put." Princess. Seeing this, the clan chief immediately said, "All of you lack experience." He swung his arms to strike them both, but they reacted quickly and dodged just in time. They landed safely but were frustrated they could not attack with their usual swords. Roman stood silently, wondering our sword could not even scratch him. Is he really human? Lorena refused to wait, saying the knights were all thrown into confusion when he suddenly appeared. "We have to deal with him ourselves." Without hesitation, I rushed back to report, "Sister Lorena, I have taken the child to a safer place." Because the simultaneous strike from both of you just now only made Roman angrier and blamed Lorena. If she had not intervened, he would have been smashed to pieces in one blow. She refused to back down and ask, "What did you say?" Roman started dividing the plan for Lorena. "I will be the attacker, and you will provide support." Lorena immediately refused and wanted to switch places instead. "You should be the one supporting." Roman immediately argued with her, then put on a scowl. "Does she not remember how badly she lost to me during training?" Lorena refused to accept it and argued back, wanting me to see him utterly defeated in a real match, caught in the middle. Even the referee was powerless against these two. Jiang immediately stepped between them, saying, "Both of you, calm down. Fighting like this won't help when the enemy is right in front of us." Lorena, revealing her sharp edge, retorted Diane, "Not helpful at all." "You mean you can defeat him on your own?" he calmly replied. "Lorena, I never said that." Though she was not wrong, she was puzzled by his nature and asked. "What?" he said clearly. "This is not the time to argue. The guard can attack at any moment." So he swung his arm to gain momentum, with a powerful slam to the ground that shook the earth and water. They immediately warned each other to dodge. Sensing the overwhelming force, Kabo rushed forward and said, "You meat chunks. I will take all your lives." They stared at him seriously. Roman signaled he was approaching, while Lorena warned, "Don't get in the way this time." He lunged forward to strike, but the two of them smoothly dodged the blow. Next to Jan stands deep in thought about how to kill him. At this rate, we won't be able to take him down. Both Lorena and Gruen are quite strong, but their solo attack mishap created a harsh melody. As a sheet of music notes appeared, Cho ran over and said, "I will help too." Standing beside the girl, quickly stopped her. "Wait, even if you join, it won't do any good." The girl ran behind the tribe leader and signaled to Lorena. "Sister Lorena, I will support you. Just go all out." She heard it and immediately replied, "All right." The tide of battle shifted when Cheryl joined. He saw another nuisance and sneered. Weak opponents. Kabawa sensed the change and grew uneasy. Cheryl launched a fierce attack, but through Jan's eyes, he was quickly judged. Cheryl's attack is nothing special, just a technique using daggers and hidden weapons. But those small attacks made the music more harmonious. Instead of stubbornly sticking to my own way like before, a simple music note suddenly bore red dots, binding that discord together. Jan smiled at Cha's determination. A surprising change, not bad. Not extraordinary, but unexpectedly talented. Cheryl. I have never heard of that girl's name in a past life. Is that the reason? Cha keeps cheering for Lorena. For Sister Lorena and that scoundrel. Give it your all and attack. Lorena replied cheerfully to the little girl. All right. When the girl called out like that, Roman immediately objected. Why do you call me a rogue? A mere commoner. They split up, converging fiercely to strike the clan chief. With Roman and Lorena both rushing at Kabawa, they leapt forward simultaneously, catching him off guard for a few seconds. They struck his arm simultaneously without any mishap, the tough skin cracking under their repeated blows. Without stopping, the shadow and the sword in hand lunged at Kabla, forcing him to shield his forehead with his other hand. Dark Soul awakens for the 15th time. Dan immediately strikes with the dust technique. The Dark Soul's crimson spear fist shattering the clan chief's skin. His skin was badly damaged, but Kabah still arrogantly sneered. How? No match for me. But after speaking, he suddenly looked up. The Dark Soul awakens the 15th reversal. Dan strikes a fatal blow. The Dark Soul of the traitor. That critical strike landed on him, forcing Chief Ka to scream in agony. His blood splattered everywhere, causing him to fall backward, unable to bear it, yet still forced to kneel to the ground. They grew anxious, curious to see if he was dead, and had to stay alert. Kabiya's face darkened as he said, I will not. Roman glanced at him and asked, What? Lorena remained cautious, saying, He still has strength. This time, even as the tattoo glowed, he defiantly declared, I will not end like this. Vanished instantly with a flash from the tattoo, leaving them stunned. That light fled from the village. They asked if he was running away. Truly shameful to be speechless before such savagery. After he left, Lorena sighed with relief, regretting losing him but grateful everyone was safe. Now, it is time to report back to the captain of the engineer squad. Gradually, they noticed Jiang had vanished, but only a few guessed what he was about to do. In a remote mountain ravine, the blood of the wounded chieftain drips silently. He looks pitiful, one hand clutching the old wall, the other gripping his bleeding wound. But Chief Kiabiga thinks of his tribe. Such wounds are nothing compared to the pain of losing everyone in his clan. He recalls the memory of his tribe being slaughtered, so he takes up arms to seek revenge. Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke up. You are pretty cool. Startling Kubwa. It is Jin, sitting on the cliff, saying that deciding to run away was the right choice. If we wait any longer, escaping won't be so easy, and people will say things like it is shameful or something. But only a fool would say that. Survival is the true victory. Kabiwa suddenly asked, Since when have you been holding me? Jiang saw his reaction and immediately reassured him. Calm down. I do not intend to kill you. He froze, then asked, What? Jiang immediately wants to discuss and exchange ideas with the guy Kabla. I will let you go if you tell me a few things. Have you ever heard this name before? He was suspicious but curious, so he listened closely, his eyes fixed on Kabah. He asked, Valet, do you know anything about this man? Jiang, deep in thought, continued, Do you have any news about Valet, like his position? Kabah frowned. holding his mouth. While Jiang glanced coldly at Kaba, Kaba lunged at Jiang, shouting, "Someone like you does not deserve to even say his name." Jiang suddenly vanished. A shattering sound echoed as the wall collapsed. Jiang threatened, "Calm blah. You want to spill her life?" As a surge of singing energy appeared around Jiang's hands, he said coldly, "Come here. Sing the village song." Jiang stretched out his arms, unleashing waves of energy that formed wolves charging to attack Kuai-Bua. Bua threw a punch forward and said, "You do not intend to destroy me. Bold move. Even if 4 of you fight me, you still can't defeat me." Then the man, his tone angry, continued, targeting Valet. All must vanish. Jiang struggles to withstand Kaba's relentless punches. A shadowy figure appears, saying, "Kaba, let us create a better world together. If you were by my side, maybe this world." Back to the present. Jiang dodges the Baku's attacks coldly, saying, "Understood." Then he recited some kind of language, creating a magical circle on his hand. Kuai-Bua watched as Jiang raised his hand and shouted loudly, summoning the Great Wall of Earth, from which countless spikes erupted, rushing toward Kidabia. The man panicked, but the spell was swift too fast to dodge the countless earth spikes piercing Kabaiba. Kabawa braces himself near the voice, speaking to the children. Then he slashed through, breaking the spikes around the speaker. "Your trump card is just defying the earth." Kabawa rushes forward, reaching out his hand toward Jiang. The man grabbed Jiang's shoulder to hold him back, while Kuogo raised his other hand high, ready to strike down. Then he vanished. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Jiang. A female voice echoed, "The trump card has arrived." A beam of light pierces through Kukuba's body. The action unfolded too quickly for Kairbu to react. A gunshot rang out, and the words swept by a flash of light sparked an explosion. Kabiya could not utter a sound, his body pierced with a gaping hole, struggling to speak. Impossible. Mormon's hand still rests on the cursed ring. "Jiang, have you opened your eyes yet to see how much you need me?" Mormon hovered before Jiang, sneering, "I told you. Your magic will weaken without a clear image." "What is that weak magic? Are you really my disciple?" Jiang said coldly, holding the dust. The Mormon licked his lips in satisfaction, saying, "It has been a long time since I stepped onto the field like this, truly exhilarating." Falls, drained of strength, thinking, Chieftain, I could no longer keep our promise beneath that sunset. Please, create a better world." As snow suddenly falls from the sky, Jiang and Mormon stand before Kaba. Mormon says, "You are really struggling with that pathetic manji. If you had listened to me properly." Jiang would not have stopped Mormon from speaking. "He is not pathetic." Then he looked at Kibla lying on the ground and said, "He is very strong." As Jiang was about to leave, he suddenly heard Kuba's weak voice. "Why?" He looks up at the snow falling from the sky and says, "Why do all of you want to wipe out my people? All we have done is struggle to survive in this harsh land. Do you really want to slaughter us like this?" Hearing that, Jiang fell silent. Then he spoke up, "Damn it. I am struggling too. Just trying to survive against a powerful enemy like you." Kabua replied weakly, "Call me strong, but the newcomer is the real winner." Jiang responded seriously, "I mean, you are strong and a proud warrior." Kabua replied, "Then can you help me with something?" Jiang asked suspiciously. "What is it?" Kabua replies, "You have stolen a child from my clan, the last bloodline of my people. Please spare him." Jiang spoke coldly, still caring for others while standing on the edge of departure. Jiang continued, "Don't worry. The person taking the child is a good one. She won't let the child live like a slave." Kibor reached into his pants and pulled out a bone necklace, saying, "This is the symbol of the chieftain. It will become the token of our promise." Jiang saw the bone necklace, the symbol of the chieftain. Taking it meant inheriting his will, even though he had no reason to keep a promise to a dying old man. Jiang reached out to take the necklace, saying, "All right. I have thought it over. I do not want to ignore that promise." Kibo struggled to speak. "Please, create a better place." Then he left. Jilin said softly, "Hoping you will be reborn in a better place in the next life." Cut to Butter Castle. A voice echoes, "Well done, everyone. We have defeated 2 enemy bases in this battle and taken down one of their chieftains. This is not the work of one man, but of all those who shed their blood. Raise your glass. Tonight we do not leave until we are drunk. Captain Chung jobbing William. For butter up." Everyone chants along, "For butter up, for butter up." Roman joins the party with excitement, while Jiang watches the surroundings cautiously. Behind the barrels, a lone figure stands apart from the party. Lorena ignores the cheerful atmosphere around her, lost deep in thought. William stepped forward with concern. "Lorena, are you alright?" Lorena replies, "Uncle William. I mean the captain. Glad you are safe. Did not expect you to take down the chieftain." William replies, "It is not because of me. I will bring the entire tribe's strength to you. Just give the order, Lorena commands, William said. It is because those who have sacrificed so much. It seems you still can't get used to a party like this, don't be sad. They are the Knights of the North. The Knights of the family. The indifferent say knights are proud nobles. But those who wield swords are all human. The knights who fell on the battlefield met their end, with the honor of a true knight. He must have been very content. Having protected you from the enemy, and departed with honor, William continued. I want to sacrifice myself for you. But I can't because I am too strong. I am truly envious of him, Lorena urgently replied. Please do not say that, Lorena continues. By the way, the child we brought along, the team leader. That child, William replied. Since you brought the kid along, I will turn a blind eye, Lorena replied joyfully. Is it true? William continued. But then his terrifying expression said. You must not see it as human. It is just a monster. Do you understand? Lorena replies. Monster. You are exaggerating way too much. William looked at Lorena seriously and said. Miss Lorena, that kid is nothing short of a monster. You could say he is that dangerous, Lorena said angrily. William continued. Internal strife is always more dangerous than external invasion. Then he said sternly. If you do nothing, it will become a threat to the family in the future. How can you not see that? Lorena, in a serious tone, replies. I will take responsibility. Do not worry. The fortress is strong. It won't crumble just because of one outsider. William's voice turns cold, burdened by responsibility. As a wounded figure struggles to call out his name, then he frowned angrily. William spoke. Miss Lorena, do not think responsibility is something easy. His face turned terrifying as he continued. Even if the clan does not fall, human life is fragile. Will you take responsibility for the pain of a family losing someone? William turned away and left a piece of advice. I hope you reconsider. Seeing William so cold, Lorena called out. William, you are always kind. So why are you so harsh with a savage child's innocence? Seeing William had no intention of returning, Lorena slapped him in anger and stepped up from behind, his voice low. Is that you? William. Looks like you have been in a fight. Lorena sees Han and replies. Seems he does not like me bringing the baby home. Hearing that, Han's face twisted with anger. How dare he oppose her? He thinks the captain is good at the competition. Lorena quickly replied. Calm down, and said in a serious tone. Miss Lorena, I hope you can be tolerant and understand William. That is why he did it about 30 years ago. It was a full-scale war against the barbarians. Even greater than the current war, a young knight encountered a savage child from a tribe that had been wiped out. Gathering fruit, that child was unarmed. Standing there cold and bare-chested, the knight reached out his hand toward the boy. He took the child away, causing everyone to hold back and hesitate. At that moment, the child's face was cold and filled with a vengeful resolve. I disagree to. But that child was brought to the mansion within the territory. The knight was often away on duty, so his fiancée took care of the child. Together, they devoted themselves to raising the child all year long. But one day, that child revealed their true nature, the nature of a savage. That day, screams echoed through the castle, blood spreading across the floor. The knight's fiancée was ruthlessly murdered. They believe their love will heal the child, but in the end, the child attacked the fiancée and fled. The young knight found his fiancée long after she had passed away. The knight, holding his fiancée in anguish, says, This happened because I was not by your side. If only I had stayed home. Lorena gasped. How cruel. Han continued. After that, he became the knight captain and showed no mercy to any savage, not even children. At this moment, Lorena realized and said, Wait, could it be? And calmly replied, Yep. That is right. That young knight is William. His anguish cries echoing. I should end that boy's life. Right now. I should end him. Lorena, with a sympathetic look, said. I never thought it would happen to him. I spoke without knowing anything, and calmly continued. William was not the only one. Other knights also had families and comrades lost to the barbarians. Lorena tries to speak up. I see you have understood what Han said. Don't blame yourself too much. Jan stands afar, secretly listening to their conversation. Jan thinks. So that is it, the knight captain won't change his decision if I want to keep my promise to Cabber. Han continues. The story is not over yet. Lorena replies skeptically. Not yet. And said someone tried to unite the savages. The one at the center of it all, that is the savage chieftain. Valet the savage William brought back. Jan was shocked, wondering why that name appeared here. I tried to find Valet, but came up empty. Didn't expect him to be at the riverbank. They tried every way to hide it, so I could not find any information. But in the end, I understood, unexpectedly. This will help me keep up with Valet. Han continued. Miss Lorena, I understand how you feel. I do not think you are wrong. It will be very difficult for you, so take a deep breath and come back. I will handle everything here. Lorena recalls William's voice. I will never forgive the savages, Han said. Do you have any other options? Lorena hesitates. Unsure how to answer that, Jan stepped out from behind the axe box and said, there is a way. You have been overthinking a simple problem. Lorena, surprised to see him, said. It is a simple matter, Jan replies. Yeah. Do not worry about it. When Han saw you, he said, even if you are Miss Lorena's friend, you are still an outsider. So please refrain from interfering in our affairs, Jan calmly said. I will explain this issue in a simple way, Lorena replies. What? Jan continued. We need to convince Lord Bofu and gain his permission. He is the ruler of the north. And if he permits, no one dares to oppose, Jan replied. Meaningless. He would not allow it. And who do you think would dare speak to the master? Lorena ponders deeply, then grits her teeth and decides. I will do it, Jan suddenly said. What? Lorena, with a determined look, replied. I will speak to the chief. I will convince my father, and accept whatever decision he makes. Cut to another place. William walks alone, deep in thought, his face serious as he says, Miss William. Then softly, have I been too harsh on her? She must hate me now. Then William's eyes hardened with resolve. He must stop her before she gets hurt. Suddenly, William saw something, a flag raised at that moment. The banner of the Knights. The Knights Order No. 1 from the offshore, but the Knights squad went on a mission with the chief. Have they returned already? A voice spoke. William. Not your best day. What is troubling you? William turns back with joy, exclaiming. Captain Kian, you are back. Calmly. Kine replies. Long time no see. Captain Kian of the Knight Band. William says. If the Knights have returned, does that mean the Count of Bofu has returned as well? Kine replied. He said there are still some unfinished tasks, so he instructed the Knights to return first. William responded. I can't believe he is alone in the North Sea. I know the Duke is strong, but will he be all right? No need to worry. The Northern Sea is just another playground for the Duke. The image of the Duke standing proudly atop a monster-infested mountain, Kine continued, saying the real problem is the monsters who encounter the Duke. I heard Miss Lorena just brought a Mazzy. It must have been quite a struggle. William replies. Kine replied coldly. I am not telling you. I am worried about Miss Lorena. You know, her heart is fragile and she would hesitate all day if she saw a poor creature. William looked at Kine thoughtfully, wondering, could others be looking at him the same way? Kine continued. What about the Special Forces members following her? Will they be able to ensure Miss Lorena's safety? William replies. They have talent but are still too young. However, among them was a man named Jiang, who seemed exceptionally talented. As long as he was around, we no longer needed to worry about Miss Lorena's safety. Kine replied. I understand now. Maybe it is because I am getting old. Then he spoke seriously, as if even with Miss Lorena's return this time, somehow, I have a feeling that something bad is about to happen. William asked suspiciously. Sir Kian, what do you mean? Above the castle walls of Uff, the sky loomed with an eerie gloom. Kine continued. I feel a storm is about to strike. Cut to the next day. Inside the castle's side building at Uff shore, a tranquil scene unfolds with a glass of juice floating in midair. Momon is using magic to levitate a glass of juice to drink. She sipped her juice and asked, is this free? Momon pondered after days of arguing over a child. They had recently fallen silent, strangely never mentioning the child again. Jan said there will be a break in the Manji clan campaign. They have only gathered 3 flags so far. Unsure when they will collect them all, but it was with my support that they captured those 3 flags. The image of Momon assaulting the Manji fortresses comes to mind. Look at me rather than recklessly swinging your sword. Learn true magic from me. Though I had to use up all my secret mana reserves, Jan praised me for looking truly impressive. Then she recalled Jan's expression. Something about it just did not feel right. Wait, do not say a word, Momon angrily said. You hateful person. Deceiving me. Are you going to suck the life out of the child and leave it to die or what? Why steal mana from Lich? Return my man at once. Cut to somewhere else. A wooden sword clashes against an iron blade. William launched his strikes at Roman, saying, you still have a lot to improve. When fighting, move more recklessly. You keep hesitating, attack closer. The Romans struggle to hold the line. Ningenjiang says. Damn it. William continued. Thinking it over, is not it a bit unfair? I have to use a wooden sword while you get to use a real one. How can I possibly win with a wooden sword? Seeing him so shameless, Roman knew this disadvantage was just the tip of the iceberg. William laughs loudly, teasing. Looks like you really want to win this round. Jan stood from afar, watching the two fight and argue at the same time. Momon hovered above him, saying, suddenly fencing. Are the fishermen that bored? Jan said coldly. Maybe that is true, but when I fought Kabur, I felt we were still too weak. If not for you, we are in danger. Momon snapped angrily. Do not. You are starting to flatter again, Jan continued. There is more. I gathered some information about Astalong. Every time I touched it, it rejected me. But the Northern Knights felt no reaction at all. When Jan asked one, he replied, I just feel its weight. It might be due to the unique way the family uses mana, creating snow crystals from within their power core to amplify their mana. Tiat Len uses a similar method with her mind technique. So I am trying to see if I can learn anything from their fighting style. Momon was suspicious. But why was he such a ruthless fighter? Jan Ungdung replies, I am tired of fighting others. So I just want to watch them fight instead. Momon stared at him slowly and said, although I am the calendar, I think your character is even dirtier. Did you have a troubled childhood? If so, I will conduct some therapy sessions for you. I am serious. Kine stepped closer to Jan and said, you must be Jan. But he did not answer. Kine continued, pleasure to meet you. This is our first time meeting. Right. Jan replied in surprise. Aren't you the captain of the Ice Knight squad? Jan introduces himself. Hello, sir. I am Jan from the Special Forces. Please forgive me for meeting you only now. Kine replied. No worries. You do not need to fret. I have heard you defeated Chief Cobber, truly an impressive feat for someone so young. Jan humbly replied. Just luck. Lorena and the Special Ops team dealt most of the damage. I only finished him off. Kine smiled and replied. I understand now. Kine frowned and said. But from the way you talk, Jepik, it seems you are quite close to Miss Lorena. What is your relationship with her? Aren't you being a bit too familiar with the lady? You two look down on her. What have you done to Miss Lorena? What have you done? Answering. Jan's face stiff with thought. Are all the old men in this region truly unusual? Or is it the cold affecting them? Jan replies. You have misunderstood. I have had no interaction with Miss Lorena. Nor am I close to her. Kine smiles with satisfaction, saying, it turns out I misunderstood you. Please forgive me. Then he frowned and continued. But why do not you have any interaction with her? Do you think she is not good enough to associate with? Why do not you like her? What did you do to Miss Lorena? Did you hurt her? Did you help her? What exactly did you do? Jan looks at Kian thoughtfully, starting to feel fed up with this old man. Kine's serious gaze meets Jan's as he thinks, now understanding why William admires him. On the surface, he looks like an ordinary knight, but within him lies an untapped, boundless potential. If that is the case, Kine swung a wooden sword toward Jan and said, what do you think? Just one round. Even the youngest knight in my team did pretty well. A knight from behind stepped forward, lifting his helmet, and introduced himself. I am Knight Mir from the Ice Knights. Jan smiled softly, thinking, the opportunity has come at just the right moment. You answer. Pay up, I do not mind. But if you want to use a real sword, go ahead. Mir's eyes flashed with anger when she heard Jan speak so arrogantly. The other knights were whispering about him. That brat, what the hell did he just say? Kyan laughed, full of confidence just like today's youth. Then he said seriously, Mir, no need to hold back. Give it your all for me. Mir responds clearly. Captain. Then a surge of energy radiated, enveloping the wooden sword in Mir's hand. Mir wielded a sword glowing with energy, lunging to strike Jan. Well, I thought you were the one who truly needed a real sword. Jan coldly watches Nuna rushing in, without making a move. My hand trembles. The sword aimed straight at Jan. A wooden sword clashed and rang out. Mir's wooden blade flew out of his hand, soaring straight into the sky. The broken sword blade clattered to the ground, leaving everyone stunned. With a surprised look, said, that, and the other knights gasped in disbelief. Impossible. Jan's sword pressed against Mir's neck, taking down a band of knights with a single strike. Jan coldly looks at Nagi kneeling on the ground and says, are you okay? Cut to the stone forest in the north. A man stands on the cliff, shouting back. He is still at the North Star Sea. The old man behind calmly replied. Yep. The person from that upside down place still has not left. The man ahead remained silent, then spoke to the old man behind him, ordering the chiefs to gather here. I am giving the order as the chieftain commander, ruthless and skilled, one hand on the sword, and kneeling. Admitting defeat. William chuckled with delight, admiring Cruelwell's skill. He could fight and learn from the battle at the same time. That ability was truly formidable. I saw no cruelty in the last match. Limping to my feet, I realized my attacks could not even faze William. William teased Cruelwell again, almost beating him by just 6 scraps of paper. Cruelwell lamented the gap between him and William, who just laughed loudly at his own lame joke. Now, no more playing cruel games. William looked seriously at the young man opposite him, certain that the White family possessed a rare jade, cruelly hesitating to say thanks. Suddenly whispers rose behind William. The night band had arrived, and no one knew what was happening. Junta, who points a wooden sword toward Maya's few servants. An unexpected goal by Jan. William is stunned. Could Jan have already taken down Maya? The knights could not believe the situation before them. They had been utterly humiliated. Jan saw the knights whispering among themselves, wondering if he had somehow wounded their pride. Who would have thought? The knight gang unanimously cheered Jan's strength. As the match ends, Maya stands, bows, and thanks. Jan knows the one to thank is himself. Seeing Jan's polite expression, Maya knew he had truly lost. At such a young age, Jan already possessed such power. The knights behind are old Maya, yet their skills are barely any. Hearing that, Maya could not help but glare angrily at her comrades. Jan's eyes gaze thoughtfully at the scene before him. Surprised, they seem indifferent to it. I know knights are often deeply concerned with their honor and pride. If defeated by someone smaller, they slowly fall into despair, self-blame, or acceptance of their own failure. Here, for knights, risking their lives in battle is as routine as eating a meal. Such chaos does not affect them at all. Jan thought seriously, their attitude hardly befitting the title of Northern City Guardians. At this moment, a knight stepped forward. He proudly introduces himself as the 99th Knight of the Knights Guild. My name is Lauren, and my hand already grips the wooden sword. Jan smiles at his opponent, hoping they will have an exhilarating match. Pause your thoughts. This might be the perfect chance, as Jan has yet to discover how the Northerners harness mana. Two wooden swords clash with a sharp, decisive strike. A fierce attack move from Lauren. On behalf of he apologizes for his earlier attitude. He showed no respect for Jan. Lauren will fight with all her might from the start to show respect. Jan's eyes lit up. He could see the trajectory of his opponent's sword. Lauren suddenly unleashes the first form of the Ice Knight's blade dance. The icy sword's afterimage shimmering with frost. The moment time leaps, Lauren uses himself as the scene before him. A shadow like a peak flickers, enveloping the strike of your sword dance. Jan guesses Lauren is very confident in his speed. But what about his own? A shadow suddenly appears behind Lauren, but with her experience, Lauren guessed Jan would appear right behind her. Who knew? Your attack struck nothing but empty air. Turning around, Lauren realized Jan had stealthily jabbed him in the ribs with his elbow. I do not know when Jan got this close to him. Looking back closely, Lauren realized it was Jan who used his clothes as bait. He bowed his head, silently cursing. Lauren gladly admits defeat, wholeheartedly acknowledging Jan's skill, while Jan quietly expresses his gratitude. Seeing Jan could defeat even Lauren, the knights eagerly clamored to test his skills. Seeing everyone like that, Keen was at a loss for words. William stepped forward, having anticipated this, and asked Keon what he thought of him. Keon finally understood why that person held Jan in such high regard. William knew Gruel was good, but Jan was on a whole different level. Keon mentioned the chief priest Damien, and he could not help but be wary. That serpent created Jan, and he thought he was just a snake lurking, playing politics in the capital. Not bad at all. William thought regretfully letting Jan work under Damien was such a waste. Keen agrees with him. If Jan grows stronger and joins the Bikabo family. Keon hesitates. He is panicking, thinking he can't be the kind of person like Jan who gathers around Princess Lorena. Keon senses Jan's hidden motives as he approaches Lorena. I have to stop him right now. William nodded in agreement. But why would someone like Jan be so harsh with Lorena? Back to the knights and Jan. A broken wooden sword lies on the ground. Everyone knows it is time to stop and continue tomorrow. Outside the territory, a pair of sharp eyes as small as black seeds appeared. He ordered his men to advance. The castle raised the flag and issued a warning. The people in the territory were startled by the alarm. William reminded them that the signal is only to be used in emergencies. What happened? A commanding voice rang out, calling everyone's attention. Jan looked in astonishment toward the speaker. As Chief Steward Han, he announces to all troops within the territory to prepare for battle. The knight surprised to see him fully armored and stepped before Keon and William, his voice grave. The situation is dire. The territory is under attack. Startled, they asked, who could have done this? Cut to the domain gate, where heavy sounds of something being moved echo behind the door. Suddenly, the gate was shattered by a large wooden log, its tip blunt and unsharpened. Han's cold gaze said he was right here. A massive breach appeared after that scene, and a group of towering figures emerged. Their bodies are muscular, with skull-like heads of monsters. Their leader is Vailei. Mentioning this name seems to evoke something. They know this is not the time Vailei usually shows up. Could history be changing again? Cut to outside the territory. From above, the pounding footsteps echo on the city walls as everyone gathers on the battlements. Watching the sea of fire from the war, he could not help but silently marvel at their swiftness. The third fortress wall has already been breached. William turned around and asked his subordinate about the situation. The knight said the third squad was defending the second wall. The knights believe the third wall has been breached. Thankfully, most civilians have been evacuated, and they are retreating to the second wall. But considering the enemy's overwhelming force, The defense at the second wall looks grim. William gazed at the flames on the fortress wall ahead and asked, "How many of them are there?" "About 30,000. His subordinate replied. William angrily asked, "With so many people, how did their side fail to detect it earlier? Where are their cavalry?" The subordinate gritted his teeth and reported that the cavalry unit had been wiped out. It seems they planned to kill their own cavalry first to block the communication line. Hearing this, William gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. Hen assigns the mission. Kine and the Night Guild team will head to the first wall to oversee the evacuation of the remaining civilians. William and the Jiaping squad will support the knights at the second wall. He rallied the troops, urging them to stay focused and protect their territory above all else. Watching everyone rush to their places, Jan cursed silently. I know history has been changed, and worst of all, things are unfolding just as I feared. Jan feels uneasy, wondering how his past and present lives have changed. Could it be that reaching the brink himself caused this shift? Jan is sharp enough to realize that as long as that person is still here, Vaillet will keep recklessly charging into the territory they represent. Could it be that he knows how to deal with the bluff? The silhouette of that heroic figure appeared in Jan's mind. Continuing the speculation, before deciding to head north, the changes will be in Lorena and others. Jan suddenly catches the crucial blood clue. The soldiers report to Vaillet that the third fortress has fallen. Now they must seize the moment to strike the second fortress. Vaillet praises the soldiers' quickness. Now he just needs to wait here. Vailet's cruel smile appeared, signaling only the swift to advance. They must eliminate those knights. Turning to Jan, after guessing Vailet's move, he wondered if Lorena was his true target. Every desperate attempt to capture Lorena flashed through Jan's mind. Vaillet wanted to take her hostage as flames engulfed the western fortress walls. On the fortress wall, the third knights clash with Vailet's soldiers. Both sides are on edge. They won't let Vailet's men into the arena, swearing to hold them back with their teeth if they have to. The captain of the second Midnight Knight screamed, urging them to hold out just long enough for the formula to return. Before I could finish speaking, an enemy's brutal strike cut me down without mercy. Vaillet speaks with heroic resolve. Let us go together. He calls upon his men. One by one, they rise up. The time has come for the knights to settle their blood debt. One by one, the spears pierced the knight's body. Because today's event is a memorial service to comfort the souls of the departed. Vaillet hates watching each knight fall. He shouted, "Avenger their comrades." Vaillet declares that after today, they will be the masters of the north. His eyes blaze bright, sometimes tears for the departed, sometimes burning fury for the revenge soon to come. A single strike with a bone blade split a Vaillet soldier in two. Person seeks revenge. So it was Lorena. She cautiously scans her surroundings, not forgetting to worry. I asked about the situation on Chero's side. Chero replied to Lorena. Everything was still fine on her side. Lorena watches the fanatics fall. They have advanced this far. Chero knows the enemy is overwhelming in numbers. Lorena agrees. At this rate, homes with children inside will be in danger. Lorena told Chero she would block the fanatics here. Bow Chero. Come quickly and take the children to a safe place. Chero looks at her with concern. Could Lorena possibly hold them all off alone? Lorena disagrees with that. She quickly said that if she were alone, it would be easier for her to escape. Chero sees Lorena's unwavering determination. Leon followed her advice and went to the children. Now the domain slowly sinks into a sea of fire. Lorena never expected them to launch such a sudden attack. Suddenly, a mocking laugh echoed behind Lorena. The madman. He suddenly grabbed the crutch, aiming to strike Lorena's blind spot. But now she hears a familiar voice say, I have found it. Suddenly, something made the madman hesitate. Lorena turned her head to look at him. I do not understand why it stopped. The madman seems to be muttering something under his breath, but then he vanished into black smoke. It was Jan who attacked him. Lorena is surprised to see him here. Jan looked at her and said he had seen it. Lorena still does not understand what he is searching for. Then suddenly Jan grabbed Lorena's hand and pulled her away running. Lorena did not have time to understand what was happening. Jan grabbed her hand and ran, urging them to hurry towards the castle. Jan says the fanatics are targeting her. Lorena could not understand why they wanted to capture her. The leader of those fanatics is chasing right behind us. He knows she is the Duke's weakness. Lorena hesitates to speak up, distrust in her eyes. Jan told him he would make her the bait to lure the Duke. I will stop that. So now they have to run fast because he is about to lose it. Jan knew that if Lorena was caught, all hope would be lost. The two of them are about to run to the tower. With Jan's current strength, he is just a stepping stone for that guy. If I fall first, Lorena must keep running. Lorena heard that and immediately started ranting nonsense. How could you just abandon Jan like that? A certain sound echoed, capturing Jan's attention. A tower suddenly hurls itself toward them. In just seconds, they were torn apart. Jan senses the one who can topple that tower is drawing near. Brother, please go to a safe place now. A tower this heavy was thrown away. It crashes chaotically to the ground, toppling other structures. Dust and smoke mingle with the scent of fire, swirling everywhere. After the tower was toppled, Lorena's leg was unfortunately trapped. She sat on the ground. How could anyone possibly throw that tower at them? Lorena has already figured out who did it. She kept calling out for Jan. A man's voice echoes through the abandoned tower. He suspiciously said that asking questions like that was a bit too blunt. Lorena's eyes widen in fear. The person before her is Vaillet. He smiled when he heard Lorena knew about him. If that is the case, Then they have nothing left to say. Violet's sharp eyes fixed on the deer before her. Lorena's heart pounded wildly. Violet exudes an overwhelming, terrifying pressure. This is the first time she has ever felt such terror. Hair red as blood, eyes filled with deadly intent. No one but her can make her feel fear. Lorena calculates the time her leg has been injured. If this drags on, the winner of this match will be obvious. She needs to end it immediately. Violet instantly realized Lorena was focusing her mana in one spot. Violet appeared immediately at Lorena's location. I know you plan to end this fight quickly. Lorena did not anticipate him moving so fast. Her eyes glistened with fear. Lorena still does not see Violet moving. She can't feel it, so this is the difference. It is the power of the supreme leader high. Violet slowly reaches out her hand. If Lorena had obeyed him, she would not have been hurt at all. After all, she is still an important pawn. Something has changed inside. Lorena's eyes sharpened with intensity. That is Jan's eye. Violet smiled fiercely. You said that person is still too young. Violet gave that person a nickname. It is the Black Wolf. Jan's arm appeared just at that moment. Violet guessed everything from the way Jan's eyes revealed too much. He threw a thunderous punch at Jan. Lorena thought Jan had been knocked away by Violet's punch. She cried out in worry. Violet hears Jan laugh. From the start, I knew Jan was hiding nearby, so my eyes won't be easily fooled. But strangely, what just disappeared felt a little off. What Violet's fist touches is magic. Above. Jan just said that because Violet relies only on her eyes. She could not distinguish what just happened. Proud. Looks down from above at Violet. It is just a magical clone. Jan spoke as he carried Lorena away from that place. She was still amazed by Jan's recent use of magic. Violet snapped back, a flicker of anger in her voice. This is the first time Jan has met Violet, though in a situation like this, he truly did not want to see Violet. The person beside Jan shyly suggested letting her go. Jan stayed calm, about to speak, but Lorena struggled fiercely, punching him in the face. Violet is truly furious this time. Jan got tricked once and is already acting so arrogant. It will only take a few minutes for you to tear Jan to pieces. Jan smiles, knowing Violet won't have that time. Now it is Violet's turn. Puzzled, Jan says Violet's true goal will vanish while fighting him. Violet hesitates, revealing his target right before Kima. Jan knew he would still pretend, so he pierced it. Violet's true target is Astalong. That sword is not what Violet has been searching for. The Astalong sword holds the power of a conqueror, victorious in every battle. With that sword, conquering the Empire is no longer a distant dream for Violet. Though aware his target was exposed, Violet remained solemnly silent. Jan said if Violet wants, he can tell him the location of the sword, but on one condition. Jan will take Lorena away. He has something important to discuss with her. Words that make Lorena blush uncontrollably. Jan lets Lorena go if Violet releases them both. Jan will reveal the location of that sword. Lorena never believed Astalong was real. She whispered to Jan, and he said he was in the armory. Lorena wonders if Jan truly wants to give that sword to Violet. I am sure he said it, but of course, he will give him fake stuff, not the real deal. In Jan's mind, young Violet appears, recalling his time living in the Duchy of Offshore. With that background, Jan thought Violet must also know about the existence of the sword. With such keen eyes, Violet can surely discern the true magic of the Astalong sword. Even without knowing it, Violet could not ignore Astalong, as if Jan was dangling a juicy bait waiting for the prey to bite. Violet spoke slowly. The Astalong sword. They call it that? Jan asked. Surprised, Violet said angrily. This is the sword of the ruler, the legendary sword passed down in his tribe. With Violet's attitude like that, Jan knew he had taken the bait. Jan added, Violet has no time left. The scribe team is heading to the Than sword to take it to safety. Watching the palace about to be engulfed in flames, Jan says the shore of Formula will arrive soon. Jan gives Violet a choice. The sword or Lorena. Violet said he does not like choosing, with a sarcastic tone. He will choose option number 3. Suddenly, Violet appears swiftly before Jan and Lorena, ready to eliminate Jan and seize both Lorena and the sword of Than. Both were stunned by Violet's speed. His eyes were icy cold, and his body radiated a powerful, overwhelming aura. It is a combat aura technique. Such force sends the two flying apart. Jan calls out Lorena's name. Violet's move is meant to drive them apart. Before he could land, Violet's voice appeared behind Jan, calling him an arrogant bastard. Violet uses her powerful body, kicking Jan swiftly with her feet. At this moment, Violet was truly furious at Jan's words, determined to make Jan kneel and beg for the location of the Than sword. As Jan's strike landed, he smiled as if he had achieved something, leaving Violet astonished. Without hesitation, Violet unleashed her move, gravity pressure shattering the ground beneath. A thunderous kick blots out the sky, atop a towering rock. Jan lands. Calm down and speak. Violet almost took them out just now. Jan saw that final attack. Violet held back his strength as he softened. Violet clicked his tongue, telling Jan to be quiet. He stopped, because he had something to ask. The thing on Jan's back, like 3 monster fangs. Violet recognized that was Kaber's necklace. Why did Jan have it? Jan said he took it from Kaber. Violet softly repeated the name. Jan recalls the fierce battle back then. It was Kaber who entrusted that object to him. Kaber told Jan to inherit his will. Violet's heart is hollow now. Was that Kaber's final farewell? Jan silently admired that man, who even in his final moments thought only of his tribe. Kaber is a simple yet powerful warrior. Vailei tells Jan to reveal the location of Tham Kim to him. I will let Jan go. That Kaber comrade who once stood shoulder to shoulder with me. Memory still stirring. This is Vailei's respect for the heir to Kaber's will, and smiles softly. Vailei wants him to leave Lorena behind and run alone. Vailei crosses her arms, staring seriously at Jan, warning him not to fall here. Right now. Jan knows defeating him is impossible. So Vailei tells Jan to reveal Tham Kim's location in exchange. Vailei knows full well Jan is not even from the other side of the bay. Don't get drawn into a needless battle and end up dying here in vain. Hearing these words from Vailei, Jan hesitated for a moment. The ruins from Vailei's strike scattered shards everywhere, his slow footsteps echoing as he walked away. Lorena, because of that move, has gone silent for now. Vailei approaches her, coldly looking down at Lorena. Vailei slowly reaches out, eagerly awaiting the Duke's reaction to the news. He once smiled, wondering what the monster's face would look like after learning his daughter was in his hands. The sound of Jan's strike shattered Vailei's thoughts. He opened his eyes wide in shock. Lorena, this is Jan's magic creating an illusion. Jan tells Vailei she is too trusting of eyes that can see her magic. Vailei could not believe it as she watched Lorena slowly disappear. This is Jan's trickery. Those who trust their special eyes will always be deceived. Jan reassures Vailei that the position of the sword is real. Vailei's body will chase after the sword seeker, not the two of them. Mormon smiles proudly. For that deceptive magic is hers, a power leagues beyond Jan's crude toy. I agree with that opinion. It truly is a marvelous kind of magic. Mormon suddenly realized Jan had deliberately brought Kaber's necklace. I know I can't defeat Vailei, so this might just do the trick. Jan tells Mormon he must wake Lorena so she can help him retrieve the Than's sword. Mormon wonders why Jan has no intention of giving up the Than Kiem. Jan insists. Of course. There is no way to give up. Jan guesses that everyone seems proud of him. Jan hoped Jan had definitely put Mormonism within Vailei's reach. Vailei took the sword. Momon took the sword. Momon already took the sword. How could you give it to someone else after all the hard work I have done? Mormon predicted Jan would have a different plan. But you still can't defeat Vailei now. So how could you possibly do it? Jan just said that Tham Kiem has a defensive technique. Even Vailei can't easily obtain it. When that happens, they will seize the opportunity. Your words are carried away by the wind. You are speeding towards the armory. At the weapons depot and bow up. A loud crash echoed behind the door. Someone shattered the door into pieces. It is Vi, his body brimming with energy. He has arrived at the armory as Jan instructed. In the armory, Vailei sensed an unusual surge of magical power. What catches your eye is the Asta Dragon sword, glowing with red demonic energy. The ruler's sword lies right before your eyes. Vailei stepped closer. If he had it, he could challenge the Duke. Vailei grasped the sword, ready to wield the blade of light. Before he could finish his sentence, a massive surge of magical power rose up. It feels like Vailei is unworthy to command it. Its power envelops and strikes the body like a red pulse. What lies before me is nothing but a sword. Vailei smiles triumphantly. How could he dare cause trouble with me? At this moment, Vailei struggles to lift the Than sword. Its power so immense it shakes the very heavens and earth. He seemed to sense something and resisted, as if challenged. He exclaimed with delight. How charming. Feeling annoyed, Vailei pulls the sword while expanding. Complaining enough already, his face full of sharpness, eyes blazing with arrogance. He shouted. Obediently belong to me. Vailei swiftly drew the sword and charged at Vailei, shouting. Don't even dream it. Startling him, he says with utter hatred and a piercing glare. Vailei is being intrusive at such a critical moment. I only saw the man swing his bare fists toward Han's charging sword. Cut to inside a tower. A golden voice echoes. A shadow flickers. A shadow flickers. A shadow flickers. Vailei spoke of a hidden refuge beneath the tower. A place beyond the reach of Mana's senses. Did not she? Jang warned Lorena cautiously. Lorena, I want you to rest here until it all ends. She vowed. No matter what, I will fight too. He convinced her. With that leg you can't do it. You were injured when the tower collapsed. Right. Noticing his concern for her injured leg, she hesitates but remains resolute. This is nothing. Outside the tower, night falls. Yet the flames of a fierce battle still blaze bright. Lorena fights on. Undeterred. I can't hide here. You want me to just sit quietly and watch my territory be taken over? Jiun responds. She is always the cold one, but I guess when it comes to family, you will forget all about that. You think your role is to go out and fight. Hearing you say that leaves me at a loss about what to do. Lorena knows you want to do something. Soma. Tron and do not worry. There is still work for you to help us defeat the future. She was surprised and asked again. What is the priority task? I will do anything as long as we can win. The cock suddenly slams its hand on the wall and calls out her name. Loribia. He pressed close, his voice stern, taking the most precious letter she carried. With that, we can defeat the future. Lorena does not understand. The precious letter, deep inside me. She suddenly startled. Eyes shy. Blushing, Mun appeared. Angry. saying to Jian. How could you say that? Don't you realize where you went wrong? He seemed to realize immediately and explained. Lorena. I think you misunderstood. I meant the steps to get soul ice. Teach me that, Lorena exclaimed, teaching him the priority moves. Juan continued. I do not have time to explain now. That is the only way we have a chance to defeat the future. Without those steps, I can't stop it. Lorena dismissed it as nonsense, though Jian was serious. Are you crazy? She snapped, pushing his hand away. Stepping forward being Hoven. A secret technique reserved for the clan alone, she said irritably. I can't tell anyone, not even you. It is a law passed down for decades in my family. Cut to the tower, second floor armory. Suddenly, a beam of light crashes through one side of the tower's peak. It is moving swiftly to strike the future. The subordinate of the dying man, as the leader. You dare to steal clothes. The man dodged the blow and shouted. Old man. Do you even know what you have done? And fiercely swings his sword toward the future. I came here just to kill the rat hiding in our house. He unleashes the 12th form of the Ice Soul technique. Snow fusion. He reached out. White petals like snowflakes drifting away, future astonished. Snow. Flowers. Those tiny fragile petals, seemingly harmless. But the moment those petals touch anything, even stone, they dissolve into smoke. A future that even surprises him. He was both surprised and amazed. Each petal was infused with magic. A true mark of a powerful warrior, of course. The future can't let him win. He flexed his bulging muscles with a triumphant tone. But no one can stop me with that. Just watch the guy at the end summon his fighting spirit. As the rain fell, his swift hands tore those tiny petals apart with a single motion, and gasped in disbelief. Unable to believe he would scatter every petal, his eyes sharp as a blade. The man snarled. Don't stand in my way, and refuses to yield. If not for age, I would have the Astalong sword, coveted by all, spilled blood and turned peace into wild ruin. Suddenly, the silhouette of someone appeared. Approaching the sword, it is Jin. Stepping forward just in time to speak, he quickly thought again, telling Han to hold him back. Filled with awe, I may have told you to come here first. But surely he can't hold on much longer, Momo warns. Once the sword reacts, the future will be revealed. Jiang replied. I know. That is why before that happened, I will put an end to everything. He firmly grasped the sword, and the Astalong blade immediately responded. Jiang struggles to draw the sword, which glows fiercely in response all around him. The sword was so stubborn that he clenched his teeth in frustration. That thing. Returning to the previous conversation between Jiang and Lorena, she was resolute. All I say is the law passed down through my family for decades. He is gritting his teeth, pulling the sword out with all his might. Do the people here matter, or is the law more important? Jiang asked Lorena, striking her like a bullseye. Leaving her hesitant, he is determined to leave. She must choose between obeying the law or losing her followers. If she wants to protect everyone, she must break the rules. What you said left Lorena speechless. Sinking into silence, she recalls the past. Lorena, do not mention that name again. He is the one who broke our family's sacred laws. But then Lorena made her decision. Jiang, you are right. She grasped his hand with unwavering resolve. I have to do what I can do now. It is a bit confusing to me. Lorena placed Jiang's hand in front. Reversing her, I will give you everything I have. I do not understand, stammering. Lorena. Wait, what are you doing? Lorena continues speaking. Focus. Can you feel the flow of mana inside me? Hearing her words, Jiang suddenly felt a surge of realization. I'm coming. I can feel it. She continues speaking. Follow the steps I have told you and channel the mana. Lorena closes her eyes. Ice is perfect silence once you achieve stillness. Listen to her advice. Jiang closed his eyes and focused on feeling. Her voice continued to echo. Even inside a blizzard, you will be able to make the soul explode perfectly. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the sky, illuminating the tower. The flow of power seems to envelop everything around, catching Jiang by surprise. Steps to the soul's ice. Just like back then, I can feel the flow of the ice soul's power coursing through me. It covers my entire body. Jiang is glowing. He slowly opens his eyes. His entire body is filled with the power of the ice soul. He gasped. Finally, I got Long Kim asked along. He drew the sword, and its power surged forth with overwhelming force. Asta's holy sword glows, radiating like a block of ice. The Asta-long sword seems to be gathering strength, awakening with a fierce vitality after being buried for so long, like ice is enveloping Than Kim. Made Jiang so surprised he had to speak out. This is it. He raised the sacred sword high, filled with awe. The true form is that the sacred sword of the brave Asta-long. Someone's sacred sword is being dragged through the flames of time. He is fighting against the future. It seems he is fighting the weaker law. So he lets out a sigh. The name of this monster. He is slowly deciphering the knowledge of my swordsmanship. Is his power and magic truly limitless? This is it. The power of the future great chieftain. I only saw the man as a towering, terrifying beast standing firm before the cold. The guy said with a squint. It is impressive that you can hold on to your beliefs, to the point of risking your very life. But perhaps this is where it all ends. Noble knight. This is where it all ends. Before he could take back his words, a fierce light burst from the armory tower, casting a glow on his face that forced him to turn and confirm that his brother sang. He guesses. Could it be that he holds the Emperor's sword in his hands? He suspects deceit, roaring in anger. That is the cutest one. The future's gaze sharp with hatred, brims with fury. I spared its life out of pity. Quite sorrowful, and yet. It dared, saw the man distracted, and immediately caught the gleam in his eyes. Ready to make his move. Opportunity. He swung his sword at the stranger, a triumphant smile on his face, in the middle of the fight. And you are already underestimating your opponent, the future. But suddenly, his eyes flashed with a fierce, burning hatred. He spoke. A showdown. The fight with the man ended long ago. He shattered Hand's sword to pieces, seeing his sword gently broken by the future. He clenched his teeth in anger. The angry man raised his hand, ready to strike Hand. Just shouted loudly, if there is no human interference. The light from Astalong's sword vanished in that moment. Hen is on the defensive. The giant hand of the future man reached out to grab Hand. Suddenly, he was startled as the man abruptly froze. Girl. The future speaks. He realized the ice had completely sealed over, but the ice magic is sealed. Chains of ice have been wrapping around the future man's limbs, holding him back since who knows when. He just can't believe it. No one could possibly use magic at a time like this. Who was it in the end? Suddenly, someone spoke up, just as I thought, hearing the voice from the future. He turned around and asked, who are you? That figure radiated an immense power of the clan. So was Jan all along. He advances, gripping the Astalong sword. Surge of power from the sword courses through his entire body. I see so much anger. So was a person who did this after all, who dares to lay a hand on the Emperor's sword. Jan can't help but marvel at the power he is wielding. Just Astalong alone holds such immense power. It is truly astonishing. It turns out the prediction that Sihong could enhance the ice magic barrier was accurate. With the added power of Astalong, the force will be amplified exponentially. The future angrily questioned, how could anyone possibly wield the Sword of Kings? Moreover, that body. He was shocked to see what lay deep inside Jan. You can unleash 3 mana streams at once. What about the body? What has the person done to their body? I saw the guy looking out, feeling uneasy. In the blink of an eye, he realized everything. Divine sight. Truly, a troublesome power. The future blooms with a smile. He keeps guessing. Is this the power of the Star Emperor's sword? He suddenly surged up, shattering the ice shackles. Well done. The thug raised his fist high, smirking with pride. As expected, that sword rightfully belongs to me. He does not care about anything he says. So what if the sword has chosen me? Then the man's fist clenched tightly at a single point. So Jian always stays calm, focused, and observant. Hen was amazed to see the power that the future was creating. A tremendous energy is converging at a single point. The power the future creates grows stronger, filled with deadly intent. That brute. Just kill him and take it simple as that. The man moves with lightning speed. The man leaps up, ready to unleash the Dark Sun sword strike downward. Of course, I won't just stand by and let that guy do whatever he wants. Immediately, he draws his sword in hand. He raises his sword high, unleashing the Frost Knight squad's basic sword technique. I walk with determination. He slashes down fiercely. Though the sword was swung so lightly, it seemed incapable of leaving any wound. But moments later, the entire fortress was cleaved in two, shattered to pieces. Even the future could not escape the blood splattering, leaving him shocked and unbelieving. Jian remains utterly calm. Vala's move was blocked by Giant. That made the guy furious, ignoring his recent wound and immediately launching another move to defeat Giant. What if it goes like this? He is no chance at all. Then channel into Giant a power even greater than before. He was caught off guard, unable to react, and still stubborn. Jian could only use his sword to block that overwhelming surge of energy. The power unleashed by the future was so immense it shook the heavens and split the earth. All was swallowed by the light from that man's energy source. The light just faded, leaving behind a scar of pain. The assassin vanished without a trace. Only Vilai remained standing there, watching. Now he truly feels the pain as the old man screams out in agony. He feels a thrill. It has been a long time since I have had a wound like this, he sighed. Truly the Emperor's sword, it tore through my muscles. Something even a blade could not wound before, and able to withstand even the strongest blow of the diamond pain. Vilai looked towards Jian, still intact, holding the sword that had just absorbed the power as he lowered it. Hearing the man's lament, I spoke sharply. When I tried to strike, I realized this sword can sever magical power. Jan interrupts Giz's smug remark with a sharp tone. It is, he continued seriously. This sword is not as simple as it seems. Astalong is a sword capable of halting the flow of magical power. Jan smirks, mocking Vilai's shallow pride, and warns, if you do not understand this difference, you won't be able to use it. Ge does not believe or care about what you say, yet he acts so aggressively. Stop talking nonsense. When you experience it, everything will become clear in an instant. Right now, as I was about to step onto the slippery Vilai, I paused and looked down. There is something down there. Suddenly, I realize my feet have been wrapped in ice for who knows how long. My feet are frozen solid. I feel it deep inside. This coldness is the first I have ever felt in this harsh north, and even the shadow of death. That cold pen made Ge feel as if the Grim Reaper was about to swallow him whole. A tense moment. A sudden beam of light appeared above the fortress, accompanied by a cold, commanding voice. Umazi people startled Vilai, making her look up abruptly. Uncle Chot appears, towering above, his power radiating like a frozen dragon. He said sternly, "What are you doing in my house?" Uncle's eyes flash with sudden anger as he looks down, and Vailei gasps in surprise at his unexpected appearance. The formula for a perfect shore, Uncle suddenly spoke with disdain. Truly ridiculous. Ice stairs appear in the sky, and as he steps down, each step lights up beneath his feet. Vailei stared in amazement, whispering, "But how is it floating in the air?" Uncle chatted. "How could a savage like you?" Vailei grew serious, realizing that the savage he mentioned was none other than himself. Uncle suddenly spoke up, daring to come here again. The majestic aura of Uncle, combined with the icy stream behind, looks incredibly powerful and chillingly terrifying. He sternly repeated, "I asked, what are you doing in my house?" He warns. "Answer carefully, for these may be your final words." Uncle just set foot down. Vailei, the formula for the overturned shore. "Finally, we meet. I am sure you have heard my name. Not so. I am the great chieftain who united two wandering tribes." Unbothered, Back abruptly cuts him off, holding his mouth. "Why should I care about the name of a common savage?" Hearing him belittle me like that, Vailei angrily cursed. "You miserable old man." He used his divine sight to peer deep inside the doctor, suddenly sensing a terrifying power radiating from him, and thought to himself, his attitude was very arrogant, but with the power he possesses, such behavior is understandable. "I have never met anyone with that much mana before. I never expected to find such a vast amount of mana. Could it be because I am under the influence of the Emperor's sword? Is this that bastard's plan?" After thinking, Vailei firmly said, "This is fine too. Anyway." The guy broke free from the ice and charged fiercely like a wild beast toward Bakchot. He roared, "We were destined to clash. This day just came a bit sooner than I expected, boss." Yet still, Bakchot calmly cast a disdainful glance and words at a mere commoner like you. He spoke with authority, warning not to casually mention his name, as a mystical formation appeared at his feet. Vailei, fearless, shouted loudly and swung her fist arrogantly. "It is too late now." With a sudden stomp, he unleashed his domain, and the surroundings seemed engulfed in the formation he created. Vailei stood speechless in shock as a massive energy source descended from the sky, revealing the Snow Lake domain. Then unfolding the Eternal Frost formation above. Vailei's minions fighting down there are rejoicing, thinking they have gained the upper hand. "Now's the time to avenge our brothers. Kill them quickly." Suddenly, their entire body was engulfed in ice. Not just one, but all those whom Uncle Chot called barbarians were frozen by his formation. The Buf clan's warriors, fighting the savage tribe, were stunned to see them frozen solid. The savages are all frozen. Here it is, they recognize it and cheer with joy. The recipe is back. The butter of recipe has returned. We are safe now. With a sudden cold intensity, he inquired about Han. "Are you alright?" Han replied, "I am still fine, my lord." Han looked at Bakchot with reassurance and pride. It had been a long time since I last witnessed his mastery. It was as brilliant as ever. This is the power of eternal frost, the terrifying icy strength of Uncle Chot that freezes even monsters like the future. Uncle suddenly sighed. "It seems you have been deceived. So why do you struggle to deal with a savage?" Han replied, "If it had been any longer, he would have killed me already. Master of the butter of formula, so all froze no. Eternal frost. Within the eternal frost, all enemies freeze, but allies remain unharmed. This is the head of the Buf clan who has protected the north. Uncle Bef." Uncle suddenly asked, "Did something like that happen while I was away?" Han replied with a tone of regret, "I feel truly ashamed." He does not blame Han and even comforts him. "Forget it. It seems Lorena and our people are still safe," Han hinted, "and this time, someone has helped us a great deal. Come here and introduce yourself with the formula." He planned to introduce Jan, who had helped the boss, but suddenly heard nothing and saw no sign of him. "Where has he gone?" Uncle suddenly noticed, his tone tinged with mockery. "He ran away so fast, did not he?" And quickly interjected, "He is not that kind of person." Uncle suddenly reminded us to leave here first, as Vailei's gaze returned unexpectedly. Even though he was shrouded in eternal ice, he is gathering energy, then suddenly shatters the ice block to break free. Uncle suddenly turned around, not worried at all, but exclaimed, "Oh no. Vailei is arrogantly overconfident. He has been too careless." Boom. Uncle Chot sneered. "Not bad. But is that enough to kill me?" Vailei knew it. The man smiled with cunning and said, "Perhaps I cannot kill you, but what about the others?" The mage headed toward the tower, and worried deeply. The refugees are hiding inside that tower. Vailei's magic orb is about to land on it. The arrogant man thought, while they were protecting those civilians, he would make his escape. He thought he had it all figured out. But suddenly he froze. Someone had arrived before the magic orb and spoke. "The time has come." It is angry and shouting, swinging the astrolong sword to slash that magic orb away. "Yet you are still such a nuisance." Vailei shouted in frustration. "Again a human, blocking my path once more." The sorcerer's spell suddenly flared, then exploded instantly in midair. Jian thought to himself, "I am so tired of this. Not only do I have to use magic and a new sword, But I also have to fight that monster while protecting Lorena. I have used up all my strength and mana. You have fought with all your might, and are so exhausted you can't even speak. Letting your body fall like that, I have truly given it my all. Now it is time to take a little break. The sky has slowly calmed, and thick snow begins to fall. Jin silently decided to leave everything to others, letting them handle what remained, then slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, a voice calling his name jolted him awake. A gentle hand appears before Jian, calling his name. I called your name. Lorena. She reached out and called Jian. Wake up. Quickly take my hand. He cast a glance, silently lamenting, not even giving me a moment to rest. Though exhausted and complaining, he reached out silently smiling. This is not so bad after all. After that fierce battle, peace finally returned at last. News of the barbarian invasion swiftly spread across the empire. In a fruit appears, resting on a shoulder full of scars. He smiled as if pondering something. At the same moment, someone was holding Jian's file. Lian holds Jian's file, lost in deep thought. Quiet and slow, he exclaimed in surprise. This child. The change begins, and the gate slowly opens. A long hallway leading to a tomb. A cold, bare hand caressed the tombstone. Lorena kneels before the tombstone. It has been a long time. Has nodded. I hope you are not mad at me for not visiting you for so long. She furrowed her brow and continued. Are you feeling well, mother? Though alone, she felt as if she were speaking with a living soul, not a cold tombstone. I am really busy and can't make it. I am telling the truth. I have trained hard, and though it was tough, I gave it my all. Please watch over me and do not get angry. Lorena keeps talking to herself. This world is truly vast. There was someone even stronger than my brother, and that day, he showed everyone his incredible power. It is so I will keep trying. I will keep searching for my brother, and the bloodstained throne appears. I will find the bastards who killed you and make them pay. Lorena froze for a moment, then stood up, saying goodbye. I am leaving now. Mother. Bachos appeared calling her name. Lorena. Someone is disturbing the shoes, she said irritably. He was patient, standing still for a moment. Lorena. You are about to miss the train. You have to go now, she replied impatiently. Bachos pulled out a glowing orb. She took it, casting a sharp glance as she questioned. What is this? He explains. Bangthach. If you absorb it, it will help you when using the snow soul. Bangthach. A rare gemstone with a very low crystallization rate found in the coldest region of the North Sea. Is the best elixir for knights who wield the power of ice. Lorena coldly refused. I do not need it, leaving Bachos deeply saddened. He continued. Lorena. Do you have something you need my help with? An adorable lamb is peacefully sleeping. Do you want me to protect that savage child? Bachos asks. If I want to trade with someone else, there has to be give and take. Right. Lorena could not stand the demon biting her tongue. She snatched the orb from Bachos' hand. This is enough. Right. Remember to keep your promise. He is annoyed and reminds you. Instead of wasting time partying in the special forces, remember not to slack off on training the snow soul technique. It seems your cold energy has lessened greatly. Come back to visit us from time to time. She paused, then said, Father, you are still as strong as before. Sinister magical barrier appears in the sky. Your fierce frost means nothing can threaten this place. Not even the savage hordes. She slowly confirms. The person is truly powerful. Lorena turns back and asks, then why could not you protect Mom? She spoke in pain. Even though he is so powerful, we still lost Mom, and my brother left us. I do not want to return to a place without both Mom and my brother. Betrothed had been silent all this time, then finally spoke. Lorena, as he stood before the tombstone, confessing how truly hard it was. Lena, what should I do? I am not as clear-headed as you. He spoke with a heavy heart. For despite what happened to his brother, Lorena still harbored resentment towards him. Beatrice recalls that horrific day, wondering if telling her the truth would make things better. The royal flag fluttered as the secret coup forces stormed the castle that day. The walls still linger with pain. The leader of their kind, a man, kneels before Beatrice, the one who took his brother's life. He looked up. Beatrice gasped in horror. He looks at the deformed boy before him. What have you done all this time? Gelboof. He uttered a single word. Father. If Lorena finds out her brother is behind that incident, can she bear it? Beatrice, in pain, asked. For Lorena. And because of your denials, I did not kill the boy. Only expelled him, but I still do not know if that was the right choice. If Lorena finds the boy. He pauses for a moment, then says to the person behind him, you go to her, feel free to speak. You seem lost in thought, so I did not want to disturb you. Jian steps forward. I heard you were looking for me. Commander Buf. I'm a member of the Special Forces. Beatrice replied. That is right. I have heard him tell the stories of what you have done. We reward effort and achievement. But instead of giving you something useless, I think it is better to give you what you truly want. He went on. We have already rewarded the others. But what about you? He paused for a moment. Then revealed his secret. If we give you back the sword you stole and hid under your cloak, will that be enough? A question that left you stunned. Do you like it? He asked. But you remained silent, he said with dissatisfaction. This is far from enough to surprise Batros. I have saved Lorena so many times. You spoke up. And he retorted with frustration. This arrogant kid, you already know how priceless that sword is. Jian does not hesitate to expose the truth. Tell me honestly. Is not it just slowly rotting away in the armory? No one but you can use it anyway. But who would not use it? Taking away such a hassle is actually helping you. And I do not even charge extra for special handling. He heard that, paused, and said, now that I have met you, I see you really have lost your mind. Then Batros sighed deeply. Then he agreed to your request. Good. If you are going to be crazy, at least be this kind of crazy. There is no sign this sword will control you. This works too. Fine. I will grant you wealth or any treasure you desire. Without waiting for his reply, Batros continued. But I have a favor to ask of you. No. A new threat arises. I control the north, so it is fine. But now many madmen gather in the central lands. He asked seriously, coldly, from now on, if I want you to protect Lorena, can you swear on your life that you will take responsibility for her? Jiang asked emotionlessly. But I never wanted to marry her, causing Batros to lose control and shout, what are you talking about? I would never ask you to do something like that. Next, the two of them argued fiercely, because he said I had to swear on my life and take responsibility for her. I want you to protect that girl with your life when I am not on the team. But how dare you refuse? In the end, a girl like her is not easy for someone like you. Marry her. No matter what. There you go again. You know how it is, Lorena. You bastard. Listen carefully to what I am about to say. Cut to the Duke of Uf's domain. The Central District. Jiang Longthong steps forward. Apologizing. I am a bit late. Held up by a nasty old man. Lorena. Calm down. It is. The train has not left yet. The Romans urged each other, saying the report should have come sooner. You just hold it casually. Act cool. Hurry up. We are returning in glory. We have saved the royal advisor and driven away the great clan chief. I am really looking forward to our reward. Cheryl spoke up from behind. I do not see you doing anything at all. Hearing that, Lorena spoke up. Everyone has already worked hard. This is our first mission. And having no casualties is already amazing. This might be the first time in Special Forces history. She recalls that scene. And how this place is quieter than I expected. I had a big fight with them at the castle and left them behind. The announcement sounds. The next stop is Avalon. The crowd stirs. The train's here, Jian thought excitedly. The trip to the north was more successful than he expected. He got the royal advisor's invitation as planned, and even secured Astalong. I remember when we delivered gold and jewels. We also received a huge amount of gold from the Duke, along with treasures even more precious than gold. This outcome could not be more perfect. A crow takes flight, cawing sharply before perching on Giant's shoulder. A crow. You say. He hesitates. Wait a moment. This crow is speaking. Wait a moment. Lorenina. He crossed his arms coldly and said, perhaps everyone will have to go back without me. I still have things to do. But I have forgotten them. Cheryl sighs with regret. That was so sudden. Meanwhile, Sam curiously asked, what happened? Just needed an excuse. The chief inspector asked me to stop by Soma to pick up some snacks. Soma's special strawberry cookies. He went back to running errands, just to buy food for the chief official. Truly a dog of the hand. The village hears the whistle. The train nears the station. The engine's roar signals departure time. Jian watches the train fade into the distance. Exhales deeply at his time. He looks at the crumpled paper in his hand. Have you managed to get a proper job yet? The crow holds a secret message in its beak. Unaware it is the spy of the chief magistrate. What kind of order is this that requires his excellency to go through so much trouble? He silently stared at the paper, then clenched it tightly. Determination in his voice. Damn it. This snack is going to be huge. In a peaceful setting, on the ground, a blood magic circle is drawn on the earthen temple. At last. It glowed at the core. Then shards of radiant crystals soared into the sky. This was it. From there, I soared straight up, eyes filled with unwavering determination. My complete rebirth. She remembers the room, thinking everything is thanks to him. She remembers always flying beside him to boost his strength. But without me, he would have died a million times over. She collapsed onto the ground, completely drained of strength. In the end, I had to drain all my mana and fall asleep. But now, I have once again gathered all my mana. Munmon raises her hand, excited and daring. With this much mana, I can finish off that fool with a single strike. Come here quickly. I will send you off immediately. A voice emerges from the beginning. Munmon. You are still talking about that after the battle with the future, and the barbarians is over. Jian calmly steps forward. We have long left the bow of territory. She knows nothing because she slept through all of yesterday. She could not stand it when she heard that. I have been asleep all day. Do you even realize how much I have done for you? He steps forward to introduce himself. All right. I know. Thank you. Madam, this place is called Soma, a city near Bo. But the weather is much warmer. Soma. You seem lonely. What are you planning to do here? Everyone's asking. Jian turned his back and walked away. On second thought, I do not have time for small talk. Seeing that, Mun hurriedly ran after. Wait, where are you going? She asks. It is all gone now. I'm coming. He spoke with a serious expression. Go to work. The peaceful town is disturbed by a haunting voice. The butter puff recipe appeared right at that moment. The trap is set. Yep. Then, Violet ran away, and I have obtained the long asta. That sword has finally acknowledged you. The sound of the door closing. That is right. And now, I am here under the orders of the school inspector. Everyone's asking. I understand. What is that order? The sly one dares to question again. His orders. He recalled the image of the fruit. Then continued speaking. It is very simple. He told me to wait. A friend of mine whispered softly in Soma. Munmon's. Her face stiff as stone. Ask again. A childhood friend, can someone like that even be called a friend? Hearing that, I had to admit it. Mun. Her words are truly unsettling, but I can't argue against it. Jia's face turned serious once again. A cold gaze fixed straight ahead. You breathe softly. The only one I can call my breath of life. He recalls the moment he stood as the chief examiner of the academy. That is a lie. Lean on your arm. Tilt your head. And look ahead. But I made it up to trick the officers on the day I escaped from the training center. The daughter of the Special Forces captain is tasked with making the captain's daughter cry. Fragments of fleeting memories surface in his mind like tangled questions. He remembers. A friend breathes softly. A friend exhales softly. He recalls the scene of himself standing as the chief examiner. That is a lie. Leaning on one arm. Tilting his head. He gazes ahead. But I made it up to trick the officers on the day I escaped from the training center. The daughter of the Special Forces captain is tasked with making the captain's daughter cry. Fragments of scattered memories flood his mind like tangled questions. Is she going to appear now? Something about this does not feel right. I wonder how the priest would react if he realized it was a lie. Everything I have built will collapse. Or you will just walk away like nothing happened. Thinking about that child, Jia keeps thinking, everything's all in on this. One thing's for sure. I have gone all in on this. Friend sighs softly. A friend exhales softly. A friend sighed softly. A friend sighs softly. A friend sighed softly. A friend exhales softly. A friend sighs softly. I wonder how the priest would react if he realized it was a lie. Everything I have built will collapse. Or you will just ignore it like nothing happened. Thinking about that child, Jia keeps thinking, everything's on the line here. What is certain is I have the advantage, because I met her before the official did. In any case, I need to verify her identity first. Munmon cuts through the flow of his thoughts. There they were. Two knave blondes stepping forward with an inviting call. The day we have been waiting for is finally here. We are going out for drinks. Wanna come along? Wow. He is so handsome. Come join us here. They dragged him into a roadside bar, making Mon furious. This place. This damn name. She heard you have not teased him yet. Youth is the time to chase dreams. 1 year old. 3 years old. 3 years old. Go go. Go go. 1 year old. 3 years old. 3 years old. 3 years old. We are about to go out for drinks. Wanna come? Oh wow. So handsome. Come play with us. They led him into a roadside bar, making Mun extremely angry. This place. Jiang. This bastard. She heard that she has not provoked him yet, a young man in the prime of passion and zeal. Adults grow up so fast. He swiped over. Confused. Asking. What are you talking about? She pointed at him and joked. All right. I will teach you the sure way to win the hearts of girls. First, catch a wolf and 3 rabbits. Then stuff them into their bag. Do this, and you will become the most charming gentleman. Hearing that, Jiang immediately set off. Do you think I am some kind of caveman? We no longer live in the age of founding. And that is not why we are here. What exactly are we doing here? Everyone's curious. Jiang urgently seeks the answer. If I remember correctly, this place it remains as simple as it was back then. Looking at the nameplate, Momom covers her mouth in surprise. Hobbiton Tavern. This sign is way too shabby. He revealed they do not sell drinks here. So what do they sell? He drags it out. They, not selling anything at all. An old man scowls at the two. He looked at the book in his hand, saying, if you want to eat, find it on the ground yourselves. Don't ask me. Hearing that, Mun irritably kicked him in the head with her foot, wondering how he could dare lose money with a client. Feeling a sharp discomfort at the back of his head, that stubborn one said, there is nothing to see here. Let us hunt a rabbit first. No more talk about rabbits, he said angrily, then smiled faintly. It is, though there is nothing to see here. There is so much to listen to. Jan looked deep into the boss's eyes and said, I want to order 2 glasses of whiskey mixed with wine, topped with an olive. Leaving him stunned. As he received the information, he bowed deeply, apologizing for the rudeness, saying, you are an important customer. Welcome to Hobbiton. He just reached out to open the water bottle on the shelf. The sound echoed through the space. Then a door opened in the wall. Please come inside. I will show you the way, he said. The torch lights the stairs leading down to the dark, deep basement. A mysterious question arises. The underground club. What is the person planning to do? I do not have the patience to interrupt, so go ahead. But what exactly are you thinking? This is not a club. And they do not sell drinks, so what exactly are they selling? She asks. He replied coldly. Information they sell information. They disguise themselves as a rundown tavern. Yet our Hobbitans still trade secrets of Soma's shadowed alleys. Currently, they only have information about Soma. But soon their network will spread across the continent. They are also known as the Den of the Vagrants. The door creaked open. Light spilling out, it is open. Come in. Jan thought. In that room, the desk and books were neatly arranged. With a handsome guest present, she greeted him warmly. He looked at her, thinking she was the leader of the beggar's den. Bella. I have never met you before. She spoke unhappily. Sir, could you tell me why you are here? I am looking for someone. Jan replied immediately. You keep talking. But all I know is her name. Can you help me find her? Of course. What is her name? He answered quietly. Her name is Bella, just one simple word that shook her to the core. Her eyes wide open, Bella stammers in panic. How do you know my name? Who exactly are you? Seeing her reaction, Jan thinks, I did not expect her to show such surprise. She is still as clumsy as ever. Not good at hiding her feelings at all. He placed his hand on the table and asked, I am sure many want to know your name. But am I the first? She replied. You are quite a curious guest. Are not you? Bella, cold and sharp-eyed. Curiosity will only bring you trouble. You know that. Her hand presses a hidden button on the table. From beneath the floor, a trapdoor opens, and thousands of arrows fly straight at Jan. Then they pin the corpse to his body. Bella smirking seductively. A young boy meeting a tragic end. Suddenly, she stops. Her gaze sharp ahead. Arrows piercing the ground. I think we have introduced ourselves enough. Jan brushes off his hands, acting unfazed, and gets straight to the point. She could not help but feverishly wonder how he blocked those arrows. Was his skill really hired by the nobles? Bella laughed sharply. Haha. I think you are mistaken. You are wrong. He is clearly upset. Who sent him? Franken's hairs. Golden. Namte Vigan. Too many suspects. He interrupted her train of thought, asking, You are selling information. Right. I am here to buy a few things, Bella replied herself. Yep, sir. What information do you want to buy? Jan answered sternly. Not with information, but in a low voice. What I want to buy is you. I want to buy you. Bella heard that and was taken aback, hesitating for a moment before saying, Serve me, and I will reward you, Jan said, her eyes red as she teased him. You little brat. He immediately denied it. It is not what you think. Stop it. He spoke up. Bella, I truly admire your information-gathering skills. She even knows the exact locations of the scandals and what dishes were served for dinner. You are the one spreading all the rumors about the nobility in this neighborhood. Are not you? Jan crossed his arms and said, I have made some money by selling the information they needed most. Bella sits defiantly in the chair. You are truly reckless. Are not you afraid of being accused of treason against the nobility? I have stayed within the law so far. But are you threatening me now? He asked. She pouted, glanced over. I am just praising you. Last year, I reaffirmed it once more. Did not I say it myself? I highly value your abilities. You continue. This is 100 imperial gold coins issued by the central government. Do you understand what it means? That is right. She frowned, lips pressed tight, and thought these gold coins are of the highest purity. Gold coins fall before Bella's eyes. But this won't be enough. Can't you see? You ask. Yep. That is right. Jan smirked faintly. All right. Now the game begins. He gave a thumbs up and said, You and your future. What? She blurted out in panic. Jan raises a coin high. I will propose a buyout price that keeps rising until you say stop. A stack of gold coins gleams neatly arranged, he said. If she can guess how much I think she is worth, then all that money is hers. Wait a moment. I will continue. But if you overestimate the value I have in mind, you will lose everything I plan to pay the noble for you. Without waiting for her reaction, let us begin, the hero eagerly asked. But Bella blinked and stammered. Wait, ignoring her pleas, Jan coldly demanded. 200 gold coins. 200 gold coins. She repeated in horror. 300 gold coins. 400 gold coins. She is no longer a child here. Where did you get those 400 gold coins? Your Excellency. She bit her finger hard, headache pounding with 400 gold coins. She could feed 4,000 people for a year. Should she say stop? She no. Jan's hand rummaged through his shirt. Bella's eyes fixed tightly on every move he made. When his hand stopped, she suddenly fell silent. Stopped. Enough? Jan asked in surprise. So fast. I was planning to raise it to 1,000 gold coins. She was horrified. 1,000 gold coins, Jan said calmly. Now we need solid proof that you belong to me. Those words made Bella uneasy. Do not tell me you want me to offer my body. Jan smirks, slides a paper in front of her, and says, What did you say? I said sign this contract. Yep. After everything was settled, he said. Now that the contract is signed, I look forward to working with you. I will be going now. Goodbye. Sir. Looking at the wallet on the ground. She sighed. What just happened here? Bella sits in the chair, staring at the contract, surrounded by piles of gold bags and money falling from the sky, words scribbled on paper. Signed here. Jan turned away and walked off. I will get back to you. Read the contract carefully. Its contents are crucial. She exhaled deeply. Then suddenly, he stopped growing up. Thinking he must be crazy. Why work for someone he does not even know? Just looking at him, you can tell he is dangerous. Thinking of something, Bella laughed heartily. With this gold, I can live like a noble in another kingdom. Finally bidding farewell to this miserable life. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. Her hand clenched tight. A painful, desperate sound escaping. I am no fool to obey a contract just because I signed it. Momo Tinding said. The villain is cruel, placing a restriction on her through a contract. I did not force her to sign, though she had no choice but to put her name on it. A ghostly figure appears. The restrictions are set just right. I can't let her die so easily. Do not doubt me. My self-destruction spell is completely different from that third-tier time magic. A treacherous hand touches the demon, blocking the evil in midair. Momo asks, you who take the golden skin from the space pouch. Where did you get that precious thing? I recall the conversation with the Duke. The Duke's space pouch was given to me as a gift. He was ruthless, only giving money without providing transport. He is the kind of man who drains everything people have. Momo asked, shall we go back now? He replied boldly, stepping forward with strength. The mission has only just begun. In a wooden house at night, two mysterious lines stand tall with bowed heads. Inside, it is pitch dark, not a single light. A fragile girl huddles in a corner, silent, then slowly lifts her head, her eyes glowing with danger. In the Vorden forest, the night sky is clear and star-filled. A shooting star streaks across, while below, tall trees cast shadows with faint light filtering through the canopy. Beneath the ground, faint tire tracks. Jiang said, there are tire marks here. He reached out and touched the tire mark, then said, judging by its condition, it was probably from 3 days ago. Good. Found the right place. Jiang's cold gaze fixed ahead. Momon asked Jiang, how much longer until we arrive? Jiang turned and said, Momon, you are so weak. She raised her hand to the sky and asked, how long do you plan to wander like this? Is that training run really that hard to find? You answer me. Have you forgotten already? Mormon, we are on a mission assigned by the High Council. The lazy guy flying behind you said, a star mission. Oh right, to corner a girl. Jiang said. She is no ordinary girl. She is the daughter of the Special Forces commander. I did not expect the general to assign the mission so quickly. A member of the Special Forces, sent to capture the commander's own daughter. The Grand Marshal will surely use her to pressure the commander in the faction war. A dirty trick. Jiang ponders. But the carriage is too large, and it is heavily guarded. Could the person we are tailing really be the commander's daughter? After walking a while, he saw ahead and asked, is that light? A young girl with orange hair, wearing a cloth hat, a long an apron, held a brightly burning oil lamp in her right hand, with several men dressed in hunting gear behind her. The girl asks Jiang, you have been there too long. Are you lost? He replied, yep. Perhaps I took the wrong path. The girl spoke again. Luckily, we are also on our way back to the village. This forest is very dangerous. Many people have already gotten lost here. Do you want to stay in the village for a night before continuing on? Jiang asks. Are you coming to the village to sleep? The girl replied, yep. It is just nearby. Not spacious, but it can fit one more person. Those 3 men teased the girl earlier. Leona, your enthusiasm is unusual. I see now. After all, the girl is old enough. The shy girl said, it is not like everyone thinks. Do not say that. Tell Leona. Thank you, but I do not need it. Just show me the right direction. The 3 men teased her again. Leona, you got rejected, the girl said. Really? She whispered quietly. Leona replied, then so be it. The girl handed Jiang the lantern, saying, it is too dark and dangerous to pass through here. Take this lantern with you. He smiled faintly and left. Jiang drew his sword with a sharp cry. Hast along, swiftly slicing through the 5th awakening of the dark soul. In Guaichem, the girl's eyes widened in shock. Her face pale as the lamp was cleaved in 2, and Leona's body was split apart. Blood sprayed everywhere. And suddenly, a stone fell from the lamp, also split in half. The man is done. Leona, what are you doing? He ended Leona's life. The killer. Why? Why did it have to be Leona? Munmon turned to him and asked. Jiang, this guy rejected her. That is enough. Why kill her? Jiang said. Cut it out. You are really slow to get it. Look inside the lamp. That is a fire gem used by a Special Forces assassin. The assassin squad. What an intriguing play. But not enough to mask the stench on you. Elders, suddenly. The men reveal their true colors. Their eyes gleamed in the darkness, heightening the fear. Each gripped a dagger, ready to strike. Shouting, "We are exposed, there is no way out." The crowd rushed forward, leaping into the air before diving down toward Jiang, his eyes closed, brows slightly furrowed. Focusing inward, emotions tightly held, Jiang suddenly opened his eyes. His body shrank and glowed, his expression turning fiercely determined and terrifying. He shouted loudly, singing wildly, when suddenly two black hornbills appeared, fierce and powerful, both diving down from above with jagged forms, sharp with blazing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth wide open. Jiang flips upside down in the air with his red shirt billowing, one hand gripping a massive sword, swinging fiercely into the sky. From the tense battlefield, the scene shifts to a tranquil setting. A European-style building emerges in the darkness, its timber frame structure and white walls standing quietly. Someone shouted, "What? The assassin team has been completely wiped out." The man who fought Jiang earlier is reporting the situation.
"Yes, sir."
"I do not need to lie, there is a man in a white shirt up ahead asking questions." "How many enemies?" The man replies. "Just one." The man in the white shirt, angry, says, "They say an entire squad was wiped out by a single person." In response, the man said he seemed to know everything about us. Everything. The man in the white coat is the secretary of the Special Shark Force, he said. "Surely, without a doubt. He is the general's dog, what a miserable fate." "Where is he?" the man said. "He is probably still in Sector 4. He said he could not believe the Grand Inquisitor had to go himself, damn it. Squad 2 is heading to him. Squad 1 stays here to hold the line." The man turned away and said, "I understand. I will return to protect the lady," he said. "Wait, you can rest now." Suddenly, the secretary lunged at the man with a razor blade, saying, "Rest forever." He revealed too many weaknesses. A wasp suddenly flew in and bit the hand holding his guitar strings to pieces. The secretary suddenly exclaimed, "A starfish!" To the left, a giant black crocodile with red eyes snarls, baring its teeth and spitting out a venomous snake. The man extends his hand as if commanding a summoning ritual. The man said, "A poison-coated fence. Perfect for an assassin. I will take it. Now, it is my turn to ask you a few questions." The man peeled off his leather jacket. It turns out it was Jan. He asked, "Where is the commander's daughter?" The secretary screamed in panic, "Don't come here. Is anyone here?" Jan gently said, "Even if you shout your lungs out, no one will come because no one is left alive," he said worriedly. "Could it be that he killed everyone? Is that something a human can do? Please spare me. I will tell you everything I know." Jan asks, admitting defeat, "So tell me, where is the commander's daughter?" The secretary replied, "The commander's daughter is not here. He threatens. If you keep lying," he shouted. "I swear. The commander's daughter is not here. There is only a test subject." Before he could finish speaking, the secretary's head suddenly exploded, blood splattering everywhere. "You said a web of laws is imposed on the high-ranking members. The Supreme Pretender holds full control over their lives, and his demise here surely hides a secret. The sacrificial object is not just the commander's daughter here after all. What are they hiding?" Quick steps on the floor. Approaching the closed door, inside, the main walkway is carpeted in deep green with light gray geometric patterns, flanked by black decorative columns on both sides. Jiang, looking familiar, said, "This place is really spacious." Ahead of him, it seemed like someone was chained from behind. Jiang wonders, "What is that thing?" The girl with long, pale blonde hair, her face partially covered by cloth, kneels with her hands bound. Jiang shouted in anger, "You bastards! What the hell are you doing?" "I have to save her, use magic to sever the binding rope." Holding her close, Jiang asked, "Hey, are you okay?" "Wake up quickly." "But she looks so familiar. I have met her somewhere before," he said, curious, removing the blindfold. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, terrifying force pushing Jiang backward. He struggles to roll over and stand up. Jiang cries out in panic, this power. Ahead, she was in midair. He thought to himself, if he remembered correctly, he had seen that face before in a nightmare. One of the continent's greatest disasters. A monster no one can stop. Why was she trapped here? Her body still hovers suspended in midair. Jiang seemed to realize. He shouted, "The sorcerer dominates. Since its founding, the kingdom of Kabalan has become home to countless superheroes and mighty warriors. But in the end, even Superman is just human. In this world, some disasters are beyond human power. The first great disaster, an unquenchable fire. The second catastrophe, a despair passed down only among those who faced it. And the third catastrophe, one even the emperor ordered to be ignored. Whether mountains or seas surround it, a knight wearing a helmet that hides his face raises a gleaming greatsword high and shouts, 'I will cut off their heads.' But in the very next moment, That knight was struck by something that bent both his helmet and his sword. It is all meaningless. Everything gets leveled, even Superman can't escape. With fear and reverence, humanity calls her by this name. Jiang shouted loudly. Why is the third disaster here? The Witch of Oppression. I am tracking the commander's daughter, but found the suppressor witch instead. Now, all the pieces are starting to fit together. He thinks. Too much security. And mentions the test subject. Suddenly realizing the truth, Jiang shouted out the commander was not hiding his daughter, but was creating a suppressive sorcerer. You think it is to suppress the Long Bun project? If she has become a suppressor witch, then they must have failed to control her. As the witch slowly opened her eyes, Jiang kept thinking, if she opens them, it is over. I have to strike now. He flew towards her, shouting, it is time to take action. Facing Jiang's terrifying thoughts, the witch who suppresses them appears gentle and confused. She said, Did I do something wrong again? Is anyone hurt? He stared blankly. The controlling wizard said, when I am scared or hurt, I often lose control. Is anyone hurt? Jiang replies, I just got blown away, but I am still okay. Tears welled up in her eyes. What have I done? He thinks. She does not look like she is pretending. A catastrophe shakes the continent. Yet she is just an ordinary girl. But if I could get my hands on the suppression witch, I would hold the strongest trump card. But can I control a power that even the king cannot command? This is a chalice of poison, the deadliest kind. She is too high up. If I want to take her down, this is my chance. A voice calls out. You fool. What are you thinking, being so reckless? That was Momel. She appeared and said, just take her in. Jian folded his arms and replied, it is easy to say, but that is not a power humanity can control. Even she can't control herself anymore. Momel asked confusedly. Control? So if she can be controlled, you will take her in? Right, he replied. Do you really think that is possible? She confidently pointed at herself and said, who forgot me? I am Momel, the ultimate sorcerer. Sorcerers are those who seek to bend the laws of nature, and I stand at the pinnacle of all sorcerers. You really think I can't control her? Her power is fueled by pain, Jian said. If we protect her from pain, Momel would be casting some kind of spell, she said. Once you know the trigger conditions, solving it is a piece of cake. Merge them. 2 golden rings appeared instantly, soul ring artifacts. A necklace and a bracelet guarding the mind. These things can help control her power. He held up the 2 rings and said to Momel, something so small can really work. She laughed and said, with my energy, I do not need such force barriers. Jian continued. Still, it is surprising you actually know how to support others. Momel replied. This incident feels more like a wizard's occupational hazard. They say magic is like a miracle, but in reality, is not. It is like tampering with the fabric of the world to create a phenomenon. But that girl's power is neither magic nor born of nature. That is a power beyond the understanding of magical principles. As a scholar of laws and principles, I cannot overlook this, and if we can harness that power, we won't need someone like you anymore, I tell you. She is really a deep thinker. The witch turned to Jian and said, where are we headed? You said, pay me back. But I am not sure anymore. She asked anxiously, will I be going back to the lab later? Jian wondered. The laboratory was filled with many people like her. In the next room, witch said, that is right. There are many people, including my friend. At first, there were many, but every time we took those terrifying hits, all my friends fell. As time passed, I was the only one left standing, and those heart-touches cut deep. Can I not return to the lab? He thought to himself. Experiments on humans were so agonizing that death seemed a mercy. She whispered softly, I will be good. You baby. Thinking deeply, perhaps she endures this every single day, just like in my past life. He said, do you want to come with me? Jian still believes he is no different from those who try to take advantage of her. He reached out seriously and said, I will never hurt or abandon you. I promise. She looked at him for a moment, then happily agreed. All right. The true witch reached out and took Jian's hand. I ask, what is your name? She said. Everyone calls me number 1. That terrible number. Jian repeats. Calls her Lai. She says again. He explains. The name comes from Ifali, the goddess of beauty. Laya repeats. The goddess of beauty. Jian asked her again. Is that bracelet uncomfortable? Laya replied. It is very beautiful. And the name you gave me is beautiful too. You said that if she comes with me, we need to prepare a little. She asked again. What are you preparing? Seriously? To deceive a monster. In the underground Special Forces Training Center, the defiant prisoner sits restrained in the chair. He said, I was wrong. Damien holds a knife in his hand. He raised the knife to the prisoner's head, making him scream. Please do not kill me. You baby. I plead. Just kill me. You baby. Go ahead and kill me. Please. The man in red tells Damien. They will arrive soon. He replied. That fast. Good. Damien prods something out of the prisoner's head. He cheerfully said, let us check out the fruit Jian brought to the underground prison task force. The prisoner's cries echo loudly. Help me. Please. Someone save me. Get me out of here. The scream stopped, lying hesitating, saying, "Wait." Sorry, Jian. Then another scream pierced the air. Please spare my life, she asked anxiously. This place is also a laboratory. Right. Are they planning to lock me down here too? Don't worry. Of course not. There is nothing to be afraid of. The prisoner reached out, shouting, "Don't go alone." A plea that filled Liu with dread. To reassure her, Jian slipped his hand behind her shoulder. He said, "Do not worry. Just stay close to me." Lion said. "All right then." She recalls what Jian said earlier. "I will never hurt or abandon you, I promise." She said, "Just like I promised before. You said you remember everything I taught you, right?" He replied, "Yep. We are childhood friends. And there is also the story about your father," secretly thinking, good things always come with a hidden advantage. We already have information about the family background and identity. As for the sealing technique, there should be no problem at all. But we are about to face the Chief Inquisitor, who knows what dark thoughts lie in his mind. And Tret senses danger ahead, eyes glinting in the dark. Jianlian warned. Behind me. Something's coming. A person is in a state of uncontrollable rage. Face distorted. Eyes wide and white. Mouth open, screaming as they charge forward swiftly. Loon confessed to her that he was an escaped prisoner. Lai looked confused and asked, "That thing?" Suddenly, the prisoner was slashed in two. A voice spoke up, "Long time no see, my student." The prisoner split in two, with a full moon behind him and eyes gleaming dangerously in the dark. Jian speaking. "I'm an agent. I have completed the mission and returned." He asked if she was the commander's daughter, and said it was a pleasure to meet her. "I hope the welcome ceremony I have prepared suits your taste." Lai screamed. "No way. This is just too much." In the VIP lounge, the food spread on the table was so abundant she exclaimed, "So many delicious dishes. I can't believe it." Lai asked the server, "Are you sure I can finish all of this by myself?" "Of course," she replied. "The headmaster told me to prepare this much for her." Miss Li, the chief inspector in the report. Yet she is a good person. She looked at the cake topped with cream and strawberries, then said, "I have never tasted anything so soft and sweet." "What is this?" the waiter replied. "It is just an ordinary pastry." Lai says again, "Normal is anything but normal." Damien holds the pruning shears, saying, "You know, flowers are hard to care for. If they were people, I could just cut them brutally." Jia said, "This is a bit unexpected." Damien asked again. "Unexpected. My work with flowers is my passion. I love them. And the more I cut, the more beautiful they become. This is the inner courtyard." He continued, "Or do you think I would torture a little girl? So you must think I am insane or something like that. Torture may not work well on young children. Fear makes the information they reveal less reliable. Physical torture starts to work on those aged 15 and up." Jan thought silently, "That man must be crazy." Damien says, "This is your first mission. And you have exceeded my expectations by stopping kidnappings and terrorism in the desert. He even took down the gang leader controlling the riverbank, all by himself, truly outstanding. So now, even the nobles who once opposed the project have nothing to say well done. Reward for you is the freedom to use the royal palace's pardon. Do you need anything else? You answer me. I want to know how you intend to treat Laya." "Master." Damien pondered. The girl, not a speck of dust on her feet, beyond my expectations. Impossible to uncover the secret of the special agent leader. Surveillance yielded no useful intelligence at all. But I noticed something. He worries. "Do not tell me," he said. "The girl is that old. But her knowledge is not. He must be ashamed of that. So he hid his daughter away. Right. What a pathetic man. Anyway, the commander is not a fool. He knows I took his daughter. But he stays quiet because he has no proof. He will definitely find a way to get it. We have to make him believe we are holding his daughter. But ensure he can never find her. The most effective way to do that is," Damien said, as he cut the flower from the branch to erase her very existence. Jian immediately reached out to catch the flower and said, "Master, I want to take the girl under my care." Damien asks, "Ningayan will tell us the reason." "Right. There must be a reason why my student made such a bold request. Is not there?" He replied, "I have 3 reasons. First, ending your own daughter is not an effective way. She may be worthless now, but some things gain value over time. Especially hostages," he said. "So why does he want to keep her close?" Jian said, "Today you tortured another cleric." "Right. One of the rats working for the Special Forces commander, who holds immense power. He definitely has spies everywhere. Keeping her away from the traitor's eyes is easier if she stays with me. That is the second reason." Damien agreed. "All right. So what is the third reason?" "You said the third reason was that you had promised the girl you would protect her." Damien smiled and said, "So you expect me to believe that I never thought my student could ever be so soft-hearted. Is she your first love? Damien suddenly said. What is it? Damien teased. I thought you were just a rock. But behind that rock is a person. I will protect you. I think this might be a slight misunderstanding. But it helps me move forward. So Damien said again. Sir. Generally speaking. Master. Yep. The girl was my first love. He laughed loudly and said. The fiery youth. All right. I will allow it this time. But I can't take my eyes off that girl. Even if she is my student. I do not fully trust you either. But you are less likely to betray me than the other priests, just saying. Even after all that. You still, Damien said. I will disguise her as a maid. So keep a close watch on her. He replied. Yep. I understand, he said. Since I have fulfilled your request. Damien took out a letter and continued. In return, you should accept one of my requests as well. Do you still remember the East team that went with you? You said you remember someone reporting the undead. Right. Khazar Ifrit was the captain of that team. Unlike the northern team, the eastern team's mission is simple. Just gather intelligence. However, 80 members of that task force went missing. Usually, they are not even worth saving. What a nuisance. Do you see this seal? They are shouting loudly. Is that the royal seal? It is the order of Crown Prince Leon Cavalin. Team member Dan. By the prince's order. Immediately rescue the trainees trapped in the east. To the east of the Deadlands lies the region between the borders of the Cavalin Empire and the Holy Kingdom of Lai Te. Brimming with deadly intent, the two nations, bound by trade, launch a massive purge. Casa and her team are on a mission to investigate the Dead Zone. They thought it was an easy mission, because it only involved dealing with assassins. However, the land exudes a force, with deadly arms rising from it. Suddenly, a massive horde of the undead rises, an event known as the Night of Death. The living horde attacks frenziedly, tearing each person apart, even fighting over every piece of flesh. Some of the demons have been destroyed. They are gradually fading away. Corpses lie scattered everywhere, with only the footsteps of a lone survivor echoing through the silence. After that event, nearly everyone in the area was wiped out, leaving only one survivor. That is Casa Evergreen, the sole survivor of the Night of Death incident. They say after that incident, she changed completely, growing more suspicious and cold by the day. Cut to another area. Suddenly a deadly assassin appears. It lunged fiercely forward, and soon dazzling sword strikes crossed each other in a flash. Jan's sword sliced through the body into pieces. He said. No sooner do we arrive than we are welcomed with such deadly strikes. With a stern face, silently thought. His current mission was to rescue everyone trapped in the dead land, with only 4 days left until the deadly night. Later, seeing the undead crawling everywhere, Jan said, this place is terrible. He stood on the high cliff, observing closely, and continued speaking. As the threat appeared even during the day, Jan kept mumbling. But as a subordinate, there was no rescue order. Everything was gradually changing from before. He wondered why the prince made a decision so different from before. Mumon suddenly appears in a tiny body, standing on Jan's shoulder, exclaiming, Dead land. Ah. Woohoo. Perfect place to regain my strength. He glanced at her curiously and asked, Mun Mon, what is going on with you, Mun Mon? Hearing that, I am so angry. What are you thinking? I used up all my mana to create that damn prison device, she added. But the quantum undead energy enveloping this land, if we refine and invert that energy, it could be transformed into pure mana to create life. Mun Mon smiled triumphantly, saying, if I succeed, I can restore my power to its peak, and when I do, the first to be killed is that person. He calmly replied, why would it be me? Mun Mon did not answer Jan, but she asked, by the way, is not Lai here? With her power, her firm voice said, using this life surveillance is even easier than killing an ant. He replied thoughtfully, not yet. As the scene shifts to Jan's memory, where Lai runs up calling his name, she clutched his arm tightly, pleading, take me with you. Lai asked softly, you are not planning to leave me behind, are you? She hesitated before continuing, the head butler is already so harsh, and even you have abandoned me. Then Jan quickly reassured her, I will be back soon. Hearing that, she raised her hand in front of her and replied, well then, Laya continues, stubborn as ever. Promise me. You can only be away for a maximum of 10 days. Jan agreed to. He and she struggled together. Unlucky, Jan asked cautiously. Is the head servant really that scary? From now on, you can use my room. Laya quickly replied. Okay. But wait, if we share a room, what about the bed? I do not even know how to sleep like that. Cut to present. Mun Mun climbs onto Jan's head. When did she say that? That girl is completely obsessed with you. Jan immediately retorted. Stop babbling. Lai's destructive power is not needed for this mission. He turned around and continued, saying a few of them would be enough. Behind them were Krugel and Roman. Krugel grumbled, annoyed to be on the same team as this guy, while Roman asked, "Why did you choose Krugel?" He gritted his teeth in frustration, glaring at Roman. "Don't interrupt me. You traitorous scum." You immediately argue back, "Do you want me to twist your arm?" Munmon looked at the two in front of him, speechless. What kind of group is full of such strange people? "Are you sure just the two of them will be enough?" Jan quickly replied, "No matter how good they are, it is rarely necessary." He thought silently. The White family holds great power in the East, that is why we need Krugel. Jan recalls threatening him. "Pack your things quickly if you do not want to get beaten." When recruiting members, Roman's defensive skills are essential. Jan remembers when he waited by your grave, and he said he needed to strengthen his aura. "Right, pack your things." Roman asked in astonishment. "Zika, you even know that secret?" Jan thought silently. Both of them were in a phase of wanting to become stronger, and they knew coming here would help them grow, so they did not refuse. "You said 2 people are enough. It is just a distant call echoing your words." Lorena spoke up. "Are we wasting our time here?" Carol walked beside him, responding immediately. She said again, "We need to move faster." The little girl quickly responded, "That is right." Lorena asked again, "What is the plan?" Cheryl spoke up. "Yep. Tell Miss Lorena." She walked up to Jan, chattering happily about how glad she was to be with him. "Tell me you think just those 2 guys are enough? You do not really think I am more useless than those 2, do you?" He replied weakly, "Of course not." Jan thought silently. Though the teacher said he could bring as many people as he wanted. Roman, the master of aura enhancement. Karen, the one who can control death with aura. Lorena, newly returned from the north. And Cheryl, who always praises everyone. The 4 of them are the key players in the dragon's scheme. That plan was devised to create the strongest team possible. They might be the strongest warriors, but Jan felt powerless, overwhelmed by chaos. All 4 of them were talking nonstop. Anyem is singing. "Everyone stop talking. Be silent and follow me." The sky gradually turned a dull gray. To the G3 hillside, near the dead zone at the eastern frontline camp, the soldiers are drinking and singing loudly. "Let us drink." There are those who boast with pride. "I just managed to blend the pig from Ben village." Lorena starts rambling on. "Are we really at the right place? Conditions like these for soldiers? Are you kidding me? Who would believe these are soldiers tasked with protecting the people within their own land?" She added, distinct from the offshore. Cruel, a bit embarrassed, stammered in response, "I already told you, don't set your expectations too high." This moment, a soldier steps forward to tease Lorena. "What brings a lady to a place this grim?" That name brought a smile. Then he asked, "She is looking for A." She replied calmly, "We are the reinforcements for the special forces. Who is in charge here?" The soldier heard that, laughed heartily, and spoke, "Reinforcements. A kid like you." That person held my hand and said, "Just in time. We also have a few urgent matters that need assistance." The soldier's face twisted into a sinister grin as he spoke. "Which dose should I take?" Lorena heard that and got really angry. "This bastard. Don't let her make a move." Quick as a flash, he lunged toward that guy, kicked the soldier hard. That name made his face twist in pain as he screamed out loud. The soldier felt that thing had been shattered by the stone. He spoke up, "It is all done here. Lorena, let us go." "Lorena," she replied immediately, "why did you cut in like that?" "Let me handle this bastard myself." Jin also steps forward to explain. If she handled it, that guy would probably be cut in too. No need to make a big deal out of it. Hearing that, Roman muttered to himself, "This is loud enough now. Tell me more. You do not have to lay a hand on scum like this." Cheryl stands beside the rice-hanging pole. Miss Lorena is blushing. She hurriedly changed the subject. "So now we just need to meet the captain." "Right." Jin responds with equal seriousness. "Yep. We will meet the captain. That is a nobleman stationed near the slopes of Mount Jiba." He thought to himself, "According to the records from the special forces in my past life, someone has decided not to save Casa Everlane. This man is responsible for the special forces being wiped out on the eastern front line. Commander of the eastern front line, Viscount Jaren." The soldiers shouted fiercely, "Let us drink." They held the jar in their hands and spoke. "Bottoms up." A voice rises in complaint. "Toast with this cheap booze." That name sighed and spoke. "While we are drinking cheap liquor sold all over the streets." That man looked at the mansion and continued speaking. "The so-called commander-in-chief drinks at his mansion with women every day." Cut to the mansion interior. The voices of the girls echo like a haunting refrain. "Let me pour it for you, Count. We are gonna drink all night at my place." Another girl asked softly, "If you drink like that, won't it affect your fight against the assassin?" Jaren embraces the 2 tall girls with a warm smile. "How much longer are we going to talk about those killers? Ladies, there is no need to worry. Just have fun with me all night long." A soldier steps forward and speaks. "Viscount, sorry, sir." His anger was overwhelming. "What is going on?" "We have a promise to meet. A few people have just arrived here." Hearing that, Jaren asked again, "You are coming here?" At that moment, the door opened and Jaren spoke. "It is a pleasure to meet you, sir." "Viscount Jaren." Lorena stands nearby, listening as he introduces himself. "I, member of the Special Forces." The guy held a cigar in his hand. Jaren said with a grimace, "Special Forces? Are you kidding me?" Viscount Jaren, rotten nobleman, born into a noble family, yet utterly useless compared to the others. A reckless fool like this made the commander-in-chief. I wonder how much he paid to get this position. He also spoke up to respond. "We are here to investigate the issues surrounding the Special Forces deployment." Jaren immediately asked again, "An investigation?" Jan answered immediately. "An incident has occurred at the duty station. A massive horde of monsters appeared Yet no reports came through. The special forces believe this case must be investigated. He spoke with solemn seriousness. And we will carry it out. Hearing that, Jaren immediately burst out laughing. He said, "Isn't the name Special Forces a bit too much for you guys? Those clowns think they are some kind of special forces. This is truly a farce." Jaren spoke with arrogant pride. "Why do you think we built our base here? Because finding someone is impossible in this vast eastern borderland. Those fools might have already been devoured by the predators, or hiding somewhere. That guy is really something. Instead of pretending to be a Special Forces unit, then you all should have a few drinks. Now that it is done, get out of here. Just do not be foolish enough to go out there and become food for those predators." Jaren spoke up, his voice cutting through the silence. "So you are not willing to cooperate with us today?" Hearing that, Jaren felt deeply unsettled. "Cooperate? Why must we cooperate with you? You want me to send troops? You want me to marry a monster? Why must we cooperate with you? You want me to send soldiers? Where did you get that annoying attitude from?" A swift strikes flashed brilliantly into view. Cut the cigar the guy is holding in half. Cutting Jaren's entire hair left him completely stunned. Jaren is completely panicked. "My hair." Lorena pressed the sword against her sheath and spoke, "Sorry. But by the Emperor's decree, smoking during the meeting is strictly prohibited." Lorena's eyes flashed with determination as she emphasized her point. "We are requesting a collaboration date," he shouted again, louder this time. "How dare you draw your sword before a count? Where are the guards?" Lorena glanced at the soldiers as they marched in one by one. She spoke with stern authority. "Don't stand still if you do not want to lose your life." Jaren muttered helplessly. The atmosphere is heating up once again. He speaks up to warn, "Viscount, you would better not lay a hand on that person." Jaren replied. Confused, Jaren explains, "Surely, sir, you have heard the rumors too. Then just speak plainly. Could it be?" He quickly replied in return, "Just one look, and you already know." Jaren glanced at her and continued speaking. "That person is Lorena Buf, the only daughter of the Buf formula." Jaren repeated in astonishment. "The Buf formula." He spoke hesitantly. "The Buf formula. He commands the strongest army among the 4 clans." Jaren quickly continued the story, not to mention his fiery temper. "Even the Manji and the nobles avoid provoking him. If you make him rebel." Jaren falls silent, lost in thought. Then the man shouted triumphantly, "You dare threaten me with that Boof title? You think I am afraid?" Jaren spoke fiercely. "Behind me stands the Marquis, steadfast at my back. You are not the only ones with powerful family backers." Hearing that, June immediately wondered. The Marquis approaches. He thought to himself, he is the one who controls the largest territory in the east. Some say that no one ventures east without first crossing the Marquis's domain. He is a powerful man with connections to various networks. The scaffold contemplates silently. The Marquis is slowly making a connection with old Jaren. "Didn't see that coming. I knew something was off from the very beginning. I can sense something deeply hidden behind this whole affair." "You shut your mouth." "Got it. So there is a culprit standing behind it." "The distillation tower is sounding." Lorena replied, "Let us go." She replied with a hint of surprise. "All done." Seeing that, Jaren laughed heartily and said, "You are scared now, are not you? We have arrived at the ambush point." Lorena's face turned cold as she sized him up, then walked away. Jaren whispered in fear, "The shorter name suits it better." Cut to the hallway. Lorena spoke up, her voice breaking the silence. "If we keep going like this," she speaks, "why not smash that bastard's pig face? The platform is ready. No need to get involved with a man like that." You speak, and everything is unfolding exactly as planned. Cut to Jaren's office. Soldiers lie scattered on the floor, knocked out cold. Roman spoke up, "We agreed to handle everything here quietly." Gruel stands beside, ready to respond. "Its silence means we have already defeated everyone here. Isn't that right?" he asked. "Roman, did you manage to get what Jaren asked for?" You responded immediately. "You have to hold it while I fight." Gruel fired back. "What?" Cheryl held the small chest and spoke. "Silence now. Let me handle that for you. We are here to take it. Don't make things worse by lying." Roman said irritably. "We stand and watch, burdened by the weight of the world." Gruel also asked questions with answers. "Commoners do not always obey a noble's command. Should I ask you more gently?" Cheryl stands watching the two of them argue. Roman speaks. "All right then. Let us make you bow your head." Gruel immediately responded. "All right. I will teach you how to properly bow before a noble." The girl thought to herself, "Damn. Commoners and nobles alike are all fools." Cheryl speaks up with a warning. "We do not have much time. I am going to tell on you." Jan, those two are headbutting each other again. Hearing that, the two of them obediently responded. All right. All right. Just do not tell him." Cut to the forgotten fortress in the wasteland. At the fortress's iron door, a living claw scrapes relentlessly. The number of assassins appearing grows by the day. The soldiers grumble. "Damn it. Those bastards have us surrounded. How much longer can our food supplies last?" A voice replies, "By the end of tonight. Let us just stand here and watch for a moment. Let us just stand and watch for a moment." The soldiers grumble. "Damn it. Those bastards have us surrounded. How much longer can our food supplies last?" One voice answers, "By the end of tonight." Jan angrily said, "Isn't anyone being sent to rescue those abandoned guys? Damn it. At this rate, we are doomed." Casa stepped up to her and said, "Come on. Get up. Stop whining like a bunch of cowards." Casa continues, "But what about those who were abandoned? None of us are ever truly abandoned." The soldiers perked up the moment they heard her voice. "Casa," she continued speaking, "James, you said you were going to join the transport team, right? Are you planning to lose your life here? Sasibat, is not your goal to get married?" The soldier chuckled softly in response. "What is with that face?" Feigning confidence, she softly reassured, "Rescue will arrive soon. We just need to hold on a little longer." Deep inside, Casa thought silently. "That is what I said. But we are reaching the limit soon. From weapons to food supplies, everything is running out. Save this herd, or we will be wiped out completely. What do I do now?" Suddenly, A loud noise echoed through the air. The fortress crumbles to dust. The soldiers are all terrified. The east wall has been breached. What just happened? They stared as the strange creature stammered its words. That is the abomination stepping into a fully grown soldier. A cursed creature. The abomination swings its long arm fiercely. The soldiers are all in a panic. Damn it. East wall has collapsed. Abomination unleashed a blinding surge of energy. The sound of the bell keeps ringing endlessly. The assassins are breaking in. The soldier's voice echoed. Everyone, deploy the formation quickly. If they break through the gate, we won't be able to stop the undead from rising again. Kaza also speaks up. Damn it. Just surviving alone is exhausting enough. She gazes at the grotesque creature before her. Kaza continues speaking. And now, there is this one too. She thought to herself, a lethal force forged from many lethal forces combined. Someone is controlling the creature with this origin. Kaza silently analyzes. Life and death soldiers are born from the aura of death itself. Their sudden appearance in large numbers. It is something that has never happened before, but the creature being frozen is another story. They did not come into being by chance. She is certain they were created by someone. Suddenly, the abomination's body began to transform. Kaza said in amazement. What is that? From the abomination's body, another swarm of living death emerges. They tore its body apart and charged out. Kaza shouted in shock. Damn it. The situation spirals into chaos. Cut to a memory of that day, appearing vividly before us. Steady voice echoed. Betrayer under the name of the holy nation and the laws of the empire. Everlane was sentenced to death for treason. All land and property will be confiscated. With the empire's mercy, their homes. The people below whisper and murmur in excitement. Is the Everlane family traitorous? This is completely absurd. That could never happen. The execution platform is all set. Kaza suddenly recalled his father's words. The end of the Everlane family legacy. I hope my child escapes safely. Sword is raised high. Then quickly bring it down. Kaza thought to himself. The sound of the blade slicing through my father's neck. Her father's head fell to the ground. It spread to Kaza's feet. She could smell the full stench of blood. Kaza glanced at the thing by his feet, and a sound she did not want to hear. Her father's voice echoed. He muttered under his breath. Restore the Everlane house. Avenge my death. At that moment, a voice rang out, jolting her awake. Lord Kaza. The soldier asks with worry. You all right, sir? She responded calmly as well. Yeah. That name was spoken with a sense of relief. Thank goodness. You are still safe. Another soldier spoke up. What kind of damage is this? Luckily, there were no casualties. But the wall step, that is it. Everyone recharge now. We must defeat it before it strikes again. The situation is growing even more tense. The soldiers have run out of ammo. This is bad. The assassins have breached the wall. That monster is breaking through. Meanwhile, all is calm on Abomination's side. Its eyes slowly open. The soldiers are freaking out again. It is awake now. Kaza thought to himself, even if it attacks, we have only one way to survive. The Abomination is slowly recovering. She thinks, if I use my teammates as bait at the moment of danger, I want to be the first to run away. Kaza spins around and runs away. She ran. Speaking to herself, I told myself quietly, I must survive to rebuild the family legacy. Kaza recalls her father's image before he passed away. Then thinks to herself, that golden voice echoes. Now. A blazing red energy emanates from Abomination's arm. It takes down most of the soldiers. From Abomination's hand, a scythe emerges. Soldier saw it aiming at him, and immediately panicked, shouting at the top of his lungs. Another sword emerges. The Kaza bell tolls. The truth is, it is all just an excuse. She charged straight at the Abomination. The soldiers below were utterly amazed. Lord Kaza, she muttered under her breath. The real reason I ran away, Kaza screams loudly, is because I am weak. As soon as she finished speaking, she unleashed the 23rd technique. Startled, the battle begins. The Abomination summons it, and it falls to the ground. The soldiers witnessing the scene were all astonished. They watch her standing over the Abomination, cheering. The day Kaza defeated the monster. With just one strike, she immediately spoke up to remind him, never let your guard down. They will recover soon enough. Forget about the wall step. Kaza gives the order. We have to help the troops at the fortress. If we can get inside the castle, we can hold the election a little longer, until the reinforcements arrive. Before she could speak, something strange stirred beneath her feet. Two tentacles emerged from Abomination's body. Kaza sensed something was off and glanced over. Before she could react, the tentacle pierced right through her body. Blood splattered everywhere. The soldiers were terrified. Kaza day. Now. The fragments of Abomination's body begin to stir. It swiftly restores its original form. The soldiers, seeing this, spoke up. You damn monster. We can't abandon Lord Kaza. She clenched the tentacle tightly and whispered, run. Kaza gives his final instruction. Proceed according to plan. Order everyone to retreat toward the castle. From the Abomination's mouth, a dark, ominous energy emerges. That energy gradually grows. Seeing that, Kaza immediately spoke. She whispered softly, if only I were stronger. Suddenly, a sword appeared, accompanied by a voice. You are very strong. Slash that strange energy in two. Voice continued to echo steadily, more than anyone else. Cut through Abomination completely, and then keep talking. And the one who fights the enemy. You can't call it weak. Jun immediately asked Han. That wound looks serious. Are you okay? Kaza asked suspiciously. You are. He tossed her a bottle of medicine and said, take the healing potion. It will help you love him. Kaza holds the bottle in his hand and answers. Thank you. Jun speaks up again with praise. Well done. Now, it is time to rest. He stood in front of her and spoke. Kaza did very well. Now, you should rest. Let us handle the rest. Kaza cried out in shock. Deceit. He stands there, holding the sword. Member of the Eastern Special Forces. The rescue mission is about to begin. Kaza chokes back tears. Thanks. Thank you. I owe you one this time. Deceit. She is hiding something. That monster's ability to heal is truly astonishing. At this rate, a cunning usurper. Don't worry. It will never recover again. Kaza wonders. As soon as the mission ended, I was immediately sent here. The game goes on. I can't sit still knowing you are in danger. But Vin is surprised. He willingly came to this place of wrath. The others in the Legion spoke up one by one. He is truly talented. A true example of an elite special forces unit. Damn it. I know we can trust you. He smiled confidently to himself. This is the political power I hold as a former soldier. Suddenly, someone asked, where are the rest of the rescue team? How many warriors did they send? A legion. He replied calmly, the rescue team consists of 5. Everyone rejoiced at once. If we have 5 companies, combined with the current soldiers, then it will be easy to escape. You are so cold. There are only 5 people. Everyone was taken by surprise. 5 people. They questioned thoroughly. 5 people. Not 50. The soldiers continue to stir unrest. What can we accomplish with just 5 people? So they are planning to leave us behind. 5 more bodies have appeared. Asa speaks up to reassure everyone. Be quiet. Quantity may not matter as much as quality. They are an elite special forces unit. She is doing okay. I am really glad you came here to help us. I am just saying that to stop them from feeling uneasy. Kasa thought to himself, but now it is clear he never intended to save us. She sighs indifferently. Jian probably is not valued by him either. Why was he sent here? Poor thing. Kasa just spoke up to remind us. From now on, a calculating hand will seize you. She screamed loudly. Watch out. They missed by accident. Jian turns back, eyes filled with doubt. Kasa and the soldiers are stunned. Missed the mark. Jian stared boldly and spoke. The head's been cut off. But the person still is not dead. Right. I am known as one forged from the gathering of the undead, and a person would die if I killed them hundreds of times. Right. The monster's other arms kept missing their target. The altar of indifference responds. Why aim for that spot? There is only sensation there. Kasa realizes something. It did not miss. She reasons it out. He just dodged the strike with graceful ease. The furious monster rises up. Everyone is in shock. There it is. That was because Jian dodged too quickly. The monster stretched its arms out to grab Jian. The chamber awakens the 16th dark soul. Heavenly slash. Swift as lightning. A flash lights up the sky as arms scatter in every direction. Swift as lightning. Jian sliced the monster into pieces. The soldiers around were taken aback. It can't be. Chopped off all the heads of the killers. Another room speaks up. The shadow has vanished. It can no longer recover. He speaks with blunt honesty. It stands no chance against Astalon. Something that can sever all magical energy. Like the power of dark energy. The monster slowly fades into the void. The regiment commander finally speaks up. He has defeated the corrupted creature. Creepy. Really creepy. He took down a horde of monsters all by himself. Is it true that he is a member just like us? Kaza stared at the scene, lost in thought. Suddenly, a soldier spoke up. Sir Kaza. The east gate. She responds. What is going on? Don't tell me the gate's been broken down. The soldier answers. I do not love you. The reinforcements have arrived. Roman grabs the enemy by the head, fury blazing in his eyes. All about the sandbags. Gruen speaks up, slashing through these blades. Just as not satisfying enough, the soldier speaks up. Lord Kaza. Reinforcements have also appeared at the south gate. The soldiers' tanks are ready. The power of the ice soul has also increased significantly. Jan reports. All the damn creatures have been wiped out. Miss Lorena. Kazo is deep in thought. I did not expect everyone to be this strong. She looks toward Jan. Especially Jan. He grew stronger in an absurd way. Jan said. Swap one east gate guard with Roman and Gruen. For the other 2. Change at the south gate. There is no time for self-doubt. I must fulfill my responsibilities well. Jan praises. Impressive, Kaza. I think, even though you were caught off guard, but he remained calm, giving orders to the team, and Jan gave clear, effective orders. Jan chuckled quietly. You have very little. You keep talking, Kaza. Gather the wounded together. Jan reaches out his hand. We will use this. She is wondering. That is it. Kaza gasped aloud. Teleport gate. Jan explains. A mobile gate designed by the Mage Research. Isaac recalls the past. I have not told you yet. Don't tell me the gardener gave this to you. It is really expensive. Jan answers. I stole it from Jaren's estate. That damn guy is always thinking about running away alone. You go ahead. But this gate is meant for only one person. If you want to use it for many people, it will consume a lot of energy. Don't worry. I have already made plans for the energy supply. Then Jan spoke, but it takes a little time to charge it. Move the injured here first. We will evacuate in groups, one at a time. Back to reality. Kaza speaks up. All right, I will gather the wounded together. Momon is taken by surprise. I stole what? A plan. She looks at Jan. You mean to say you want to bleed me dry? Do not. Jan chuckles softly. But mom, that is too much. Momon is innocent. Every time I gather mana, you siphon it away, time and again. Do you think I am a cow for you to milk at will? She is upset. I do not use my magical energy to help others. Jan defends himself. I have always been grateful to you. Momon. She was furious. You think I will just ignore it if you say that? Don't worry. Stay calm. On second thought, the request you asked of me earlier. Not finished speaking yet. To all. Stand up. Jan glances at each other. Laughter echoed softly in the air. The dark monster rises from the earth. The other monsters heard the sound and felt the response. Momon speaks up. You have felt it? January. I'm coming. Ystel. That disgusting magical energy. What does that mean? She answers. Ystel. It is coming here. You are behind everything that happens here. A bubble in the sky. A shadow emerges. That is the Death Spirit King. Bong is following the call and feeling it. Step by step, the clouds in the sky have a voice. Move in pairs and spread out as wide as possible. Roman speaks up. No need to frown so much. Now it is Cruel's turn. All right then. All 3 leapt together toward the horde of monsters in unison. Special forces, begin the action. 30 minutes earlier, Jan said. The teleport gate is ready. We will prioritize evacuating the injured members first. Then it will be our turn. Lorena asks. Is that going to be enough time? Answer me. That is right. The issue right now is time. I'm asking. You guys feel it too? Right. That dark Cursed thing, it is the awakening of the deathly aura. Keep going. With that deadly aura, the living assassins and those cursed monsters will advance here. You explain. If we can't stop the cursed creatures ahead, so we will be completely swallowed alive by the pursuing crowd behind us. Jan gives the order. Roman. Lorena. Cruel. 3 heroes stand against the cursed monsters. Cruel wonders. Zakure. Is it just the 3 of us standing against those monsters? Roman explains. I have set it up. Whenever you kill a living assassin, the released death energy is transformed into power to fuel the teleportation gate. To activate the gate, you must kill the monsters and let the device absorb the death energy. Jan gives the order. I stole you. You head to the gate and evacuate the members. The girl obeys the order. Got it. Casa speaks up. I stole. Wait. I can't just leave like this. I want to stay here and fight alongside you. She explains. If I come back empty-handed like this, my rating will plummet without mercy. I must accumulate merit to restore my family legacy. Casa proposes. Can I fight alongside you guys? Wait a moment. I stole. Alright. I will take this as a plea for help, so do not you dare forget that. Casa breathes a sigh of relief. You keep talking. This is the move I stole from Jaren. Not much, but enough to coat your weapons. You need to kill all those monsters just yet. Jan stood up and spoke to Mems. Then, just need to keep them here. I will be the one to end it all. Gruen wonders. You go finish this. Roman asks for more. What are you planning to do? You explain. The one controlling the undead army from behind is the one emitting that gas. As long as that name remains alive, the killers will keep coming back to life. You ask for that name. Caxa is worried. Stole. Wait. Jan immediately jumped down amid the screams. Even for you, going alone is a bit too much. Jan returns to reality. The monster reached out, ready to strike. Roman clenched his fist, channeling his inner power to the fullest. You enhance your body and strike the monster with a fiery punch. The monster quickly shattered into pieces. Lorena praises. Well done. Roman calls out to her. Lorena uses the second soul band to attack. Lorena unleashed a blizzard strike, wiping out the monsters. Roman is surprised. It is surprising how well we click like this. Gruen rushes forward with excitement. I can't afford to fall behind either. Suddenly, the carriage rushed forward. Step aside. She uses her skills. The Divine Wind Chronicles. Soul Reaver. Violent Storm destroys the monsters. Roman asks if you combined the 2 skills together. The monster's head instantly flew off to another place. Blood splatters everywhere. Everyone has grown up. Far away. She sings. It is alright. It is just their blood, but it did not take any damage at all. Suddenly, from behind, from afar, he sensed the monstrous creature lunging toward him. Gruen quickly kicks, pushing her away, and scolds. This guy's name. Gruen scowls in frustration. Don't stand in the way of others. Suddenly, the monster trampled on the man. The village has grown so much. I stole. She is in a daze. I stole. What is wrong with you? The distant village comes to mind. At the academy. Isn't he always selfish? He would never help me, would he? The village watches the monster, lost in thought. Suddenly, beams of sword light appeared at the monster's feet. Gruen uses a brutal strike to sever one of the monster's arms and speaks up. I thought I was really dead. Gruen explains. I tried channeling mana into the sword, just like Jan did, and it almost killed me. How could that guy possibly do it? The village rejoices with joy. I stole, and clenched his fists in anger. That name is Jan. Indeed. Distant voice speaks up. I stole. Han is way too curious. I stole what? She explains. You had to rush in to save me. For me, I only think of my family and want to achieve success. Gruen ignored it and spoke. Tie its legs tightly. I am heading to Teorisso's place. The village chief is calling seriously. I stole. Han explains. I know exactly how you feel, because I was once like that too. But if you keep going like this, Gruen turns his face away. Then Jan will take you down. Old lady. The distant village wonders and contemplates. Has Jan really changed him? She smiled quietly to herself. If that is the case, could it be that I also? Suddenly, the monsters reached out their hands. In a moment, everything vanished. A month speaks up. Is truly heartbreaking. The lifespan of humans is too short to walk the path of mystical magic. But now, you no longer have to worry about that. He hesitates. Become a killer and walk the path of eternal mystical magic. Amun spoke with confidence. Let us reclaim our glory. Breathe in deep. We gather at the mage tower to deepen our knowledge. Jan appears, crossing the overpass. Thank you, furious, foolish humans. Your attacks have no effect on me. Jan's move pierced through Amun's body, glowing brightly. Jan looks at him and thinks, one of the 5 great disasters of the Empire in the future. So this guy is the one behind all of this. His eyes widened as a red halo burst forth around him. Jan is overjoyed. Found him. I have found him. Found him. Here he comes, furious, the one who destroyed the tower and slaughtered all the students. He is transforming and harnessing all his power. Jan is deep in thought. He is referring to the name of the founding emperor. One transforms into a colossal, more powerful monster. His voice resolute. I will kill you. Everyone involved with Bahamut must die. There is a legend known throughout the entire continent. The Tower of the Sorcerers. The Tower of Magic. Be careful. Also known as the Ivory Tower of Awakening. The Tower of Babel, or the Sanctuary of the Sorcerers. It exists only as a legend. No one has ever seen it before, though wielding power equal to that of a nation. But the mages focus solely on studying the principles and truths of arcane magic. They have never meddled in the affairs of the world. However, on their quest for arcane knowledge and truth, they awakened the wrath of a mighty dragon, and the tower was completely destroyed in just one night. And so, the story reaches its final chapter. Secretly, I thought it was just an absurd legend. He looked at Amun. Who would have thought this bastard came from the mage tower? Just die, you schemer. Damn it. Did the magic tower lie to me? Didn't they say they would not interfere in human affairs? Amun is too great to be forgiven. Shut up, or I will kill you. We can't afford to be careless. He is furious. Right now, I will settle this debt with him. Jin unleashed 2 moves, the spear strike and the fire missile. Then said, I have already told you. He unleashed a sweeping horizontal strike. We are going to die. I stole dead. He unleashed a sweeping strike, cutting through the blaze. I am not Bahamut. Jian thought to himself. Malik has a grudge against Bahamut. He looks at Amun, deep in thought. You resemble Momin quite a bit. Could it be that they are connected somehow? Suddenly, he took notice. A black hole appears in the sky. You caught me off guard. Damn it. This thing is too dangerous. The black hole collapses. From that moment, Momin appeared, scolding fiercely. This body is definitely the overwhelming victor, Mormon explains. Not all liches are the same. That one may have long been corroded by death energy, causing his very self to collapse completely. She continued, even if one becomes a lich, as long as they retain pure mana, they can still possess consciousness and a soul. But if they embrace the deathly aura, it becomes a poison that corrodes their very lives. Mormon looks at Amun, his mind and body spiraling out of control. She explains, just like that guy. Soon he will completely lose consciousness and won't know who he is. Mormon. Pitiful indeed. A tragic fate for a student in the Tower of Magic. She recalls a cry. Teacher, my research this time is... Suddenly, Mormon says, buy me some time. Jan asks, are you stalling? She replies, I do not have enough mana to transform into my true form, so you stall until I absorb enough mana. Be straightforward, and I will deal with that guy myself. Jankun? Mormon. Dead. How long have you been stalling? Suddenly, a beam of light shoots from the fountain, rocks and earth flying everywhere. Jan dodges, saying, are you just buying time? That is irresponsible. Amun remains furious. There is nowhere to run. Hamid, he silently thinks, hurry up there. Mormon, before I kill this damn bastard. Kroon and Kassa lean against each other. Breathing heavily, Kroon asks, is it over? It is really over. Right. I can't move anymore. Kassa answers. I feel the same. Han asked. Is it over yet? Kroon asks again. The assassins can't recover anymore. So this must be the end. Right. Kassa is suspicious. Yep. Maybe. Han thought silently. No signs of life in them. It seems it is truly over. What did that Jan guy do? Kroon was deep in thought when suddenly a beam of light appeared in the sky. Han wondered. That light. Kassa was surprised. A powerful light. That way. Is not that where Jan is? Kroon. Furious. What the hell are you doing there? Both looked up in surprise. It was a dragon. Amun always feels the light shining down from above him, guiding his path. I despise the aftermath left by Hamid's father. Suddenly, his body split in two. Amun was shocked. It can't be? This body is truly too weak. He turned back and realized. That shape. It was Father. Father Hamid, the founding emperor. 3 Hamids, a sword, and a white light emerge. Amun. At last. You reveal your true identity. Our eternal enemy. Jan thinks his swordsmanship skills are just like Hamid's. You are confident. So this move must really be Hamid's father's. Jan carefully considers, never once thinking he would play his trump card here. The power is truly terrifying, he thinks. Every time I activate the mana engine, that voice grows clearer and clearer. Jan closes his eyes. A sword slashes the heavenly army. This is the legendary sword of the 3 Hamids. He pondered. A sword technique conveyed through whispered voice. If he could grasp it. Suddenly Jan coughed up blood. He falls to his knees. The mana engine nearly exploding. This move is too much for him right now. Jan placed his hand on the ground. A single slash drained all his mana. He had not expected it to be so costly. He looked up at Amun with fury, vowing he would never forgive him. Amun speaks up, representing everyone in the mage tower. He utters the spell, and I shall pass judgment upon him. Magic missiles, blizzards, firewalls, acid rain, thunderclaps. Meteor strikes. Jan's furious. He cast more spells than even Mormon. Amun growled and died. Then Mormon raised his hand to his mouth, thinking. Silence now. All rhythmic patterns dissolve instantly. Jan looks around as all the magic circles vanish in an instant. Mormon calmly said, didn't I tell you to hold it back? No need to show off. Though it is not yet complete. The person is exhausted. So we have no other choice. She is slow. Now just leave this task to me. Mormon, master of the magic tower. She said. Because after all, it was the tower's own students who caused the deception here. Mormon slowly opened the eye on his forehead, and as it revealed itself, she said, of course. The mage tower's people must take responsibility for this. From the violet thunderous sky, a white beam of light tore through the space. Descending straight down, amidst the blinding light, a twisted creature emerges. Jan shouts out, is this form of mine? Can I manifest my living body? Amun, with a face covered in dried blood stains, growled. Yep. It is just because of the lack of mana that I can't maintain this form for long. She continued, so watch closely. This is what I look like as a human. Am steps. eyes cold and violet, from the heart of the formation, the sect's embodiment in white robes. 3 glowing engraved rings spinning behind her. She spoke the true form of the master of the magic tower revealed, stammering. Were you once the master of the magic tower? He thought to himself. I always believed she was only involved with the magic tower, damn you. I never expected she would be such an important person. The next thought flashed through Jan's mind. He smiled softly, realizing he had a lot to tell her in the future. With your iron will and broad steel bands. After seeing my true form, you only think about those things. Don't you care about me at all? Jan gasped in shock, realizing you are a sorcerer too. The sect members looked at him. Speechless, the blood-red magic swirls around Amun. He is ready now. Let us reach the pinnacle of sorcery together. You laugh nearby. But I am already in this form, can't you recognize me? The blood-red matrix intensifies. Amun roars amid the energy storm. Unleashing full power then. Amplify the magic. Hellfire. A single strike that shakes the very ground beneath. Amun's eyes blaze with fury. Driven mad by overwhelming rage, take this. Relentless firepower rains down like a meteor storm. Laser storms tearing through space. Shattering terrain defenses. Amun was slammed down hard onto the ground amid the bombardment. A cry of pain escaping reflexively. Amun bent forward, his voice sharp like a plea. Abandon your mortal body and live eternally with me. The concentrated energy within Amun begins to dissipate. Momo's voice, filled with contempt and despair, causes Amun to falter amidst the chaotic air. From the opposite side, Mormon stood firm, his voice echoing. Silent about the dark energy the person was wielding, she raises her hand. Summoning ancient magic rings around her body. Did you really think that attack could defeat me? Summoning magic. Mormon's eyes narrowed. Each word sharp. Are you truly a student of the Mage Tower? Amun shouted loudly, his hands ripping a huge chunk of earth and rock from the ground, hurling it into the air as a defiant response. A massive boulder hurtled down from the sky. Momon, light and agile, knowing magic was useless, switched to physical attacks. She nodded slightly. Not bad. Beneath the falling shadows, Momon stands unshaken, raising her hand as a glowing shield forms behind her, defying gravity. But all of this was within my plan. The low-level magic formation immediately began to rotate. Momon frowned, calm and composed, knowing that a hastily drawn magic circle could be easily broken. Momon stood in the light, unflinching, her gaze sharp as a blade. Your thoughts are too simple. Can't you use mana more creatively? Amun, with his glowing red eyes. Momo continued, and above all, Amun glared at Momon, who was hovering in the middle of the magic formation, firing sharp criticism. They place their trust in demonic energy to gain power quickly, but it only reveals their laziness. The sect interrupted, giving him no chance to refute. Truly believing that a body destroyed by demonic energy could reach the pinnacle of magic, Amun froze, repeating the words, demonic energy me. He whispered, what even if it is demonic energy? As long as I can rebuild the magic tower. Her eyes cast sideways, no longer holding restraint. Only regret. I just want to restore the magic tower. Amun clutches his head, his body trembling, a deep voice echoing from within the mask. Reviving the students and bringing the master back. His grip tightened. His voice suddenly deepened. As they delved into the secrets of magic together, an image appears in his mind. The magic tower under the bright moonlight. I just want to rebuild the magic tower. For the tower itself, Momon gazes silently into the distance, her voice echoing in my mind. Even I must leave because of the tower. I have had countless chances to return to the magic tower. Amun's shadow stood waiting in the courtyard. Though silent, his body told a story, but I ignored it. Blinded by hatred, he spread his arms, revealing a forbidden magical array behind him. I am tired of being responsible, so I walked away. Beneath the moonlight draping the mage tower, Amun stood silent, lost in years of solitude. Momon closed his eyes, voice soft. It is all my fault. Amun looked up toward the gate and said, that day, he came to me bearing the mark. Momon hesitated, puzzled. What mark was he talking about? A dirty hand raised high, shrouded in a blazing red dark matrix. A grim voice rises, with this power, one can obtain everything they desire. A sorcerer in a deep red robe, lips curled into a sinister smile. I will give it to you, so you may wield it. The sound of the bell echoed through Amun's troubled mind. Amun. That name belongs to the one who infused the demon's power within me. Amun clutches his head, breath ragged, his voice shattering as if fighting something rising from within. He screamed madly, his whole body erupting with a crimson force like molten lava, an uncontrollable fury rising within. Momon stands within the circle of light, eyes grave, power spiraling out of control. A pillar of blazing red light shoots straight into the sky. Amun is consumed by the energy, transforming him into something no longer human. Amun screams, as if those words only echo deeper into despair. A swallowing sound echoed, not from the ground but from the magical armor, as fresh red blood spilled into the stark white space. Charging forward, defying the opposing magic. Amun pierced through the energy veil, her hands tearing the boundary between two worlds. She reached out, caught in midair, and I could not protect anyone. But in the next blink, she lunged toward Amun, who was falling into the abyss of power, determined to save him at all costs. The final scream echoed through the blood-red light. In the raging storm, Amun screams, struggling to hold on. She stands her ground and activates the spell seal. A beam of light penetrates Amun's mana. I will infuse the magical formula into his mana to purify the demonic energy from his body. Strands of darkness were pulled out like poisoned blood drawn from his veins. If the demon within is erased, he can become human once more. Amun's mask hung loosely, magical light reflecting off the ashen skin. The mask was half shattered, a resolute face amidst shards of energy. Good. The purification is working. Just a little more. A quiet whisper echoes in the midst. Amun's entire body began to shatter, his form screaming in agony, breaking into shards of glass. Each shattered piece of the child's body was like a blade. Amun's form was deforming beyond salvation. The demon lunges forward, screaming in despair. Its body twisted by dark energy, can it not withstand the cleansing power? She gives it her all. Amun, I won't let anyone die like that. Just a little more. Old piano. Momen clenched his hand tightly. Teacher. Amun's voice hummed softly in the background. Half of his face was disfigured, long hair flowing, his blue eyes flashing with complex emotions. It is really you, Master. Amun's voice hoarse and trembling with emotion. I never thought I would see you again like this. His voice trembled softly. I am sorry to meet you again in such a shameful state. The sect faces its opposite. The glow spreads, voice firm enough. Now's not the time for regrets. A beam of light pierces the sky, echoing through the void. If purified, one may walk the path of magic once more. In that moment, light enveloped Amun's body, then slowly faded, merging into the shimmering dust silently swirling around him. Amun faltered. His eyes darkened. No. It is already too late. Amun walked slowly forward, each step etched into the circle of runes beneath the ground. I have stepped away from that path and chosen the path of darkness. My path of magic is completely closed now. His voice remains gentle, as if recalling the moment you chose the path of darkness. Since then, you have been lost in the way of magic, always making mistakes. He wished to look at his teacher one last time. A gentle smile, eyes tinged with red. It is wonderful to see you once again, teacher. With tear-filled eyes, I listened to Amun's final words. Please, Master, you let me behind. The light of the formation swirls slowly, like a farewell ritual just beginning. The cult raises their hands high, a swirling matrix of light spinning in the air, as if drawing supreme power from the magic tower. Well done. As a mage tower apprentice, she looked at her former student with unwavering eyes and said firmly, your child's death will not be in vain. This might be the last magic I get to witness. Magic awakens. Engrave it deep within your soul. This is the pinnacle of magic. Amun, with half his face demonic, lifted his head, an offering of emotion in his eyes. Light bursts from the matrix, expanding the domain. 100 lotuses bloom. The magic of salvation begins to unleash its full power. A beam of mana light pierces the sky, forming a radiant path. The mana path is spinning and glowing in the sky if you follow it. She spoke softly, eyes filled with both sorrow and love. Your soul will forever dwell within my magic. Amun's voice trembles. Thank you. A choked cry rising from the depths of a fading soul. Master. Amun stands amidst a white sky, surrounded by magical patterns and gently drifting petals. As the morning magic fades, glowing petals silently drift through the air. Voice echoes, hoping your life filled with suffering will find a place of peace. As the last ghostly door closed, she stood there, her long dress billowing, bathed in light, when Jian's voice came from behind. Finally, it is. The ceremony went smoothly, did not it? She nodded, eyes still fixed on the sky. This will be a long journey. Thank you. Thanks to you I was able to bring everything to a proper end. It seems the teleport gate at the fortress has been activated. Has not it? In the distant sky, a powerful beam of light shoots straight upward, as if confirming her words. Everyone nodded. Yep. Iman is gone. And everything has come to an end. But she did not answer right away, her gaze still fixed in the distance, deep in thought. We still do not know who drove Iman away. Jian replied. Is that? When we have time, let us try going to their place and see. Manman asked, half in doubt. What? Does your father have someone to doubt? Your answer is vague, although I am not sure if they are still alive. The scene shifts to the Eastern Front headquarters, and then, purple legs dangling in the void, a body swaying silently in the darkness, the Eastern Frontline commander, Jaren, was dead. As the company gate swung open, cheers shattered the morning sun. We are finally back. Alive. I never thought I would survive to see this day. All 80 Special Forces operatives sent to the deadly highlands have been safely rescued and returned. Everyone's eyes lit up as if they were born anew. At the supply depot, I thought this mission was impossible. The mission is complete. Everyone did an excellent job, Lorena said. Roman replied. I never truly thought we would make it back safely like this. Thank you. Everyone. Their gazes swept across the bustling camp. Casa continued. It is all thanks to everyone's help. Roman smirks, glancing at his teammates chatting animatedly. Everyone seems really excited. Lorena's eyes gleamed with softness at least today. We deserve a moment of rest. Laughter echoed somewhere. Remember when I jumped in to save Casa? Then sliced through those monsters in one strike. Others say, that is just Gruen for you, a sigh. Always someone trying to show off. Lorena thought to herself. We said everyone had returned. But that was not entirely true. Her gaze was heavy. Jan was still missing. Cheryl bowed her head. Worry breaking through. I can't take it anymore. I am so worried about Jan. Where is Jan right now? Lorena stood beside him, her eyes tightly holding back emotion. Replying softly, Cheryl. Do not say things like that anymore. A blinding light tore through the dark purple sky. A beam rising sharply in the middle of the camp. Lorena startled and turned around. Was that a teleporting gate? A figure steps out from the bright gate. His voice echoes. Looks like I am the last one. Jan emerges clearly in the dim light. Face still cold. I am back now. Everyone has returned safely. The voices echo. Jan has returned. Lorena looked at Jan with reproach. You are so late. Roman asked repeatedly. You are back. You took care of the enemy leader. Right, Jan replied curtly. Yeah. I have handled Han. Everyone gathered around Jan. Faces beaming. Jan is back. Thanks to you we survived. Thank you so much, Jan replied gently. Don't worry. Rescuing teammates is only natural. Cruel stands in the corner. Eyes narrowed. Yeah. Jan has stolen my spotlight. Jan talks with Lorena. Lorena. Have you met Count Jaren since you returned? Lorena frowned, exhaling a breath of disdain. Jaren. That bastard, I have not met him yet. But he is probably hiding out in shame. As he should be. Lorena turned away indifferently. Shrugged. Maybe he was drinking with women at the inn. Jan clenched his sleeve tightly. I have to check it out first. Inside the dark room. A rope sways from the ceiling. A blood-stained figure hangs suspended. A faint voice trembles in terror. This is happening. Baron Jaren's corpse hung suspended like a coward's last breath, making Lorena grit her teeth in a hiss. The vile bastard's voice sneering nearby. Why is it like this? Roman said beside me, carrying a heavy burden in his heart. But choosing to escape through death is truly cowardly. On the dust-covered desk. We even found a suicide note. Its cold words confessing guilt. He claims he alone caused all the chaos on the deadly plateau. Lorena flips another page. Her eyebrows rise. The handwriting varies. Then she looks up. Could it be that Jaren has? But Jan had vanished from the hall. Where have you gone? In the basement. Jan switches on the ancient stone flashlight, discovering a secret area beneath the star office. Jan whispers. So he was hiding it here all along. The soul flickers like a white flame swirling around, carrying fierce anger. So the one behind it all is dead. What will you do now? Is there no way to avenge Amun? Jan glanced subtly. A faint pain at the corner of his lips. What should I call you now? Flying jellyfish. I am the great Mon. Leading the charge. Jan continued. What do you mean by that head? I thought you were about to die. Mon shouts again. How can you still joke? I am this miserable because I tried to save you. Now Jaren is dead. What are you going to do? Jan replied with steely eyes. Don't worry. Even if the tail is cut off, the scar will remain. This is Jaren's personal communicator. He recalls the traitor's boast about having a horned marquis backing him. Jan manipulates the authentication code sequence, cross-referencing targets. If the horn's name appears in the last call log, attaching the tag will prove he is truly behind everything. Contact him now. The shifting light pillar opens. The horned hand is strangling Bella. Jan asked him who he was. Then confirmed. The horned marquis. Wide horns roar arrogantly. Knowing who I am, yet you still dare to contact me openly. Bella. Desperate. Theu throw, my lord. Fearing scandal. I beg your pardon, please forgive my rude ignorance. Jan salutes according to Academy protocol. May I have your opinion? Marquis Horn. A member of the Special Forces. I apologize for contacting you despite knowing you are very busy. Horn sneered faintly. I am not bothered. I am just teaching a fool a lesson. Now leave. Bella's voice echoed through the grass. Yep. My lord. What does the Special Forces have to do with us? You Horn. Jan presents the decoded evidence. Viscount Jaren has confessed everything with dark, piercing eyes. He said he was the superior and the one backing him. The Horned Marquis bit his lip softly. Jan stared straight into those defiant eyes. The Horn spoke on. I understand now. Jaren has been dealt with. So I must be honest as well. Sun burst out laughing. Actually, I have accepted quite a few bribes from Jaren. It is really awkward. I tried to refuse, but he just kept insisting. The old man waved teasingly. He is generous. But his words are a bit rough. How embarrassing. Jan's eyes narrowed, but he laughed slyly. His mind sharp as a fox was that the problem. The eastern steel plate clanked behind him. The energy lines locked tight as the golden seal shattered. All funds from the east must pass through my hands before reaching anywhere. And in the end, they returned to me. His eyes flashed with the wild light of a beast. Does he really think I will be punished for that? Jan breathes slowly. Cuts off the confirmation. Indeed. Jan lowers his voice. A man with eyes everywhere. The horn freezes. A fleeting glance at the brow. I never said Lord Jaren was dead. Yet you already knew. Now I understand where your confidence comes from. Jaren's proud image smoking a cigar. I guessed he had destroyed every piece of evidence, when suddenly his finger was severed. Bloodied cigar and all. Thrown away completely. Sunbim smiled arrogantly. An interesting assumption. All right then. Is not an agent I know well. What right do they have to question me? The heavy footsteps echoed through the grand hall. Nobles granted power by the goddess and royalty, yet a lowly special forces soldier dared to question a marquis like me. I must send someone. He has authority. A voice rang out sharply. It was the voice of the Special Forces Surveillance and Investigation Division. Both agencies are empowered by the Kavalan Empire to investigate and punish all noble families. Damien lowers his voice. Calm as ever. Jan is the chief investigator of the Special Investigation Division. He looks up, locking eyes with unwavering gaze. Now you understand. He has full authority to investigate nobles. Sun bursts out laughing. Is not that Damien? I did not expect to run into you here. Damien replies. It is thanks to you, my lord, that I have had to act in secrecy all this time. The noble lady frowned, her voice dripping with disdain. Since when did a brat like him become the district chief? Damien does not wait any longer. Roar. Let us start right now. Sun's eyes changed color, while Damien's expression remained unchanged. Sun tries to stay calm. I have other matters to attend to and cannot stay longer. If you have any questions, come see me directly. The image begins to fade as the connection cuts off. But the voice remains teasing. I will personally welcome you. Jan and Damien stand before the signal orb with grateful eyes. Thanked you for promoting me to chief investigator, master. But Damien coldly replied, no need for formalities. And furthermore, you are officially dismissed from the chief investigator position. Damien continued. I had a feeling sooner or later you would cause trouble, and you certainly did not disappoint. Jan replied with a confused tone. Are you really going to let Marquis Sun off just like that? Damien replied with icy coldness. The Marquis Sun is not someone you can recklessly confront. His influence stretches across the empire, coiling like a serpent ready to strike. Defy him, and you will face the consequences. Damien ordered the members to return by train, while he would lead the team himself. Jan asks, are we leaving right now? Where are we going? Damien only responds with dry tears. It is not the mission, but stay on high alert. Then he announced, His Royal Highness Prince Leon has summoned you to the Kingdom of Avalon. Cut to a crumbling fortress in Kingdu. Cherry blossom petals drifting through the air. A figure in a red cloak walks slowly forward. Benzier, eyes cold ice, gazed down upon the battlefield cloaked in dust. The red-clad warrior standing silent. His voice echoed through the hood. Surprised she died so easily. I must revise the plan. He just dispelled the demonic force. Reclaimed the vast territory. Silence held tight but afar. A burst of sword energy exploded like jet fireworks, piercing the sky in search. Your sword slices through the terrain like flowing water. Who dares to wield the Emperor's founding sword technique? With a pointed tone, he emphasized each word. Is it? I must remember that name. One by one, the massive gates of the Kingdom of Avalon Empire gradually appeared before his eyes. Soaring domes bathed in morning light, delicate petals drifting on the breeze, slowly capturing the gaze of first-time visitors. But in an instant, that peaceful image was torn apart. Another vision emerges before the castle. A bird in a sea of fire. Jan's bloodied silhouette standing tall at the palace steps, hand gripping the sword's hilt. Reflected in the firelight, Jan slowly turns his head. I hear a voice calling. Startled, Lorena said to him, Why are you just standing there? Are you okay? The group behind stepped into the square, curious and excited. Jan seemed dizzy upon first seeing the Kingdom Empire. Cheryl spoke up. I am nervous too. Lorena turned to Jan and said, Relax. There are lots of people here. Do not get lost. Jan stood silent beneath the falling blossoms, letting old memories flood over him like a drowning tide. I never thought I would return here again. Kingdo Avalon, the city I once burned to ashes, now stands before me not in ruins, nor stained with blood and fire, but as a dazzling scene of prosperity. Colorful rooftops stretch beneath the fortress walls. Wow. I have never seen so many people here before. Still can't believe I was invited to the royal palace. It feels like a dream. Cheryl's voice was cheerful. Roman snorted at the chauvinist banquets. Ah. Sounded like nonsense. Indeed. This is no place for ordinary people. Gruel whispered, then chuckled. But you look pretty excited too. Cassar turned to Han and said, in the distance, the tallest tower soared straight into the sky like an unyielding tree. That tallest tower belongs to Bai No. It is owned by another member of the royal family. The map of Avalon City unfolds, divided into 8 districts around the royal palace. 3 for commoners, 3 for nobles and royalty, and 2 for administration and military. Beyond the residential zones lies the royal palace itself. Lorena glanced at Zan. You know too much. Zan froze. I only know a little. They pressed forward. The golden, shimmering road ahead Falve Street, leading straight to the royal palace. To enter, one must walk this path. The path symbolizes loyalty and obedience to the emperor. Roman stands in the crowded square, eyes glancing disdainfully at the towering arches of Kindu Emperor. Just a rich old man. Before he could finish speaking, Kassa silenced him. Roman, do not say foolish things in the capital. You will die. Kassa's face was cold. A silent warning. She continued. Avalon is everywhere. The ears are present everywhere, and the eyes are always watching. Moreover, the training commander issued a stern warning. One wrong word, and the consequences would be unimaginable. In the towering glass room flooded with light, the cold voice continued to echo. Remember Damien's words. If you cause trouble in Avalon, I will kill you myself. So please, stay quiet and behave. Roman growled but did not resist. Kassa does not understand yet. What did you say? He brushed her hand away, shouting, Get your hands off me. You bastard. In another corner, Cheryl whispers dreamily, Demon, if this is a banquet, could there also be a ball? Her eyes lit up at the thought of magnificent scenes. Having only read about balls since childhood, attending a real one was truly her dream. Lorena furrowed her brow, cutting coldly. The ball is not as romantic as you think. Cheryl, surprised, asked. Why not? She continued. The nobles outside wore polite smiles, but inside, they were driven only by lust for territory and power. They wait to seize anyone who shows the slightest sign of weakness. Moreover, this time, it is the crown prince himself who hosts the banquet. So one thing is certain, the nobles are sharpening their claws. Lorena turned to Jian. Half playful, half serious, just like the commander warned. Right. His eyes dart nervously. Why? Why is he looking at me? She warned. Anyway. Everyone, be careful. As they kept moving forward, Jian wondered silently. Why did Leon call us here? Just to praise? No way, no one knows Leon better than you. Lone can revert to her old self at any moment. Memories flashing through her mind. Jian with a bloodied sword. Prince Leon, what is your true nature? Brilliant light from the imperial palace floods the banquet hall, where every gaze converges. The grand entrance of the banquet hall opens as the group arrives. Cruel says, Looks like we are too early. Immediately, the 2 guards in black shirts and large hats stepped onto the road. One of them spoke up. Stop right there. Do you have an invitation? If not, please turn back. Only guests are allowed this way. Roman, can you feel it? Frowning slightly, nodding gently, Roman continued. The pressure is intense. The image of a guarding knight appears in their minds. A towering shadow. Could that be the royal palace guard? Could an ordinary knight be that strong? I can no longer imagine the true power of Avalon's silver knights. One of the 2 guards suddenly recognized the man in front. He asked if she was Miss Lorena Bupa. Lorena nodded gently. Yep. He hurriedly apologized for the inconvenience. Sincere apologies for not noticing earlier. Please proceed this way. Lorena replies. Thank you, as the gate opens, and she leads the group inside. Jian whispers. Truly worthy of the Boap family name. No need for an invitation. She just walked right in like she owned the place. Thanks to her, we will probably get through the gate easily. Behind him, Roman hesitates as one of the guards steps forward. Voice sharp and commanding. Do you have an invitation? Roman grits his teeth, staring down the guard. He quickly shouted. We are going with her. We are in the same group. Lorena turns back, her eyes slightly confused. What is going on? From behind, Kassa embraced her gently, smiling softly. It is too noisy outside. Let us hurry. Kassa, you wretched fiend. A helpless voice echoed from behind. At this moment, Gruel stepped forward, voice dripping with disdain. Commoners, step aside. Let me show you the true difference of nobility. He introduced himself arrogantly. I am Gruen White, of the White family. But immediately, the knight asked directly, Is there an invitation? What is it? A burst of laughter erupted from Jiang and Roman. Is this what they call noble pride? Don't they feel any shame? Gruel grits his teeth. These bastards. Why am I not allowed in? From afar, whispers rise. Gruen White has no invitation. What about Lorena? He growled. I wondered who was barking like a dog. A voice called out from afar. Bruce. Muttering, still humiliating the whites. Gruen, who are they? Another voice echoed, as eyes slowly turned towards them. Jiang whispered in his mind, never expecting to find them here, the very ones who threw Gruen into the special forces. Gruen's brothers. Bruce White, the eldest, on the left, and Rock White, the youngest. On the right, they sent Gruen to the special forces to eliminate him from the succession race. But little did they know, it would ultimately lead to their own demise. On Gruen's first day back, a man died from falling down the stairs. On the second day, the eldest son was consumed by fire. But that was a past life, when Gruen still could not control his murderous instincts. And now, what will Gruen do? From afar, Kujul said, I have not seen you in a long time. Bruce sneers with contempt. What kind of disgusting bug do you think you are? Roman stood beside Jiang, shaking his head in shame. Jiang replied calmly, let them be. It is family business, let us see how it unfolds. Bruce approaches Gruen, eyes wary. Now hanging with common riffraff suits him just fine. Gruen bowed his head, lips trembling with rage. Living like a shadow beneath the garbage. Brother Kujul gritted his teeth. Jiang stared intently at the conversation. Gruen stands before his fallen comrades, pleading, don't underestimate them, they are civilians. They are your teammates. Gruen continued, I know you want to provoke me, trying to make me lose my temper. Right, let me cause chaos at the banquet, to ruin my claim to the throne. Gruen holds his breath. Bruce, are you still that afraid of me? Bruce's lip twitched, but he quickly masked it with a commanding tone. Right. I almost forgot to mention this earlier. Gruen squints. What does that mean? Your wet nurse. I plan to sell her off now since she is useless, he said with contempt. Even hitting her now hurts his hand. Gruen's memory ignites the woman who shielded him in the crumbling house, holding him trembling before the master's torch, whispering, it is I, poor little miss. Better sell her to the tavern before she gets too old. Before Bruce could finish his sentence, a furious shout erupted, and the man collapsed. A thunderous kick from above crashes down. Blood splattering. No one reacts in time. Roman and Jiek freeze. Stunned, Gruen stared silently, eyes wide open, locking onto the figure who fell like a shadow from the sky. Jan lands, knee pressing against Bruce, eyes cold and emotionless. A blunt voice suddenly came from behind. Inside the corridor, windows tightly shut. Only a few rare rays of sunlight pierce through the cracks. Suddenly, I have a bad feeling about this place. I can't shake the discomfort of leaving them behind. His eyebrows are sharply furrowed, like a troubled kinship. They probably won't cause trouble. While he was still silently praying, in just a brief moment, Jan stepped out and shattered the family's happiness with a single kick to Bruce's face. His younger brother shouted in panic, Bruce. He was caught off guard and fell backward onto the ground. He hurriedly covered the spot where he was kicked. The old man scalded. You lowlife. What do you think you are doing? Even so, a fierce aura radiated around Anne, his fist rising high to deliver another blow. I can't see clearly, but I am smashing that pitiful face. Spare that, Bruce. For someone has already used a magic sword to stop the fight. Enough. The enchanted swords all pointed at Anne's throat, leaving him no chance to move. The cold voice accused. I cannot believe you would fight right at the royal palace gates. This is a grave offense. But their voice faltered as Anne's gaze flicked behind. Wait. Who was that? He gasped out a name, surprised by this sudden presence. Sir. After confirming he had not mistaken him for someone else, he smiled and greeted him. It really was him. The lion approached to chat. Henzi recognized and responded cheerfully. It has been a while, sir. He nodded in sympathy. Yep. Since the incident on the train, Roman glanced curiously at Cruel. Knowing he was with the Royal Knights, he calmly explained. We just happened to meet on the way to the north. You suddenly wonder about some rumors. Royal Knights, are they really that strong? Cruel's memory drifts back to the day of the incident on the train. Don't mention it again. Just remember the scene of Kai facing it alone. Chills run down your spine. Even our entire train crew combined might not stand a chance. While everyone was chatting, Bruce was furious. What do you think you are doing? This man assaulted and insulted two nobles right in the royal palace. Arrest him now. At this moment, Kai suddenly recalled his mission. Feeling a bit awkward indeed, even for you. Insulting a noble is a serious matter. However, he flatly denied the accusation, saying, I did not insult the Han. Leaving the Han so shocked they blurted out. What? Bruce grits his teeth, exposing the opponent's hypocrisy. Do not deny it. You just kicked me in the face with your filthy foot. Han was interrogating Hang Se. Everyone here saw it clearly when suddenly a glove was thrown straight into his face. The culprit is none other than Yan. I merely issued an official challenge. I cannot forgive anyone who dares to insult my precious battle title. His words made both Cruel and Roman think they were hearing things legendary. Precious. Before those two full mouths could utter any more twisted words, he stepped forward and commanded. Silence. I see your point now. Smiling once more to seal the matter. So that is how it is. In that case, it is not an insult but a duel that puts both on equal footing. It was written in the founding law by Emperor Banza, a knight who could challenge anyone to defend his honor, no matter who they were. This time, even the Brooks law worries. His tone stammers. Stop babbling. Why must a noble fight that low-born scum? He nodded in agreement with him. White, of course, has the right to refuse, then kindly reminded softly. But have you looked around? Brooks glanced around and saw many people have been here all along. They whispered endlessly about a duel. Oh my. Dueling still exists these days. Men are truly fierce. Then Kai threatened and challenged him, saying if you refuse before all these nobles, your honor will be at great risk. Brooks clicked his tongue in complaint. Yeah. When did they all get together like that? He knows his current situation well. So even though he is cursing Kai's ancestors nonstop inside. This bastard. Damn it. He can't refuse now, but on the surface, he must remain polite. Of course I accept. I stake my noble honor on this duel. The girls around were buzzing with excitement. Look. They are really dueling one-on-one. Roman could not understand why noble ladies enjoyed such duels so much. Moments later, in the courtyard beside the palace, the spokesperson's excited shout echoed as nobles and Royal Knight Kai witnessed the official approval of the duel between Brooks White and Anne of the Special Forces. At those words, they swiftly armed and prepared themselves, ready to face the battle with honor. Seeing Anne unarmed, Kai stepped forward and offered, "You do not have a sword. Here. Borrow mine." But all Anne gave him was a shake of his head and a knowing smile. No need. While I was casually explaining to Kai that just 5 punches from me would be enough, suddenly an invisible sword appeared right before my eyes. Turns out Brooks seized the chance, lunging forward with a downward slash. But Anne's quick reflexes let him dodge just in time. You smirk while cheating your opponent's sneaky attacks. Truly a shining example of nobility. Brooks refuses to accept the blame, instead spouting petty criticisms. Fools who are not cautious deserve what they get. The sharp blade clashed relentlessly as he kept swinging his sword at Anne, forcing him to retreat and dodge. The sharp blade relentlessly sliced through the danger zones, at times seeming to narrowly miss Anne's head. A lock of hair was severed by the sword's path. The European nobles whispered among themselves, truly living up to the name. Brooks White, the eldest son of a famed swordsmanship clan, is said to be a 6th-level master, but I believe he is even beyond that, unlike his opponent. Hearing those flattering words, Roman proudly continued, looking calm, while Cruel nodded in agreement. Of course. He gazed intently at Anne's figure with admiration, acknowledging him no matter what others said. In a corner of the crowd, amidst the noise of the young ladies, he was strikingly handsome. Who was that scoundrel? It was the strange silence of the second son of the White family. Grutch thought he had the upper hand, so he unleashed his power without restraint. Was he just going to dodge? At the same time, his brother secretly uses blinding magic. Now's my chance. That spell will steal the opponent's sight. Indeed. Yen's pupils instantly saw nothing anymore. My eyes. Seizing the moment, Grutch struck with all his might, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. It is over. The blink of an eye. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Yet Kai still maintained his usual calm demeanor. Neither Grutch nor Roman showed any concern for their teammates. As the referee observed China's final result, it is over, because the one bleeding is not Anne, but the blabbermouth. Grutch was stabbed straight through the gut. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes glazed with shock. How could this be? His younger brother was also utterly stunned. My magic had no effect. The soul hiding inside Anne emerges to claim its rights. You owe me once again. But does he really need that little help? Though unseen, it means nothing to me. Grutch froze, his eyes catching something horrifying. As Ian raised his fist to deliver another blow, he quickly pleaded, "Wait. I surrender." However, he was not one to easily let go of his enemies. The thunderous punch landed squarely on Grutch. Its force sent him flying, tumbling across the ground. Now, as he lies sprawled below with a few teeth knocked out, the referee's shout stirs the whole arena. It is clear, Grutch White can no longer fight. Following China's declaration, the winner was Ian from the Special Forces team. Though he celebrated, Anne could not shake a strange, uneasy feeling. The nobles watching all this while are now starting a wolf cooking segment. Truly impressive. He waited for the perfect moment and turned the tables with a single strike. Indeed, it has been a long time since I have witnessed such an intense match. They did not hesitate to praise Anne, a common knight who dared to challenge a noble to protect his friend. That is a true knight. On the other hand, the losers unleashed a torrent of malice, while Grutch White not only lost but also wielded magic through his younger brother. With such an heir, the White family was doomed to perish. Just then, slow applause echoed, accompanied by a deep voice admiring, "What a great match." He slowly moved toward the center of the crowd. Stronger than the last time I saw him, Yen. Everyone began to suspect that familiar voice. All the ladies and nobles bowed in unison to the familiar guest. Lian walks while talking to the person behind him, a loyal subordinate full of youthful passion. He replies softly, truly feeling a mix of fear and awe. Yen knew that face all too well. His pupils fixed on the towering figure as he silently thought, "They have arrived sooner than I expected." A face that, even if transformed, I would still recognize Crown Prince Lian Cavalin. Smiled politely. Greeting warmly. Pleased to meet you. This is the capital. The seat of power. Why did you not stop the duel, even with royal knights present? Allowing such a disrespectful scene to unfold right before the palace gates. He calmly defends himself, asking for my forgiveness. But the emperor who founded the nation created the dueling laws. I cannot stop it. Now the scene shifts to criticizing Yan. And An himself has warned us countless times he truly created a stunning spectacle, right in front of the banquet hall. He straightforwardly answered. Which is better than lingering in the banquet hall afterward. He clenched his teeth in warning after hearing that. A sharp edge in his voice. Lian places a hand on his shoulder, gently advising, don't be too harsh on him. He smiled softly. After all, is not An the main character of today's party? Lian looks at An, subtly reminding everyone around. This is the ceremony celebrating the birth of the new official. They were all stunned, unable to believe their eyes. He was the new magistrate. The scene shifts to a grand hall in the opulent Russian palace, where a commanding voice echoes. Listen. Before the nobles and royalty of the empire gathered here today, in the center of the hall where the red carpet flows, and obediently kneels. On the high steps, Lian stands solemn, holding the warrant, his voice commanding, as the spokesperson of the great emperor and the representative of the goddess of mercy. Lian Cavalin, commend the great contributions you have made to the empire. He began listing his deeds, stopping a train bombing threatening the capital, saving royal advisor Hugo, and countless civilians. On the northern front, they helped repel the invasion of tens of thousands of barbarians, even defeating their leader. In the future, he advanced eastward to rescue isolated comrades, successfully bringing them back and purifying the area to prevent the emergence of deadly creatures. Lian solemnly declares, Yan is part of the special forces. We guard against imposters and appoint you as the enforcer. Yan slowly stood up. I accept the decree from his hand, pledging loyalty in the emperor's will. With the ceremony complete, Lian immediately opened the feast, inviting everyone to enjoy this banquet in honor of the empire's new hero. As the violin's sweet melody began to play, many nobles rushed to toast An, congratulating him. Baron Yan, let us celebrate with a feast. Baron Yan, are you married yet? He did not respond fully, just gave a faint smile and thanked them for their wishes. In truth, deep within, all the nobles enjoying the feast share the same thought. What can I gain from him? What can I dig out of this situation? The magistrate held the power to oversee every aspect of the empire for 900 years since its founding. This position was once neglected. Now, a civilian has been appointed as the magistrate. The judiciary wields power beyond nobles and royalty, able to pass immediate judgment on any guilty party. Some even say this position holds more power than the emperor himself. When Damien, the Special Forces training commander, appeared with Crown Prince Leon, the nobles believe the prince had allied with the commander. Many believe the crown prince has begun preparations to ascend the throne. One thing is certain, the power structure within the royal palace is shifting back to reality. Only when finally alone in silence does An dare to breathe a sigh of relief. He sighed warily. Truly exhausted, facing life and death was tougher than dealing with nobles. Yan carefully considers. A judicial officer. Never imagined being given such a position. Perhaps the crown prince intends to use me. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind him. Enjoying the feast, An turned around in shock. Who was it? Lorena suddenly appears in a flowing purple dress, teasing Yan. How does it feel to become a noble? She smirks. Your move, Lorena. Lorena sighed. You seem happier than I thought. Yan snapped coldly. You focused on her outfit to respond. But you are enjoying the banquet even more than I am, wearing that dress. Lorena blushed and denied it, saying, Hannah, my father forced me to wear it to ease the awkwardness. She quickly shifted the topic. How a commoner became a male lead was one thing, but more importantly, you have been appointed as the executor. Are you leaving the special forces now? An replied vaguely. I am still not sure. Recalling Lorena's frustrated lip bite. Just wait, I will catch up to you soon. He suddenly feels a bit suspicious. Wait, is another duel about to happen? However, unexpectedly, she just gave Yan a sweet, gentle smile and said, Congratulations. I truly mean it. Puzzled, scratched his cheek in confusion. Thank you. They both continued chatting. Ian slowly said, That is surprising. I thought you would say, he will catch up to you soon, or something like that. Lorena hesitates. Actually, that is what I meant to say. She reached out and gently tapped his shoulder. Seeing all the effort he had put in, Lorena's lashes fluttered down, the warm sunlight casting a glow that made her face even more stunningly beautiful. Of course I have to congratulate you. Deserve so much more than this. Ian bit his lip. Honestly, sincerely expressing that being acknowledged by you feels even more honorable than receiving a title from the crown prince. Lorena hesitates, Right behind. Anne's shoulders were suddenly grabbed tightly. They surrounded him, even hinting threats with veiled words. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Anne. A nobleman. I must teach you proper etiquette, please do not refuse this kindness. The party was lively and vibrant. Cheryl's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Roman hid in the corner, gnawing on his food. Hugo and Casa greet each other warmly. The dance leaders passionately engaged, while Cruel eagerly chats with the noble ladies. In another scene, in Leon's study, he suddenly speaks up. This is the area. Leon turns his back to the window, ignoring Damien casually leaning against the edge of the table behind him. He only wonders about the wind's judgment, as if displeased. Perhaps jealous that his disciple has become an enforcer. Damien definitely asked Leon about the plan to control Special Forces Captain Rodrigo. Right, he had no choice but to recount everything. Rodrigo's recent actions were highly suspicious. Leon drifts into memories, blaming himself as a captain conducting strange experiments. Yet we keep failing to track them. Unable to know when they began or what their purpose is, he insists that now it seems he is secretly contacting the nobles. I can't just stand by any longer. Leon emphasizes that appointing Wine as an enforcer is not just an expectation, but a message to the Special Forces captain. Gazed dreamily at his reflection through the glass and boldly declared, my sword is aimed at him, Damien. Your gaze on Leon is filled with unease. He interrogates his opponent, confident he has everything under control. Without hesitation, I turned away at Damien's words, leaving only a gentle farewell. I hope everything unfolds as you have planned. The room suddenly fell silent as Leon gently swirled the glass in his hand. His brow furrowed in thought. Damien, the one who remains. Ahead. A triumphant voice cut through Leon's words. He could not control himself. Looking up in surprise, Leon suddenly catches his own reflection in the mirror, only to find it replaced by another face. Unknown since when, a face twisted with a wild, crooked smile. Not yet. But everywhere. He panics. That man gleefully exposed Leon's fragile soul, the wild child burdened with deep insecurities. Hating both the people and royal blood more than anyone else. That name pulled the corners of his mouth up to his ears, laughing with utter confidence. Even sowing the seeds of chaos in his heart, he was certain blood would be spilled. Crash. The glass tumbler hits the window and shatters into countless pieces. Unable to control his anger, Leon lost his temper and threw things around, causing that hateful villain to vanish. He gasped urgently, struggling for breath. Lee. Restless and bored. Overwhelmed by a surge of confusion. What is this? He glanced at the shattered glass scattered at his feet and muttered. What is this? Damien's silhouette slowly fades away, but he leaves behind a cryptic message. I hope everything unfolds as the one who planned it intended. Damien strides with powerful resolve, leaving Leon standing by the window. Lost in troubled thoughts, he walked on, feeling a spark of excitement. Though I was not sure I could. Leon's door slowly closes, the room falling into an eerie silence. With only a faint glimmer of light, Damien strode purposefully down the corridor. Lost in thought, appointing Anne as enforcer was definitely the right move, but he angrily thought of being looked down on by Anne now that I am law enforcement. Are not we equals? Actually, it is way better. Damien grimaced in annoyance, knowing that the more he called out, the more reason he would give him to be arrogant. He thought of Laya. The Special Forces captain seemed to be growing desperate. Keeping his daughter close was clearly working. Damien walks on, a spark of excitement stirring within him about his plan. Yet he knows he must confirm a few things first. In the district known as the Imperial Trade Privilege Zone, late winter cloaks the ancient buildings in white, while bustling crowds fill the streets. At a tea house, the joyful voice of the server welcomes the esteemed guest. Trang, an opulent interior with dozens of attendants. This establishment operates on a membership basis. Join, and you can mingle with officials and the elite. Every table and chair is crafted with meticulous care, arranged neatly and elegantly. Do the nobles come here often? Of course. We also have luxurious entertainment facilities reserved exclusively for the nobility. The nobles' work is truly exceptional, beyond all praise. The atmosphere is wonderful and the coffee is delicious. Suddenly he paused. But Anne stared intently at the girl across from him, making her a bit uneasy. I did not sponsor you for this kind of thing, did I? Bella. She is Agent Bella. Bella was a bit surprised by Anne's earlier words. How did he realize I was in disguise? He woke up angry, confronting Bella. Enough. Are you trying to deceive me and take my money? She hesitated, fearful. It is not like that. Bella smiled, lowering her wig, adjusting her collar as she explained. To survive as a messenger, disguise is essential. Sometimes a high society lady, other times a maid, or even the daughter of a noble family. If you are a messenger, then it is mandatory. There is something strange going on here. Anyway, all of this is part of the funding. You won't be sponsoring forever. I thought you were just the son of a fallen noble family. It turns out you are a member of the Special Forces from the Warrior Project. Anne was a bit surprised by Bella's sharp retort. She has discovered my true identity. Impressive indeed. She slowly raised her coffee cup, her gaze unwavering, and said, "Thank you for the compliment." Bella's mood darkened as threatening words spilled out from an intern of lowly origins who rose to the top and took control of the men's department. Ian stood up, hands on the table. "Bella, I do not care that you are investigating me." But she seemed to know and slipped up trying to cover it. Poor thing, he was about to leave, his fierce gaze warning Bella she better, and slips his hand into his jacket pocket. Trying to focus on something else instead, Bella desperately tries to hold him back, pleading, "Wait," and slammed the bag of money on the table, silencing her as she reached out to grab it. The purse left on the table made Bella wonder about the purpose of that money, and replied softly, "You once said you had to work extra because of financial difficulties. Right, you are my informant. Do not worry about the money. Use that time to gather intel on the missions I assigned you earlier." Bella sat dazed in the chair, staring intently at the money bag. She remained silent, then slowly spoke, "Sir, you really underestimate me." That question caught Anne off guard. Underestimating her, Bella placed a stack of documents on the table and handed them to him, saying, "All the information you requested has been gathered." Anne looked at the pile of documents on the table and said, "She works faster when money's involved, does not she?" Bella would not back down and replied, "That is just how I work." Ian picks up the stack of papers, intently reading the 01 activity report of the Special Forces team leader. "Recently, I have started attending private meetings with certain nobles, all from clans dissatisfied with the commander of the training grounds." Just as predicted, the key figure in these meetings, alongside Captain Rodrigo, there was also the Marquis. Report 02. The Marquis's surveillance confirms several top-secret facilities within his territory, suspected of being used for biological experiments. Numerous unidentified sorcerers have been mobilized. He held the report tightly, reading every word with focus. Anne could not help but wonder about the experiments mentioned. Were they conducting tests that surpassed even suppression sorcery? He sat back in the chair opposite Bella, praising her. "Well done. You even uncovered the experiments. Impressive." She took pride in her words and sarcasm. "Your praise makes me a bit shy, but I like it." Two continued their conversation as Ian assigned Bella a new mission before preparing to leave. Now she will be in charge of managing the intelligence network. Keep up the effort. She was quite surprised and immediately asked, "Are you leaving now?" Anne began to imagine the wild threats awaiting him if he did not return on time, whether nobleman or lawman. Trouble was certain. It made him hesitate. "Though I was just stepping out for a moment." He stood up to leave, but Bella had something else to say. "Sir, there is one more thing I need to report." Anne paused. "What is it?" "The first time you came here, you showed me this symbol, did not you?" She recalls everything as he pulls a strange symbol from his jacket pocket. Has she ever seen this symbol before? It is a circular symbol topped with red streaks like flames, shrouded in mystery. "I investigated because it seemed strange, but found nothing until recently," and stood frozen, staring at Bella as she continued. "Some say they have seen a symbol shaped like a flame." Finally, Bella uncovered some information about that symbol, hidden within a mysterious, heavily fortified place known as the secret headquarters of the Special Forces. Yan walks down the snowy streets of Fu, hands deep in his pockets. He walked while pondering the report, which lacked 3 investigation results about the flame-shaped symbol. In a mining town abandoned 31 kilometers southwest of the Empire near Isri. Though it seems deserted, though wild and remote outside, deep within lie countless crystals stored in iron crates, stacked and layered atop one another. Inside, they are still actively mining high-quality magic crystals. Those crystals from this excavation. A mysterious cloaked organization guards this place, now monopolized by an unknown group. Their numbers and motives remain unclear. The muscular man with 2 swords strapped to his back walks proudly. One thing is certain. He is a high-ranking member of this mysterious organization. This person's eyes are sharp, face covered, bearing a tattoo with a symbol resembling a flame. The identity of this organization is under investigation, but we have uncovered information related to this symbol. And read through the pile of reports Bella sent, silently impressed. "Bella, you truly are very capable." Unseen on the floor are faint streaks of blood. Blood, startled by the memory of someone, shouted out, "Could it be Laya?" He rushed swiftly like the wind to the door, and rushed to open the door and shouted loudly, "Are you in there?" Suddenly, a light shone on his face, causing Ian to squint. A looming shadow appears. This is the emblem representing the founding commander-in-chief of the organization. The shadow speaks. "You are late." So that was Damien all along. He rushes to expose Ian's plan. "Because all this time, you have been taking action behind my back, daring to do such things." Anne was speechless and uneasy at Damien's presence. "Commander." Streaks of light radiated from his body. catching Yen off guard. What is this? The bloodstains on the floor only deepened his confusion. What just happened? A flame symbol appears above Damien. This symbol will be passed down to the commanders of the organization through generations. He stood face to face with Yen. You saw Damien about to discuss something. I have a few things I want to ask you. He looked at Yen. About to say something important. What a coincidence. I have something to ask you too. Yen looks at Damien. He stared at him. Unblinking. The two spoke up in unison. Then, Damien used magic to attack. He lunged at Yen like a storm, aiming to ambush him unexpectedly. Why did not we ask first? A powerful voice resounded. Let me be the one to ask first. Dark swordsmanship. With those words, a sword of dark light slowly materialized. Dark power always clings to that arm. The hand people loudly called out their real names. Stay calm. Damn. Look, Damien's body lunged forward like a flash of lightning. The whites of his eyes turned black, gleaming with sharp intensity. Carried a tense face and a commanding voice that warned, you would better answer carefully. Suddenly, something shattered and scattered through the air. Damien stops. Blink. A cold, contemptuous stare that pierces the soul. That is just unbelievably stupid. And remained calm and composed. No reaction at all. Behind you stands an assassin wearing a red mask, the entire body covered, revealing only the two eyes. He stared wide-eyed in astonishment, the arm holding the sharp knife raised, ready to strike Yen. But unexpectedly, Damien noticed it. The sword in Damien's hand had, at some unknown moment, pierced through his abdomen. Blood spraying like rain. He mocks Yen. My disciple, yet was so easily ambushed from behind. It is clear there is a lack of discipline. The assassin struck down, losing consciousness as he collapses to the ground, and turned to look at him lying flat, speaking up, only because he was granted a favor that made him arrogantly proud. Damien calmly folds his arms and reminds, reflect on yourself. Yen's face remained unchanged. I knew all along. I stayed silent to spare your pride. Damien stands beside a friendly smile. Of course I know. Of course. Everything you say is absolutely right. And tensed, looking up at the broken floorboards revealing a huge hole, and spoke up, but I never expected him to act so openly. Only one person in the special forces could do something like that. Damien raised his brow seriously, though reluctant to admit it. It seems we were overly cautious. He remembers Captain Rodrigo realizing Laya is here. A subordinate wearing a red cloak runs up to report. Commander. Training update. Reporting the situation. Damien asked calmly. How are things looking now? That guy report. The pursuit team is tracking the intruders, but it seems they have already left the training area. Damien stared at the man slumped on the floor, disappointment in his eyes as he cancelled the chase. Even if we pursue, we won't catch them. Instead, he ordered to drag the man from the vast chamber floor, the echo trap beneath the vaulted ceiling. His voice stern. He is still breathing. Take him away and prepare for interrogation. The corner of his mouth curled into a dangerous, devilish smile. I will interrogate him myself. Surely, he harbors some hidden scheme. Suddenly, Damien turned to Yen. Remembering, I have not asked my question yet. Yen remains calm. Damien's dark sword pressed against his throat. Damien boldly demands, I will ask again. Who exactly is Laya? Thoughts began flooding his mind. It seemed the captain tried to corner Laya while we were away. He recalls the battle. The assassin rises. Perish. The commander trains. Damien realized the captain had planted more assassins than expected. In the blink of an eye, slashes crisscross like spider webs, the scene drenched in blood. Yet Damien stands calm amidst the horror. They pose no threat to him. Damien steps lightly, exclaiming, you do not intend to give up, do you? Damien calmly looks at the assassin holding Laya. Do you think you can escape from my grasp? He witnessed the terrifying scene just now, rising up in fear, clutching tightly, his face full of worry, gripping a sharp sword pointed threateningly at Damien. One more step and I will kill her. Blinded and gagged, could do nothing but tremble in fear. Damien sneers. What a clumsy threat. How annoying. Do you think I am pretending if I can't bring the target back? You see Leah's ambition. I have been ordered to eliminate her. He ponders deeply. The real danger lies ahead. Laya's body suddenly tensed, her face darkened, light streaks swirling around her. The assassin, confused and terrified, shouted, what is this? Wait. Damien's eyes snap open, transformed his sclera black, his entire being radiant. Damien was also unsettled, as the dazzling light radiating from her body filled the entire room. The power of that light was so strong it pierced through the machine, creating a streak of light straight into the sky. Damien snapped back to reality and told Anne that a blinding beam of light erupted from Laya. She lost consciousness, and the hidden assassin team took the chance to help her escape. The hole in the floor was caused by her. Damien made sure to emphasize. Tell me, who exactly is Laya? Yen finally speaks up. Laya is not the captain's daughter. Damien frowned, disappointed by the answer. So you lied? Saying she was the ace up your sleeve to deal with him. Yen smiled gently, speaking calmly. Don't worry, he insists. Laya will become an even stronger ace than the captain's daughter. Laya's image appears among the cards. Anne explains. Because she is the sole survivor of the Terminator Project, a human experimental program. The ancient room echoed with Damien's voice. I understand now. If everything you say is true, he raised his hand to his chin in thought. No wonder the captain had to take such a reckless risk human experimentation. Yen stood beside him, his face serious as he emphasized. Yep. Now we must risk everything to protect her. Because the captain has violated the Ancestors' Treaty. You continue. Just like the Death Duel Law, the Progenitor Treaty was decreed by Emperor Bahamut, the book states. Article 1. Section 2. Anyone conducting human experiments that harm dignity shall be permanently expelled from the Empire. Damien racked his brains. In fact, this made everything easier. Imagine the unfortunate souls trapped in the lab. He speaks up. The primordial treaty holds supreme authority, above all laws. If we have evidence of human experimentation, overthrowing the task force captain will be simple. Damien crossed his arms and took slow, deliberate steps toward the door. No. First he had to regain his composure. Anne stood there watching. Then asked. Do you know where they took her? Damien calmly continues. Don't worry. We will know soon enough. Just need to delve deep into the mind of the one we caught. The image of that distorted man is both horrifying and pitiful. Anne looks confused. Wondering. Didn't you say human experiments are forbidden? Damien smiled softly and asked. What are you saying? Do you really consider every time you grill fish an experiment? Suddenly Anne called out, reminding him. Master. You threw something black towards Damien. He caught it and turned around. Puzzled, what game is this now? Yen's face serious. I still have one question left. Master. Can you see through this pendant? Damien reached out and opened the box he had just picked up. In this production line matter. Please answer as my master. Damien furrowed his brow, staring intently at the pendant. The intricate patterns carved inside it, then gasped. This is. Inside is a red labyrinth of lines, tracing the origin of that symbol. Damien wonders. Where did you get this necklace from? Anne hesitated before answering. This is the only thing left of your family. The other half of the box held the image of a white-haired boy with his family. He kept the photo and that symbol to endure his time at the training center. That boy is Anne. He believed that by uncovering the origin of this symbol, he could reunite with his family. Damien gently raised the box in his hand and spoke softly. My family. My children. He began to tell a story. Once upon a time, there was a man. Everyone armed themselves with crude weapons like hoes, rakes, and clubs, ready to join the fight. Among them, two stand out. One wears a yellow hat, the other a white one. They stand thin among the crowd, like everyone else, clutching a weapon, faces tense with anxiety. A squad of armored soldiers, clad head to toe, charged forward with swords drawn. Damien continued. A man who could not endure the oppressive rule of the Empire. He rose with the people, standing alone against them. The white flag with the red emblem flutters in the sky, held high like a blazing torch. He stood face to face with hundreds of soldiers. A blue-haired man, proudly wearing a red scarf, stands holding a flag before the soldiers. He was the very first supreme commander of the Revolutionary Army. This symbol represents that very day. Outside, rain falls in sheets, dark clouds covering the sky. Damien bowed his head and curled up. It was my 7th birthday. He furrowed his brow with sorrow. Mother. At this very moment, Damien Cavillon, 7 years old, recalling old memories. The woman's gentle voice echoed. Damien. She bitterly warned you to run away. Far away. So no one can ever harm you again. There are too many who want to harm you here. The soldiers around stood silent. Listen well. The queen is charged with treason. And for her grave crimes, she is deposed at once. From the woman's lips spilled deep red blood. She whispered, I love you, my son. Please live on. No matter the cost. Damien gritted his teeth and said firmly, Mother, I will take revenge with my own hands. Suddenly, a voice cuts through Damien's thoughts. Sensing tension in the air, he checks only to find it is just a brat. The white flag flutters in the rain, and he continues. What is wrong, kid? Why do you look so angry? The proud man smiled with disdain. Was it hatred for the world? Or helplessness? Damien continued. It was the first time I met the commander, and that was my first impression of him. The man stepped closer, spitting out a torrent of words. I am telling you as someone who has been through it all. Revenge won't solve anything. He does not fight to solve problems. Only because his heart feels satisfied. Is that enough for you? Damien silently cursed. He talks too much. Thinking that, Damien replied quietly. Just ignore me and keep going. The man pursed his lips and asked back, cold. Amid Damien's indifference, he suddenly brightened up and said, I just remembered. I heard a prince involved in the coup has escaped. Hey, kid. The man pauses for a moment. Is there anything to eat? Outside, The relentless rain blankets the rooftops in white. The man hurriedly chews a pastry in his hand. Damien looked at him with disdain, then said through clenched teeth. The man calmly suggests, looking quite miserable himself. Mind if I finish the rest? Damien replied oddly. I have almost finished eating. That is my mother's teaching. He closed his eyes and muttered, for the royal family. No disgrace is greater than letting the people starve. Hearing that, the man paused. Truly, a woman of great nobility. Now the sky brightens. White clouds gather. And the man speaks first. The rain has stopped. He raised the flag high. For I owe you, let me show you something fascinating. Damien was curious. Was it something really captivating? The man tilts his head with a sly smile, as if to say, watch the entire empire topple. Seeing Damien's confused look, he said firmly, come with me. It will be a sight to behold. At that moment, Damien told himself, honestly, he did not believe a single word from the mouth of someone who just stole a child's cake. But I want to see what he will do to overthrow the empire. Cut to Damien silently watching the scene before him. As he helps a homeless old man, he carried the person on his back and cheerfully asked, where should I take you? The man replied, let us go home. Later, Damien stood behind, watching the man carry the heavy boxes. He shouted, Damien, lend me a hand to overthrow the empire. He built an orphanage for the blind. Damien could not hold back anymore and wondered aloud, with this band, when will we ever overthrow the empire? The man sitting on the ground frowned. Kid. That stings. Then he quickly laughed it off. But still, can we just ignore the poor guy? Watching the flag flutter, Damien felt a stir within. He spoke loudly. Yet his heart truly wished to help others. Even those who hated him at first gradually grew to admire him. One by one, they began to gather around him. Jerva district. Loud cries ring out, demanding the land you stole be returned. How are we supposed to survive? The soldier quickly stepped in to stop the threat. How dare a mere foot soldier speak to me like that? You need to learn your place. The people before us will not yield. We declare on behalf of the people to Count Jerva. A man appeared, standing behind, watching. He unlawfully seized the people's land and taxes, leading them down a path of misery. The soldiers could not help but mutter, what nonsense is this fool with the tattered flag spouting? Immediately, the people raised their flags high, their voices growing louder. We will end the people's suffering under Gerva's tyranny. The soldiers shouted in shock. Leaves, flags, stars, how are there so many? They proceed today. In the name of the Revolutionary Army, we declare liberation. Damien turned his head, thinking silently. That man, who talks too much, meddles in everything, and always claims he will overthrow the empire. Finally founding the Revolutionary Army, the commander clutched the flag and leapt high into the air. The crimson light softly swirled with his every leap, crowning him the first supreme commander. A gleaming ray of light stands out against the misty sky. Back to reality. Damien's calm voice echoed. This symbol quickly became his emblem. He turned his back to Yan and continued. Every founding member of the revolution had it tattooed on them. I still remember his hollow, captivating pink eyes. When I said I was choosing a gift for my son, it was probably in front of that person. N bowed his head quietly. Belonging to the first commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army, my own father. Yan thought silently, suspecting the symbol was linked to the revolutionaries, but never imagined his father was their commander-in-chief. Damien asked slowly, you bear no resentment. Your father was a revolutionary leader, yet you wander aimlessly in the special forces. Hearing that, Anne hesitated. Not exactly. Just a strange feeling. You know my father better than I do, so I feel like you are more like his son than I am. Damien remained silent. Then after a long pause, he struggled to continue, but I could never truly be his son. Remembering that moment, Damien clutched his atching arm, unable to turn back. Commander, he walks with purpose. For him, family is the most important thing in life. Anne hesitated. Master, you glanced sideways. Now I am the son of your high-ranking commander. Should not you show me some respect? Damien did not expect this question and immediately bit back, saying that is exactly why he has not killed her yet. Damien turns away, not wanting to know more about his father, where he is now, or what happened. For Anne, uncovering his family history is what kept him alive. Maybe now he can finally find them. Thinking of Lir's face, Yan cautiously spoke up. For now, the mission at hand is the top priority. Damien praised the decision, saying it was spot on. We have got leads from the interrogation. Do we have a plan yet? And replied softly, I already have it, but I will surely need your guidance. Master. Damien closed his eyes slowly. My guidance. Then Anne hesitated, unsure if he could do it, and Damien could not help but scold the arrogant kid. The bright red flags flutter proudly in the wind, hanging neatly in a row along the road. Now at the Special Forces headquarters, a gunshot echoes halt immediately. The crowd immediately stepped back upon hearing this. No one can just barge in like that. Whatever the matter, we apologize, please. Do not be angry. Damien swapped his birthday hat and asked straight, What is so secretive about it? He nervously held the box and shoes, saying, I just came to apologize to the Special Forces captain. Look, I even brought a gift. Did not? Damien cursed silently. And this humiliation will be etched in the teacher's memory forever. Cut to the inspector's central office. Night has fallen over the entire district. 2 officers holding documents report. Director. The Special Forces Alchemy Commander has arrived at the capital. But we still have not determined his purpose for this visit. A young woman with long blue hair asked. What is the status of the new official? Her subordinate replied swiftly. Sorry. We are still investigating. The one who just asked is Inspector Diana Paulson. She furrows her brow, holding up a document as a warning. Find the legal officer in first. He is extremely dangerous. Diana glanced sideways, wondering what schemes the new law enforcer was plotting this time. Instant information connects the dots. The royal advisor's arrest. The deadly night after Manzi's raid. She fell silent in thought. Recently, the Empire has been handing over islands due to a series of major events, forcing the inspectorate to remain on high alert. At the heart of it all is the enforcer N, whose intentions and the shadow backing him remain unfathomable. Who is truly aiding him? Suddenly, Diana noticed a pale pink letter lying on the table. She locked eyes with it, softly calling out. A letter. Without hesitation, Diana opened it to take a look. Here it is, she mused aloud. Do you want to hunt the dragon song? The captain's face instantly flashed in Diana's mind, throwing her into turmoil. Hunting the dragon. That is the code name of the Special Forces captain. Is this statement directed at the captain? Once again, Diana fell into a silent, tight-lipped state. She glanced sideways. Worry if you have something to say. Why not come and say it yourself? Official. Hearing that, the shadow behind the door responded. Just as I expected. He looked inside with admiration, recognizing me even though I concealed my aura as best as I could, truly worthy of being the director of Vietnam inspection. In the room, the conversation of 2 people echoed. Diana wondered how a judicial officer, rumored to be a monster, could come here on their own. He gently says, Sorry for the sudden meeting. I stepped inside the room and explained. What I have to say must remain a secret. So I had to come in person. She crossed her arms, refusing to look his way, defiantly repeating the 3 words. Keep it secret. I guess Commander Damien must have already arrived at the Special Forces headquarters. He imagines Damien standing before a line of soldiers, hesitating over a single word, as if harboring a secret purpose, a faint smile playing on his lips. O immediately thinks of Captain Damien, who will hold back Captain Rodrigo. Diana drove by. Curious why someone targeted the captain, he answered sternly. My goal is to completely destroy the Special Forces at their roots. As the image of a torn flag appeared right after his words, she listened silently. To do this, I need your support. Director. Now. The evidence to take down Captain Rodrigo lies in the heart of the Imperial City, but I can't pinpoint its exact location. He laid out the plan. If someone like you, with great influence in the Empire, steps forward to support us, we can seize this chance to capture the captain and restructure the Special Forces. Diana questions. Is this an official request from law enforcement, or an order from the Special Forces? He wore a look of confusion. No matter how much I have said, all I get is rejection. Whatever it is, I refuse. She could not help but wonder why the inspectorate had to interfere in the internal power struggle of the Special Forces. Thinking of the 2 others in the Imperial capital, the risks are high, and even if we succeed, we gain nothing but loss and regret. He retorted. It might not be the inspectorate, but Director Diana has her own reasons to get involved. Diana's next words stunned her. Sirs Finney is dead, and he does not want to know who is behind it. Diana froze mid-step. Glass paused at her lips. What did he just say? A frown deeply, thinking to himself, Director Thantra, Diana, harbors a deep grudge against the Special Forces, and it is no surprise. Her fiancé was assassinated. He was investigating the commander's corruption when an assassin took his life. No physical evidence, but all indirect clues point to them. If it were Diana, she would definitely care. Her whole body suddenly surged with a strange energy, her voice turning sinister. Just as I expected, he called with confusion. Director. Diana clenched her palm tightly. Her face is darkening as a deadly aura spread. Those Special Forces bastards involved in this will pay. Damn it. Anne hurriedly reassured him. Wait. Please calm down and listen to me, damn it. I forgot her most striking trait. She said nothing, just raised an arm and shouted. Immediately, the shattered glass exploded outward in all directions. Cut to the outskirts of the Imperial City Center. The scene here grows eerily silent, with tiny houses packed tightly together in some abandoned place. The torn sound of flowing water echoes steadily. The long corridor stretched silently. Not a soul in sight. Lee has been appearing here for as long as anyone can remember. She hugged her knees, sitting inside a magic circle. Lie face, softly calling out. Dre stood before her, raising his weapon high above. All right. The moment he swung his blade, nothing happened at all. In contrast, Andre's sword twisted above Lee's head, as if something was blocking it. Sure enough, Golden energy fairies appeared above her, leaving him puzzled. Damn it. Why can't I get through? Why though? Andrew rages as his weapon shatters, screaming in fury. Damn it. Can this thing really take a hit like that? Two men step forward from behind. One sneering. You do not stand a chance. Andrew cut him off, holding up his boot. Those two looked ahead, whispering, what kind of strange power is this? I never expected that we would not be able to get through. They are the three deadly assassins. The strike team under the Special Forces captain, not officially recognized, even in the Special Forces covert missions. They specialize in dirty work in the shadows, yet receive no formal acknowledgement. Damn that fierce fox. She is right in front of me, yet I can't lay a finger on her. The blue-haired guy clenched his fists on his hips and asked, are you sure about killing her? Andrew confirmed. As long as she dies, it does not matter. Suddenly, the blue-haired guy glanced sideways, as if sensing something strange. Suddenly, a flash of light swept across his face. That man drew the sword from his back, demanding, step aside. It is my turn now. His teammate behind groaned. Again, the blue-haired one firmly believes that no matter the power, it can't be infinite. Keep attacking it relentlessly, and it will reach its limit. He pointed his sword down, chanting a spell. 3 demonic assassins. Bloodstorm and Fury Unleashed. That name swung a wide sword slash. But first, he spun around, swiftly striking at the little mouse hiding nearby. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion erupted behind that corridor. They fell back to stay alert. How did you get this far? Wasn't this area's waterway tightly guarded by special forces? His sword was swiftly cast out from the shadows. It plunged straight into the ground like a declaration of war from that mysterious figure. From the depths of the dark night came the sound of dangerous footsteps. The young woman appeared slowly, her voice revealing she once had a father who investigated the captain's corruption, a key figure in uncovering Lia's whereabouts for director Paul Sen. Andrew Kingert, why is she here? Diana strode forward, her voice dripping with deadly intent. During the investigation, that priest was murdered. Now she possesses endless stamina and mutant-level presence sensing. Diana clenched her hand gently and continued. The investigation revealed 3 intruders. This was the skill that made her famous. Diana spread her hand, sharp claws suddenly emerging. They had used swords and mercilessly killed him. Her eyes sparkled brightly. Small ears sprouted on her head, transforming into a beastly form, fierce and relentless. With her target clearly in sight, Diana bares her sharp teeth. You bastards. She leaps into the air, reaching her arms back to gain momentum enough. You are all under arrest for the murder of a special agent of the Thanche Institute. This deep, desolate place is the perfect setting for a fierce battle. The assassin's fury rises within her. I have grown restless staying here so long, yet the director himself comes to see me. Diana's long hair whipped in the wind, embodying her fierce fighting spirit. The deadly magic unleashed from their swords, accompanied by a dark aura. All right, let us have some fun. They united their strength to push that strange energy back to her, slicing through the wind. Die here, Diana. Diana's hand lunged for the fork. The inexperienced kids only knew how to rely on sneak attacks. She only needs to swing her arm down, using the ultimate technique to shatter that red thing. Do you really think you can stand against me? Land shattered, dissolving into a thick, swirling smoke. Those two froze in terror and screamed. She blocked the direct strike. What kind of monster is she? The power is truly terrifying. Diana dares to face that blinding light. Her foot suddenly twisted backward. They saw Diana spin and run, then shouted out, what is this? Are you trying to run away? I will tear you apart piece by piece. Hurry up. Chase her down. Do not let her escape. Not long after, only living remained. Sitting alone in the cold emptiness, a lone figure appears, voice cutting through the silence. You are late, are not you? This person is none other than Anne himself. He is sorrowful. Continuing the tale, I remember a few minutes ago, when Anne and Diana were discussing business. She made a proposal. Then I entrust you, the enforcer, with the mission to rescue the kidnapped child named Lia. I will handle the capture of the 3 demon assassins myself. Back to reality. Hearing no sound, he softly calls her silent. Bitter nod in response broke everyone's heart. Anne recalls the promise he once made. He vowed never to let you get hurt. Anne now reaches out his hand, saying, it is okay now. Let us go home together. Suddenly, a strange beam of light pierced through Lia's face, her eyes turning lifeless. He instinctively pulled his arm back, watching that bright figure call out loudly. The entire Lia was soon engulfed by that energy and struggles to find a way. Wake up. Damn it. She is unconscious and out of control. The gravity field won't let me get close. He focused on the 2 symmetrical magic circles behind him. A voice echoed from within. Why did it have to turn out this way? Omen swiftly appeared between the 2 magic circles. Continuing. I even created a restraint device for her. Ian exclaimed in surprise. Momen glanced at him reassuringly, grateful she had regained some strength before losing control. Ian crossed his arms, blaming the faulty restraint device for all of this. Momen leans on his hip, exasperated, asking, are you blaming me? Straight men often admit Of course. That wearing that restraint makes them feel safe. She thought the restraint ring explained it. But it only served to prevent her power from going wild due to emotional turmoil. She can't handle life-threatening situations, especially under the immense pressure she is facing now. Momen leans down to Yan, saying, "You are the one who pushed her into danger, so you should take responsibility." Right? Yan hesitated, then replied, "Yep. You are right." Yan stared intently before his eyes, quietly calling her name. He glanced at the light, blaming himself for being too careless. Momen, now we must go. Before he could finish speaking, 3 darts suddenly whizzed past Yan's eyes. He watched them soar through the sky, muttering, "Trick darts." Before he could make sense of it, the 3 darts spun back the way they came. They lunged into a frenzied attack on An, but his swift agility let him dodge with ease. An murmured. That dart's trajectory was unusual. Only one group used that kind of projectile weapon. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, something flashed across An's sleeve. He quickly stepped back a few paces, staying alert and cautious. An stared at the 2 darts stuck straight into the ground before him, doubting Thien's hidden weapon technique, his eyes wide with disbelief. No way. Was I careless? Yen slams his hand onto the ground. Damn it. Munmon stood sternly beside him. What is this? Just a little push, he said, dropping to his knees in protest. Munmon. This is, at the same time, a voice echoed from the entrance behind. Now even standing is hard, because this is Hydra's poison, a toxin that kills instantly. The river roared outside, and the other voice continued. I have wanted to meet you for a long time. Enforcer. The mysterious figure steps forward, rising above the water. Questioning. Are you a disciple from this region? Yen frowned deeply. Thinking silently. He is walking on water. Who is this Dendu? This guy must be a 3rd-class Special Forces operative, a Shadow Singer, boldly challenging me. I am truly lucky to kill a disciple from this region with my own hands. Hadan, the 3rd member of the Special Forces and Captain Rodrigo's informant. A cunning enemy has just appeared. He suddenly praised An, the one who lured the director and inspectors here and pinpointed this exact spot. Amazing. Turns out the captain had a reason to come after all. An's hand began to bleed as he judged his opponent a master assassin with extraordinary combat skills, yet solely focused on assassination. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. But it did not distract him. He was a different man now, especially in his current state. After a moment of analysis, An spoke, the one who perhaps understood her strength best. If we do not stop her now, she will quickly go mad. And at the same moment, Lear's foot lifted off the ground. Your voice echoes everywhere. If Lear loses control, this entire sewer system will collapse, and it connects directly to the Imperial City. If she goes berserk, Didu will be flattened in an instant. Anyone who knows what that means. Right, singing softly in response. Perhaps the captain has his reasons for locking her up here. And yet, he laughed mockingly. Is not seeing the destruction of Li Ju a sight that would have satisfied him back then? Hearing this, and imagined Lear going mad and realized the plan. The goal was to drive Lear insane to attack the Imperial capital. I am out of options. Just making do as best I can. The only way left is to kill quickly to save Lear. Singing with a burst of laughter. It sounds joyful. A man dying from poison dares to say he wants to kill me. How does he plan to do it? Yen's face hardened. How so? His face darkened, turning pale as his deadly singing skill took hold. On the 6th awakening, Yen had already moved behind him, whispering like this, awake. He melds with the shadows, unleashing a flurry of dazzling strikes upon his foe. Hadan dodged while screaming. How can someone move like that? A person immune to all kinds of poison. Munmon. Listen up. Systemic immunity. No way. I am detoxifying right inside the body. N commands. Keep moving forward. Hearing that, he fell silent, calculating his opponent's next move. He suddenly said something that left me utterly confused. The captain will probably understand. Singing slowly, she raised a finger to her stitched-shut eye. With a snap, threads and blood splattered everywhere along that faint beam of light. N was terrified, his eyes tearing apart in shock. The singer's hole being ignited with a fierce, mocking fire. So this is what hiding in the shadows looks like. Truly disappointing. He stepped forward, saying, all right, I will show you. His eyes slowly opened, emitting a mystical energy. The aura of the shadow grew sinister. The true art of assassination. The scene shifts to a massive castle, where a special forces unit is assigned an assassination mission. The target, Count Randolph. However, the interior of Randolph Castle is like a labyrinth, with guards rigorously trained. Despite 3 infiltration attempts by the elite special forces to assassinate the Count, all have failed. That assassination mission was classified as the highest level of difficulty. Finally, the 4th mission was assigned to Hadan, with only 1 day to complete it. Count Randolph's head was severed from his body, And the strange began after the successful assassination. A special forces soldier bursts in with news that leaves everyone else completely stunned. The count has fallen. When did this happen? Before they could rejoice over the mission's success, they were caught in a massacre. The scene was drenched in blood, with red-stained weapons scattered all around. After completing the assassination, he personally slaughtered all the guards in the castle. Though he had the strength to face his enemy head-on, he steadfastly chose the path of assassination. And after the successful assassination, he single-handedly wiped out all the remaining guards. The man known as Hat-an. He is a man who always wears a mask, with disheveled hair and eyes clouded in a dull haze. Momon hides his contempt. Pitiful as he is, why hesitate? Let me end him. She raised her hand, brimming with confidence. Someone like her. One spell is all I need. Objects. Magic is the ace of spades, only to be used when the situation truly demands it. You explained that to break Lia's gravity field. I might have to rely on your magic. I can't waste your magic power here. Momon crossed his arms, grinning triumphantly. Haha. So that means I am the villain here. See that, in the end, you still have to rely on me, and helplessly goes along. Yep. Yes indeed. He silently reflects. In his past life he never once fought against the shadow assassin. He fixed his gaze intensely on his opponent in moments like these. Then in a flash, he vanished, leaving only a shadow behind, and leaps up, sings his image, and strikes down. Strike first to claim victory. He swung his sword down, cleaving the man's body in two. Then he was so stunned by the scene ahead that his eyes went wide and realized it was a technique called the hidden escape art, part of the shadow heaven set. The elephant skill is the art of hiding in shadows to evade attacks. Singing always falls behind you. Truly disappointing. Ian shrugged, then swung his sword in a backward slash. But what you strike is nothing but thin air. His voice echoed through the air. I expected more from a disciple of Damien, but you are nothing special. Then the dark shadows beneath his feet began to move. A sharp beak suddenly emerges from the shadow. The shadow drifts from the ground, unleashing a devastating strike on the summit. Though caught in time, the injury and bloodshed were inevitable. Hat raised his hand, forming a giant dart. This is the final blow. He stopped ascending, died, and simultaneously unleashed the chaos wind strike on Anne relentlessly. Then his eyes widened in surprise. Where Anne was slashed, they turned into shadows and vanished. Hat-an wonders, did he also use secret techniques to evade my attacks? While he was still surprised, he reached out his hand toward him, inactivated the strike before dawn, delivering a powerful punch. During the attack, he even repeated the earlier taunt. Truly disappointing. The song had not even settled yet. Madam, N is being secretive. Does he rely too much on the shadows? The skills of the shadow sky cloak envelop the body like darkness, allowing complete evasion. But that does not mean the shadow sky can't be broken. Direct attacks are easy to dodge, but the aftershocks with wide impact zones are harder to avoid. Knowing this, Ian had an idea. In that case, the answer is enhanced physicality. He relentlessly unleashes fiery punches at the shadow, determined to strike without mercy. His nose, unable to withstand the force, was broken in half. He pressed his lips tight, muttering, "Bastard," as he spread his arms wide and unleashed the deadly song of the abyss. Darkness spreads all around. N screams, "Damn it, sing the shadow." He tried to observe his surroundings, but it was useless. He cast shadows all around from every side. These shadows are not ordinary. They are like a special barrier crafted by the Momon or the Count through in a place without light. N was completely unaware he was surrounded by a swarm of black darts, and then the darts were thrown one after another. Then no one knew what had happened. Only that blood had been spilled in the shadows. Moving to the Special Forces headquarters, Damien met Rodrigo, never expecting him to appear so easily. Really lost interest. He replied, "I only feel regret watching the day fade away endlessly." While frowning, "I guess this is the new law enforcer's idea, right?" Damien remained silent, listening intently as he was questioned. "While you distract me, the enforcer will find the evidence, the plan, right?" As he questioned, the darkness engulfing in and the shadow duel slowly faded away. "It is a pity. Life does not always go according to plan." Rodrigo sent someone to deliver a stack of papers to Damien. "I have a gift for you too. Take this in return." I picked up the paper to look, and at first glance, Damien immediately stood tall. Rodrigo says, "The project report is catastrophic." Damien, "Is this what you were looking for?" "Detailed documents on the destruction project's experimental process, probably part of the evidence." His voice grew deeper. "Surprised that you thought you could defeat him with so little. You do have a charming presence. You know." The subordinate salutes Damien with respect. Now granted 10 days off. He grabbed the other's hand. "At first, I just wanted to kill time before leaving." But Damien casually brushed aside his subordinate's arrow with a calm, effortless motion. He stretches his face into a smile. "Could you introduce me to him?" Inside the Special Forces headquarters, a male voice echoed, "You want to see me now?" Damien and Rodrigo stood poised on either side. The owner of that voice stepped out calmly, one step at a time. Damien's humanity slowly shrinks. He is stunned. How could this be?